Chapter 1. After 20 years of waiting, hope for the golden finger finally arrives. Lu Ding, an 89-year-old male, is a Timmy traveller in the barrier for an equibilitiling key to Mr. Containment Facility. He's a freshman in the Geology Exploration Department at Yunhai University. With the summer vacation upon him and with Timmy in his hands, Lu Ding decided to get her head start in his internship report. The university mandates that every student must undertake an internship, with aim is to secure independently. Ideally, the internship should align closely with their field of study. However, a mismatch is not overly problematic, as the evaluation of credits is based on the quality of the internship report. As luck would have it, Lu Ding was in need often, being a timid traveller, and particularly without equability, had here a thought fundamental of being orphaned. His enrollment in university was made possible with rough government subsidies and scholarships earned through his excellent academic performance. Nevertheless, he still needed to earn his living expenses. Since both earning money and completing an internship entail work, he figured might as well combine the two, especially since submitting the internship report yearly would be advantageous. Just when he was pondering how to spend the summer, he stumbled upon a recruitment advertisement for geologists. It promised an internship certificate and a handsome salary, 8,000 a month for students from prestigious universities. If one possessed additional skills, the salary was negotiable. What kind of skills, you might ask? Likely only students from architecture or geology backgrounds would know. Feng Shui. Indeed, Feng Shui was the key in a technologically advanced society. Discussing metaphysics lies for an edupon. However, in industries related to such matters, a modicum of belief is necessary. Coincidentally, Lu Ding possessed some knowledge in this area. He was not a staunch materialist after a hard traversy dimensions and could not afford to cling to such notions. Moreover, his equability had already indicated the existence of a Mr. Containment Facility, suggesting that the old was far more complex than it appeared, if there were no monsters. What purpose would his ability serve? Thus, since at the beginning of his journey as a Timmy traveller, Lu Ding had delved into metaphysical studies. He had been preparing for the day he would encounter a monster, determining to confront the done with the appropriate knowledge. This was particularly true for malevolent spirits and supernatural beings, while he might hesitate to face it with corporeal monsters. When it came to spirits or otherworldly entities, he felt an unshakable confidence despite lacking practical experience. Regardless of the efficacy of his methods, he was resolute in his determination. With this mindset, Lu Ding Medea Nicole, and the voice in Theathrand belonged to him with a simulate uncle command of Mandarin. Upon learning of Lu Ding's unique skills, he promptly invited him for an interview. Upon arrival, Lu Ding explained his purpose, and the project supervisor personally conducted the interview. He began discussing Feng Shui principles, grave site selection, and construction layout. Site and texts to impress the supervisor, who was thoroughly captivated. As for why he did not assess the situation through fortune telling, that was a different story. Although Lu Ding possessed that skill, refrained from mentioning it, wait if you asked to demonstrate. Succor is quite unacceptable could not afford to jeopardize his chance at this lucrative internship. Thus, with the project manager expressing satisfaction, Lu Ding successfully secured a position. After a month of diligent work, just as Beatty approached, an incident occurred on the construction site. That evening, as the workday was winding down, a larger rock was unearthed, oozing a crimson liquid and blood. The workers were immediately terrified. Upon receiving the news, Lu Ding was head to the scene, filled with excitement. The project manager was present, surrounded with onlookers, appointing and speculating about the ominous stone. Lu Ding squeezed through a crowd, and upon seeing him, the project manager pulled him aside and whispered, "Lu Ding, you're ineligible. What do I think this is?" While it was true that Lu Ding possessed considerable knowledge, it was largely theoretical, derived from ancient texts. He had never encountered a bleeding stone in real life, and there were numerous documented cases of such phenomena in ancient literature. Evaluating Jishan would take far too long. Without hesitation, he grabbed Einar Bajakhammer, his face alight with excitement, and declared, "Whatever it is, as long as it bleeds, it can be killed." He had waited far too long for this moment. Finally, he had encountered something that appeared to be a monster. Today, he must eliminate it. As Lu Ding prepared to advance with the jackhammer, the Lucas quickly intervened, warning him, "Young man, you mustn't. If you disturb it, there will be dire consequences." "Exactly. This gold be sure. I've heard from Theodas that tissue can grow in tooth, and consume injured can extend on his life. No, I heard from my grandfather that Taishu is a malevolent spirit is better to find king of health and to provoke ye Taishe, Wes howled just bury it back. Seeing the cried's reluctance to take action, Luding thought to himself that this imply would not do. What Taishe, where Rito work, it's just arrow quevenerthid, if this delays a project, how'll take responsibility. Hescanid the crowd, but no one spoke up. Finally, his gazellanded in project manager Luo Anping at that moment, a very own turned to him, leaving Luo feeling trapped. Indeed, they couldn't allow this thing to affect her timeline. Luo cursed under his breath, wondering how he'll waste under dupe in such bizarre situations. The excavation site harder his story of few nothing strange objects lost ire, one hard attracted head and tie off the authorities. Now, another Hada period waste universe ain't on importing him. At that moment, Luding stuck heat Heflame's urgency. Since Anuni is speaking, the blame will ultimate Laforian Manageluo. You'll replaying a clever game. Manageluo, it's up to you. If you say want to drill today, I'll drop my tools immediately. He contemplated returning quiet Lila that night. This thought echoed in Luding's mind. He continued, if you give it a go'ard, I'll drill several holes in twat. Don't forget, in quite capable Ivy strong constitution and a afraid of these things. This statement instilled confidence in Luo Anping, there he hate initial IBN he sit in to disturb Theston, the realization that it was Luding how would be taking action made him reconsider his fears. Resolutely, he exclaimed, drill. Luding had no longer countenance excitement. Everyone stand back. The surrounding workers, seeing that the protests were futile and that they were renote the staking action, stepped as a watch. Alone, Luding activated Hijaka Mirande Meditat Theston, as the drill pierced the surface, the crimson liquid gushed forth, splattering onto Luding's clothing, here an expression of exhilaration, prompting the onlookers to retreat further, their fear of his seeming full figure growing. This was truly reckless. Luo Anping's white and in astonishment Luding was scented Phyllis. He thought to himself, in mysterious hispe, tomorrow, when we distribute salaries, I'll give him a bonus 10,000. As the high mic sound of the Jockhammer reverberated, Luding sheared recede with anticipation where waste the response from his unique ability. High in it for some easigen. Just then, a larger rock broke away from the Thestonosphere, a terrifying sight emerged to title shooters embedded in their orb. The crowd, caught off guard, could not even muster a scream before the eye snapped open. Among Gordon irreparable, such a spectacle ways unimaginable, they shouted in panic, fleeing in all directions. Even Luo Anping was no exception, yet he noticed Luding standing still, a conflicted expression in his face. Ultimately, he could not abandon him and need back to pull Luding along. Lu, when did Togo? That thing is a monster. Chapter 2 Containment of the Southern Mountain Boulders, Mastering the Art of the Blade. Don't stop him, let Medrolita death. Luding shook off Luo Anping's grasp, brandishing the impact's drill direct lie at the Pyrophopanes. Blood sprayed forth, spluttering all over Luding. At that moment, Thestonus Freemet had a strange, mournful cry. Luding glowed eyes wait undoubted lie mister. What kind of boulder bleeds and screams? Moreover, it was immobilino with note now, when would Hestrick eat down? After more than a decade, he finally glimpsed the Harpofian locking his golden finger. How could Helati's opportunity slip away? He hard prepared for this moment for over 10 long years. When the Stonas free penedits, everyone was struck with terror except for Luding. 4 years, he hard mentally prepared himself to the semesters, even cultivating a penchant for horror films to climate himself. What scene is Shada not witnessed? All crystal clear. He hard been waiting for Tisdy. Luo Anping stood dumbfounded truly, though swift talent were like any other. In that instant, he felt a surge of confidence standing behind Luding. To hell with it, he will run away. It weighs our rare spectacle to behold him I taste will hide behind Luding. The cries of Thestonus for grew more frantic. Luding smiling ever for Dieters with a crack, the stones for resplendent woe and Arpaggia turned in his mind. Monster Containment Prison Roster. Contained Monster Southern Mountain Boulder Unborn, reward granted at off the blade. At off the blade all things can be cut. A war current surged through Luding's body he could distinctly feel a power awakening within him, an indescribable sensation blossoming in his shirt. At last, he hard unlocked he proper use of his golden finger. Lu Ding reflected on the hardships of the past decade. Were it not for the existence of his golden finger, he might have gambled on deleting his account and starting anew. Orphaned, beginning life in hell, leaving the orphanage at 14 to fend for himself, juggling education without a place to stay without subsidies, he truly did not know how he would have survived. Fortunately, he had finally emerged from the shadows. He discarded the impactstrel and sat on the ground. Luo Wanping, trembling, offered him a cigarette, his lighter clicking futilely several time as before finally igniting it for Lu Ding. Honestly, Brother Lu, I've lived over 30 years and seen many of less individuals, but I've never encountered someone as via Xiao. Luo Wanping spoke with admiration. Exhaling a plume of smoke, released happened cheap motions within. Lu Ding forced a smile. Brother Luo, can whittle kaboot race. Of course, I'll increase our pay immediately, this month, I'll calculate it at 20,000, I'll transfer it right away. He opened his phone, and within moments, the 20,000 appeared in his account. With the golden finger unlocked in 2000 in his pocket, Lu Ding had never felt such a profound sense of security. It was then that called the layer prompt. Southern Mountain Boulder. Thousand I truly existed as described in the Jen's Nutterfeast world, built of his previous life. The courts of the Bayou Kante scholar from Haikang named Chen operate in Suman Temple. In his dream, Suman opened the make gate for him, and Tesco Lallingered. The account was lengthy, and Lu Ding could not recall every detail. In essence, it told of Fascalarwo before departing, sorter dreamt o divinus future, encountering boter celestial being ganthers to God. In their conversation, Thescala overheard him murmursmithing. Dianjin Guangxi, Buriden Tangxi, Southern Mountain Boulder, 1 LFS 14,000 dyers. Later, Thescala indeed travelled to Guangxi and Metha Boulder, which had transformed into an old man. They conversed, and the scholar naively believed they had become friends. Eventually, the Boulder turned Odman requested his assistance, claiming to have cultivated 14,000 dyers but still lacked that 3,000 pounds of sandalwood needed to carve a statue of 9 heavens Shenenu. You must help me, weary friends. If you don't, it will end you. The scholar inquired about the old man's barth. Tohic old man replied, threat off the blade, sending the scholar into panic, for was not the sense of the blade is simply to cut. Subsequently, the scholar led the old man to temple, hoping the celestial being Gansatigoed would deal with him. However, the old man escaped, and thus the legend of the Southern Mountain Boulder was born. Lu Ding had never anticipated encountering the Southern Mountain Boulder in this world. Moreover, it was still unborn, and he had stumbled upon it. Otherwise, once it is entered to come into being, then 100 Ludings would not suffice to contend with it. Yet in this world, how often dojudge possibilities arise, this time Lu Ding triumphed. At this moment, he needed an light to concentrate, and a cold unless a sharp strike, as far its true power, he had to discover. He needed to find an opportune time to test it. After finishing a cigarette, Lu Ding gazed at a shattered Southern Mountain Boulder, contemplating the half-fusion sure of its utility. He must not let it go to waste, for it was undoubted lie treasure. Hapushido Vero's mole cartan place eat the boulder fragments inside. Luo and Ping observed thighs with some confusion but refrained from asking questions. After all, he's a project manager only cold not reach Sir Carposition without a modicum of insight and intelligence. Brother Lu, wouldn't you take a couple of days off? As Luo Wanping spoke, Lu Ding found himself considering the same AD. All right, I'll rest for 2 days, when things settle in the sight. Brother Luo, you can call me back. Return. Lu Ding had known Tentayan off going back. Previously, he hard worked for survival. Now that his golden finger was unlocked, his goal was solely to hunt monsters. His life was destined for the extraordinary. Money would come. At worst, he just forgo beef. He pushed the cart back to his dormitory, tossing his clothes from the suitcase aside, and packed the boulder fragments into the suitcase, heading straight for his modest accommodation that cost 300 a month. Meanwhile, as Lu Ding departed, Luo and Ping barely caught his breath when someone knocked on his office door. A man and a woman, dressed in tactical gear. Brandishing their identification, they demanded, "Where is it? Where is?" Luo and Ping was not on to easily betray Othish fned ignorance. What things, what person? Smack. A black handgun slammed on Tothishable, can you speak? Lu and Ping Filto Hisknees, big brother, big sister, this isn't my fault, it's all Lu Ding's fault. Ha counted hintaya sequin sofans, supplemented by a pristine 24 surveillance video. The pair watch it from start to finish. As the playback concluded, they exchanged glances, both reflecting shock in their eyes. Turning entire heels, they left, leaving behind warning your deepest keep what happened at Hiritoy ourself that station isn't that palatable. Understood, a one-side word ya can rest assured. Luo Anping smiled brightly, his expressionless rage into a blooming flower. Humid shed head would depart, exalink along braith. Brother Lu, imsri. It's not that I don't want to help you a simplicant. Notin liddy he dare not conceal that truth, but theel soused and even thing co-alerting ainen. The credentials they had shown him were from National Security. Chapter 3, The Slaying of the Monstrous WNGXIing, the State of Forgetfulness, Unity of Heaven and Man. Meanwhile, on the other side, LDing successfully arrived at the ground floor of the resettlement community. Carrying a suitcase filled with fragments of stubborn stones, he gazed at the resettlement complex where he had lived for 5 years, feeling a twinge of nostalgia. I truly find it hard to part with this place. Although the environment is rather ordinary, a mere 300 yuan in rent for a one-bedroom apartment is an opportunity one seldom encounters. LD Ing was preparing to relocate due to his unique circumstances and outstanding academic performance. After leaving the orphanage, the Social Assistance Department had provided him with a one-bedroom apartment at an affordable rate. He had resided here ever since. Earlier, he had been constrained by financial limitations, but now that he had sufficient funds and would not lack money in the future, LDing deemed it only fair to relinquish the national resources he had been occupying. Such housing was indeed a rare commodity, and many were in need of it. LDing also sought a better living environment. Today marked his final night here, and with mixed emotions, he returned to room 1503. After changing his shoes, taking a shower, and shaking off fatigue, he finally opened his suitcase to examine the stubborn stone fragments closely. Apart from the lingering traces of blood, they bore little distinction from ordinary stones. What purpose could these serve? For medicinal use? Forging? These two possibilities floated through LDing's mind, yet he could conjure no other uses. Even if he stared at them intently, they exhibited no miraculous transformations, thus, he relinquished the thought. Rising, he made his way to the balcony to pack his belongings in preparation for tomorrow's move. Out of the corner of his eye, he inadvertently glanced outside and noticed a figure standing amidst the bamboo grove behind the community. As LDing looked, the figure turned to face him. Their gazes collided in the air. Before LDing could discern anything amiss, the silhouette in the bamboo grove raised its hand toward him, moving it from low to high, little by little. This gesture instantly imparted understanding to LDing. This individual seemed to be counting which floor he resided on. No, that was his newly unlocked golden finger. Was it truly this audacious? Boldly indicating his floor, what did it mean? Seeking trouble, robbery. At this thought, LDing felt an overwhelming urge to retaliate. How could his freshly unlocked golden finger be intimidated? Tossing aside the clothes in his hands, he shouted, "Stop counting, damn it. I live on the 15th floor, come up if you dare." Just when he was pondering how to test the power of his newly acquired skill, someone had come knocking at his door. Was this not tempting fate? Yet in the next moment, LDing felt a sudden realization. His judgment had been erroneous. This was no human. Now, LDing was even more exhilarated. Upon hearing his shout, the figure in the bamboo grove immediately sprinted toward the building where LDing resided, moving with incredible speed, covering several meters with each stride. In the dim light, LDing even caught sight of its flowing long hair. One must wonder, how could a human possess such long hair? As the long-haired creature vanished through the back door of the building, LDing was electrified. Damn it! Where were you all this time? 19 years without seeing a single hair, and now to show up in one night. Are you all insane? With such density, how could I have waited for 19 years? He could no longer remain at home. The environment was too cramped for him to unleash his full potential. LDing quickly donned his shoes and made his way to the corridor, intending to draw the battleground to the staircase or hallway. Arriving at the stairwell, he looked down and saw a shadow ascending the stairs at a terrifying speed. The motion sensor lights flickered to life one after another. 10th floor, 11th floor, 12th floor, 13th floor. LD Ying's adrenaline surged as the light on the 14th floor illuminated. He raised his hand and unleashed a slash. The sensation of sharpness erupted forth. An invisible strike shattered the iron railing as if it were mere clay, leaving deep gashes on the weathered walls of the old building. The motion sensor lights illuminated the scene. LD Ying turned his head to behold the creature crashing against the wall. Dislodging chunks of plaster. A deep gash marred its chest, extending from the head to the shoulder and down to the ribs, with no blood dripping, nor flesh connecting. Instead, tendrils intertwined, countless small appendages writhing incessantly at the wound. It was at this moment that LD Ying fully beheld the creature's appearance. It was entirely black, towering over 2 meters, its form cloaked in long, dark hair, yet not appearing bulky. Instead, it possessed a certain slenderness. Its face resembled a parched mask, with eyes glowing like distant lanterns. Its countenance was fearsome, and its visage was far from pleasant. However, it was still bearable. The creature slightly lifted its head, locking eyes with LD Ying. Both were filled with exhilaration. "I thought you were formidable. Turns out you've come here to deliver yourself to death. I just wonder if your neck is as tough as your chest." A slash erupted forth without any preliminary motion. The creature sensed something amiss, crouching to evade, but was not timely enough, and half of its skull was cleaved away. A deafening roar reverberated through the floors, startling the duo from 749 who had just arrived at the community. Upon hearing the cry, they exchanged glances. WNGX Ying's roar. "This is bad." The two stamped their feet, shattering the tiles beneath them, swiftly covering the distance from the community entrance to the building's entrance. At that moment, a shadow plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily to the ground. They looked and saw the creature. Besides its coat of black hair, covered in gashes, once a ferocious beast, it now lay on the ground, gasping for breath, struggling to rise and escape, as if something far more terrifying than itself resided here. "Run. Now you know to flee. Where the hell were you before? I told you to run." Another slash came crashing down. The already unsteady creature toppled, half of its body severed, its form collapsing outward, leaving its legs behind. The duo below instinctively looked up. They saw a small dark figure using the balcony to gain momentum, twisting and turning as it descended to the ground. At that moment, a gentle breeze stirred. The wind stung their faces, as if someone were wielding a small knife to slice at their skin. Looking back at the creature, its upper body was cross-cut, shattered into 4 large pieces lying on the ground. LD Ying felt a resurgence of power within him. Capture of the creature. WNGX Ying capture reward. The state of forgetfulness. The state of forgetfulness. Chi flows through the heavenly window, forgetting oneself and others. Unity of heaven and man. This name also stirred memories within LD Ying. WNGX Ying documented in ancient texts, including the Huan Nzi and the Analects. The accounts varied. Among them, the Huan Nzi and the Analect spoke of WNGX Ying as a malevolent water spirit or a mountain rock spirit that devours the living. The Taoist texts described it as a state of spiritual transcendence, akin to the opening of the crown chakra, a representation of the void, and the state of forgetfulness, which signifies the unity of heaven and man. The reward, the state of forgetfulness, granted LD Ying the ability to consciously enter the state of unity with heaven and man. A state that was uncontrollable for others could now be manually activated by him. This was an immense gain. The two individuals who had come searching for him were equally astonished. If the stubborn stone of Nanshan was mere luck, then the ruthless slaughter of WNGX Ying was unequivocally a testament to sheer strength. Moreover, this was something they could not have achieved themselves. Despite WNGX Ying being beaten as if it were a chick, the act of killing was not so simple for them. A fierce battle would have been inevitable. Chapter 4:749 On-site visit, benefits of 7 insurances and 3 funds. Which one is it, Lu Ding? A man called out. Lu Ding turned around. He had noticed these two earlier. However, with the monster in front, he couldn't afford to let it live. Yet the demeanor of these two in the face of the creature, along with their earlier behavior, piqued Lu Ding's interest. "I'm Lu Ding, and you are?" Zhu Jie smiled warmly. "We are intern investigators from the 749 Bureau. I'm Zhu Jie, and this is Long Shanshan. We are here today to inquire about the situation at the construction site. This is not a suitable place for a chat. Can we move to another location?" The mention of the 749 Bureau resonated deeply with Lu Ding. The name carried an air of profound mystery, both in his past life and this one, steeped in an enigmatic aura that was neither entirely true nor false, making it impossible to verify. He never anticipated that someone from 749 would seek him out today. Liu Ding nodded. Let us discuss at my home. As he turned to tidy up his spoils, he noticed that the corpse of the Wanxiang, which had been lying on the ground, had inexplicably vanished. Long Shanshan explained, that was a Mu Wang, a wooden spirit. Upon death, it merges back into the earth. So that was the case. Liu Ding had not been aware of this. He felt a twinge of regret, thinking that if he could have preserved it, it might have proven useful. Noticing his look of disappointment, both Zhu Jie and Long Shanshan exchanged glances. They had reviewed Liu Ding's profile on their way here. Besides his excellent performance, he appeared to be an entirely ordinary individual, albeit slightly precocious. However, considering Liu Ding's background, precocity seemed reasonable, yet his current demeanor was anything but ordinary, setting aside the fact that he faced the unborn Nanshan rock with a jackhammer, covered in blood yet devoid of fear, instead displaying exhilaration. He had just slaughtered a Mu Wang and appeared regretful about not retrieving its body. Are you telling me that with such behavior, he is merely an ordinary person? Following Liu Ding home, they gazed at the fragments of the Nanshan rock displayed in the living room, both exhaling deeply. Zhu Jie pondered for a moment before deciding to speak. Liu Ding, you shouldn't display the Nanshan rock so casually. Why is that? Because it is a rare essence of heaven and earth, akin to substances like Tai Sui, sharing the same origin yet differing species. It possesses significant allure to various spirits and demons. That Mu Wang likely came attracted by it. Liu Ding's eyes lit up. Such an opportunity, he simply must take this item out on the streets. At present, he eagerly anticipated the arrival of more monsters seeking him out. Noticing his peculiar expression, Long Shanshan quickly interjected, you mustn't act recklessly. Attracting a Mu Wang is one thing. If something truly terrifying shows up, you might not only fail to fight it off but also find it impossible to escape. Hearing this, Liu Ding relented. Though he desired to slay more monsters for rewards, the prospect of provoking something formidable was indeed troubling. He stowed away the Nanshan rock fragments. The three of them took their seats. Zhu Jie activated his chest-mounted recorder and began, I shall commence now. Liu Ding, we would like to inquire whether you experienced an awakening during the process of slaying the Nanshan rock. Awakening? Liu Ding was somewhat baffled. Zhu Jie patiently explained, individuals like us are referred to as chi refiners, similar to cultivators in novels. To become a cultivator, one must possess a spiritual root. However, in the real world, there is no such concept of a spiritual root, only innate talent. This talent is either present or absent. An ordinary person with cultivation aptitude usually behaves no differently from the average person. It is only when confronted with external stimuli or, as in your case, undergoing a baptism that one's talent may manifest. We need not elaborate on stimuli. Let us focus on the baptism, also known as the point of awakening, utilizing rare materials to awaken one's innate talent, transitioning from latent to manifest. During this process, there is a probability of absorbing and awakening the talent associated with the awakening item. The blood and essence of the Nanshan rock are considered rare materials, so your striking ability may very well arise from absorbing the Nanshan rock's innate talent, and you possess another innate ability. Have you realized it? Liu Ding fell into contemplation. This was indeed beneficial, as it spared him the need for self-explanation regarding his innate talent. It could serve as a foundation for future rewards. He shook his head and posed a question that had been on his mind, is it possible to absorb and awaken such talents again in the future? It is not possible. This talent can only be absorbed and integrated into your innate abilities during the initial awakening. Of course, you can acquire various techniques and powers through study later on, but they will not be as instinctive. Liu Ding understood and gained insight. He continued along Zhu Jie's line of thought, so I must have awakened then. Indeed. Zhu Jie and Long Shanshan silently acknowledged this. The Nanshan rock was an exceptionally rare item. Utilizing it to awaken one's talent and become a chi refiner was entirely reasonable. Although it was within the realm of expectation, it was nonetheless surprising. While the absorption of awakening items was plausible, the likelihood was exceedingly low. Furthermore, if successful, it would yield a dual talent, granting a significant advantage over others, an enviable feat indeed. Not to mention, Lu Ding's combat prowess upon awakening was truly formidable. It was a classic case of comparing oneself to others only leads to frustration. Zhu Jie and Long Shanshan attributed Lu Ding's current terrifying strength to the Nanshan Rock. Initially, they had thought it was merely a minor incident during their patrol. Little did they know that the Nanshan Rock existed. Had they been aware of its presence, they would have likely sent a formal investigator instead. After their line of questioning concluded, Zhu Jie highlighted the crux of the matter. Here's the situation. Lu Ding, the 749 Bureau has two management standards for individuals like you who have awakened. The first option is to join 749, starting as an intern investigator. After completing 10 tasks or containing 10 monsters, you can be promoted to a formal investigator. Formal investigators receive 7 insurances and 3 funds, along with a monthly salary of 50,000 yuan, with additional remuneration for tasks undertaken. Intern investigators earn 30,000 yuan per month, with task compensation as well, with a minimum requirement of accepting 1 task each month. Moreover, upon joining the 749 Bureau, you will have access to training resources and methods for cultivation, as well as guidance from instructors, akin to joining a sect in novels. Additionally, there are numerous conveniences in society, including but not limited to the right to carry firearms and unconditional cooperation from local departments, along with the highest temporary command authority in the area. As for the second option, you may choose not to join the 749 Bureau, but you must ensure that you do not pose a threat to society and report to the local 749 office once a month, with restrictions on traveling abroad. Such choices were straightforward, and only a fool would fail to recognize the advantages of joining 749. Furthermore, Lu Ding felt a sense of belonging to the Han people, considering that he had managed to survive fairly well thus far, with a home to live in and books to read, all thanks to the various subsidies and assistance from the Han. Securing a stable job seemed quite appealing, especially with the opportunity for cultivation, which was of utmost interest to Lu Ding. You mentioned cultivation earlier. What does that entail? Chapter 5, Joining 749. I want to be assessed immediately. Indeed, once everyone has their enlightenment, they can become an energy cultivator. However, to train, one must possess the appropriate techniques and resources, which are exclusively available through the 749 Bureau or certain other energy cultivation sects generally. These sects are quite selective in accepting disciples. Thus, if one wishes to cultivate, it is advisable to join 749, complete tasks, earn contribution points, and exchange them for cultivation techniques and materials. Newcomers to 749 will have the opportunity to select a foundational technique free of charge, which is considered an employee benefit. Upon hearing this, Lu Ding immediately declared without hesitation, I wish to join 749. Although he could rely on his extraordinary abilities to gain rewards and grow stronger, this was something entirely different. With his skill of transcending form, enabling a union with the cosmos, failing to cultivate would be a tremendous waste. Cultivation was imperative. Upon hearing Lu Ding's response, Zhu Jie could no longer contain his smile. The 749 Bureau has a policy that rewards those who recruit new members based on the varying degrees of talent. The potential gain from this task was initially modest. However, with Lu Ding's inclusion, Zhu Jie knew that once he officially joined, his rewards would be substantial. This was not mere speculation, but a conclusion drawn from first-hand observation. A newly enlightened individual capable of vanquishing a Mu Wang, could such talent be deemed weak? Moreover, he was a dual talent possessor. Zhu Jie could hardly fathom the rewards he might obtain. After hastily gathering his belongings, Lu Ding dragged his suitcase and followed Zhu Jie into the vehicle bound for the 749 Bureau. That night, he traversed 2 locations. Before departing, Lu Ding inquired, "What about the corridor in the apartment complex? I left it in ruins." "Do not worry, there will be personnel to handle the aftermath, and it will be improved beyond its original state." Reassured by this statement, Lu Ding felt at ease. As they journeyed out of the city, he gazed at the swiftly passing scenery and pondered, is 749 really so far from the urban area? What if something occurs in the city? There are patrols in the city every day. Today, the construction site area is under the supervision of Shanshan and me. If anything arises that we cannot handle, we will report it, and more formidable individuals will come to assist. Indeed, if he could contemplate such matters, the 749 Bureau must have considered them as well. As the vehicle entered a tunnel, the scenery shifted dramatically. Upon exiting, they arrived at a base nestled within a valley. Lu Ding felt a sense of novelty. Following Zhu Jie, the two arrived at a hall to register information and answer various questions. Eventually, they passed through a small door, where Zhu Jie and Long Shanshan waved him goodbye. After Lu Ding's figure vanished from sight, Long Shanshan asked, "Aren't you going to wait for him? He will no longer belong to our world. We want to be able to mingle together. Besides, we have our own district to patrol and numerous matters to attend to. Let us go." It was already commendable to have made a familiar acquaintance. Zhu Jie understood clearly that with differing levels, they were fated to walk divergent paths. It was better to gather and disperse as needed, exchanging nods and pleasantries when they crossed paths in the future. Meanwhile, Lu Ding followed the staff through a corridor brimming with technological sophistication. The walls were lined with transparent glass, behind which stood a variety of vividly lifelike and eerily peculiar monster specimens. They varied in size and demeanor, ferocious, terrifying, mysterious, elegant, each embodying an indescribable yet undeniable beauty. The array was dazzling, leaving one awestruck. A thought flickered through Lu Ding's mind: how splendid it would be if he had slain all these monsters himself. Just imagine the rewards he would earn. Alas, it was not to be. As he traversed the corridor, catching a glimpse of the true visage of the 749 base, they arrived at a room where the staff opened the door, stating, "Mr. Lu, please rest here for a moment." It is now past midnight, marking the first day of the lunar month. The newcomers who joined 749 last month will undergo a unified assessment this morning. At that time, you may observe and prepare for the assessment next month. Seizing the moment before the staff departed, Lu Ding hurriedly asked, "What does the assessment entail?" Upon joining 749, each newcomer must undergo an assessment for registration, typically occurring on the first day of the lunar month. The assessment primarily evaluates combat capability. Based on the results and wartime observations, newcomers are assigned ranks to facilitate future task execution and minimize unnecessary casualties, with varying treatment based on performance. Those with average performance will be assigned to 8-person dormitories, will not receive rewards, and will be unable to accept monster containment tasks until they pass the combat assessment. Those performing well will be assigned to 4-person dormitories and rewarded with a muscle-enhancing tonic, enabling them to undertake tasks involving monster containment as auxiliary investigators on the 749 APP. Those excelling will be placed in double occupancy rooms and awarded a Tongji pill to assist with enlightenment, allowing them to serve as primary investigators for non-combat investigations or as auxiliary investigators for combat missions. Finally, those who achieve perfection will have single occupancy rooms and receive an enlightenment pill, which gently opens all meridians and grants access to the Jiaoxian realm, allowing them to undertake monster containment tasks directly on the 749 APP, without needing an auxiliary investigator, with priority equal to that of formal investigators. They need only complete 10 tasks or capture 10 monsters to become a formal investigator. Now that you have just joined 749, you have 1 month to choose and comprehend a technique, and you will be ready to participate in the assessment on the 1st of next month, providing ample time. Although that was the case, Lu Ding truly could not wait an entire month. Wouldn't that be a waste of precious time? Suddenly, a spark ignited in his mind. When I arrived at the base, it should still have been before midnight. Does that mean I count as having joined last month? And since tomorrow is the 1st, can I take the assessment? Seeing Lu Ding's eyes gleaming with excitement as he spoke, the staff member wondered if he had misunderstood the implications of their discussion. Yes, you can, but rushing into the assessment may lead to unsatisfactory results. Although you are a dual talent possessor, your time of enlightenment is still too short. My suggestion is to take a month to settle, maintain your best condition, learn the technique, and then approach the assessment in a month at your best. Moreover, you are currently in the registration stage and are assigned to a single room. Lu Ding shook his head. No. I am not an athlete, I do not need to settle. Is there a need to register for the assessment? If so, please register me now, I wish to take the assessment with the others tomorrow. He had waited 19 years, and at long last, he could utilize his extraordinary abilities. Now that he had joined 749, he would no longer need to search endlessly for monsters, and now they wanted him to wait. Liu Ding had no intention of waiting even a moment longer. He could easily obtain the technique after completing the assessment tomorrow. The staff member was somewhat speechless. Others were eager for more time to grow stronger before the assessment, aiming for the best possible results. Yet this individual seemed unable to wait at all, was being a dual talent enough to warrant such arrogance. Very well, I will assist you with the registration. Here is the 749 employee phone, which contains the 749 app. You can log in to your personal information and browse the materials. Chapter 6. The most despicable will be punished. I will never indulge you. The staff departed. Liu Ding reclined on his bed, logging into his personal information on the 749 app, as previously instructed by the staff. That night, Liu Ding absorbed knowledge like a parched sponge, indulging in the unfamiliar moisture of understanding. He swam through the ocean of knowledge, uncovering the hidden facets of this world. Liu Ding also grasped the cultivation levels of the chi refiners, which ranged from the lowest to the highest, opening the aperture, illuminating the celestial sphere, spiritual sea, divine palace, commanding fate, earthly insight, celestial insight, and so forth. There were likely more levels beyond these, but given Liu Ding's current standing, he could not access them yet. In addition, he discovered various unheard-of monsters and precious materials. Among them, he found information regarding the Nanshan Strange Stone. The Nanshan Strange Stone, categorized as a spirit entity, also belonged among the precious materials. The crimson liquid within it was the essence of earthly energy, suitable for opening the aperture, while the remaining stone fragments could be fashioned into weapons. Such materials were rare and valuable. Even if he had no use for them, they could be exchanged for contribution points within the 749. However, Liu Ding had no intention of considering that. Upon reading this, Liu Ding mused to himself, indeed, a treasure. So, what kind of weapon should I forge? With this question lingering in his mind, Liu Ding gradually drifted into slumber. The next morning, the alarm rang, and after freshening up, he was greeted by a new staff member who guided him to the assessment venue. They navigated through a maze of turns and bustling crowds until Liu Ding finally arrived at the assessment arena. The atmosphere was abuzz with voices, and ahead of him lay a sunken area the size of a football field, populated by dozens of individuals. Along the periphery, a diverse gathering of onlookers, men, women, young and old, clad in various attires and wielding an array of weapons, watched the proceedings with keen interest. The conversations around him varied widely. What a pity. I joined 749 as number 16, and after just 14 days, I had to take the assessment. I ended up with an average score. If only I had more time, I believe I could have achieved a commendable result. Is that what you call unfortunate? I joined as number 23. I distinctly remember that month had only 29 days. I was truly unlucky, yet I still managed an average score. If I had joined earlier like you, I feel my performance would have been impressive. Thus, luck is also a part of strength. In this month's assessment, there are 8 newcomers who joined before their 5th. I estimate that all 8 of them should be excellent, perhaps even perfect. I believe they can be excellent, but perfection cannot be achieved in just a month. If anyone could secure a perfect score simply by joining a few days earlier, wouldn't our department's opening the aperture elixir become as common as cabbage? Har har har, that's true. To slay 100 wooden dummies in 1 hour is a bit unrealistic. Then who do you think will achieve perfection this time? That must be Yu Yun. She wields a demon blade and has awakened the talent of shadow movement, allowing her to maneuver through the darkness. Coupled with her sharp demon blade, the wooden dummies in the assessment arena won't even touch her before she dispatches them. Liu Yun is indeed a contender, and she joined on the 10th of last month, so she has ample time. I think besides Liu Yun, Chu Hao should also be capable. He joined on the same day as Liu Yun, and they are classmates. He possesses the ability of fine armor and wood manipulation, and since the assessment arena is filled with wooden dummies, this is his home turf, although his offensive capability is somewhat lacking. TSK, I maintain that luck is a form of strength. I heard Liu Yun and Chu Hao are both university students and members of the same club. On the 9th of last month, during a club outing to an ancient town, a supernatural incident occurred, leaving only the two of them alive, eventually rescued by investigators. Not only did those two successfully open their apertures, but they also each acquired a magical artifact. Their luck is truly remarkable. Liu Yun, Chu Hao, Lu Ding listened, realizing they were from the same university. Both were members of the Ancient Style Club. Chu Hao, like Lu Ding, was a freshman at Yunhai University, though he studied economic management, while Lu Ding was in geological exploration. They had crossed paths during a public lecture. As for Liu Yun, she was a senior and the president of the Ancient Style Club, renowned as a beauty on campus. He hadn't expected them to also join 749. It seemed there were familiar faces everywhere. However, Lu Ding paid little mind, merely sighing at the coincidence. Turning to the staff member who was opening the entrance for him, he inquired, "Excuse me, could you clarify the assessment criteria they just mentioned?" The assessment lasts 1 hour. Slaying 10 monsters is a passing score. 11 to 40 is considered average, 41 to 70 is commendable, 71 to 99 is excellent, and slaying 100 or more within an hour is deemed perfect. So, that is the grading system. Quite straightforward and blunt. Liu Ding expressed his gratitude and stepped into the assessment arena. The moment he entered, countless gazes turned toward him. Why is there another person? Weren't there 64? How did it become 65? Is he a newcomer who joined recently? Isn't that asking for trouble? He just opened his aperture, he probably hasn't even grasped the techniques yet, and he's here for the assessment. There's only one opportunity for the assessment, he will likely regret this later. Achieving a passing score will be difficult for him. Sigh, youth is so reckless. What recklessness, this shows a lack of understanding of reality, thinking that just because he has opened his aperture, he is a chosen one, the protagonist of the world, utterly oblivious to the heights of heaven and depths of earth. Why are you speaking so sarcastically? You seem to understand it well. Is that how you felt before reality gave you a harsh lesson? Lu Ding's sudden appearance not only captured the attention of the onlookers but also intrigued others in the arena. Liu Yun and Chu Hao exchanged glances, recognizing him. This person seems to be a freshman from our school. I remember seeing him move equipment to the storage after military training, Liu Yun remarked. Her words prompted Chu Hao's recollection. Now that you mention it, I think I've seen him in the classroom during a public lecture. Who would have thought we'd run into a classmate here? Let us go say hello, Liu Yun suggested, moving forward, but was halted by Chu Hao's voice. No need for that. We've been here for so long without encountering him. He must have joined recently. He clearly doesn't grasp reality and thinks he can just show up for the assessment, oblivious to everything. His performance will undoubtedly be subpar. We should focus on ourselves. His words were unreserved, clearly audible to Lu Ding. Turning to look, Lu Ding found the audacity of this person irritating. Who was he to judge when Lu Ding could choose when to participate in the assessment? To assert that he would certainly fail was beyond presumptuous. The disdainful glances cast his way, accompanied by an air of arrogance, only fueled Lu Ding's resolve. Why should he tolerate such insolence? With a flick of his finger, a cutting strike erupted, landing heavily upon Chu Hao's vine armor with such swiftness that no one in the vicinity could react in time. Chu Hao was sent flying, crashing to the ground, a pent-up frustration lodged in his chest, unable to exhale for a long while. A brutal gash marred his chest, nearly penetrating the vine armor. At that moment, Lu Ding's voice rang out. When others are busy with their affairs, refrain from pointing fingers. We are not acquainted. If you cannot control your tongue in the future, you might just lose a tooth. Liu Yun rushed forward to help Chu Hao to his feet, and upon seeing the damage on his chest, her pupils constricted in shock. They had previously tested it, even striking with her demon blade had not harmed the vine armor significantly, yet this person had merely flicked his finger to inflict such a terrifying mark. Chapter 7, the assessment venue descends into chaos. The difficulty is simply too low. Moreover, the traces left by the vine armor were supposed to be capable of regeneration and repair. Yet, the current state of the vine armor shows no signs of self-repair, appearing as though it has been reduced to a mere lifeless object, most likely rendered useless. Liu Yun, unable to contain her rising fury, exclaimed, "Are you being a bit excessive?" He merely spoke a few words. Lu Ding crossed his arms, responding, "Yes, I'm indeed excessive. And what of it? What can you do?" His words dripped with disdain. He was merely being sarcastic, merely jesting, uttering thoughtless remarks. Such words made Lu Ding feel repulsed. He could not be bothered to engage in a battle of wits. "If you speak carelessly, then I shall strike you today." You indeed, what could she do? She was not much stronger than Chu Hao. If he could not withstand that strike, neither could she, and she would be unable to react in time. In such a scenario, even if she intervened, she would likely be dispatched in an instant. Enough, just hold your tongue. Your words are displeasing to my ears, and I shall not grant you any leniency. Candidates are prohibited from engaging in physical conflict. Please prepare, the assessment will commence in 5 minutes. Such an announcement resounded through the assessment venue. The unfolding events were keenly observed by those outside, igniting a flurry of discussions. What on earth happened? Why did they suddenly resort to violence? A single strike sent Chu Hao, who bore the vine armor, flying. How can he be merely a newcomer? You could convince me he is a full-fledged investigator. This must be a talent of his. The potency of this talent is rather terrifying. I concede that this individual is indeed formidable, yet his character leaves much to be desired. To resort to violence so swiftly is somewhat arrogant. Spare me the disparagement. Is he not being overly arrogant? If you deem him so, wait until the assessment concludes and challenge him yourself. With such a devastating strike, he could flick you away with ease. Just imagine if he unleashed his full power, he might cleave your head from your shoulders. Arrogance is warranted. Were I to possess such strength, I would be even more arrogant. Chu Hao, relying on his magical artifact, gazes down upon others, his nose in the air. All are mere intern investigators, and how many have ever received his goodwill? Now, finally, someone has come to put him in his place. Didn't he previously provoke other newcomers, relying on his vine armor for protection? After defeating others, he derided them as worthless. I believe he is the true waste. Now he dares not utter a word, fawning upon the strong while trampling the weak. How does it feel now? Har har har. The atmosphere outside reached a new height. As the 5 minutes swiftly elapsed, Chu Hao finally expelled the pent-up frustration, his complexion returning to normal. He gazed at Lu Ding in the distance, his eyes filled with wariness. Upon realizing that the vine armor was essentially inoperative, that wariness morphed into dread. When someone stands on equal footing with you, you may resent them, regard them with suspicion, and harbor thoughts of revenge, biding your time for the future. Yet, when the disparity between you is as vast as heaven and earth, all that remains is fear, an overwhelming terror, rendering notions of revenge or waiting for another day utterly irrelevant. It was unthinkable, too daunting to even contemplate. Chu Hao understood that his previous arrogance, save for Liu Yun, had dismissed every intern investigator he encountered during this period. His confidence had stemmed from the vine armor. But now that it was shattered, that confidence dissipated alongside it. Initially brimming with assurance regarding this assessment, he now felt a gnawing insecurity. Towering wooden figures, each 2 meters tall and grotesquely designed, emerged from the ground, prompting Chu Hao to instinctively take a half-step back in trepidation. Previously, with the vine armor to shield him from external attacks, he needed only to focus on offense, but now, without it, he had to contemplate evasion, for a genuine assault would be painful. As the announcement rang out, the assessment begins. Hordes of wooden figures charged forth. Lu Ding's face lit up with excitement as he sprang forth into action. Come on. Raising his hand, he unleashed a horizontal strike spanning 10 meters, which instantly cleaved through a dozen wooden figures, severing them in half. As the prompt failed to appear before him, Lu Ding felt a twinge of regret. Although it was rather impractical, he had fantasized about whether slaying these creatures would yield rewards. Yet, it seemed they could not be collected, and their strength was disappointingly low. The sheer ferocity of his strike elicited gasps from many, igniting the fighting spirit of other interns. The battle of the assessment had officially commenced. Lu Ding navigated the throng of monsters at the forefront, surrounded by a whirlwind of slashes. With each gesture, strikes erupted, wooden splinters flying and limbs scattering, as if he were strolling leisurely, unfazed, embodying the elegance of brutal aesthetics. He seized the head of a wooden figure, and with a flurry of strikes, the figure's head was reduced to mere splinters, casually scattering the remains. Liu Ding felt the challenge was far too simple. While these wooden figures appeared fearsome, their combat prowess was not significantly superior to that of an ordinary person. They were merely taller, slightly more resilient, stronger, faster, and more numerous, nothing beyond that. They posed no threat whatsoever. Within 10 minutes, the data behind Liu Ding's name on the large screen skyrocketed to over 80, signifying that he had already dispatched over 80 monsters. Upon witnessing this alarming statistic, the other intern investigators watching could no longer maintain their composure. This guy is more monstrous than the monsters themselves, over 80 slain in 10 minutes, as if they were mere cabbages. No wonder he is so arrogant. With such power, he has every right to be. He is bound to break records, both in quantity and time. I've never heard of anyone slaying 80 monsters in 10 minutes during an internship assessment. Liu Ding, I shall remember this name. Should the opportunity arise, I hope to undertake missions alongside him. He exudes an overwhelming sense of security. How many do you think he could slay in an hour? At least 400 or 500, I reckon. That sounds about right. I wonder if breaking records comes with rewards. What are you thinking? Do you believe this is a novel where every record broken yields additional rewards? Even without extra rewards, this individual is bound to gain notoriety. I suspect few in Bureau 749 will remain unaware of him. Unbeknownst to Liu Ding, he was oblivious to the reactions outside. Meanwhile, not far from the battlefield, Liu Yun wielded her enchanted blade, weaving through the monsters, each swing resulting in a creature disintegrating into points displayed on the screen. Yet, despite her efforts, her score lagged far behind Liu Ding's. She had only slain 30-odd creatures, while he was nearing 200. Liu Yun had initially believed that her advantages, her enchanted blade and formidable talent, set her apart from the other intern investigators. However, Liu Ding's emergence today made her realize the truth of the saying, there is always someone better, and there are realms beyond her own. Reflecting on the compliments and praises she had received over the past few days, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and she found it laughable. Another decisive strike felled a wooden figure. Liu Yun, having spent nearly a month in this environment, experienced a moment of awakening for the first time. She realized that she must strive harder. Chapter 8, Unity of Heaven and Man. With buffs fully stacked, he traverses a path in a single day that others might take a year to complete. Time draws near to its conclusion, and the notion of assessment has lost its significance for Liu Ding. Currently, he is merely utilizing these wooden dummies to hone his practical combat experience. The skill known as forgetfulness has long been activated, enhanced by the state of unity of heaven and man. Each of his strikes is executed with impenetrable precision, their power growing increasingly formidable and their angles exceedingly cunning. Liu Ding's practical combat experience is advancing at a remarkable pace. His extraordinary state has caught the attention of the 749 management personnel observing the assessment from behind the scenes. Unity of Heaven and Man. This lad has actually entered the state of unity of heaven and man. He awakened yesterday, joined the 749 Bureau just a day ago, and hasn't he even selected a cultivation method before participating in the assessment. To possess such terrifying combat prowess is already unfathomable. Now he has entered the state of unity of heaven and man. If he secures a perfect score and receives an awakening pill, he will directly transcend into the second realm of cultivation. Afterward, he can select a cultivation method. Goodness, this boy is fully buffed. If others possess a combat power of 1, then this lad is at least 30. And once he concludes his comprehension of unity of heaven and man, the power of his strikes will surge even further, potentially reaching a combat strength of 100. When he returns home tonight to claim an awakening pill, he could elevate himself by an entire realm, achieving a combat power of 1000. Should he then acquire a cultivation method, he still has a second talent yet to manifest. How will others compete? In a day, he has outpaced others by a decade. Today, they might catch a glimpse of his shadow, but by tomorrow, when Liu Ding reappears, they won't even be able to catch a whiff of his exhaust. In just one day, he has traversed a path that many take a decade to complete, and he is merely an intern investigator. In the observation room, a group of 749 management members laughed heartily. A young man, whose capabilities surpass those of typical formal investigators, is merely an intern, akin to a high school student attending elementary school. Isn't he that a dimensional strike? Yet, there is no recourse. Rigid regulations prevail. 10 tasks or 10 monsters, a rule established long ago by the founder, cannot be altered by anyone. Soon, it will be akin to a pack of wolves charging into a flock of sheep, wreaking havoc. The thought alone sends them into fits of laughter. As the assessment concludes, Luding exits the state of forgetfulness, and his results display a stark lead on the large screen. Observers note his withdrawal from the state of unity of heaven and man with a tinge of regret, wishing he could have lingered longer. Little do they know, the coveted unity of heaven and man, which others yearn for, is simply a state Luding can enter at will. The wooden dummies dissipate, the results illuminate the screen. Only Luding achieves a perfect score, while 10 others, including Yu Yun, receive an excellent rating, and Chu Hao receives a mediocre one. Given his original state, attaining an excellent score should have been effortless. However, due to his damaged fine armor, his defense has significantly diminished, and his lack of practice innovation has left him somewhat constrained in combat. At this moment, Chu Hao struggles to lift his head. He feels humiliated yet powerless. He has experienced Luding's combat strength firsthand, even from a distance, feeling as if he were being sliced apart. The overwhelming terror has extinguished any lingering resentment. He can only steal glances, only to find that Luding has not cast a single glance in his direction. Drawing a deep breath, he feels a wave of desolation. Indeed, to others, I am but a mere clown. As everyone departs, Luding receives his well-deserved reward, a single awakening pill. It is a deep azure, sealed in wax within a small box. Gazing at the awakening pill, Luding recalls the information he previously encountered on the 749 app. The awakening pill is a rare elixir meant for the awakening realm, containing pure and gentle medicinal power, abundant in quantity, capable of assisting chi refiners in unblocking their meridians, thereby entering the Jiaoxian realm. The first stage of cultivation, the awakening realm, corresponds to the 365 meridians in the human body, harmonizing with the number of the celestial cycle, unblocking all meridians to align with the principles of heaven and earth, thus establishing a foundation for cultivation. Following the awakening is the Jiaoxian stage, where the 365 meridians coalesce to form a vortex, drawing in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for nourishment. Beyond Jiaoxian lies the Linghai stage, where the 365 meridians unite to form a sea, supplemented by heavenly materials and earthly treasures, or, if such resources are lacking, through diligent effort until one reaches their limit, thereby breaking through to the divine palace realm. These constitute the foundational 3 realms. A solid foundation is essential for lofty aspirations. Mastering these 3 realms requires both comprehension and resources. As Luding absorbed this knowledge, he felt fortunate to have joined the 749 Bureau. Otherwise, where would he seek resources? It is no wonder they say the rich cultivate the martial arts while the poor pursue literature. If he were to undertake this journey alone, he would be utterly lost. How could it be as convenient as it is now, effortlessly acquiring an awakening pill? In the future, he can exchange contribution points for the heavenly materials and earthly treasures stored by 749 for cultivation. Even when undertaking tasks, they are for the purpose of subduing monsters to earn rewards and accumulate contribution points. Joining the 749 Bureau was indeed the right decision. Noticing that Luding had fallen silent, Deng Guofu, who had initially appreciated Luding's talent and work ethic, now found his dazed expression all the more endearing. He thought to himself that he had inadvertently assigned Luding a fitting identity, a pure heart. A smile could not be concealed from Deng Guofu's face. Luding, what are you pondering? Oh, nothing, thank you, leader. Luding snapped back to reality and expressed his gratitude. The staff nearby also smiled. This is Minister Deng from the logistics department of our 749 Yunhai branch. Do not underestimate the term logistics here. It does not merely pertain to overseeing meals and basic needs. In the realm of cultivation novels, this role is akin to that of an elder in the scripture repository, where all cultivation methods, resources, and elixirs for exchange must pass through his hands. He could very well be a significant figure. Luding grasped this point and quickly amended his words. Thank you, Minister Deng, you learn quickly, young comrade. Har 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 har. Minister Deng jested. Luding echoed the laughter, feeling that the elder was very warm, reminiscent of the orphanage director who raised him, or the community director nearing retirement. These figures have left a profound mark on the first 19 years of his life. You haven't selected a cultivation method yet, have you? Deng Guofu inquired gently. Not yet, I was planning to choose one after finishing here. Perfect, I need to return to the logistics department as well, let us go together. I can offer you some small suggestions. Such suggestions are invaluable. The options for cultivation methods available to an intern investigator are numerous, and if he were to choose on his own, he might end up with an inferior selection. Others do not enjoy such privileges. After all, Lu Ding has demonstrated exceptional performance. If proper conveniences are not afforded, it would indeed be disheartening. Regardless of the unfinished business at hand, Elder Deng led Lu Ding away. Along the way, the two engaged in lively conversation. Lu Ding recounted his experiences over the past 19 years, and the elder patted his shoulder, saying, "You are quite the man." Chapter 9, The First Task, The Massacre, The Black Old Lady. People of my age are already grandfathers. If I had offspring, my grandson would probably be around your age, though I can't guarantee he'd be as capable as you. Har 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 har. Old Deng remarked with a sigh. The two of them approached a building resembling an opened book, which housed the logistics department. They stepped inside. The shelves were adorned with a dazzling array of books, techniques, essays, and materials, overwhelming the eyes of any who entered, leaving one unsure of what to choose. Lu Ding stepped forward, making his way to the section dedicated to the techniques for interns. He casually picked one to examine, their ape strike technique. It was most suitable for those with arms unlike ordinary people, emphasizing long-distance strikes and grand movements, encouraging the mind to seek unity in its pursuits for perfection. However, upon inspecting his own arms, Lu Ding felt it might not suit him. He moved on to another title, a yin-burning treasure copy. This technique involved refining the body with yin fire, planting the seeds of yin fire, and harnessing the essence of yin, embodying the utmost in gentleness. While it sounded promising, there were still many others to peruse, so he decided to explore further. Noticing that Lu Ding was taking his time without choosing, Deng Guofu handed him an ancient scroll, saying, "Take a look at this." Upon receiving it and unfurling it, Lu Ding was struck by the marks of time that seemed to leap from the parchment, accompanied by an echo of thunderous roars in his ears. A foul wind assaulted his senses as a ferocious giant bear, adorned with wings, charged forth. Instinctively raising his hand to defend himself, he quickly realized it was but an illusion. Regardless of the technique's efficacy, it certainly exuded an air of grandeur. The scroll depicted a vividly lifelike image of the winged bear howling at the heavens, surrounded by a mountain of the corpses of various rare beasts, with rivers of blood flowing, a scene of sheer brutality. Lu Ding turned to old Deng, who chuckled and explained, "This is the flying bear visualization chart. The creature depicted is the titular flying bear, standing atop the Two Realms mountain, which divides the north and south. Legend has it that the flying bear is an ancient beast. When it roams the north, it is a harbinger of doom, known for its savage nature and penchant for slaughtering for amusement, wreaking havoc upon the northern lands. Conversely, when it resides in the south, it is a symbol of auspiciousness, guarding the towering mountains and maintaining order in the region." The visualization chart differs from techniques in that each individual can derive unique insights from it, leading to distinctions between north and south, with profound applications. Are you interested in giving it a try? With the conversation reaching this juncture, Lu Ding could discern the value of what was offered. It was something far superior to the techniques lining the shelves. He carefully rolled up the scroll, saying, "Then I shall heed your advice and select this." "Har har har har, you are quite astute. Very well, take it and study it thoroughly. There's no rush to return it. After all, it would only gather dust here. Go and cultivate. Time is of the essence, and do not squander it. Remember to visualize the flying bear in conjunction with the opening pill for optimal absorption of its effects." "Thank you, Minister. Shall I take my leave now?" "Yes, off you go." Deng Guofu waved him away, urging him to hurry. Lu Ding bowed and departed, eager to attempt the visualization of the flying bear. They say a tiger with wings becomes even more formidable. Could a bear with wings prove less so? Lu Ding was determined to find out. Observing his polite and clever demeanor, Deng Guofu nodded in satisfaction. Whereas the brutality in this one, so sensible, so intelligent, and so polite, today's interns truly lack rigor in their work. He turned to the deeper shelves, tearing down a vacant label that read, Flying Bear Visualization. Upon returning to his allocated 200 square meter single dormitory, Lu Ding spread the Flying Bear Visualization chart across the coffee table. He crushed the opening pill and tossed it into his mouth, activating the skill known as forgetting oneself, merging with the cosmos, engaged. A warm current surged from his heart, coursing through his veins, and at that moment, the Flying Bear Visualization chart began to transform in his vision. Atop the majestic mountains, the winged bear roared towards the heavens, its voice piercing the clouds and resonating across the land, stirring the forests for 500 miles. In the south, the beasts responded with a cacophony, while in the north, dust clouds billowed as countless creatures charged forth. The flying bear stood atop the summit, gazing southward, before taking flight, tearing through the northern skies and unleashing a storm of blood and chaos. Lu Ding, seated upon the sofa, suddenly opened his eyes. 2 days had passed since he had entered the state of visualization. His entire being felt invigorated, resonating with a fierce energy reminiscent of a tidal wave, ready to obliterate any who dared challenge him. This was Lu Ding's comprehension, the flying bear slaughter technique. A culmination of brutal methods, solely born for the purpose of slaughter and destruction, the true essence of aggression swirled within him. The minister truly selected an exceptional technique for me, Lu Ding thought, grateful for the favor he had received. He stood up to stretch, the sound of cracking joints echoing throughout the room. Checking the time on his phone, he realized that 2 days had elapsed. With his combat power soaring, it was time for him to accept his first task as a member of the 749 team. He retrieved his phone and opened the 749 app, where his identity had been successfully updated. Refreshing the task section, a series of detailed missions appeared before him. He casually scrolled until he found an intriguing title and clicked on it, 816 Massacre Investigation Task. On August 16th, a family of 6 in Xinhua community on Long'an Street was brutally murdered. Local reports submitted indicate that the victims all succumbed to severe lacerations and excessive blood loss, with their faces completely removed. Preliminary assessments by local authorities suggest it was caused by a wild animal attack. Following this, 749 dispatched specialists to investigate, where traces of the black old lady were discovered at the scene. Please uncover the truth and either eliminate or contain the black old lady. Ancient texts on folklore describe the black old lady, also known as the Black Immortal. She originated from a northern sect's guardian spirit and later came to refer to black foxes, black bears, or black snakes, beings that, after transcending their mortal forms, became known by such names. Among these, the Black Old Lady, transformed from a black bear, developed a gruesome habit of devouring human faces, often while the victim was still alive, a truly heinous practice. Coincidentally, Lu Ding had been cultivating the flying bear slaughter technique, and the disturbance caused by the black old lady was also the work of a black bear that had undergone a similar transformation. Both were bears. What a remarkable coincidence this was. Task rewards: the team leader may earn 20 contribution points and a 100,000 bonus. The supporting investigator may receive 5 contribution points and a 50,000 bonus. Capturing the black old lady and bringing her back to 749 will grant each participant an additional 10,000 bonus and 1 contribution point. Task note: it is recommended that the team leader be at the Jiaoxian level or higher. Previously, Lu Ding had glanced at the 749 apps marketplace where a sword made from 10-year-old thunderstruck wood was available for 5 contribution points, possessing the power to ward off evil and boasting a hardness superior to ordinary steel. Moreover, the conversion rate of contribution points to currency was substantial. 1 contribution point equated to 100,000, meaning 20 contribution points amounted to 2 million. While that was tempting, only a fool would exchange contribution points for money. In reality, 20 contribution points represented a significant sum. The only issue was that, similar to the police, 749 investigators, whether interns or full-fledged members, were required to undertake missions in pairs or larger groups. This was to ensure mutual oversight and to provide assistance in case of unforeseen circumstances. However, Lu Ding was alone and had not yet established contact with any other investigators. Thus, he decided to post the task on the forum, along with a call for assistance. Intern investigator Lu Ding. Seeking a supporting investigator, priority given to those with sharp minds. No need for high combat prowess, self-preservation and the ability to assist will suffice. Such a bold announcement instantly attracted a throng of onlookers. Who is this person, so audacious? How are you still alive? One might think you're a seasoned investigator. Hey, the guy above, why not check his ID? Chapter 10, Recruitment of Assistants for the Mission. Har, then it's fine. Hello, Brother Lou. I wasn't fully awake this morning, please don't hold it against me. I'll just give myself a couple of slaps. After 2 days of speculation, Lu Ding's name became widely recognized within 749, with the exception of those who were away on missions. After all, it was unprecedented for such a fierce intern investigator to emerge. Subsequently, someone unearthed some information about Lu Ding upon discovering that he had joined 740. This terrifying combat prowess and exceptional talent marked him as an unparalleled force in missions. Working alongside him, as long as one complied with the straightforward instructions, contributions would feel like a windfall. As soon as Lu Ding released his mission queue, it instantly attracted dozens of task applications. He opened the details and reviewed them one by one. Ultimately, he chose an intern investigator named Yang Feifan. He agreed to send a message through the queue. Do you have a car? The vehicle was crucial. Although Lu Ding could drive, it was a skill from his previous life. In this life, he had yet to obtain a driver's license and could not afford a car. Yang Feifan paused for a moment, originally intending to test the waters. If it worked out, splendid. If not, it was no trouble. To his surprise, Lu Ding actually agreed to the queue. Yes, I have a sturdy and durable Jeep, and I drive exceptionally well. All right, wait for me at the A exit of the base. I'll be there shortly. Yay. In the 4-person dormitory, Yang Feifan exclaimed in delight, only to have another intern investigator from the adjacent bunk. His steps lightened as he walked out, starting the car and humming a tune. He made his way to exit A, where he spotted someone standing by the roadside, arms crossed, dressed in unremarkable attire, relying solely on his rugged good looks. The mere stance exuded an aura of strength. Yang Feifan parked, exited the driver's seat, and opened the passenger door. Brother Lou, I'm Yang Feifan. Lu Ding climbed into the passenger seat, and Yang Feifan circled back to the driver's seat, twisting open a bottle of water and handing it to Lu Ding, saying, Brother Lou, what should we do next? I glanced at the mission details on the way here. The report states there are 3 key suspects in this case, namely, Tong Yang, 21 years old, male, a third-year student at Yunhai Computer Vocational College. He used to live next to the deceased's family in Yangjiu village. Years ago, Tong Yang's father had a fight with the deceased's family and lost. Not long after, Tong Yang's father passed away, thus he carries some suspicion. The second is Zhao Haichuan, 52 years old, the ex-husband of one of the deceased, Wu Daxiang. Years ago, he served time for drug-related offenses, after which Wu Daxiang divorced him and married Zhu Xinghuer. Since his release, Zhao Haichuan has occasionally harassed the deceased's family, demanding compensation from Wu Daxiang. The third is Fan Wurui, 24 years old, the ex-boyfriend of another deceased, Zhu Lian. He works as a low-level employee at an auto repair shop. Zhu Lian's father disapproved of their relationship and even physically confronted Fan Wurui. Aside from these individuals, the deceased's family has had no other conflicts, so they can be considered relatively honest. Excellent, this was precisely the type of assistant Lu Ding desired, someone who was proactive, had already reviewed the mission details, and exhibited intelligence. He leaned back in his seat, took a sip of water, and asked, "What's your perspective?" "Well, Brother Lou, I've been contemplating using the process of elimination. I believe Tong Yang is the most suspicious. Firstly, regarding Fan Wurui, local investigations indicate that he comes from a harmonious family but has a tendency to disregard his parents' advice, which ultimately led him to work at his uncle's auto repair shop instead of attending university. He has been struggling in society for many years and remains a low-level employee. He wouldn't possess the audacity to commit murder. Even if he did, he wouldn't dare to annihilate an entire family. And he and Julian genuinely cared for each other, having been together for 3 years. Thus, his suspicion is minimal. At most, he harbors some resentment. As for Zhao Haichuan, despite his repeated harassment of the deceased's family, there has never been any violent confrontation. The deceased's family has consistently sought to avoid him, even providing him with some financial assistance, but he only sought money. Committing murder and wiping out an entire family would be too risky for him. Finally, Tong Yang. Local reports indicate that he is quite reserved in school, prefers solitude, and lacks friends. His academic performance is commendable, but he nearly caused a fatal incident during a fight in his senior year, which ultimately prevented him from entering university. From this, we can deduce that although Tong Yang appears young and honest, he possesses a ruthless disposition. Furthermore, considering the involvement of the black old lady, Zhao Haichuan is too old. Even if the black old lady were to possess or manipulate him, it would be implausible. Moreover, when the investigators arrived, that old rascal was still lively at the computer, and now he has been apprehended. Ultimately, only Fan Wuruwei and Tong Yang remain, and even if they were to be possessed or manipulated, the repercussions would likely be minimal. Although the black old lady's consciousness would dominate during possession, the host would retain some awareness. Fan Wuruwei and Zhu Lian share genuine love. How could he possibly inflict such harm on her? Of course, other scenarios cannot be entirely ruled out, but in summary, Tong Yang appears to be the most suspicious. Yang Feifan spoke in one breath, taking a sip of water afterward while casting a hopeful glance at Lu Ding. Seeing Lu Ding nod, he continued, "Then let us find this Tong Yang. If he has indeed been possessed by the black old lady or has some connection to her, I will be able to sense it." Flying Bear, that was a beast known for slaughtering other extraordinary creatures for amusement. Searching for monsters was among their specialties. Whether someone was a normal human, Lu Ding could discern with a mere whiff. Initially, he planned to approach the three suspects one by one. However, after Yang Feifan's thorough analysis, it seemed they might save time by going straight to the source. Gaining Lu Ding's approval, Yang Feifan pressed the accelerator and sped away. On the road, Yang Feifan occasionally stole glances at Lu Ding, feeling an overwhelming sense of unreality at being able to embark on a mission with such an individual. Lu Ding also noticed his gaze and broke the silence by asking, "What did you do before? Your analysis seems quite adept." "I'm just a student, I merely enjoy watching movies. I've seen countless films and documentaries since childhood, and it's my only hobby." Although movies are fictional, many elements can be applied to real life, Yang Feifan replied bashfully. This did sound a bit far-fetched, yet, Lu Ding felt intrigued. In his previous life, he remembered a film called Innocent Murder, where the protagonist was also a film enthusiast. His daughter and wife had mistakenly killed a powerful scion, and the protagonist meticulously arranged everything, even bringing down the powerful. Had it not been for the need to pass the review, he certainly wouldn't have been caught. He hadn't anticipated that a randomly recruited assistant would turn out to be quite the talent. What is your innate talent? Chapter 11, The Extraordinary Yang Feifan Who Can Pass Through Walls. As the topic arose, Yang Feifan scratched his forehead and spoke with a hint of uncertainty. I can pass through walls. Pass through walls? Lu Ding found this notion rather intriguing. How did you awaken such a talent? Well, back when I was at home, I encountered a supernatural incident where I was swallowed by a wall. In my attempt to escape, I accidentally found myself emerging from the other side, and that's when I awakened the ability to pass through walls, Yang Feifan explained, all the while driving. Since you can pass through walls, can you also burrow underground? That's possible, but I can't swim, so I'd end up sinking. Har 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 har. Lu Ding's laughter echoed in the vehicle. Yang Feifan hastily replied, I have a fear of water. I nearly drowned as a child, but I will learn. All right, make sure to perform well and remember to learn how to swim. I'll be sure to call on you for the next mission. Lu Ding's promise instantly brightened Yang Feifan's spirits. Compared to seeking out others, Lu Ding found Yang Feifan to be quite suitable. Primarily due to his personality, somewhat timid yet clever, such individuals tend not to harbor many personal opinions, making them reliable for miscellaneous tasks. Plus, with the ability to pass through walls and burrow underground, he could prove invaluable in the future. Really, Lu Ji, I'm rather useless. I'm no good at combat or reconnaissance, and I can't do anything right. Even during assessments, I merely exploited loopholes to get by. Well, that just shows you're clever. Besides, do you really need to engage in combat when executing tasks with me? If it comes down to that, I suspect neither of us would escape unscathed. Yang Feifan pondered this logic for a moment and found it to be sound. Before long, the two arrived at a milk tea shop situated at a crossroads. Yang Fei-fan announced, "Lu Ji, we've arrived." This is where Dong Yang worked during his summer job. The pair disembarked from the jeep, and as Yang Fei-fan led the way into the milk tea shop, a faint, unpleasant odor immediately assaulted Lu Ding's nostrils. Yang Fei-fan noticed that Dong Yang was nowhere to be seen within the shop. He ordered 2 cups of freshly made lemon tea and seized the opportunity to inquire, "Hey, miss, where's the young man who used to work here? I saw him putting a lot of effort into making lemon tea last time. Why isn't he here today? It must be exhausting for you to handle everything alone." This was the mark of a clever individual. The shop was already sparsely populated, and making fresh lemon tea was labor-intensive. Directly inquiring might reveal personal relationships, potentially leading to concealment. However, by presenting a dilemma, he had set the stage. The shop assistant, seemingly annoyed, responded, "You must be referring to Dong Yang." He quit his job. The policy requires a notice 2 weeks in advance, but he resigned yesterday, leaving me here to juggle everything, making milk tea and taking orders. It is infuriating. As she spoke, the assistant exerted more force onto the lemons, as if she were venting all her frustrations upon them. Yang Fei-fan chimed in, "Hey, that is rather inconsiderate of him, not adhering to the established protocols. He is quite willing to let such a lovely girl like you wear yourself out. Allow me to treat you to a cup of milk tea to help ease your frustration. It's on me." Before the girl could respond, Yang Fei-fan had already paid for an additional cup of milk tea. Upon hearing the sound of the transaction, the girl felt a bit embarrassed. No, it's against our shop's policy to accept gifts from customers. It's nothing, just a cup of milk tea. You're so beautiful, even if you can't drink it on the job, I'm sure someone will rush to treat you after work. It is just that Dong Yang doesn't understand the principle of being close to the water's edge to catch fish. Yang Fei-fan was not unappealing himself, and coupled with the favorable timing and his charming eloquence, the girl's face flushed. Following his lead, she continued the conversation, "Not at all, he wouldn't even glance my way. Yesterday, when he left, I happened to see him chatting with a stunning beauty, and before long, she was whisked away in a sports car. I initially thought he was just another worker like me, but who knew he was a wealthy young master experiencing life." As the 2 cups of freshly made lemon tea were completed, the assistant looked at Yang Fei-fan with hopeful eyes, her gaze occasionally darting toward Lu Ding, who had said little but possessed an undeniable charm, resembling a model from television, exuding an air of sophistication. She had expected that the charming gentleman who had treated her to milk tea might request her contact information, but to her surprise, he merely turned and left, engrossed in his phone. Once in the car, Yang Fei-fan glanced at his phone and remarked, "Lu Ji, I had the task customer service check the surveillance footage of this road, as well as the vehicle that picked up Dong Yang that day." At that moment, Lu Ding truly felt that recruiting Yang Fei-fan as an assistant was an immensely wise decision. He was exceptionally adept at handling matters. Lu Ding didn't even need to express his desires. Yang Fei-fan anticipated them and swiftly executed his tasks, presenting him with the results. This sensation was simply delightful. "Did you find anything?" "I did," without Lu Ding needing to view the footage himself. Yang Fei-fan relayed, "The footage shows that yesterday morning, Dong Yang got into a black sports car registered under the G Group. Comparisons with other surveillance footage indicate that the driver was Ji Fei-yu, the daughter of the G Group. The Qianyang system recorded an encounter between Ji Fei-yu and Dong Yang on August 17 at Shanghai Old Street. Additional information reveals that Ji Fei-yu has a younger sister, Ji Yang Shuang, who seems to have attracted some unsavory entities. Although her hospital examinations returned normal results, they later consulted a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner who diagnosed her with a deficiency of yang energy, and she has been on medication ever since. Moreover, the Shanghai market occasionally features some wild herbs that are strictly prohibited by the state. There are also numerous other chaotic details. Furthermore, the records state that on August 18, the very day the Xinhua community massacre was discovered, Dong Yang was summoned as a suspect. He had barely arrived when Ji Fei-yu came to his defense, and since he possessed an alibi, the local authorities did not pursue the matter further. Upon hearing this, Lu Ding once again grasped the terrifying efficiency of the state apparatus. In such a short span of time, they could investigate one's entire lineage. Beside him, Yang Fei-fan grew increasingly animated as he continued. Moreover, Today, the chairman of the Ji Group, Ji Hong, has invited a genuine exorcist to examine Ji Yangshuang. Goodness, Lu Ji, I must say something that may or may not be appropriate. Speak freely, Lu Ding replied, his tone unchanging. Dong Yang is practically the archetype of a protagonist from an urban supernatural novel. If, indeed, Dong Yang is possessed by the black old lady, then upon encountering Ji Fei Yu, he would undoubtedly discern the lingering afflictions she carries from living with Ji Yangshuang. Following the narrative arc of such novels, Dong Yang would certainly identify them. Later, when Dong Yang was summoned and Ji Fei Yu came to his aid, it indicated that she had begun to pay attention to his words. Following the usual narrative, Ji Fei Yu must be eager for Dong Yang to assist in driving away the malevolent entity afflicting her sister. Now that a genuine exorcist has arrived, once Dong Yang makes his move, the ordinary exorcists with their celestial patrons cannot possibly compare to the black old lady haunting Dong Yang. At that point, it would be a spectacle of grandeur. Chapter 12. Brother Lu, can we just charge in and knock him out with a single blow? Dong Yang can also leverage this opportunity as an apprentice to uncover some of the secrets of the Qi refiners, thereby fully entering their realm. Furthermore, he could secure a substantial sum of money and connections from the Ji family, using these networks to establish his reputation. In the future, should that wealthy individual encounter any trouble, he could step forward to offer his services and resolve matters, thus obtaining a considerable fortune. He could lead a better life, and perhaps even win the favor of the two sisters for saving Ji Yinxiang. After all, the allure of a Qi refiner to ordinary people is utterly irresistible. The strata of existence are fundamentally different. This brat deserves a beating, those sisters. Lu Ding cast a peculiar glance upon hearing this. Strangely enough, it does sound somewhat plausible. Yang Feifan scratched his head instinctively, a gesture born of long-standing embarrassment and a habit of diverting attention from himself. I noticed that several urban supernatural novels from a few years ago described it quite similarly, so I couldn't help but say it. Brother Lu, do you think I'm crazy? Lu Ding shook his head slightly. I believe you are genuinely a genius for coming up with that. Yang Feifan's eyes narrowed in delight at the compliment. No, it's just that this trope is so cliché that it sprang to mind immediately. Moreover, it's rather illogical. This fellow has likely read too many novels and is merely following the script. If things were to develop along such lines, even if you, Brother Lu, chose not to take on this task, he would still attract the attention of 749. At that point, there would be no escape for him. To put it simply, he's become too complacent. He fails to consider that if such phenomena exist in the populace, how could the government lack countermeasures or corresponding departments? In that case, let us witness the farcical spectacle of reality. When he is at his most triumphant, I shall strike decisively and bring him down. Lu Ding's wicked sense of humor was piqued. Many unrealistic notions are often met with the harshness of reality. Take Dong Yang, for instance. He commits a crime yet strolls about with such audacity, not even attempting to flee. It is exceedingly brazen. The potential involvement of the two sisters in this drama struck Lu Ding as utterly absurd. Yang Feifan pressed the accelerator, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. He, Brother Lu, you are quite the rascal. Suddenly, he seemed to realize his slip of the tongue and hurried to clarify. No, Brother Lu, I meant he looks very dashing, very charismatic, like one of those impeccably stylish villains, strategically orchestrating his moves to thwart the foolish protagonist. Then, are you not akin to the scheming strategist by the side of the villain? Yang Feifan was momentarily taken aback, noticing that Lu Ding was not only unperturbed but was even jesting with him. His suppressed smile resurfaced. Then I shall laugh like this. Har 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 har, what a ridiculous sound. Spare me, it gives me goosebumps. Meanwhile, at the Ji family villa, a man and a woman stood facing each other. The man, clad in white, with a handsome countenance, was none other than Dong Yang, Lu Ding's current target. Originally, Dong Yang was an ordinary individual, but after establishing a connection with the black old lady, the essence of the heavens and earth infused his being, transforming even the most unremarkable into something admirable. Moreover, upon becoming a Qi refiner, his status diverged entirely from that of ordinary folk. With a surge of confidence, he enhanced his demeanor and mental state, naturally appearing more attractive. Opposite him stood Bai Xiaoxiao, an apprentice summoned by Ji Hong, the chairman of the Ji Group. Both were there to fulfill their duties, which rendered them rivals. How could the atmosphere between them be anything but charged? Bai Xiaoxiao spoke with irritation. Chairman Ji, what is the meaning of this? Is it not enough to have summoned me? Must you also seek a backup? Do you not trust the capabilities of the Bai family? The fox, yellow, white, and grey, represent the 5 immortals of the north. Within the halls of the exorcists, the Fox family holds the greatest influence, with deep roots and a complex background. If the Fox family is present, it signifies a powerful backing, commanding respect wherever they go, possessing multifaceted skills. The Huang family is renowned for its illusions, often holding commanding positions. The Bai family specializes in healing. The Liu family leads armies, excelling in combat. The Hui family focuses on auspiciousness and warding off misfortune. These are their respective specialties. Ji Hong appeared somewhat conflicted. Miss Bai, it is not a matter of distrust. My daughter was unaware that I would invite you, hence she also summoned this young man. I sincerely apologize for the oversight. He looked apologetically at Dong Yang. Dong, I truly regret this situation. Here is 50,000, please take it. Dong Yang declined the 50,000, stating matter-of-factly, I do not accept payment for work not performed. I can leave, but should you wish to summon me again in the future, the price will not be the same. Are you implying that I cannot cure the second young lady of the Ji family? Bai Xiaoxiao questioned, her brow furrowed. Dong Yang scoffed, with your abilities, a mere child, still wet behind the ears. I suggest you devote a few more years to your cultivation before returning. Your celestial lineage cannot cure the illness of the Ji family's young lady. Not far from the villa, in an SUV, Yang Feifan held a bronze mirror displaying the unfolding scene inside the villa. Observing Dong Yang's arrogance, Yang Feifan couldn't help but scoff. Brother Liu, look at this guy, he's truly putting on a show, with his youthful bravado, perhaps he's even learned some idioms. He appears so pretentious, it's almost laughable. If you truly possess the skill, and she dares to provoke you, then deal with her. If you lack the ability, then do not put on airs, merely to feign superiority. Lu Ding also found Dong Yang's pretentiousness grating, feeling he was trying too hard to impress, making one wonder just how formidable he truly believed himself to be. However, Lu Ding's focus lay elsewhere. Where did you acquire this mirror? It's rather fascinating. This is a minor artifact I exchanged for with contribution points. It serves little purpose beyond monitoring the surrounding situation. Should I encounter someone far beyond my capability, it may be detected, primarily intended for my safety during missions. If trouble arises, I can simply phase through walls and escape. This was truly a fear of death. Upon learning of its limited capabilities, Lu Ding's interest waned. He continued to observe the unfolding drama. The conflict between the two had escalated to its climax, as the footage revealed by Xiaoxiao exclaiming, "Very well. Since you claim I am unworthy, let us compete to see who can heal the second young lady's illness. If I succeed, you shall crawl out of here. If I fail, I shall comply with any demand you make." At that moment, the sound of high heels echoed at the entrance. A woman clad in a form-fitting dress burst into view, her alluring figure accentuated by the outfit and frameless glasses, adding a touch of allure. The moment she entered, all eyes were drawn to her. It was then that Dong Yang, hands in pockets, responded, "Agreed, I accept your proposal. Ladies first, I shall allow you the first move." "Oh my, Brother Liu, can we storm in right now and knock him out? Just hearing him speak gives me goosebumps, it's so cringe-worthy. And ladies first, he resembles a peacock, eager to flaunt his tail feathers. I'm truly astounded. Damn it, I can't take it anymore." Initially intending to enjoy the spectacle, Lu Ding felt his patience wane at Dong Yang's antics. With a swift motion, both he and Yang Feifan flung open their car doors and charged toward the villa. Chapter 13, ripping apart Dong Yang, apprehending the black old lady. Within the villa, I listened to the conversation between the two. Ji Feiyu felt a twinge of impatience. Despite their remarkable abilities, the fact that they were treating her sister's illness as a wager was truly disheartening. She had already maintained a commendable attitude towards Dong Yang and had even promised a substantial reward should he succeed in curing her sister. What was this all about? Yet, despite her dissatisfaction, Ji Feiyu chose to remain silent. Her sister's ailment had lingered for far too long, and her only hope now rested upon the shoulders of these two individuals. Turning her gaze to her father, she noticed a flicker of anger cross his face, prompting her to sigh. "Shall we commence?" Dong-young extended a hand from his pocket calmly, saying, "Please." Suddenly, a thunderous crash echoed as a figure smashed through the wall behind them. In the hazy aftermath, those present seemed to perceive a monstrous bear-like creature with wings of destruction charging towards them. Liu Ding reached out, seizing Dong-young by the neck, lifting him and slamming him onto the exquisite flooring, shattering it into fragments, before hoisting him aloft once more. "What the hell? You really don't know the meaning of embarrassment, do you?" I was outside, clenching my toes in anxiety while you strutted around, thinking you were something special. Blood gushed from Dong-young's mouth and nose. Although Liu Ding had tempered his strength, it was still sufficient to render Dong-young utterly powerless. Cough, cough. Who are you? Who am I? I am here to escort you to meet Lord Yang Wang. Dong-young, your time has come, let the black old lady within you emerge. Constant screams from the black old lady echoed in Dong-young's mind. No, I don't want to go out. Flying bear, he is a flying bear. The black old lady within Dong-young was a bear spirit, having existed for many years. However, her lackluster talent had led her to abandon her physical form in search of other means. Even if she had a body, facing Liu Ding, who practiced the flying bear's lethal techniques, she would be utterly obliterated. After all, the flying bear was the ancestor of her own ancestor, a merciless entity that thrived on cruelty. It was indeed strange that the black old lady dared to show herself. Dong-young had never witnessed her so utterly unhinged before. Fear burgeoned within him like rampant weeds. His confidence had stemmed from the black old lady. Ever since she had inadvertently entered his body, he felt as though he were the protagonist of this world, akin to the heroes in novels. Bolstered by the black old lady's grandiose claims of her prowess, he had come to perceive her as his personal guardian spirit. This sudden surge of bravado led him to recall past altercations with the Zhu family, and egged on by the black old lady, he had rashly annihilated the entire Zhu family. He had believed himself invulnerable. Little did he know, someone would come to collect today. I confess, please, don't kill me," Liu Ding chuckled. Yang Feifan stood nearby, commenting, "Fool, where was this humility before, strutting around like a peacock, now you plead for mercy. Liu, share your insights." "It's too late." Liu Ding's voice rang out. "I offered you a dignified chance. Since you chose disobedience, we shall play this way." Under the terrified gazes of the onlookers, Dong-young's body was cleaved in two by Liu Ding's hand, blood spraying forth. A plume of black smoke erupted from the corpse, transforming into a massive black bear that fled in terror, exclaiming, flying bear, I dare not anymore, I will not dare again, please don't kill me." Liu Ding raised his palm, a gentle breeze sweeping through the room. "Shatter." His voice, though low, resonated clearly with everyone present. The fleeing black bear was instantly reduced to countless minuscule fragments, dissipating into the air, leaving no trace of its final scream. Liu Ding heard the notification chime in his ear. Containment of creature. Black old lady, containment reward, power of the bear, strength of 1,000 jun, able to push mountains. Liu Ding contemplated the reward. 1,000 jun equated to 30,000 pounds. While such strength manifested in a human was terrifying, when calculated, it was akin to a rural tractor being able to hold 2 golden rods. He decided to make do with it, believing that small accumulations could yield great results. Fortunately, Liu Ding's internal monologue remained unheard by others. Had those specialized in physical cultivation heard him, they would likely have been infuriated. "Are you comparing humans to tractors? How can they be alike? Do you have any idea how many years of cultivation and rare treasures it takes to possess such strength, not to mention the innate talent required?" Yang Feifan stepped forward, offering a handkerchief. Liu Ding accepted it to wipe his hands. Yang Feifan then produced a confidentiality agreement, stepping toward the trio, who were already frozen in shock, and narrowing his eyes, said, 749 operations. "This is a confidentiality contract, sign it, and do not disclose today's events, or you will bear legal consequences, including arrest and detention without bail. Chairman G, rest assured, a dedicated team will approach you regarding compensation for your losses today. You will be satisfied. R. Yang Feifen's voice jolted by Xiao Xiao from her stupor, her piercing scream echoing throughout the villa. In the next moment, if you scream again, I will silence you. Bai Xiao Xiao immediately fell silent, her face pale and hands trembling as she covered her mouth. Though she too was a practitioner, having encountered members of 749, she had never witnessed an investigator from 749 displaying such ruthless brutality. In disbelief, she inquired, You 749 are not supposed to be about containment and detention. Containment and detention. Where would her reward come from if that were the case? Was it worth it for a few contribution points and several thousand yuan? That was indeed a case of losing the main goal for trivial gains. One of Lu Ding's motivations for joining 749 was to leverage their information to hunt down and contain monsters. How could he possibly consider capturing them alive? You may be referring to others, but I am different. I have no inclination to leave any alive. Bai Xiao Xiao swallowed hard, her gaze flitting nervously towards Lu Ding. When she caught his eye, she hastily lowered her head, fearful of making direct contact. This esteemed sir. Ji Hong, as the chairman, had weathered many storms. Though he felt fear and trepidation, he managed to regain a modicum of composure. There's no need to call me esteemed sir. If you didn't know better, one might think we were in ancient times. My surname is Liu, you may call me Investigator Liu. Investigator Liu, could you possibly erase my daughter's memories regarding this matter, like in the movies? Ji Feiyu stood frozen, her face ashen and her eyes vacant, struggling to compose herself. Lu Ding nodded at Yang Feifen. 749 did possess such means, often employing them in missions, but with strict control standards. The usage required retaining footage, and it was mandatory for 2 or more investigators to be present. If any procedural errors occurred, it would result in immediate repercussions. As Yang Feifen approached with a small device, Ji Feiyu instinctively raised her hands in front of her, exclaiming, No. Oh, please don't erase my memory. Oh, Chapter 14. Threaten me, I'll come for you. A faint smile curled at the corner of Lu Ding's mouth. This person truly is stubborn, even in such dire circumstances, he remains unyielding. Very well, I shall respect your wishes. With the matter resolved, Lu Ding rose to depart, needing to return to the bureau to submit his report. Just then, Ji Hong called out to him, halting his steps. Investigator Liu, could you perhaps wait a moment? I do not require compensation, I merely hope you can delay your departure for a while. Of course, I will wait a bit. Not requiring compensation was undoubtedly the best outcome. Each investigator had a quota for compensation, 5 million for interns each month. Once that limit was reached, a different set of standards applied. This was to prevent certain investigators from abusing the state compensation, recklessly wielding their power like mobile artillery, bombarding indiscriminately. Therefore, saving a little was indeed worthwhile. Seeing Lu Ding agree, Ji Hong turned back to Bai Xiao Xiao. Miss Bai, may I now take my daughter for treatment? Is that possible? Bai Xiao Xiao glanced at Lu Ding as she spoke. Why are you looking at me? They've invited you to treat her, just do it. Oh, right, yes, I will treat her now. Where is the second young lady? Ji Hong led the way, this way. As the two departed, only Lu Ding and the other two remained in the living room. Ji Feiyu leaned weakly against the sofa, turning her head to glance at Lu Ding, who had pulled a chair over to sit down. Meanwhile, Yang Feifen stood respectfully beside her. One could not fathom where she found the courage. Her gaze was fixed intently upon Lu Ding, gradually lost in thought. Yang Feifen leaned in closer and whispered, Lu Ji, it seems she might be experiencing a touch of Stockholm Syndrome, especially since you are rather handsome and your earlier methods were quite brutally effective. She may have developed some feelings for you. With such an unabashed gaze, Lu Ding inquired, Am I handsome? Ji Feiyu instinctively nodded, then quickly shook her head. Suddenly, a chilling presence surged forth, accompanied by a fierce shout. You, a junior of the Bai family, are unworthy to break my spell. Lu Ding sprang to his feet. Another monster. He could not tolerate anyone being arrogant before him. He needed to see what was happening. Inside Ji Yanchuang's room, dark mist swirled, and a half-ethereal white-clad ghost floated within. Bai Xiaoxiao trembled uncontrollably. She could never have imagined that the second young lady of the Ji family had provoked such a ferocious spirit. This evil was truly beyond her ability to dispel. Bang! The same sound, the same entrance manner, the door to the room was shattered, and several sharp slashes cut into the dark mist, eliciting pained cries. Come see if you can break my spell. Within the mist, the ghost's face contorted, its blooded eyes fixated upon Lu Ding, who had burst through the door. Upon noticing the badge on his chest, the ghost hissed, 749. Hundreds of slashes rained down, effectively silencing Lu Ding's subsequent words as the dark mist dissipated in an instant. I have memoized your aura. I will come for you. The ghost vanished along with the dispersing mist. Lu Ding's expression darkened immediately. Had he been marked by a ghost, this was certainly not a favorable situation. One could only be a thief for so long. There was no such thing as being able to guard against thieves forever. On the bed, as the vengeful spirit entangled with Ji Yinshuang dissipated, she stirred slightly, on the verge of opening her eyes. Lu Ding stepped forward. The moment Ji Yinshuang opened her eyes, she was greeted by Lu Ding's visage. A sense of safety enveloped her, yet within their locked gazes, a brutal, invasive force pressed upon her. Where did you encounter that ghostly entity? Although Ji Yinshuang had just awakened and her mind was still somewhat foggy, she understood Lu Ding's inquiry. The female ghost had tormented her in her dreams for what felt like an eternity, as if an entire lifetime had passed. After a considerable pause, Ji Yinshuang replied, Bai Yao Ancient Town. Yes, Bai Yao Ancient Town. I went there to view Bai Yao porcelain, and upon returning, I dreamt of her. Bai Yao Ancient Town. Lu Ding etched this name into his memory. Yang Feifen, check if there are any tasks related to Bai Yao Ancient Town. Rather than waiting for others to knock on his door, it would be better to take the initiative and catch her off guard, tearing her soul asunder. Of course, even if there were no tasks, Lu Ding would still go. He had no intention of being monitored from the shadows. Having a task would make things more convenient, allowing him to complete it while enjoying a public-funded excursion. Yang Feifen immediately grasped Lu Ding's intent and promptly picked up her phone to check. After a lengthy search, she shook her head. Lu Ji, I couldn't find anything. Lu Ding frowned. It seemed this was something he would have to undertake himself. If there isn't anything, then so be it. Let's return to the bureau. As Lu Ding turned to leave, Jihong called out, Investigator Lu. Why not join us for a meal before you go? It won't take much of your time. Lu Ding declined, no need. He needed to hurry back to submit his report and then head to Bai Yao Ancient Town. How dare they threaten him, after nearly 20 years of pent-up potential, finally awakened, and they dared to challenge him. He had no intention of indulging anyone. Jihong escorted Lu Ding to the door, watching as his vehicle disappeared from sight. Ji Yinshuang, unbeknownst to when she had moved, stepped into the living room. Glancing at the blood-stained room, she felt a twinge of discomfort, yet in her dreams, she had witnessed far more horrifying scenes. Thus, she did not perceive it as a significant matter. On the sofa, the sisters Ji Feiyu and Ji Yinshuang, after embracing and weeping heartily, Ji Yinshuang asked, Sister, where did you and father find that investigator Lu? Find? Your family could never locate them. This remark came from Bai Xiaoxiao, who had yet to leave. Ji Yinshuang cast a curious glance her way. Bai Xiaoxiao's appearance was charming, her eyes innocent, and having just recovered from illness, she exuded a delicate aura. In a soft, gentle tone, she asked, Sister, do you know Investigator Lu? Although Bai Xiaoxiao was also a woman, she could hardly withstand such an inquiry. It was utterly adorable, her eyes sparkled with delight. Clearing her throat, she said, I must emphasize that you cannot speak of this outside. I am part of the bureau, and you are not, so just listen. This investigator Lu belongs to the 749 National Security Investigation and Containment Bureau, which is unlike regular national security. The 749 Bureau is primarily responsible for investigating and containing all supernatural incidents occurring in our Han Dynasty, as well as the misdeeds of various spirits and demons. Their duty is to capture, imprison, and contain those malevolent entities. However, this investigator Lu seems to have a rather significant bloodlust. Although this is not against regulations, his methods are exceedingly brutal. It is terrifying to witness someone being torn apart alive. The sisters absorbed this information, Ji Yinshuang gazing at the pool of blood on the floor. So, the deceased are demons. Not quite. They are akin to me, likely all disciples of the exorcist. However, I am of the legitimate lineage, with backing. While this is a rogue path, they must have committed some transgressions, and somehow, they were summoned by your sister to treat you, which is how the 749 Bureau got involved. Ji Feiyu hurriedly explained, I merely encountered him by chance at the mountain goods market. He mentioned that I was tainted by something unclean, later called me to say he could bail himself out and save your life, which is why I invited him here. Chapter 15. Who says white moonlight can only be female? Ji Yinshuang listened attentively, her expression a blend of confusion and understanding as she nodded. Sister, thank you. She reached out to embrace her sister, adding, but you mustn't act so hastily next time. Turning her gaze, she inquired, what did you mean earlier by industry person? Meanwhile, within a quaint, vintage style inn in Baiyao ancient town, a woman clad in black gauze erupted in a spout of reverse blood. A burly man, 2 meters tall, burst through the door. Ling Jiyu, what happened to you? The woman shook her head, it's nothing serious, merely a disruption of my spell, resulting in the loss of a medicinal catalyst. The man, with a pained expression, settled beside her on the bed, there are plenty of catalysts. If one is lost, let it be. Tell me, who harmed you, I shall avenge you. I do not know their name, only that this person is an intern investigator from 749, marked by a star on their shoulder. Do not act rashly and jeopardize our plans. We need stability these days as we complete the Flying Centipede mission. We can discuss this matter later. The man's gaze softened as he gently draped his arm over the woman's shoulder. Rest assured, Ling Jiyu, I will heed your words and cause no trouble. At the 749 Bureau's base, Lu Ding and Yang Feifan returned to submit their tasks. Night had already fallen, and while the lives of ordinary people had settled into tranquility, the stage belonging to 749 was just being set. The demons of the night grew increasingly restless, and for qi refiners, the darkness bore no hindrance. Once they had refined their qi, who could not see in the night, thus, the evening became the most active time for 749 investigators. As the two approached, they halted at the steps leading to the task hall. Yang Feifan gradually slowed his pace, his gaze swept ahead, and his head lowered slowly. Lu Ding turned to look. What are you doing? Let's go. Lu. Brother Lu, I need to use the restroom. Why don't you go ahead and submit the task, or could you wait for me? Although Lu Ding was somewhat puzzled, he nodded. It's illogical for one person to submit a task alone, so I will wait for you. Hurry along. Okay, thank you, Brother Lu, I will be back shortly. As Yang Feifan turned to dash away, an arm intercepted him. Where are you rushing off to in such a flurry, Brother Feifan? I need to use the restroom, Sun Ji. Sun Changming twisted his body to face the task hall. You've arrived at the task hall and still need to use the restroom. Does that make sense? Hold it in. Hey, Lao Du, weren't you looking for Brother Feifan? Just look who it is. In the task hall ahead, a young man engrossed in his phone turned to look. Isn't that Brother Feifan? Where have you been today? The youth known as Lao Du pocketed his phone and descended the steps with a faint smile. What were you making a ruckus about this morning? Don't you know I was on a mission last night and didn't sleep? And my clothes, who do you think is going to wash them? Me. Lu Ding, listening nearby, felt speechless. Even at 749, he could still witness bullying, but then again, wherever there are people, conflicts will arise. Individuals are inherently different. Enlightenment is not reserved solely for exemplary students. Everyone has the chance to awaken, hence, it is only natural for some bullies to infiltrate. However, it was abnormal for someone to bully him in his presence. Stealing a glance at Lu Ding, Yang Feifan looked at Du Guang with a gaze filled with yearning. Brother Du, I executed a task today. I will wash my clothes when I return tonight, all right? At that moment, he wished fervently for Du Guang to show him some leniency in front of Lu Ding. Just as he had conveyed to Lu Ding, he was not adept at combat. His placement in a 4-person dorm and the rewards he received were solely due to his cleverness and ability to exploit loopholes. Thus, over time, his shortcomings became glaringly obvious. In the same dormitory, his status was undeniably the lowest. Therefore, chores such as cleaning and washing clothes fell upon him. After all, he was the weakest. Yang Feifan had grown accustomed to this. His parents had always told him that suffering was a blessing, that their family was poor, and that he should avoid conflicts. These words had influenced his growth up to now, rendering his character somewhat timid. Yet today, for the first time, he felt a spark of rebellion. Liu Ding, in contrast to himself, was an existence beyond reach, absolute combat prowess, undeniable talent. It would not be an exaggeration to describe him as exalted. And yet, such a person would engage in playful banter and praise him. Although he was uncertain of Liu Ding's thoughts, Yang Feifan had sincerely regarded this recently acquainted individual as his first friend at 749. He did not want his friend to witness his embarrassing side. However, his yearning would ultimately be in vain. Du Guang raised his hand, and Yang Feifan anticipated that the slap, though not heavy, would be excruciatingly humiliating, just as it always was. At that moment, Yang Feifan prepared to resist. If Du Guang dared to strike him in front of Liu Ding, he would fight back with all his might. In the next instant, Du Guang's raised hand was abruptly sent flying. Liu Ding stood nearby, gradually retracting his foot, observing Du Guang, who nearly crumpled into a folded screen in the corner. Liu Ding's voice resonated. What a farce! Turning to point at the youth still gripping Yang Feifan's shoulder, he commanded, "Release him." At that moment, despite the dimness of the night, to Yang Feifan, Liu Ding appeared to be standing in the light, banishing all shadows. "Who says white moonlight must be female?" The youth released his grip and stepped back. "Liu Ding, this isn't my fault. Good that you know me." Liu Ding advanced with remarkable speed, delivering a resounding slap that sent the youth spinning 3 times before he hit the ground. "Knowing me yet still daring to bully my subordinate, henceforth, you too will wash his clothes." "Understood." The youth, clutching his face, nodded. "Okay. I will wash. And you, do you comprehend?" In the corner, Du Guang felt a surge of humiliation, resentment in his gaze. Despite his unwillingness, he nodded with great difficulty, recognizing the reality of the situation. A gentle breeze brushed by. Du Guang looked up, and it seemed as though darkness enveloped him. A massive paw with sharp claws tore through the veil of shadows, revealing a gaping maw. "Come now, show me that disdainful look from earlier." Du Guang cowered in the corner, frantically kicking backward, but the wall behind him offered no escape. He could only raise his hands to shield his face. I concede, I meant no offense. Truly, I swear I had no other intentions. From now on, I will clean the dormitory, I will wash the clothes." Liu Ding genuinely could not comprehend why someone, fully aware they could not prevail, would still display such a bitter gaze. Was it an expression of steadfastness? Was this not courting disaster? Furthermore, the most perplexing aspect was the realization that this person refused to back down even when they knew they would not win. What sort of foolishness was this? Liu Ding turned to ascend the steps. "Still need to use the restroom." Yang Feifan hurriedly followed. "No need, Brother Liu, let us go submit the task. A lazy donkey urinates a lot. Next time, relieve yourself beforehand." "Understood, Brother Liu." Chapter 16, Which Woman to Hit, Accelerate to the Limit. At the task handover station, the staff member extended a hand. "Hand over the black old lady to me. I'll contribute some points." "She's dead." "What, dead?" "Yes, killed her." Liu Ding spoke in a flat tone. The staff member scrutinized him. "I didn't see that coming." "You read quite formidable. As an intern investigator, you managed to kill the black old lady. I've never heard of you before. What is your name, young man?" Liu Ding." Liu Ding." The staff member hastily flipped through the documents he had previously overlooked. Indeed, the name Liu Ding was boldly inscribed. In recent days, Liu Ding's name had become quite the sensation. Who in the base was unaware of him, engaged daily in this handover task, as long as the documentation was in order, who would bother to pay attention to others' names? That's not surprising then, Brother Liu. You read just 9 tasks away from becoming a full investigator. Keep it up. The staff member added earnestly. Actually, Brother Liu, you could take it easy. If you could leave a survivor, that would count as completing a task, plus capturing a monster, reducing your count from 9 to 8. How convenient. Liu Ding agreed. All right, I'll definitely go easier next time. That's the spirit. The staff member proceeded with the handover procedures. Your contribution points and payment have been credited to your account. Do check. We look forward to your next visit, Brother Liu. Lu Ding tucked away his documents, musing to himself. The service was rather warm. Beside him, Yang Feifan leaned in. Brother Liu, the lady at that window just smiled at me. She's never smiled at me before. Truly beautiful. It must be your influence. Don't flatter yourself. Didn't that bubble tea girl smile at you today? Why aren't you this happy? Lu Ding retorted with a chuckle. That's different, Brother Liu. Hey, Brother Liu, are you heading to Baijiao Ancient Town? Yes, I'm planning to go take a look shortly. If I don't resolve this issue with those who bear a grudge against me, I won't be able to sleep tonight, feeling as if someone might ambush me while I'm asleep. The sensation of being remembered by someone could be somewhat pleasant, but being targeted by an enemy was utterly dreadful. Although he was safe within the base, he couldn't remain there forever. He had to go out on missions eventually. What if he were unexpectedly ambushed? Lu Ding hoped fervently that such a day would never come. Brother Liu, let me accompany you. Having a helper is always good. Besides, I've researched the information on Baijiao Ancient Town, and I've memorized the satellite maps. Though it sounded appealing, Lu Ding was concerned about his safety. Moreover, this was his own matter, unrelated to anyone else. Yang Feifan continued, Don't worry about me, Brother Liu. I'm an excellent runner, although I can't help in a fight. I'm top-notch at escaping. After some contemplation, Lu Ding finally agreed. All right then, we'll go together. Primarily because he had no vehicle, Baijiao Ancient Town was a bit far, and it would be inconvenient to go alone. Just as Yang Feifan said, while he couldn't assist in combat, he was capable of fleeing, with abilities to traverse walls and burrow underground. Escaping was a breeze. The two climbed into the vehicle and set off towards Baijiao Ancient Town. During the ride, Yang Feifan recounted information about Baijiao Ancient Town to keep the evening lively. This Baijiao Ancient Town is renowned for its white porcelain. If we go back several hundred to 1,000 years, back when it was still the feudal dynasty, the white porcelain was considered a tribute, not to be casually produced. I've seen photographs of white porcelain online. They read truly stunning. The ceramics appear as delicate as paper, and the statue of the guanyin made of white porcelain displays each strand of hair distinctly. With modern development, Baijiao Ancient Town has not only relied on porcelain production but also ventured into tourism, with its rich cultural heritage and well-preserved ancient town attracting many visitors. I had intended to visit Baijiao Ancient Town before. However, I never found the time. I never imagined I would end up going under such coincidental circumstances. Throughout the journey, Yang Feifan did most of the talking while Lu Ding listened, finding it informative and enriching. As fate would have it, under the moonlight, a group of formally recognized 749 investigators stealthily infiltrated Baijiao Ancient Town. Inside an inn, a burly man abruptly awakened, rolling out of bed. Since you've arrived, come out. The woman on the bed, Ling Jiyu, draped a garment over her shoulders. The inn's door burst open, revealing two figures, one wielding dual blades, the longer knife leading, with the shorter knife following, while the second person swung a meteor hammer, sparks flying from its tips. Marchi, Ling Ying, come with us. Ling Jiyu rose gracefully, positioning herself behind Marchi. The Death Blade, Wen Yuchuan, and the Wind Fire Hammer, Yin Feng, two pups from the 749, how did you catch wind of this place? Your noses are quite keen. Do you need to sniff to find your own scent? It permeates the streets, making it difficult not to find. Yin Feng quipped, causing Ling Gu's expression to sour. Wen Yuchuan followed up, enough with the delays, your comrades from the Heavenly Logic sect are being entertained by our colleagues. Today, it's just the two of us against the two of you, without any interference. That suits me well. Our last encounter was rushed. Today I intend to see just how powerful your infamous Death Blade truly is. With a wave of his hand, a faint golden glow enveloped his muscular form as he unleashed a strike towards Wen Yuchuan's chest. The long knife danced, slicing through the air, the thin veil of the ancient room fluttering. As palm met blade, both combatants retreated half a step, seemingly evenly matched, yet the room filled with the sound of dripping and the scent of blood. Ma Chi had cut his palm, blood trickling down. What kind of hard chi is this? What kind of totem arhat? It's nothing exceptional. Yin Feng swung his meteor hammer, stirring a tempest within the enclosed room, launching a strike at an acute angle. In an instant, dark mist enveloped the area. Ling Jiyu channeled her energy, sending forth a round black sphere with trailing tendrils, colliding with Yin Feng's meteor hammer. With combat fully engaged, the four ceased their exchanges of words and unleashed their deadly techniques. Devastating sweep of 1,000 troops. When you disregard the name of your death blade, striking with the force of Mount Hor, and you dare call it a devastating sweep of 1,000 troops. Windows shattered as two figures burst through, fleeing. When Yu Chuan pursued closely, his expression unchanging, I shout, you listen, when the fight begins, you believed my words, got injured, and still blame me for shouting. You accuse me of disregarding the name. You, who as a totem arhat, harm innocents, breeding flying centipedes and maliciously killing local law enforcement, you dare to use the name of an arhat. Take my blade and see. The blade's energy surged forth as Ma Chi sidestepped, countering with a palm strike. At the street corner, a jeep approached. Liu Ding sat in the passenger seat, the familiar scent from the earlier encounter with the Ji family ghost lingering at his nostrils. Upon closer inspection, he discovered the scent emanated from the fleeing woman. A fierce glint flickered in his eyes, a murderous intent crystallizing in his chest. Liu Ding spoke in a low yet excited tone, hit her. Yang Feifen did not hesitate, merely asking, which one, Brother Liu? That woman. Floor it. All right, Brother Liu, I bought this car for its sturdiness and durability. Yang Feifen exclaimed, his blood surging with excitement as he pressed the accelerator to the floor, charging straight at the fleeing Ling Jiyu. Chapter 17. Should I tear you apart or carve you up? The headlights blazed, causing Ling Jiyu to instinctively raise her hand to shield her eyes. Little did she anticipate that someone would travel such a distance merely due to an impulsive threat, solely to seek her demise. However, it was Ma Chi who reacted swiftly. Ling Jiyu. A loud shout propelled him sideways, and with a deft push, he sent Ling Jiyu flying. The vehicle, which should have collided with her, instead struck Ma Chi's abdomen. Due to his towering stature, he instinctively absorbed the impact upward. The moment the jeep slammed into him, Ma Chi was thrust headfirst into the windshield. He lifted his gaze to encounter a strikingly handsome youth whose eyes blazed with fury. You enjoy shielding others from harm, do you? Liu Ding seethed with rage. That last collision should have left the woman either dead or gravely injured, but this bold giant intervened, ensuring no damage was done. This ignited Liu Ding's displeasure. He reached out, grasping Ma Chi's bald head, and yanked him from the shattered glass into the vehicle. His fists rained down like a torrential downpour, each strike infused with immense power, leaving the formidable Ma Chi utterly defenseless. The once invincible hard qigong he practiced felt as fragile as paper in this moment, unable to withstand Liu Ding's overwhelming force. Not even the blade of Wen Yuchuan had inflicted such agony. With each blow, Ma Chi felt his insides shatter and shift, blood mingled with internal fragments spewing from his mouth. He struggled relentlessly, yet it bore no fruit, as though a colossal mountain were pressing down upon him. Meanwhile, Yang Feifen, seated in the driver's position, paid no heed to the identities involved. Upon witnessing Liu Ding's assault, he sprang into action. He pulled a short knife from somewhere and began to slash and stab at Ma Chi's lower body. Blood gushed forth. Ling Jiyu, having been ejected from the vehicle, was still trying to comprehend the situation. Just as she intended to return to aid Ma Chi, she heard his agonized cry from within the car. Run, Ling Jiyu, hurry, it's a trap, R. Behind her, Wen Yuchuan and Yin Feng had already given chase. With her eyes reddened with fury, Ling Jiyu could only retreat, filled with resentment. By the time Wen Yuchuan and Yin Feng arrived, the jeep had ceased its violent shaking. They gazed at the scattered glass on the ground and the blood splattered from the vehicle. Exchanging glances, they both perceived the confusion mirrored in each other's eyes. Surely, no colleagues would have come to their aid. It was impossible to have swiftly apprehended the other members of the Heavenly Principles sect. What on earth had transpired? Yin Feng tilted his head to take a look, but just as he stepped forward, the doors on either side of the jeep swung open simultaneously. Covered in blood, Liu Ding and Yang Feifen emerged from either side. Damn, tough skin, lucky life, Really hard to kill, I've even got your blood in my mouth. Yang Feifan remarked, swinging the now dulled knife in his hand. Lu Ding, having discarded Marchi's severed arm from the earlier struggle, breathed in the scent in the air that hinted at the woman's escape route. Yang Feifan was about to call out to Lu Ji when they spotted two astonished men standing before the vehicle. Their eyes swept over the weapons in the duo's hands, ultimately resting on the stars emblazoned on their shoulders. Yang Feifan stood at attention instantly. Greetings, esteemed investigators. Lu Ding had long noticed their presence but chose to ignore them, recognizing them as allies, apparently also pursuing the woman. As for exchanging pleasantries, only Yang Feifan would consider such a thing. Despite being an intern investigator, he enjoyed the same level of priority as a full-fledged investigator, placing them on equal footing. All right, Yang Feifan, check if your vehicle is still operational. I'll go after that woman. Be careful, I'll call for you shortly. After discerning the direction, Lu Ding leaped onto the rooftop and pursued Ling Gu's fleeing form. Lu Ji, wait for me. Don't go, just hold on a moment. The suddenly alert Yin Feng called out to stop Yang Feifan, who was about to rush off. This was utterly ridiculous. Two intern investigators had crashed into the formidable Marchi, and not only that, but they had also beaten him to a pulp inside the vehicle. His arm had been torn off. Why was Marchi referred to as their Tuotar Luo Han? This was due to his towering physique, mastery of hard Qigong, and background as a lay disciple of the Buddhist faith. His body was so fortified that bullets could not penetrate, and yet someone had managed to rip his arm off. Absurd, utterly absurd, just moments ago, when Yu Chuan had merely scratched the surface with his blade. Were these really intern investigators? Are you jesting with me? What on earth transpired in the base? Had it only been half a month since I last returned? Why had you all advanced without including those of us out here on missions? Yang Feifan donned a smile. What is it, senior? Yin Feng pondered for a moment. What is your cultivation level? Opening the acupoints. What is his cultivation level? Yin Feng pointed in the direction Lu Ding had taken off. Yang Feifan cunningly replied, Lu Ji has consumed an acupoint opening pill, yes, at least at Jiaxian. A perfect candidate. Yin Feng gasped, but this also did not seem right. Even if he were a perfect candidate, he had never heard of such an individual before. The only recent assessment was this month's, and since he had not returned, he was unaware of the situation. If it were from this month's assessment, to possess such combat prowess right after the evaluation was simply outrageous. What were they even worth, after so long in cultivation? Had it all gone to waste? What about him? Seeing Yin Feng's relentless questioning, Yang Feifan grew anxious. Let us not discuss that. Aren't you supposed to be pursuing the woman who escaped? Yin Feng paused. Then it settled, Lu Ji is also after her. If we don't give chase now, you'll be bringing back her remains later. What do you mean? When Yu Chuan inquired. Yang Feifan dropped a bombshell. She threatened Lu Ji, he is likely to tear her apart. Upon hearing this, the two men leaped onto the rooftop, with Yang Feifan swiftly following ahead. In the woods outside the ancient village of Baiyao, Ling Jiyu fled in terror, glancing back to sense the looming presence behind her. She could not comprehend where this person had emerged from. He seemed somewhat familiar, yet when she mentally reviewed the renowned investigators of 749, none matched her recollection. Could he not be from 749? Did she have a grudge against him? As this thought crossed her mind, she called out, "Young brother, is there some misunderstanding between us?" To her dismay, the relentless Lu Ding, who had previously been hot on her heels, had vanished. Suddenly, a rush of wind swept past her, and Ling Jiyu instinctively raised her arm to block. In that moment of impact, it felt as though she had been struck by a truck. The terrifying force sent her crashing into a large tree, blood gushing from her mouth. Her arm was twisted grotesquely, and a sharp pain radiated from her insides. Lu Ding landed before her, crouching slightly, a smile dancing on his lips. Misunderstanding. There is no misunderstanding between us. You seem to have forgotten. Just today, you threatened me. Have you forgotten so soon? Didn't you say you would remember my scent? How is it that you cannot discern my presence before you? At this moment, Ling Gu's eyes widened in realization. You are the one who disrupted my sorcery. As she spoke, Ling Jiu's fingers aimed directly at Lu Ding's eyes, but before she could make contact, a gentle breeze swept by, and her arm shattered into small, meaty fragments, scattering across the ground. The forest echoed with her anguished screams. You made me run such a long way, and I initially thought you were some sort of supernatural being, only to discover you are but a mere man. I was left in vain anticipation. Tell me, should I tear you apart or carve you up? Chapter 18, The Blade-like Palm, half of the skull soared into the sky. Lu Ding had anticipated fruitful gains today, reminiscent of the day he captured the stubborn rock on Nanshan, hoping for a double-yolked egg and 2 rewards. However, to his astonishment, he discovered that the figure before him was not a monster or a demon, but a mere human. The anticipation of rewards in his heart shattered, leaving him somewhat aggrieved after having travelled such a distance. Why must you provoke me when you are but a human? He lamented. Why, of all things, must it be a human? A ghost or a demon would have sufficed, yet here stood an ordinary person. Upon hearing his words, Ling Jiu, despite her pain, could only perceive him as a madman. Damn it, a lunatic has emerged. It was absurd that he was dissatisfied with her being human. What else could he be if not insane? Was she destined to perish at the hands of a madman today? Suddenly, from the depths of the forest, an elderly male voice echoed from all directions. Little child, at such a tender age, it is unbecoming to harbor such heavy murderous intent. For the sake of this old man, let Ling Jiu go. One should leave a line for future encounters. Lu Ding remained unmoved, propping his head as he quietly observed Ling Jiu before him. Hurry now, rejoice. Someone has come to rescue you. He noticed a glimmer of hope emanating from her eyes, yet, moments later, her body, along with the tree she leaned against, crumpled to the ground, her round head rolling away. Only then did Lu Ding slowly rise to his feet, extending his arms toward the desolate woods. I beg your pardon, esteemed elder, I had not heard of any 1,000 gold elder and inadvertently trampled upon your dignity. I am deeply remorseful. As recompense, I am willing to accept any punishment you deem fit. Please, emerge and chastise me. I am utterly terrified. You seek death, little child. The elder's furious voice rang out. Lu Ding, unfazed, echoed his words. Indeed, I seek death. Come forth and end my life. Yet, after a prolonged silence, no one appeared, nor did any attack ensue. Lu Ding clicked his tongue in disbelief. Why was this so different from the novels he had read? In such circumstances, would not foes leap forth to assault him? After waiting in vain, he muttered under his breath, no intimidation worked on you. It seems the younger generation has surpassed the older. I cannot contend with you. I shall take my leave. We are far apart. Perhaps we shall meet again by chance. Wish to depart? It is too late. The time he had stalled was merely to locate the elder's hiding spot using the flying bear pouncing technique. Had he left earlier, Lu Ding would not have been able to find him, but now, it was far too late for him to escape. Lu Ding's outstretched arms suddenly clasped together, unleashing a tempestuous wind, within which 100 slashes surged forth, enveloping an entire fan-shaped area ahead. Shrubs, trees, grass, soil, and stones, everything within sight shattered into fragments at the onset of the slashes. A muffled groan echoed, and the scent of blood permeated the air as a shadow soared skyward. I found you, esteemed elder. Lu Ding swung his arm, unleashing a powerful slash aimed at his foe. Lu Ding's approach to combat distinguished between quality and quantity. The fewer the strikes, the greater the power, albeit with a narrower range. Conversely, a greater number of strikes diminished individual power but expanded the attack range significantly. The previous strike had merely served to locate his opponent. Now, this slash was his true killing move. Caught in midair, the 1,000 gold elder had no time to change his form and could only fling out a talisman resembling a golden ingot, which expanded in the wind to shield him from the blow. A massive gash appeared on the ingot. Lu Ding spoke nonchalantly. Talismans have their merits, however. Once they suffer severe damage, their master cannot escape unscathed, can they? The 1,000 gold elder, now seated on the ground, gasped for breath. The term you that once held respect now dripped with sarcasm. With a forced smile, he responded, Youngster, let us refrain from hasty actions. I have not wronged you. We merely exchanged some trivial words, leading to a slight disagreement. I apologize for my arrogance and pretense of wisdom. If you find my apology insufficient, I shall bow to you once more. Furthermore, I shall offer a treasure in exchange for my life. Does that sound fair? Whether it was the earlier Chu Hao's vine armor or the current elder's golden ingot, both were invaluable treasures for escaping peril. Without them, either of these individuals, or even both combined, would likely not withstand a single strike from Lu Ding. This incident indirectly highlighted the significance of talismans. Thus, when the 1,000 gold elder mentioned a treasure, Lu Ding's interest peaked. Present it for my inspection. The 1,000 gold elder smiled awkwardly, revealing his golden tooth. Hey, it is not with me. Seeing Lu Ding's darkening expression as he took a step forward frightened the elder. Do not rush. Although it is not with me, it is not far from here. The wind stabilizing pearl, that treasure can stabilize winds and facilitate flight. It is truly a rare gem. The wind stabilizing pearl. Lu Ding pondered deeply. The mention of the wind stabilizing pearl inevitably led to thoughts of the flying centipede, one of the bizarre beasts, known in folklore for its ability to traverse the skies and earth. It feasts on snake brains, being a natural enemy of serpentine creatures, particularly fond of the brains of beautiful women. Resembling a monstrous dragonfly, it dwarfs its size and ferocity 1,000-fold. The wind-stabilizing pearl is the inner core of this flying centipede, albeit a semi-finished product. To transform the inner core into the wind-stabilizing pearl, human refinement is required. Suddenly, Lu Ding recalled the second miss of the Ji family, and everything clicked into place, why she had attracted the attention of the woman he had just slain. It was all for the wind-stabilizing pearl. As mentioned earlier, the flying centipede relishes the brains of beautiful women, and such women are not easily found. They must be descendants of humans and snake demons, and female at that. Naturally occurring specimens are rare, and modern times have rendered them nearly extinct, unless one resorts to sinister methods akin to breeding techniques and forcibly accelerates maturation. At the right moment, they might extract human brains to nourish the flying centipede, enhancing its powers and hastening the formation of its inner core. It was a web of intrigue. Upon hearing about the wind-stabilizing pearl, Lu Ding swiftly grasped the intentions of these individuals. The wind-stabilizing pearl intrigued him, and he similarly desired the flying centipede. This notorious, ferocious monster, if slain, would surely yield a commendable reward from the golden finger. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, his previously stern expression softened. Noticing his shift in demeanor, the 1,000 gold elder sighed in relief. Fortunately, this little scourge recognized value. One could hardly tell from his youthful vigor that he was barely in his 20s. With such strength at such a young age, what was he doing interning as an investigator at 749? It was a dreadful waste of talent. Where can I find the flying centipede? Ahar, a discerning individual. Upon hearing this, the 1,000 gold elder sprang to his feet. Those members of the heavenly principal sect keep it in a valley over there. He gestured towards the ravine. Oh, and about the woman you just killed, she was a disciple of the heavenly principal sect, named Ling Jiyu. All the nefarious deeds were orchestrated by her. And you? Lu Ding pressed directly to the point. What was your role in all this? In that moment, the 1,000 gold elder faltered, stammering, I was merely a helper. Lu Ding raised his hand, executing a palm strike as sharp as a blade, sending half of the elder's skull soaring into the air. If you prefer silence, then remain mute. In this world, all crows are black, like attracts like, and you are certainly no virtuous being. Was Lu Ding a good person? He himself could not ascertain, for his moral compass was too flexible to deem him a paragon of virtue. Yet, he felt he had not committed any grievous wrongs, merely relishing in silently critiquing that which he found intolerable. Chapter 19, The Wailing Puppeteer. I refuse to go. Moreover, he is currently an intern investigator for 749, adhering to one of the principles of the 749 Investigators Code, to eradicate evil without exception. That has to be right, doesn't it? Lu Ding was too apathetic to inquire why the affluent elder was present in this place. Regardless of the circumstances, he found himself amidst those from the heavenly principle cult. It seemed prudent to treat them all as one, preferring to err on the side of caution rather than let a potential threat slip away. If the affluent elder didn't express gratitude, that would be a minor triumph in itself. Gazing at the distant mountain hollow, Lu Ding leapt and maneuvered seamlessly through the woods. Just as he departed, Wen Yuchuan and the others arrived. It wasn't so much that Lu Ding was exceptionally swift, but rather that he resolved the conflict with remarkable efficiency. The trio hurried, yet still arrived a moment too late. Oh dear, it's all over, they are all dead, and they even brought along an old man as a bonus. Yin Feng clapped his hands together, exclaiming in astonishment. A frown appeared on Wen Yuchuan's face. Yin Feng stepped forward to examine the two gruesomely slain bodies. It's definitely Ling Jiyu, and along with her, an affluent elder. All our targets for capture and pursuit have perished at his hands. How are we to report this back? Shall we say we went on a leisurely outing? What did we accomplish? Just meandering about for an entire night. Damn, I can't feel at ease claiming any credit for this. What a farce. Hey, Yang Feifen, has Lu Ding always been this lethal? Ling Jiyu merely spoke some harsh words, and he traveled a great distance under the stars just to eliminate her. On their way, Yang Feifen briefly recounted to Wen Yuchuan and Yin Feng the circumstances leading them to this place. The two listened, incredulous, for who among cultivators of qi lacked a temper? A minor setback could provoke a harsh retort, but to take it so seriously as to confront someone and kill them on the spot. It must be as you say. Brother Liu is cautious by nature. He likely thought Ling Gu's threats were genuine and was concerned she might hinder him later, so he decided to investigate directly, uncertain if she was truly here. Who could have foreseen her actual presence? And yet, she couldn't even contend with Brother Liu. This is purely her misfortune. When Yuchuan chuckled at that, it was the first time he realized that extreme exasperation could elicit laughter. Well then, if they've been killed, they've been killed. The scenery of Baiyao ancient town is quite pleasant. We might as well treat this as an outing. Upon hearing Wen Yuchuan's words, Yin Feng had no objections. In truth, I have no qualms about an outing either, but I wish to find Lu Ding for a drink and get to know him. Now that our paths have crossed, we should certainly become friends. As he spoke, he glanced around. Where has that man run off to? Yang Feifen took out his phone. I'll send a message to Brother Liu. Not long after Yang Feifen's message was sent, Wen Yuchuan's phone rang. He picked it up to find a voice message from a colleague who should still have been engaged in battle. Wen Yuchuan opened the voice message and heard a woman's voice. Aren't there just 6 of us on this mission? Why is there an additional intern investigator? This is utterly absurd. Who summoned outside help? What the hell? Did Lu Ding go into the mountain hollow? Yin Feng exclaimed in shock, promptly turning and running towards the hollow. Just moments ago, Lu Ding had sprinted toward the hollow in search of the flying centipede, only to encounter Shenghe, who was engaged in combat with the demonic foes of the heavenly principal cult. At that moment, the two had exchanged blows for over 100 rounds, neither gaining the upper hand, each sustaining injuries. However, overall, Shenghe bore the brunt of the damage. Formal investigator of 749, Shenghe, known for her returning smile. It is said that the hair at the back of your head conceals your lethal technique, and none who have witnessed it have survived. But what if you cannot employ that technique against me? In the darkness, shadows flickered rapidly, darting about with incredible speed. Suddenly, an attack came. Shenghe slashed with her sword, producing a sound reminiscent of metal clashing. One shadow was sent flying, revealing a puppet the size of a water jug, brandishing a blooded fork, hanging upside down from a tree, poised to strike. Shenghe's gaze darted around, frustration bubbling within her. It seemed her luck had run dry. Her opponent was indeed a puppeteer. As he had stated, she possessed a lethal technique, and it was formidable, yet now she could not even see her opponent. Even with a lethal technique, it was of no use. Since the battle began, she had destroyed several of the puppets, yet new ones continuously emerged, as if they were inexhaustible. Each time she finally located the puppeteer's hiding spot, he would effortlessly escape using his puppets. If this continued, the outcome for Shenghe tonight would be singular. She would perish in the line of duty. Shenghe, how about this? You plead for my mercy, and perhaps I shall generously spare your life. After all, I wouldn't want to bear the burden of killing a 749 investigator, would I? Very well, I beg you, spare me. Please, do not kill me. I am but an innocent young lady, and at such a tender age. death would be premature. I have yet to find a man, nor have I amassed any wealth. Please have mercy and let me live. Schringer discarded her sword as she spoke. The puppeteer's expression shifted to one of extreme awkwardness. He had initiated the demand for surrender, yet when it was complied with, he found himself at a loss for how to proceed. Most importantly, he had not anticipated that Schringer would possess so little resolve, yielding so readily and discarding her weapon. Although her surrender was laden with insincerity, it was still a sight to behold. This is absurd. In that moment, the puppeteer found himself in a dilemma. Just then, a voice emerged from behind him. You see, you followed my suggestion, yet you are still unwilling. Who? The puppeteer gasped, raising a short fork to stab backward. A shriek erupted as a hand holding the fork was severed, and the puppeteer tumbled out from the bushes, panic etched on his face. The will to resist evaporated. He understood from that maneuver that he was in the presence of a formidable opponent. Lu Ding followed closely behind, stepping onto the puppeteer's heel with a crunch. Who are you? Schringer scrutinized the newcomer, and upon seeing the star insignia on Lu Ding's shoulder, her expression mirrored that of Wen Yuchuan earlier, shock and confusion. Where did this intern investigator come from? Is this the only question you know how to ask? Grasping the puppeteer from the ground, Lu Ding spoke in a calm tone. I have a different inquiry for you. Where is the flying centipede? At that moment, Lu Ding's expression loomed large in the puppeteer's vision. Initially unremarkable, it increasingly exuded an aura of the bizarre and terrifying trembling. He pointed with his remaining arm towards the mountain hollow. It's over there. Then I would appreciate your guidance. As soon as Lu Ding uttered these words, the puppeteer screamed in terror, realizing that this journey might spell his doom. I refuse. I will not go. Schringer, aren't you a 749 investigator? I confess, I will divulge everything. Please, do not let me accompany him. I will tell you everything. We came here to rear flying centipedes in collaboration with the Bubia people. We provide the wind-settling pearl, they provide the manpower, and together we will capture the Ji people and Ji horses on Dingfeng Mountain. I swear, I will tell you everything. Please save me. Chapter 20, Capturing the Flying Centipede and Obtaining the Wind Control Technique. Schringer looked up at the sky and down at the ground, surveying her surroundings. What a perplexity! She was at a loss for words. Was someone calling for her? No, not at all. Seeing her in such a state, the puppeteer's composure shattered. Schringer, you deceitful charlatan. You still claim to be a formal investigator of 749, yet you lack the courage to save a life in peril. I shall curse you. As Lu Ding dragged the puppeteer's leg further away, Schringer bent down to retrieve the long sword lying on the ground, shaking off the dirt that clung to it. HMPH, courage. What value does that hold? Survive first, then speak of courage, and you, a heartless scoundrel of the Heavenly Principle sect, dare to call me a fraud? The puppeteer, too, had lost his wits. After all, someone could toss away their sword in surrender and feign capitulation, yet still speak of courage. Was that not a sign of folly? Watching the two figures disappear into the dense forest, Schringer took out her phone and sent a message in the operational group for this mission. Isn't this task supposed to involve just the 6 of us? Why is there an additional intern investigator? This is utterly absurd. Who summoned outside assistance? This prompted the reaction that Wen Yuchuan had upon receiving the message moments ago. In the valley, a chill rose, and malevolent energies swept through, with swarms of venomous insects flitting about. Lu Ding dangled the puppeteer upside down, casting his gaze across the valley floor. It was neither particularly large nor small, and he had nearly surveyed it all. Aside from the elusive flying centipede, he had encountered a myriad of grotesque and varied poisonous creatures. Hey, wake up! Where's the flying centipede? Lu Ding shook the puppeteer, who was growing drowsy from blood loss. Slowly, the puppeteer opened his pale lips and muttered, cave. Lu Ding looked ahead. At the base of the valley's cliff, obscured by trees, there appeared to be a cave large enough for a single person to pass through. The stench emanating from it was overwhelming, sharp and pungent. Moreover, the cave entrance was smooth, suggesting that something frequently traversed in and out of it. Yet, Lu Ding was not a fool. Such a place could hardly be entered casually. Given the narrow confines, encountering a troublesome creature could mean an arduous escape. You aren't trying to trick me, are you? He inquired, bringing the puppeteer closer. The puppeteer shook his head slightly. No, it's really in there. I've told you all I know, please, just let me go and allow me to face the judgment of Bureau 749. I can't take it anymore. If I don't get treated soon, I'll bleed to death. Though he was a practitioner of energy refinement, he was not invincible. Having lost an arm and being held in such a position, even a superhuman would struggle. The puppeteer was not simple-minded. The deeds he had committed, if handed over to Bureau 749, might still afford him a chance to live, albeit with suffering to come. Yet, remaining in the clutches of this individual, he feared he would not survive to see the dawn. As the saying goes, a bad life is better than a good death. He had not yet lived enough. He did not wish to die. Liu Ding did not respond to his pleas but merely observed the cave entrance and then the puppeteer in his grasp. Suddenly, he swung the puppeteer around in a wide arc before launching him towards the cave entrance. You survive first, then we can discuss your fate at the Bureau. You bastard, not a single one of you at 749 is a good person. The puppeteer's body crashed into the cave. A rustling sound echoed, followed by the puppeteer's cries of agony reverberating from within. The next moment, the faint sounds ceased, replaced by a buzzing noise reminiscent of a helicopter. A massive shadow emerged from the cave. Unable to discern what it was, Liu Ding did not hesitate. He wielded a slicing strike. However, the creature was far too swift, evading his attack in the blink of an eye, clinging to a branch, the sharp sound of cracking reverberating in the darkness. The enormous centipede sank its teeth into the puppeteer's head. Clad in spiky armor, its formidable mandibles were capable of effortlessly crushing the body of an average person in a single blow. This was the flying centipede. Its thick exoskeleton and high attack power were not its most commendable traits, rather, it was its terrifying speed. Observing the centipede clinging to the branch, Liu Ding could not help but admire its form, setting aside its brutal and terrifying nature. Particularly, the impressive pincers atop its head glimmered even in the dim light of night. If only this creature could be taken to a bug-fighting competition, who could possibly defeat it? No contest would be needed. Other participants would likely not suffice to sate its appetite. Alas, it was a spirit creature, and now that it appeared before Liu Ding, its fate was sealed. The two faced off. Man versus beast. Liu Ding struck first, unleashing a series of slicing blows that encompassed a 10-meter radius around the flying centipede. If it was fast, then a carpet bombing was in order. Stones and trees were reduced to dust. The centipede, flapping its wings, nimbly evaded Liu Ding's strikes with its astonishing speed and cunning angles. This maneuver fell perfectly into Liu Ding's plan. Pressing down with his foot against a tree trunk, he exerted force, bending the trunk into an arc resembling a drawn bow. As Liu Ding released, he was catapulted forward, akin to an arrow loosed from a bowstring. With his palm imbued with tremendous force, he struck the flying centipede. Got you. The slicing attack erupted in his palm, a single strike followed by 100, a cacophony of clashing sounds resonating as the centipede's hard armor shattered. The subsequent strikes landed on its tender flesh beneath the broken exoskeleton, eliciting piercing, shrill cries from the creature. The giant centipede was cleaved in midair when Liu Ding landed. Aside from the viscous residue of the centipede's blood and flesh coating his hands, he clutched a pale green bead the size of a walnut. This was the centipede's inner core, a primary material for refining the wind control pearl. A mechanical voice sounded in his ear. Containment of creature, flying centipede, reward acquired, wind control technique. Capable of calming howling winds and churning clouds, as well as enabling flight through their winds, traversing the 5 great mountains and rivers. Wind control technique. Liu Ding gazed at the flying centipede's inner core in his hand. Did this mean that the painstakingly sought wind control pearl was rendered obsolete? Artifacts could not compare to techniques, let alone this spell he received from his golden finger, which was directly maxed out. With immense power and minimal expenditure, there were no special circumstances to consider, there was no risk of damage, and it was remarkably stable. His feet gradually lifted from the ground. A wave of elation surged within Liu Ding. Who could resist the allure of flight? To soar through the skies was an innate desire etched into one's very bones. Initially dissatisfied with his speed, the acquisition of the wind control technique had filled his only gap. Ranged attacks, close combat, strength, speed, he was now a well-rounded warrior. Lu Ding was unaware of just how formidable he had become. Chapter 21. If you dare to oppose, come and face me in battle. After securing the inner elixir of the flying centipede, I retrieved my phone. The notification page revealed several messages from Yang Feifan. Brother Liu, we've stumbled into the mission of an official investigator. Brother Liu, where are you? Don't kill them, don't kill them, these are their tasks. The most recent message had just arrived. Brother Liu, we have reached the valley's outskirts, are you inside? The 749 investigators you encountered earlier said they want to come in and find you. Lu Ding replied. Don't come in, I'll be out shortly. Brother Liu, have you found the flying centipede? I heard from Sister Shi that you went in to look for it. I've already dealt with it. By the way, who is Sister Shi? She is the female investigator you saved earlier. Outside, Yang Feifan showed the chat history to Wen Yuchuan and the others. The inner elixir is likely in Brother Liu's possession. We needn't go in. He will be out soon. We can just wait. The three exchanged glances, each lost in contemplation. Schringer spoke first. I just heard the puppeteer say they raised the flying centipede specifically to refine the inner elixir into the wind-stabilizing pearl. Once completed, they plan to collaborate with the treasure hunters to capture the Jiren and Jimar on Dingfeng Mountain. Now that we have completed our mission and clarified the situation in Baijiao Ancient Town, Xuanning, Meng Huaizhou, and Yu Yuan just mentioned in the group that their matters are also resolved. They even rescued a seriously injured law enforcement officer, who is currently being rushed to a major hospital in the city. They will not join us for now and will meet us directly at the bureau later. They were also inquiring about the flying centipede and external assistance. With the flying centipede dead at Lu Ding's hands, it is highly likely that the inner elixir is now with him. How shall we write the report? The three were somewhat exasperated. Crafting this report would indeed be a challenge. Yin Feng, leisurely twirling his meteor hammer, suddenly suggested, why not omit the wind-stabilizing pearl from the report? After all, it was Lu Ding who secured it. Our mission was merely to investigate and apprehend the heretics of the Heavenly Principle sect in Baijiao Ancient Town. Although our targets are all dead, there are still living witnesses on their side. Not writing it would save us trouble. Besides, this inner elixir isn't part of the mission, so we don't need to bring it back for accountability. Whoever ends up with it can claim it, as that has always been the Bureau's rule, hasn't it? I have no objections, but Xuanning and the others also contributed to this mission. By the rules, the inner elixir should rightfully belong to them as well, now that it has ended up in Lu Ding's hands, and he is the one who killed the flying centipede. What will we say when Xuanning and the others inquire later? Schringer posed a new dilemma. Having witnessed Lu Ding's prowess, they felt no inclination towards the inner elixir. Whoever eliminated it would rightfully keep it. Although this treasure was valuable, there was no need to quarrel with Lu Ding over it. That would be self-defeating, wouldn't it? However, Xuanning and the others were unaware of this. The original agreement among the six was to evenly distribute the contribution points for the mission, and any spoils of war would also be shared. After all, none of them possessed the capability to deal with all the heretics of the Heavenly Principle sect alone. Who could have foreseen Lu Ding's emergence midway? Now that the matter of the flying centipede was known, the inner elixir could not be hidden. If asked about the spoils and one claimed ignorance, how could that be acceptable? Let us directly address the issue with Lu Ding. I don't mind, the flying centipede isn't mine to claim. I can forego it. All depends on how he perceives the situation with Xuanning and the others. Wen Yuchuan suggested a resolution. That doesn't seem very fair, Yin Feng remarked, causing Wen Yuchuan to flush slightly. He bluntly stated, well, this want to do, and that want to do. I want to take responsibility. I don't know. I don't want it. It's not mine to claim. Me, the inner elixir of the flying centipede rightfully belongs to Lu Ding. He killed it, so how you all wish to handle it is your business. I have no stake in it. If you're dissatisfied, go challenge Lu Ding to a duel. After all, that too is a rule. If reasoning fails, then strength prevails. I concur. If there's any discontent, they can come seek me out for a fight. Lu Ding leaped out from the woods, landing steadily before the four. On his way back, he had contemplated that keeping this item for himself was rather pointless. He already possessed the wind-stabilizing technique, so what need did he have for the wind-stabilizing pearl? However, he would never relinquish what he had secured in his bag. Currently, he was in need of funds, so he planned to sell the wind-stabilizing pearl. Given the state of Yang Feifen's vehicle, Lu Ding felt a moral obligation to cover the repair costs. Otherwise, it would be unjust. He could not bear to exploit the honest. "Brother Lu." Yang Feifen called out. Lu Ding nodded, recognizing that neglecting to repair the vehicle was not an option. If it weren't for his financial constraints, he would have certainly purchased a new one to compensate. The vehicle was blooded, and there lay the corpse of a heretic within, truly an ill omen. "Lu Ding, allow me to introduce myself. I am Wen Yuchuan, an official investigator of 749. Hello, Lu Ding. I am Yin Feng. I'm Her." The three introduced themselves in turn, and Lu Ding, without pretense, quickly engaged in a lively conversation with them. "Lu Ding, regarding the matter of the flying centipede's inner elixir, most are easy to deal with, but there is one you must be cautious of." Lu Ding looked at Wen Yuchuan and inquired, "Who?" "Xuanning. He is known as the Little Overlord and differs from us in many ways. He hails from a family of energy cultivators and began his inner cultivation and external training at the age of 8. His mastery of the Shui family's Overlord spear is unparalleled, and in terms of combat prowess, he can be considered the strongest among us. He joined 749 in the latter half of last year and has successfully completed over 20 missions without a single failure. Moreover, he has a capricious personality. He may not desire the wind-stabilizing pearl, but he will certainly contend for the face associated with it. Even if he can defeat you, he will likely yield the pearl to you." This individual was indeed intriguing, rejecting a treasure for the sake of pride. However, that pride was something Lu Ding could not afford to grant him, nor could he relinquish the item. Thus, it seemed that only through skill would the true contest be revealed. Lu Ding had yet to encounter someone with such a background in energy cultivation, and he was curious to witness what made them different. Meanwhile, in one of the cities of Yunhai Prefecture, Jing City, the Longteng Building, the iconic structure of Longteng Group, loomed with a dragon-shaped edifice roaring towards the heavens. Here, the faction of the Heavenly Principle sect was based. The heretics from Baijiao ancient town had emerged from this very place. The expansive office was exquisitely decorated. A one-eyed man in a black suit stood before the window, swirling a glass of wine. "Director Liu, the situation in Baijiao ancient town has been exposed. The 749 team is on the scene. Our people are either dead or wounded, and even the inner elixir of the flying centipede has fallen into the hands of those 749 investigators." The man gradually slowed the movement of his wine glass. A hoarse voice emerged. "The flying centipede is easy to rear, but finding one capable of producing an inner elixir suitable for refining the wind-stabilizing pearl is exceedingly rare, 1 in 100 miles, to be precise. This year, our output from the Taisui mine has not only failed to increase but has instead diminished. The Jiren and Jimar are crucial for appeasing and gifting. Without the wind-stabilizing pearl, we cannot ascend Dingfeng Mountain or capture the Jiren and Jimar. If that happens, not only will I suffer, but everyone in our division will face repercussions. Send someone to retrieve it before they return to 749. I want the inner elixir of the flying centipede back." Chapter 22. "I can't be bothered to listen. You are unworthy to speak." On the expressway back to Yunhai, due to the bloodstains in Yang Feifen's car, both Lu Ding and Yang Feifen took a ride in Wen Yuchuan's vehicle, while Yin Feng and Her traveled in another car. On the road, Yin Feng's vehicle led the way, with Wen Yuchuan following closely behind, leaning against the supple leather seats and relishing the comfort. Lu Ding inquired, "Wen Yuchuan, your car has ample space, the interior is aesthetically pleasing, and the exterior is quite handsome. How much did it cost you?" "Just over 300,000, Wen Yuchuan replied. "Over 300,000, this is a G-class, and all the upholstery is genuine leather, yet it only costs that much." "My car was over 600,000, Yang Feifen, seated in the back, exclaimed in surprise. "Well, we don't buy the same way as others. Besides, my car isn't purchased through conventional means. I bought it as a collateral vehicle. Yunhai is an ancient capital with a rich history, and there are many wealthy individuals here. There are numerous collateral vehicles, auctioned cars, and foreign black market cars, so many good deals, and they're cheaper than going through proper channels. Later, we can get a license plate from the bureau, all the paperwork will be sorted out. This perspective was indeed unique, spending the least while accomplishing the most. Yang Feifan leaned in and asked, Brother Quan, have you ever encountered a repossession team? Collateral cars have their advantages, but the downside is the risk of running into a repossession team, which operates with hundreds of GPS trackers. One can never be too careful. Upon hearing this, a hint of suppressed laughter appeared on Wen Yuchuan's face. He nodded. I did encounter 1.80 that time. I had parked the car by the roadside, and when I came out, it was gone. Before long, the owner of the collateral vehicle company returned my car intact, even filled the tank and washed it. Why? Yang Feifan asked, puzzled. You'll understand once you lift the back seat, Wen Yuchuan casually remarked. Liu Ding turned his head to look, and indeed, Yang Feifan shifted aside, revealing that the back seat could be lifted. Upon opening it, a beautifully crafted sniper rifle and several handguns lay quietly inside. Seeing this scene, Liu Ding couldn't help but smile. It was likely that the owner of the collateral vehicle company was stunned upon retrieving the car and discovering those items. Investigators from 749 are allowed to carry firearms, but firearms aren't particularly effective for practitioners of chi refinement. Yang Feifan caressed the sniper rifle. Brother Quan, what do you intend to do with this? Wen Yuchuan replied nonchalantly, sometimes, when a mission requires venturing into the mountains, there's not much to do there, so I use it to shoot birds for fun, like a big toy. Do you like it? If you do, I can give it to you. I'll just put in a request for another one when I get back. We have plenty of firearms in our bureau. Letting them gather dust is pointless. This is one of the perks of being a formal investigator. No need, Yang Feifan replied, although he couldn't hide his excitement. What boy doesn't adore firearms? However, he didn't intend to accept Wen Yuchuan's gift, preferring to wait until he became a formal investigator himself to request one. Liu Ding, are you looking to buy a car? I can recommend you to the collateral vehicle company where I bought this one. They have plenty of good and affordable cars. Sounds good, but you'll have to wait until I sell the wind stabilizer, Liu Ding responded. He felt it was time to get a car of his own, otherwise, it would be quite inconvenient. As for a driver's license, he could easily obtain one since he already knew how to drive. You reselling the wind stabilizer? Wen Yuchuan asked, somewhat surprised, as this item is a magical artifact. He hadn't anticipated that Liu Ding would consider selling it. It's of no use in my hands. I might as well sell it for some cash, just not sure how much it could fetch, Liu Ding mused, uncertain of the wind stabilizer's value, as it was his first time selling something like that. This item doesn't have a set price. If you're selling it, it might be undervalued. You could exchange it for some cultivation resources and a bit of pocket money. I estimate it could be worth several 100,000 to a few million, Wen Yuchuan suggested, somewhat tempted but lacking the funds, and he had no intention of taking advantage of Liu Ding. This prize certainly excited Liu Ding. He had never seen such a large sum of money in his life. With that thought, Liu Ding turned to Yang Feifan. What do you think of this car? It's great, it looks stylish, and driving it gives you a sense of prestige, plus, it's durable. When we're on missions, we're constantly in and out, so we need something like this. Sports cars are all show and no substance. All right, once I sell the wind stabilizer, I'll arrange for a vehicle for you, and we'll get rid of your old one. Upon hearing Liu Ding's words, Yang Feifan sat up straight. Is that for real, Brother Liu? Several million is not something Yang Feifan couldn't afford, but if it were a gift from Liu Ding, it would be a different story. Of course, as soon as the money comes through, we'll make the swap together. Thank you, Brother Liu, Yang Feifan exclaimed joyfully. Wen Yuchuan's expression suddenly changed as he drove. It seems someone doesn't want us to return smoothly. Liu Ding's smile faded as he glanced through the rearview mirror, noticing a convoy of black cars closing in from behind, flanking their two vehicles on either side. He turned to the parallel black sedan, where a man wearing a pig mask grinned and raised his hand, making a gesture resembling a gun to his temple. Laughter erupted from beneath the mask, wild and reckless. Liu Ding's lips curled into a smirk. He heard Wen Yuchuan say, daring to intercept a 749 vehicle, they must be courting death. There are too many cars on the highway, how about we exit at the next interchange and play with them? As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Ding raised his hand and delivered a swift strike, instantly splitting the adjacent black sedan in two, flames erupting from the wreckage. Lu Ding flung open the car door. What are we waiting for? Let us get off the highway quickly. I still have to sell the wind stabilizer. He then leaped out, his figure gliding through the air, landing firmly atop a black sedan. The members of the Heavenly Principle sect were left dumbfounded. Damn it, is this still a 749 investigator? He actually dares to act in front of so many people. They had the audacity to block Lu Ding and his companions on the highway, believing that the investigators from 749 would never dare to act amidst such a crowd. After all, once they exited the highway, their people would be waiting ahead, relying on their numerical superiority. They thought even the fiercest investigator would have to comply. However, Lu Ding's unreasonable directness shattered their ambush plans. This move was truly beyond their expectations. Seeing Lu Ding leap out, Wen Yuchuan shouted, "Feifan, take over the driving. I'm going out to assist Lu Ding." Having not witnessed much of Lu Ding's prowess before, Wen Yuchuan felt regretful. Now that he had the chance to fight side by side, he certainly wouldn't let it slip away. Go ahead, Brother Quan. I'll handle the car. Yang Feifan crawled through the gap in the driver's seat to take control of the steering wheel. Wen Yuchuan swung the car door open and climbed onto the roof. He watched as Lu Ding raised his hand, causing the top of the black sedan to instantly shatter, losing control. Severed limbs and bodies swayed and scattered. Lu Ding seized a surviving individual and jumped back onto the roof of the G-Class, tearing off the mask. Beneath it was a face filled with panic. "Tell me, who sent you to intercept us? We took our things. I advise you to return them, or else." Before the man could finish his threat, his head exploded, showering red and white everywhere. "If you don't want to talk, then don't," Lu Ding said dismissively, uninterested in his threats, which were nothing but a waste of time. Moreover, it was clear that this was a matter related to the Heavenly Principle sect, as he had only taken the wind stabilizer from them. When Yuchuan finally witnessed Lu Ding's decisive and ruthless character, he understood that today's events wouldn't be easily resolved, and immediately took out his phone. "I'll notify the team responsible for the aftermath to come. You be careful." Chapter 23, Your Great Strength. Diamond Palm is nothing more than this. After Lu Ding nodded, he gazed ahead at the ominous black convoy. One among them, clutching a walkie-talkie, bellowed, "Damn it. If the 749s aren't afraid, why should we? If the sky falls, let the tall ones hold it up. Get moving, retrieve what belongs to us." At the command, car doors swung open, and dozens of masked members of the Qinli sect leapt out, landing atop the vehicles. The convoy spread out, encircling the cars of Wen Yuchuan and Yin Feng. As they advanced, Yin Feng vaulted onto his vehicle, wielding a meteor hammer. "There's still a second round. I haven't had enough fun yet. Come on." Wen Yuchuan also drew his dual blades. Noticing Lu Ding standing beside them unarmed, he inquired, "Do you have a weapon?" Lu Ding slowly levitated, hovering above the car roof, extending a hand with fingers blade. Countless slashes erupted, the sound of flesh being cleaved echoing relentlessly. Blood gushed forth like a torrential rain, splattering indiscriminately. "I do not require a weapon." Though his voice was soft, it resonated profoundly in the hearts of those who heard it. This was, after all, his true combat prowess. Ever since he acquired the skill of forgetting form, enabling him to manually enter the state of unity of man and heaven, he had never deactivated it. While movement and combat might affect the efficiency of forgetting form, it remained remarkably effective, surpassing the speed of a typical Qi refinement practitioner dedicated solely to cultivation. Thus, Lu Ding's combat strength surged with each passing moment. Whether walking, fighting, or merely living day to day, each action was a form of cultivation for him. This strike left Wen Yuchuan and Yin Feng astonished, as it equally intimidated the members of the Qinli sect. With a single move, he had dispatched several foes without leaving behind even a complete corpse. How could one fight against such overwhelming might? To falter before battle was a grave mistake. Witnessing the plummeting morale, the commander of this Qinli sect mission could no longer remain composed. Am I to have my men treated as mere vegetables? The man, donning a snake-headed mask, glared with a chilling demeanor. Lu Ding retorted, "If you are dissatisfied, feel free to come forward yourself. Do you think you are impressive, hiding your face behind a mask? Come, taste my hammer." Yin Feng interjected, launching his meteor hammer with a gust of wind, executing a move reminiscent of a hawk soaring down a mountain, and swung it directly at the man. The man raised his hand, revealing palms calloused and thicker than most. He effortlessly caught Yin Feng's meteor hammer, instantly establishing dominance. With a dismissive tone, he declared, "The 24th root meteor hammer is nothing special. You, a brash youngling, come here." With a swift tug on the hammer's head, he summoned an overwhelming force that yanked Yin Feng closer, raising his hand to unleash a powerful palm strike, imbued with a faint golden light. In a flash, Lu Ding shifted his position. "Then allow me to return the favor with one of my own." He thrust his palms forward, unleashing a burst of force equivalent to thousands of pounds. The man, unwilling to underestimate the situation, switched from a single-handed grip to a two-handed stance, countering with his own palm, "Then taste my great strength diamond palm." A resounding clash erupted as their palms collided, producing a shockwave. The car beneath the man crumpled under the force, momentarily losing control on the highway, while both Lu Ding and the man propelled themselves away. "The great strength diamond palm, you are Yuan Baifeng of the Qinli sect." Wen Yuchuan exclaimed, catching Yin Feng as he was thrown back by Lu Ding's force, unveiling the identity of the masked man. Yuan Baifeng trembled, a surge of terror rising within him. His physical strength was already formidable, having trained in the secret Buddhist technique of the great strength diamond palm, with nearly 10,000 pounds of force behind each palm, and being at the Spirit Sea realm, he had just exchanged blows with Lu Ding and discerned that Lu Ding's realm was likely at the Zhaoxian level. Yet, how could a Zhaoxian Qi refinement practitioner, at such a young age, possess physical strength surpassing his own, inflicting injury with a mere strike? Was this reasonable? Upon hearing his identity revealed, Yuan Baifeng chose to drop the pretense. He ripped off the obstructive mask from his face, channeling energy through his palms as he raised them to the heavens. "Kid, I acknowledge your strength. In terms of physical prowess, you surpass me. However, in realm, I am your superior. That last palm strike must have been quite uncomfortable for you." Lu Ding shrugged. "Indeed, it was rather unpleasant. You've left quite the mark." The terrifying force of thousands of pounds was no jest. Relying solely on physical strength to harm him was an insufficient endeavor. Yuan Baifeng felt a wave of humiliation wash over him. "You say it was uncomfortable. Why didn't I crush your hands instead? You boast too much. Hand over what you have, and we can consider this matter settled. Otherwise, enough. I tire of your empty threats. I have no interest in hearing them." Lu Ding's patience waned. If one could merely talk their way out of trouble, what need would there be for the 749s? They might as well replace them with negotiation specialists, utilizing their wind-steadying technique to its utmost. Lu Ding moved with an eerie grace, drawing upon the air itself. A terrifying slash cut through the air. Yuan Baifeng, exuding an imposing aura, summoned golden light to his palm, refusing to evade, and met Lu Ding's attack head-on. He believed that the weight of his realm, coupled with his years of experience, would allow him to easily withstand this blow, despite Lu Ding's fearsome physicality. However, the instant their palms collided, a searing pain, akin to the sensation of flesh being sliced, coursed through him. Half of his palm was severed. Yuan Baifeng's eyes widened in panic as he looked up to see Lu Ding approaching with a mocking grin. What of age and experience, this was no jest. Apart from the flying bear assault technique, all of Lu Ding's techniques were top-tier skills bestowed by the system. Mastery of such techniques was not merely a matter of time and effort. Initially, Yuan Baifeng had held some hope for victory, but his reliance on age and realm led him to take Lu Ding's strike, resulting in the loss of half his palm. Consequently, his mastery of the great strength diamond palm was diminished by 50%. "Great strength diamond palm, now you shall experience my palm." Lu Ding, harnessing the wind-steadying technique, swiftly closed the distance to Yuan Baifeng, a savage aura radiating from him. A colossal bear, its wings unfurled behind him, mirrored Lu Ding's palm gesture, creating a visual spectacle that defied description. At this moment, Yuan Baifeng found himself unable to evade. Should he attempt to dodge recklessly, he would only expose himself to the most advantageous strike from his opponent. Reluctantly, he braced himself, pushing his palms forward to defend. Yet, the instant their palms met, Yuan Baifeng's hands crumbled as if made of tofu, flesh disintegrating, with bone shards piercing through his shoulder blade. Lu Ding's palm struck his chest, penetrating cleanly through, sending blood mist spraying forth. With a pinpoint strike, all of Lu Ding's force surged into Yuan Baifeng. Blood gushed uncontrollably from his mouth and nose. Summoning the last of his strength, Yuan Baifeng managed to strike Lu Ding's chest, yet found that his remaining power seemed to vanish without a trace, leaving Lu Ding unmoved. Observing that Yuan Baifeng still clung to life, Lu Ding proclaimed chillingly, "Strength is not determined by age. Your great strength diamond palm is nothing more than this." Poof! Yuan Baifeng could no longer contain his injuries, spewing forth a cloud of blood mist as the last vestiges of life faded, his lifeless form hanging limply in Lu Ding's grasp. Chapter 24, The night when boundaries were shattered in 5 layers, at a speed like flight. Beside him, the battle between Wen Yuchuan and Yin Feng raged on. Lu Ding flung aside the corpse hanging from his hands and plunged into the crowd. Like a ferocious beast that had awakened from a long winter slumber, its hunger turning it into a predator, he pounced into the flock, blood and flesh flying in all directions, leaving not a single whole corpse among the heretics of the heavenly principal sect who perished at his hands. The nearby clean-up crew entered the scene, and upon witnessing the hellish battlefield on the expressway, their faces turned pale with disbelief. They had encountered numerous large-scale incidents before, but those involved were merely cultists or cruel entities. The combat style of the 749 personnel was unlike anything they had seen, marked by such sheer brutality. Observing Lu Ding at the roadside, his blackened hand stained with blood as he drew a cigarette to his lips, he exhaled a plume of smoke. Yin Feng tilted his head to glance at him, saying, "I used to think you were merely somewhat capable, perhaps a tad arrogant for an intern investigator, but looking at you now, it's quite the contrast to our first meeting when you were so polite." His words caused Lu Ding to cough on the smoke, rolling his eyes in response. "If you can't hold a decent conversation, then keep quiet." Har har har. "Isn't that a compliment? Seriously, if there are any good missions in the future, I will definitely call upon you. Your combat prowess is no joke. You could even take down Yuan Baifeng. After today, your name will probably spread across this territory of Yunhai, and I wonder what nickname you'll earn. I hope it's something handsome, something that sounds elegant." Yin Feng scrutinized him from head to toe, his attire drenched in crimson blood. "How does this resemble elegance? You are purely epitomizing violence. Only with your face could it be deemed aesthetic." At that moment, when Yuchuan approached, stating, "If Lu Ding doesn't join 749, he would undoubtedly be our bureau's most wanted criminal." Upon hearing this, he and Yin Feng exchanged glances, laughing unabashedly. Lu Ding felt somewhat speechless. "Hey, Lu Ding, why don't you take off your clothes? Aren't you uncomfortable all covered in blood?" Shenghe remarked, her eyes sparkling. Lu Ding considered it and decided to remove his blooded clothing, revealing a torso adorned with well-defined muscles. Combined with his clean, cropped hair and striking features, he was undeniably a heartthrob. Shenghe's gaze turned glassy. "Shenghe, you're drooling." Yin Feng exaggeratedly exclaimed, prompting Shenghe to touch her chin. Realizing there was nothing there, her face flushed with embarrassment as she shouted in anger, "You bastard Yin Feng, I'll get you for this." The events on the expressway were witnessed by numerous onlookers, with some videos even circulating online. However, this fleeting spectacle quickly faded from public attention, harmonized away before it could cause any significant uproar. Although the general populace remained largely indifferent, within the realm of Yunhai's practitioners, Lu Ding had achieved notoriety. His brutal methods and the chilling aftermath of his battles coalesced into a fitting nickname, the Corpse Disposer. Those who fell by his hand were rarely left intact, thus, this moniker was quite apparent. Lu Ding had made a name for himself by stepping over Yuan Baifeng's corpse. Upon returning to the 749 bureau, all personnel, including Lu Ding, were summoned for questioning due to the considerable commotion caused by the incident. In the interrogation room, a man and a woman scrutinized Lu Ding. "So, you truly went out and killed Ling Jiyu over a mere threat?" "Not entirely. Primarily, she was wielding malevolent sorcery to harm others. As a 749 investigator, it is my duty to capture or thwart such practitioners who cause chaos." Lu Ding's response was unwavering. The two did not delve further into the details. After closing their notebooks, they stated, "Lu Ding, this matter has considerable implications. Therefore, for the time being, you should take a break and refrain from missions to avoid being recognized by ordinary civilians. What if I wish to take on missions? With his golden opportunity at hand, not killing monsters felt more unbearable than death itself. The two interrogators exchanged glances, taken aback by Liu Ding's response, yet, this mindset was indeed suitable for an investigator at 7 for 9. It wasn't that completing a single mission in a month was inadequate. Rather, completing multiple missions and desiring to continue was preferable. How about this? You can patrol a jurisdiction. We will assign you a district for patrolling, and you can manage everything within it as you see fit. Patrolling the jurisdiction will count as a mission. Will there be monsters or supernatural occurrences in this patrol? Liu Ding had no objections to patrolling, his sole concern was whether there would be monsters for him to slay. The interrogators' demeanor softened, smiles gracing their faces. Recently, there have been many sudden events in Yunhai. If you wish, we can assign you to a district with a higher likelihood of such incidents. That's acceptable. Assign me to a location with a high frequency of special events. Patrolling a jurisdiction requires 2 individuals, typically, it's randomly assigned by us, but considering your strength far exceeds that of an ordinary intern investigator, you may select a fellow investigator to accompany you. Do you have anyone in mind, or shall we assign someone at random? Let it be Yang Feifan, he is familiar to me. Liu Ding preferred Yang Feifan over the prospect of getting to know a stranger, avoiding the awkward adjustment period. What if they assigned him someone with an abnormal thought process? Very well, we will arrange that for you promptly. You should receive the jurisdiction details by tomorrow. Be sure to attend the handover. Understood. After the questioning concluded, Liu Ding was fatigued from 2 days without adequate rest, now covered in blood. He returned to his dormitory for a refreshing hot shower. After messaging Wen Yuchuan to inquire about the situation with the Dingfeng pearl, Liu Ding fell into a deep slumber, sleeping straight through until nightfall. Returning to his daily routine of eating, sleeping, and ultimately cultivating, Liu Ding's current realm was the first layer of the Jiaxian realm. He had activated 1/10 of his energy spirals. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, he practiced the Fei Xiong Pu Sha method, absorbing the ambient spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, converting it into his own stored spiritual energy, and subsequently filling the voids within him to generate self-sustaining energy spirals. As one energy spiral after another filled, Liu Ding naturally ascended to the second layer of the Jiaxian realm, yet, he had no intention of halting there. He pressed on, continuing to absorb and refine the spiritual energy of the universe. At 9:31 and 58 seconds p.m., he reached the third layer of the Jiaxian realm. At 11:46 and 21 seconds p.m., he advanced to the fourth layer. At 3:01 and 13 seconds a.m., he achieved the fifth layer. By 7:30 a.m., he reached the sixth layer. It was only when he felt a dull ache in his meridians that he chose to stop. The Jiaxian realm primarily involved absorbing the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth to transform it into personal spiritual energy, nourishing the physical body, and filling voids to create energy spirals. Liu Ding's physical form, when compared to others at the Jiaxian realm, was unparalleled. Even practitioners of the Linghai realm would find few able to rival him, unless they were exceptionally gifted in body cultivation. Thus, the step of nourishing the body could be bypassed. In terms of absorbing spiritual energy, he had the unique ability to achieve a state of unity with the universe. While others might extract spiritual energy slowly with a straw, Liu Ding could operate a pump to draw it in. Chapter 25, Administrative Leave and Jurisdictional Patrol Management. Furthermore, to fill the void of the cyclone, one must emphasize physical strength, innate talent, and relentless practice. The cyclone is fragile, and a moment's carelessness could lead to injury, hence the necessity to nurture the body. However, Liu Ding's physique is already formidable, allowing his cyclone to accommodate a substantial influx of spiritual energy. Moreover, the principle of losing oneself plays a crucial role once more. With the unity of heaven and man, Liu Ding becomes akin to Zhangfei threading a needle, coarse yet meticulous. Though seemingly rough, each step is a flawless filling. Under the confluence of various conditions, Liu Ding astonishingly ascended from the first to the sixth level of the Jiaxian realm overnight. It is only the meridians that impose limitations. Further manipulation of the circulatory system may risk injury to them, especially after such a rapid breakthrough. Otherwise, he would not have exited the cultivation state. His strength has risen once again. Liu Ding stretched languidly, feeling the resurgence of power within. I should take some time to recuperate. Once my meridians are restored, I will resume my cultivation, he remarked. Exposing his upper body, he opened the wardrobe to find that he had brought very few clothes, and given previous constraints, he had soiled one yesterday. The uniform of 749 was hardly appealing. Now, aside from the uniform, there was only one set of clothing left in the wardrobe. Liu Ding took it out and donned it, saying, once the jurisdiction is assigned, I shall purchase a few more outfits. No sooner had he spoken than a message arrived on his phone, vibrating with news regarding his jurisdiction allocation. Dear Intern Investigator Liu Ding, your jurisdiction has been successfully assigned. Please report to Yunhai City, Baofan District, and complete the handover at the local Public Security Bureau within 12 hours of receiving this notification. Does this mean I am to collaborate with the local Public Security Bureau? Indeed, if I were to patrol by myself across such a vast area, my information would undoubtedly be incomplete. Only the local bureau could efficiently gather extensive intelligence. As someone who possesses only a household registration and no residence, Liu Ding was quite familiar with the name Baofan District. True to its name, it is a place where every inch of land is precious, embodying an indescribable prosperity. It is only slightly inferior to the top-tier central districts, and that marginal difference is due to the exorbitant land prices, which hinder development. Decades ago, this area was a bustling economic zone in Yunhai. Although it has since declined, the wealthy still abound, and one could inadvertently hit a millionaire with a thrown brick. Moreover, the population is diverse. Liu Ding had not anticipated being assigned such a jurisdiction. Subsequently, a message from Yang Feifan arrived. Liu Ji, are you awake? I noticed you were quite exhausted yesterday and didn't want to disturb you. I've received my jurisdiction assignment and bought you some breakfast, which I'll leave at your door. Remember to eat once you wake up. I'm heading to my jurisdiction soon, so I probably won't be able to take on tasks with you for a while. Liu Ding took a sip from his cup. I'm awake. Have you had breakfast? Liu Ji, you're up so early. I haven't eaten yet. I'm a bit pressed for time. I thought I'd leave early to avoid being criticized by the colleagues who start with me. You should eat before you go. The colleague starting with you is me, and I won't criticize you. Liu Ding chuckled as he sent the message. Yang Feifan is still as reliable as ever in his work. This mindset, while commendable, can also be a double-edged sword, and changing it abruptly might prove challenging. Let it be. Liu Ji, is that really true? Am I capable of deceiving you? Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed. Liu Ding approached the door to find Yang Feifan standing outside with breakfast in hand. Liu Ji, it's fantastic that we've both been assigned to the same jurisdiction. I was worried I wouldn't be able to handle such a vast area. After learning about his assignment, Yang Feifan felt a tinge of apprehension. He had heard of Baofan District's reputation. It is both prosperous and chaotic, with a diverse population and a high incidence of unusual events. Given his limited abilities, being assigned to such a region felt like a joke. However, upon realizing Liu Ding would be alongside him, Yang Feifan instantly felt reassured. It would be Liu Ji who would handle the critical matters while he would merely assist. After donning his shoe covers and entering, he set down the breakfast. Liu Ding accepted a bun and took a bite. What is there to fear? Baofan District doesn't have a mouth, it can't bite. Liu Ji, you might only know part of the story. Baofan District is indeed chaotic, and the incidence of unusual events ranks among the top 3 in Yunhai. In the past, formal investigators were assigned here. How could an intern like me not feel anxious about such a deployment? Moreover, the other patrol personnel will likely be unfamiliar formal investigators. I've hardly interacted with them before, and during the few encounters, I was a nuisance to others. This is Sai. Oh, are you well acquainted with Baofan District? Liu Ding inquired, sipping his porridge. I know a bit. Previously, the patrol personnel in Baofan District were formal investigators from our bureau, namely the Sword of the Cross, Bei Guang, and the alchemy master Ming Jun. I've heard they're quite formidable, and they haven't been in their positions for long. However, during their patrols, they made significant mistakes that led to severe casualties. That must be why they were replaced. Significant mistakes, do elaborate, I'm intrigued. Since he was about to assume his position, it was essential to gather intelligence. Lu Ding wished to avoid entering blindly. He was confident in his abilities but not reckless. I've only heard rumors. At the end of last month, there was a subsidence in Baofan district, and it was said there was an ancient tomb beneath. In Yunhai, a city with a three-dynasty history, ancient tombs are as common as cabbages. However, this particular tomb was somewhat unique. It housed a white-haired howler and several treasures. When the tomb collapsed, the howler escaped and caused injuries. The formal investigators, Bei Guang and Ming Jun, attempted to deal with the howler. They severely injured the howler and forced it back into the tomb, but then they turned to search for treasures, which led to the howler escaping a second time and killing numerous innocents. Eventually, the local alchemists had to intervene to subdue the howler. Afterward, due to the treasures within the tomb, a conflict arose between the two parties, resulting in a violent clash. Upon hearing this, Lu Ding felt that these two investigators were remarkably foolish. At the very least, they should have ensured the howler was neutralized before seeking treasure. Allowing others to intervene was one thing, but failing to outmatch others afterward was truly embarrassing. However, he had one question: with the emergence of the ancient tomb, wouldn't our bureau intervene? Lu Ji, although 749 is responsible for managing alchemists, the existence of alchemists has persisted since ancient times. Our bureau has only been established for a few years. We cannot strip the space for survival from the alchemists merely because 749 was founded. Moreover, if those treasures fell into the hands of ordinary people, they would no longer be treasures but rather disasters. Furthermore, while the treasures may be valuable, in comparison to those in our bureau, they are but trifles. The disparity in both quantity and quality is negligible. They even assisted in the matter, which is part of the alchemist's way of survival. It's akin to how, in novels, when a secret realm appears, even a dominant sect or dynasty wouldn't monopolize it. Such behavior is counterproductive to management. This perspective was indeed unique. It was Lu Ding's first time hearing it. As a newcomer to the field, having only recently joined 749, it was natural for him to be unaware of these intricacies. Chapter 26, The Inauguration of the Intern Investigator in Baofan District. Why don't you give him a taste of reality? You seem to know quite a bit. Someone like you is not suited for frontline work. You're more fit for a managerial role, Lu Ding remarked casually. Come on, brother Lu, with my combat prowess, if I were to take on a managerial position, no one would take me seriously, Yang Feifan replied. Lu Ding shot him a glance, half joking. So you do have such aspirations, you, Yang Feifan, audacious enough to desire a position of authority. This statement startled Yang Feifan considerably, prompting him to hastily deny, No, brother Lu, I don't mean that. Har, I was just teasing you. No need to be so tense, relax a bit. Alright, we've had enough to eat. It's time to head to Baofan District. Yang Feifan paused in surprise. Wait, but brother Lu, I haven't eaten yet. You must refrain from eating. Consider it a lesson learned. Brother Lu, that's not fair. Didn't you ask me to speak? Lu Ding may have been jesting, but he still ensured others were fed. Yang Feifan heartily drank his kanji and devoured the buns, finishing everything in a flash. Next, it was time to assume their roles in Baofan District. Baofan District Public Security Administration. As personnel managing the special jurisdiction of 749, Bei Guang and Ming Jun's office was located on the top floor, offering ample space and a sweeping view. However, due to a single misstep, they were compelled to relinquish this prime location. They would also have to return to face disciplinary action from the bureau. At that moment, the two were busy packing their belongings. Ming Jun glanced around and asked, Guang, are you really willing to leave just like this? Of course, I'm not. Bei Guang replied. We haven't even explored what lies beyond that grand door. There must be treasures there, but now, we have no choice. It's our fault for messing up at work. This is fate, and we must accept it. Initially, the two had refrained from eliminating the white-haired howler simply because they had spotted numerous treasures during the pursuit. They had intended to dispatch the howler first before collecting the goods. However, upon encountering a stone door adorned with mystical runes, they decided to momentarily set aside the matter of the howler. They believed that opening the door would yield something valuable, fearing that delays might bring complications. Ultimately, the door remained shut, and the howler escaped. Later, they returned to find the stone door still firmly closed. During this time, they had exhausted every conceivable method to unlock it, yet it remained impenetrable. They had initially thought to gradually wear the door down with patience. Even if the Bureau were to impose penalties, they would accept it. Surely, they wouldn't be recalled before the end of their term, would they? As it turned out, they were indeed recalled. When the order came down, it felt as though the sky had fallen upon them. Now, Bei Heguang said it was fate, and they must accept it. Ming Jun was instantly displeased. Fate, my fault, I've risen from an ordinary person to a chi refiner, that is divine favor. From joining 749 as an intern investigator to becoming a full-fledged investigator, that is the heaven's blessing. Now, encountering this stone door, it must be a reward from above. To leave just like this, I refuse to accept it. Bei Heguang set down his belongings, arms crossed. Then present a plan. Let me hear your esteemed opinion. Oh, by the way, do you know who the investigator coming this time is? Are you out of your mind? The Bureau has such strict information control. Who would know? I'm not part of management. Don't you have wide connections and a plethora of acquaintances? Why not inquire? After a moment of hesitation, Bei Heguang replied, all right, I'll ask around. Make it quick. No more questions. Bei Heguang pulled out his phone and activated his network. After a while, he furrowed his brow. Strange, this doesn't seem to comply with regulations. What is the matter? Did you find out anything? Ming Jun asked anxiously from the side. I've uncovered part of it. A friend of mine stumbled upon some vague information, saying that the investigator assigned to Baofan district is a temporary transfer and is also an intern investigator. As for who it is, that is still unknown. A temporary investigator? A temporary investigator coming to Baofan district. Isn't he that courting disaster, or have they offended someone, or made a mistake and were deliberately sent here? Bei Heguang shot him a look of incredulity. Could it not be that these two temporary investigators are exceptionally capable, thus being promoted here? Ming Jun pondered for a moment. That is a possibility, but those formidable individuals seem unlikely. Among the fierce interns, there are only a few, with the most notable being Bai Hemming, who is currently under confinement. Then there is Dan Tai Xian Yu, who caused quite a stir in Ninglong City. She wouldn't return either. Others have all been promoted to full investigators, so it doesn't align. Have you forgotten someone, the infamous Lu Ding, who killed Yuan by phone on the expressway near Baiyao ancient town? This name had been buzzing around the previous night. Although both were feeling irritated, they had caught wind of the rumors. The perfect evaluator, Zhao Xian, who had slain the spirits of the Lingxi, leaving no body intact. Such titles were indeed daunting. Ming Jun shook his head. It seems unlikely. Many are famous, but there are no false figures. However, Lu Ding just completed a task and stirred quite a commotion. He even had Wen Yuchuan release news about the use of the wind-settling pearl. Currently, Wen Yuchuan and Yin Feng are still on administrative leave. It is improbable for him to be singled out for a transfer to Baofan district. At the very least, he should be accompanied by a full investigator. I truly can't fathom what fierce individuals could be among two interns. His thorough analysis was logical and compelling, making it sound plausible. Bei Heguang was also drawn into his reasoning. All right, just tell me what we should do. Ming Jun, opting to stop thinking, suggested, it should be relatively capable intern investigators. So, when the person in charge arrives, let us see if we recognize them. If we don't, we'll give them a taste of reality and send them back to report that they are unfit for the work in Baofan district. This way, we can buy ourselves a few days. During this time, we'll work on opening the tomb door. If we do recognize them, then we can have a good chat, showing a friendly demeanor and splitting responsibilities. Bei Jun's idea was quite sound. To adapt their approach based on the abilities and reputations of others, the plan was flawless, yet he overlooked a crucial detail. Neither he nor Bei Heguang had ever seen Lu Ding, nor did they know what he looked like. They only knew of him by name and his nickname. "All right, your plan is good, we shall proceed accordingly." Neither felt the urgency to pack up anymore, they simply awaited the arrival of the new investigator. Soon, Lu Ding and Yang Feifan arrived at the entrance. A phone call was made, and the director of the Baofan District Public Security Administration along with a host of leaders came personally to greet them, all wearing beaming smiles, clearly elated. They had finally welcomed the new 749 enforcement. Initially, the two previous investigators weren't entirely incompetent, but they certainly weren't exemplary either. Moreover, during their already brief tenure, they had created numerous problems, leading to the loss of many innocent lives, this time due to their work errors. This had significantly complicated their responsibilities. What was done was done, the new enforcement had arrived, and one could only hope they would be more reliable. "Comrade, greetings, I am the director of the Baofan District Public Security Administration, Gao Zhengliang." Chapter 27. A few drops of urine in fright. Lu Ding extended his hand. "Intern Investigator 749, Lu Ding, this is my partner, Intern Investigator Yang Feifan." Upon hearing the term Intern Investigator, Gao Zhengliang felt as if the sky had fallen upon him. Although Ming Jun and Bei He were quite influential, at least they were formally recognized investigators. Now, two interns had arrived. Leadership, I, Gao Zhengliang, have diligently served the Baofan district, safeguarding its public order. "How could you treat me this way?" Yang Feifan noticed the smile on Gao Zhengliang's face freeze, and immediately voiced his indignation. "Director Gao, and formal investigators also promoted from internships. Are you implying that you cannot recognize a true talent?" The phrase "cannot recognize a true talent" was jarring, but that was precisely the effect he sought, striking a dissonant chord with the listener. Gao Zhengliang's expression quickly returned to normal. "I was reckless. Having lived this long, I seem to be growing more muddled. I apologize, both investigators. Shall we sit inside and discuss?" "It's nothing, Director Gao. There will be plenty of time to get to know each other," replied Lu Ding. The crowd parted, clearing a path for Lu Ding and his companion. At the glass doors of the Public Security Bureau, Ming Jun inquired of Bei He about the situation outside. "What do you think? Do you recognize them? The one on the right is unfamiliar, while the one on the left seems somewhat familiar, just an ordinary intern." "Then it's settled, they are indeed ordinary intern investigators. Let's give them a taste of reality to make them think twice." The two moved to block Lu Ding and his party's path. Gao Zhengliang sighed slightly. "Bei Shu, Ming Shu, what are you two doing?" The two ignored Gao Zhengliang. "Hey, you two intern investigators, do you have the capability to welcome us formal investigators?" In an instant, Lu Ding flashed forward, standing towering before Ming Jun, casting an imposing gaze down upon him. An overwhelming pressure enveloped the air, rendering Ming Jun breathless. His face flushed crimson, and for a moment, he envisioned a bear-like figure with piercing red eyes, eagerly sizing him up, contemplating which piece of him would be the first to devour. Bang! Unable to withstand the pressure, Ming Jun collapsed to his knees. Lu Ding's voice resonated. "I give you 1 minute to disappear from my sight. Such an opportunity will not come again." As the oppressive aura dissipated, Ming Jun felt drenched in sweat, as if he had just emerged from a body of water. Gao Zhengliang stood by, his lips twitching uncontrollably. Although he was merely an ordinary man, he had some understanding of the prowess of those skilled in chi refinement. The fact that Lu Ding had instilled such fear without even making a move spoke volumes about his abilities. He hurriedly stepped forward to mediate. "Investigator Lu, the Bureau has prepared a welcoming banquet. Is there anything you particularly enjoy eating? I can have the kitchen accommodate your preferences." Ming Jun lifted his head, his thoughts intertwining. "Lu, intern investigator, could it be Lu Ding? Damn it. No wonder he looked unfamiliar. I didn't recognize him at all. Despite countless calculations, I overlooked this detail." Ming Jun, still shaken, stammered, "You are the corpse disperser, Lu Ding." "Corpse disperser?" Yang Feifan stepped forward. "Bro, that's just a nickname given by outsiders." Lu Ding felt utterly speechless. This appellation hardly suggested a noble character. As a dignified intern investigator of 749, he was dedicated to protecting the citizens from the threats of malevolent beings, yet he was saddled with such an ominous title. The term a corpse disperser sounded more akin to a demon or monster. Lu Ding, exasperated, bypassed the still kneeling Ming Jun and entered the Public Security Bureau. After he left, Ming Jun turned to Bei He, who was hiding in the corner. Guang. Help me up. I can't get up. Bei He sprinted over to assist him. Are you all right? All right. You try it and see if you are all right. I nearly soiled myself in fright. And you call this all right? Struggling to rise, he lamented. It really was Lu Ding. What kind of magic does he practice to be so terrifying? Truly, there are only misnamed titles, never misnamed nicknames. How unfortunate to have encountered him. If I weren't also a 749 intern, I would have surely faced dire consequences today. Lu Ding had no such intentions. Why should he coddle those who showed him disdain? Yet for Ming Jun, it was a close call. Isn't it your own fault for overanalyzing? We've never seen Lu Ding, how would we know what he looks like? You should have mentioned that sooner. Bei He awkwardly chuckled. I just remembered. Damn it, you managed to dodge swiftly, leaving me to bear the brunt. Let's go find Lu Ding and have a proper discussion with him. No, wait a moment, are you mad? Didn't he just tell us to disappear in a minute? If we go find him now, wouldn't we be embarrassing him? What about the matter with the ancient tomb? We are modern people. Can't you think just at him as a friend on your phone and message him? Ming Jun's eyes lit up. This time you didn't miss the mark, but can he add us? Someone like him seems rather proud and difficult to approach. Then why not at the person next to him? That one seems honest enough, adding him to pass along a message should be fine. Let's leave this place first, in case he comes out again. Aren't we leaving our things behind? Forget them. They aren't worth much. Let's just go. The two hurriedly departed, almost as if fleeing. Upstairs, Lu Ding declined Director Gao's invitation for the welcoming banquet and entered the office left behind by Ming Jun and Bei He. Sitting down with a cup of tea, he observed Yang Feifan tidying up and disposing of refuse. Earlier, Director Gao had mentioned seeking several individuals to assist Yang Feifan, but he had declined. He was acutely aware of his role. He was meant for menial tasks, not combat. If he were to be replaced in even the simplest duties, what purpose would he serve? Carrying a bag of trash, he exited. When Yang Feifan returned, he held up his phone. Bro, those two formal investigators just added me. They want to convey something to you. What could they possibly need to relay through you? I don't bite, they could just tell me directly. Lu Ding was baffled by the elaborate measures. They probably fear you, which is why they approached me, Yang Feifan astutely deduced. He continued, they mentioned they know of a treasure and hope to collaborate with you. Another treasure? Lu Ding straightened in his seat. After the incident with the wind-settling pearl, which he felt was a missed opportunity, he was not about to let another treasure slip through his fingers. Ask them what kind of treasure it is. Chapter 28. The corpse of the Tai Sui. This individual exudes a formidable aura. I must indulge in another cigarette. They did not elaborate, merely mentioning treasures, but Yang Feifan's hesitant remark drew a glance from Lu Ding. When did you learn to be so enigmatic? Oh no, brother Lu, I was merely contemplating that the Baofan district is hardly a remote mountain. Where could there be so many places to hide treasures? It boils down to a few possibilities. Firstly, these two might have spotted something precious, yet unrecognized by others, something they themselves cannot confront, hence they seek to collaborate with you, leveraging your methods as a weapon. The likelihood of that is slim. If they cannot contend with such a presence, what makes them think their perception is superior? As for the second possibility, it suggests that within the tombs of the Baofan district, there lies something overlooked by others, or perhaps discovered but deemed too challenging to extract. Personally, I lean towards the latter. Moreover, judging by their conduct today, they do not appear to be particularly foolish. I suspect they are reluctant to simply hand over the treasures. They wish to intimidate us, urging us to retreat, buying themselves a few days to strategize regarding the treasures within. As for that treasure, Though they cannot take it, they may have confirmed that no one else has laid claim to it, which is why they desire to collaborate with you. It is said that treasures are destined for those who are fated. Brother Lu, ever since your arrival, the treasures have begun to reveal themselves. It seems you are indeed that fated individual. I suggest we refrain from rushing our response to them and instead explore the tomb ourselves. Should we find anything, you may take it, and we can act as if nothing has transpired. If we find nothing, we can revisit the notion of collaboration. At that point, Brother Lu, with your considerable prowess, you shall have the first pick of any valuable items. That is the custom. Ultimately, we shall not suffer any loss. What do you think? A smile crept across Lu Ding's face. Although Yang Feifan may not excel in combat, his intellect is commendable. It is no wonder that strategists in ancient times were held in high regard. Having a sharp mind by one's side certainly facilitates matters. You are becoming increasingly astute. Yang Feifan scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed as he replied, "It is merely a result of spending so much time alongside you, Brother Lu. I have learned a thing or two." His words were eloquent, yet not entirely flattering. Yang Feifan is indeed clever, and he perceives that Lu Ding possesses considerable acumen as well, albeit with greater strength. When the time calls for intellect, Lu Ding will undoubtedly outthink him. At this juncture, it is Yang Feifan's opportunity to shine, offering counsel and filling in the gaps, yet, Lu Ding interprets it differently. It is often said that foolish rulers take delight in treacherous advisers, a sentiment that rings true. He is beginning to understand. Then let us proceed as you suggest. Time is of the essence, and we must go now. You wish to go in broad daylight. Why not? We are not grave robbers, there is no need to wait for nightfall, our actions are lawful, who could possibly hinder us? The duo promptly exited through the door, only to encounter Gao Jingliang upon their emergence. Lu Ding, just in time. I have a matter to discuss with you. Has a special incident occurred? Not at all. Then never mind, I am in a hurry, please convey any matters to me when I return. Lu Ding's duty is to handle special incidents in the Baofan district. Unless it is a special incident, nothing can impede his quest for treasures. Hey, Lu Ding, do not rush off. The Cao family Ali and the Sihai group, along with the Wuzong Society, wish to invite you for a meal. Without a second thought, Lu Ding declined, and no need. Please excuse me from that, Director Gao. I simply do not have time for a meal right now. Gao Jingliang appeared somewhat anxious. Lu Ding, these are prominent local forces in the Baofan district. If you do not attend, it may complicate your future work. He was indifferent. No matter how formidable these individuals may be, they would not dare challenge the authorities. His concern lay solely with Lu Ding. Although Gao Jingliang had only recently met him, he recognized Lu Ding's genuine abilities. The better Lu Ding performs, the more secure the Baofan district becomes. Their fates are interlinked. Thus, Gao Jingliang felt urgency. Lu Ding discerned that the man was genuinely looking out for him. Then please inform them to reschedule. I am truly unavailable today. Oh, and Director Gao, could you kindly send me a list of the practitioners in the Baofan district? I must take my leave. Yang Feifan added from behind, thank you for your efforts, Director Gao. Brother Lu truly has pressing matters to attend to. We apologize for the inconvenience. Alas, very well, very well. Here I am, a director of such stature, running errands like this. My old back, Gao Jingliang subtly conveyed Lu Ding's intentions to the various factions. Cao family Ali, Cao Yuan. Since Lu Ding has matters to attend to, let us reschedule. Please inform Director Gao that the Cao family Ali warmly welcomes Lu Ding's esteemed presence at any time. Sihai Group, Jie Shunan. Thank you, Director Gao, for relaying the message. Lu Ding is busy, and it is we of the Sihai Group who have been remiss. Whenever Lu Ding is free and remembers us, we shall dine together. Observing the responses from the Cao family Ali and the Sihai Group, Gao Jingliang flicked the ash from his cigarette. Indeed, Lu Ding is unlike any other investigator. Previously, when formal investigators from Unit 749 conducted inspections, incidents like today's had occurred, where respect was not reciprocated, leading to no fruitful discussions. The local practitioners would often feign compliance while refusing to cooperate, offering only perfunctory responses. Should one provoke trouble, it would escalate, ultimately leading to nothing, as Unit 749's management adhered to principles of fairness and justice. However, under the guise of fairness and justice, without mutual cooperation, conducting inspections becomes exceedingly difficult. Many matters require assistance from others. Dining serves merely as a pretext. The essential aspect lies in gauging mutual attitudes. There is no need for tangible offerings or promises, only a display of disposition. In the past, these individuals would not have displayed such an attitude. They would not have behaved so courteously following Lu Ding's refusal. Gao Jingliang found it quite curious. An intern investigator proves more effective than the official ones. How odd indeed. Shortly thereafter, another message arrived. Gao Jingliang chuckled. I knew it, this is their true nature. He proceeded to screenshot the message and sent it to Lu Ding and Yang Feifan. The message read: Sat Smiley Wuzang Society, Tang Hu. It's not that Lu Ding is so impressive, he declines a meal invitation, thinking he has something special. Who is he trying to impress with this display of authority? I scoff, he should be careful. Just as Gao Jingliang sent the screenshot, the sender retracted the message and sent a revised one. Sad smiley. Director Gao, this is Tang Bao of the Wuzang Society. My brother had too much to drink, please disregard what he said. Gao Jingliang extinguished his cigarette. Disregard that one. Do. At my age, I want to allow you to vent your frustrations on me. If you dare insult someone, be prepared for the consequences. I haven't embellished anything, those were your own words, not mine. Regardless of rank, even a director has his temper. Although practitioners do not fall under his jurisdiction, the presence of a formidable partner makes a difference. After all these years, Gao Jingliang relished the moment of wielding a bit of authority. The corpse of the Tai Sui, such a name carries a sinister weight. I must indulge in another cigarette. With a flick, the flame ignited, and a plume of smoke escaped his lips. Chapter 29, Credentials and Firearms, to enter or not. On the road to the ancient tomb, Lu Ding glanced at the message sent by Director Gao on his phone. He silently committed the name of the Wuzang Xingqi's Tang Hu to memory. Fond of being brash, we shall have our opportunity to meet. Upon arrival, they found themselves in a modest park, already cordoned off with police tape. Lu Ding presented his identification, just as he was about to enter. Yang Feifan lagged a step behind, having also seen the message on his phone. Brother Lu, the Wuzang Xingqi is the weakest among the three factions, and yet they dare to be so arrogant. Shouldn't we teach them a lesson? The Wuzang Xingqi is one of the forces of the Lianqi masters in the Baofan district. Its members are primarily disciples of the shamanic arts or rogue Taoists from the wild Mao Shan, who have come from various regions to seek fortune and establish themselves here. They usually engage in activities such as feng shui consulting, exorcism, ghost catching, and fortune-telling, and they also sell minor talismans, which do not hold much prestige. The trio of brothers known as the Dragon, Tiger, and Leopard are the leaders. The eldest brother, Tang Long, bears the burden of the fallen dragon Old Immortal, while the second brother, Tang Hu, fortuitously encountered a mountain tiger, and through sheer luck, not only escaped being devoured but also became its shaman. The youngest, Tang Bao, is said to have been lost in the mountains as a child, only to be taken in and raised by a mother leopard who had lost her cubs. Interestingly, both Tang Long and Tang Hu became shamanic disciples while searching for Tang Bao, leading the three brothers to unite. They later adopted the name Dragon, Tiger, and Leopard brothers upon arriving in Yunhai. There is no rush. Once this matter is settled, I shall personally pay him a visit to demonstrate to whom my authority as a newly appointed official is directed. Lu Ding replied. He cared little for the other patrols. His presence meant that if one was a dragon, they must lie low, and if one was a tiger, they must coil. He had not provoked these individuals, yet they had initiated contact with him. Thus, it was time for some amusement. No one should remain idle. Crossing the police tape, they entered the site. The expansive park was divided into two sections. In the outer area, scientific personnel wielded small brushes and shovels, excavating the ancient tomb's remains. Further inside, a different group of individuals kept watch. Upon noticing unfamiliar faces approaching, they hurriedly stepped forward to intercept. Do you have a pass? No pass, no entry. Lu Ding retrieved his identification and inquired, "Will this allow me to enter?" The man took it, opened it, and the bold letters spelling national security along with the embossed seal caused his hands to tremble. Despite his earlier bravado, encountering national security rendered him uneasy. Had he been a Lianqi master, upon seeing the number 749, he would likely have been even more distressed. In the current era, the significance of 749 is akin to that of the ancient Jinni Wei, who executed orders without prior notice, wielding imperial authority. To obstruct official duties could lead to fatal consequences. The man's expression grew troubled as he spoke. "Sir, this area has already been claimed by our Sihai group. Without a pass, it would be against protocol for you to enter. If I let you in, I would be in trouble." Lu Ding pulled out his handgun and chambered around. "Will this allow me to enter?" Upon seeing the dark barrel of the gun, the man dared not obstruct any further and quickly nodded, "Yes, yes, please proceed." He feared that if he spoke further, the individual might indeed shoot him. Preventing national security from performing its duties is no trivial matter. Accepting the identification handed back to him with respect, Lu Ding holstered his firearm and stepped into the actual collapse zone. After he left, the man hastily pulled out his phone to send a message. "Xianji, national security has arrived." They brandished their weapons and could not be stopped. "They have entered, and it seems they will soon reach your location." Yixian read the message on his phone and then glanced at another notification. Explosives and the construction crew were about to arrive. He clicked his tongue in irritation. What business does national security have here? Yixian, a 19-year-old Lianqi master from the Great Black Mountain, reflected on the history of the area, which had once been a den of demons and bandits. It was only after the Han Dynasty's suppression of banditry that the region was pacified. However, remnants of supernatural beings persisted, as they were impossible to eradicate, while the bandits had vanished. Those who remained were the earlier surrenderers among the strong men. They were all Lianqi masters, neither opposing nor accepting the state's restructuring. They simply resided on the Great Black Mountain, uninterested in worldly affairs, living their own lives. Yixian was a product of their teachings. Now of age, staying on the Great Black Mountain offered no future for a young man, prompting him to descend and venture forth. Coincidentally, the individuals from the Great Black Mountain had some connections with the forefounders of the Sihai group, leading him to Yunhai for support. However, shortly after his arrival, he learned of a land collapse and, emboldened by his skills, decided to investigate. Just then, the white-haired howler appeared. While it was indeed a monstrous creature, its teeth were rare materials. Wei Xian swiftly dealt with it. Subsequently, there was a dispute over the ancient tomb. The white-haired howler, which Ming Jun and others could not handle, became his. By the rules, this territory was rightfully his. In a 2-on-1 confrontation, Ming Jun and Bei Higuang were unable to best him, ultimately conceding control of the area. Although they lacked dominion over the site, they could enter at will. This was Yixian's gesture of goodwill towards 749. Having secured the rights to develop the ancient tomb, Yixian promptly handed the site over to Jie Shunan of the Sihai group. He himself assumed the role of security team leader, seeking treasures within the tomb. While he had made some gains, they were not particularly substantial until he discovered the chamber unearthed by Ming Jun and others. Yixian was convinced that it contained valuable items. In the ensuing days, he and Ming Jun exhausted all possible methods but could not open it. With no alternatives, Yixian informed Jie Shunan that after several days of attempts, they planned to detonate the chamber today. However, unexpectedly, 749 announced a change in patrols. It was rumored that a fierce character named Lu Ding was taking over, an intern investigator capable of defeating Lianqi Master Yuan by phone with his Zhuchuan realm cultivation. He had also gained a reputation for handling corpses with exceptional skill. Consequently, Jie Shunan went to invite Lu Ding for a meal. Wei Xian felt displeased. In his view, whatever Lu Ding could accomplish, he could achieve as well. They were of similar age. The only distinction was Lu Ding's official background as an intern investigator for 749, while Yixian hailed from the bandits of the Great Black Mountain. Were it not for this background preventing his entry into 749, Yixian believed he would have been welcomed with open arms. It's simply a matter of Lu Ding having better luck and gaining fame a bit earlier. Once I make my name, let's see if he dares to look down on me. Back when he descended, the village elder had advised him to foster a good relationship with Jie Shunan, suggesting that if possible, forming a connection would be ideal. Although the Sihai group held great power, the Great Black Mountain was no pushover. At worst, the seasoned elders buried in the earth would return to support him. Yi Xian also held a fondness for Jie Shunan. She was attractive, well-built, capable, wealthy, and intelligent, an ideal candidate. What man could remain unmoved in her presence? He certainly could not be an exception. Chapter 30, The Severed Bones and Broken Hands. It seems you have no future. Thus, when Yi Xian became aware of Jie Shunan's deep concern for Lu Ding, he felt a surge of displeasure in his heart. However, upon hearing that Lu Ding had urgent matters that compelled him to cancel the dinner engagement, a sense of joy washed over him. He inwardly scoffed at Lu Ding's lack of discernment, eagerly anticipating the moment when Jie Shunan would arrive with a demolition team to assist him in uncovering the tomb. As he indulged in these fanciful thoughts, Lu Ding had already rounded a corner and spotted Yi Xian seated on a stool in the middle of the main road. An aura of rebellious defiance emanated uncontrollably from him. His posture conveyed a sense of ownership, as though he were proclaiming, "This mountain is mine, this tree is mine, should you wish to pass, you must pay the toll." Yang Feifan cautiously approached, speaking softly, "Brother Lu, I just received information from Director Gao regarding a practitioner of Qi named Yi Xian. He hails from the notorious bandit lair of Dahai Mountain and has close ties with the Sihai group. It was he who dispatched by Mao with fatal force and single-handedly seized the ancient tomb development rights in the collapsed zone. However, seeing him in person does not quite match the reputation. He certainly gives off an impression of lacking intelligence." Lu Ding shared this sentiment. What rational person would sit foolishly grinning in the middle of a busy road in broad daylight? He couldn't be bothered with such an individual and intended to walk past him without a word. Hey. Are you too blind? You can't just waltz in here without noticing someone is already present. Do you think this is your home? Yi Xian remained seated, waving his hand dismissively, exuding an air akin to a security guard from an old community warding off a delivery person. Operation 749, unauthorized personnel must disperse, Yang Feifan said, producing his identification. Yi Xian stood, sensing the qi energy emanating from both individuals. "Is 749? Aren't you from the National Security?" Lu Ding was utterly speechless. This person had descended from the mountains without acquiring any basic common sense. To an ordinary person, the 749 identification might appear as if it belonged to the National Security, but to a practitioner of Qi, it was unmistakably 749. Never mind whether you are National Security or 749. The development rights to this area were entrusted to me by your 749 Baofan District Patrol. This place belongs to me now, and whether you are National Security or 749, you shall not enter. Upon witnessing Yi Xian's arrogant demeanor, Yang Feifan took a step back, fully aware that this individual was on the brink of misfortune. Lu Ding abhorred nothing more than encountering someone who dared to be more audacious than himself. As he had anticipated, Lu Ding's voice rang out the next moment. "So, you mean to say you won this place?" "Indeed," Yi Xian crossed his arms defiantly. Lu Ding replied with an indifferent tone, "Then may I take it from you?" Yi Xian's expression shifted to one of seriousness. At this point, he understood that these two were here to reclaim their honor and provoke trouble. "If you possess the ability, feel free to try. But let me make it clear, if anything goes awry, you shall say it was an accident." As fellow practitioners of Qi, their abilities were meant for use, there was no need for excessive reasoning. If one was unwilling to submit, then a battle would ensue. Yi Xian assumed a stance, with his tiger claw poised in front and crane beak behind. Lu Ding observed his movements and remarked, "Tiger crane double form. It does exhibit some semblance of martial finesse." During this period, Lu Ding had taken the opportunity to peruse various documents and literature within the bureau. He understood well that learning was an endless pursuit. Acquiring more knowledge was never a disadvantage. Coincidentally, he had recently come across information regarding the tiger crane double form. However, in comparison to the records detailing the master's techniques, Yi Xian's execution fell short. Upon hearing this person refer to himself as a practitioner of martial finesse, Yi Xian couldn't help but feel a surge of irritation. "That will suffice to deal with you." The tiger form was ferocious, while the crane form was agile. He lunged forward to test Lu Ding with his tiger claw. Lu Ding responded by raising his hand in a claw-like fashion to collide with Yi Xian's attack. A cold chuckle echoed in Yi Xian's heart. His tiger claw could leave marks even on tempered steel. Did this individual truly believe he could confront him with mere flesh? This was fortuitous. He would impart a lesson so that this person would understand the dangers of reckless words. He resolved that once he secured his tiger claw, he would immediately unleash a second wave of force to shatter this man's finger bones, ensuring he would remember this encounter. Yet, while the anticipation was pleasant, reality proved to be cruel. In the instant their palms clashed, Yi Xian felt as though a massive iron claw had seized his hand. His expression shifted dramatically. Wait! Lu Ding, however, would not grant him that reprieve. Having secured Yi Xian's palm, he unleashed a second wave of force, a terrifying weight of tens of thousands of pounds twisting and slamming down. The sound of cracking echoed as every bone in Yi Xian's arm was dislocated on the spot, and all 5 of his finger bones were pulverized. An old technique among veteran snake catchers involved grasping a venomous snake by its tail and swinging it around. After several rotations, a skilled catcher could dislocate the snake's entire body while keeping it alive, rendering it immobile. Lu Ding employed this very technique. Although he had never learned it, he had seen a video on the discussion board of the 749 app. With a moment of insight, he grasped the concept. After all, it was not a particularly profound skill, it was merely the application of finesse. Lu Ding pursued once more, using brute strength to wrench Yi Xian's arm and pull him closer, delivering a horizontal elbow strike to his chest. The impact sent Yi Xian hurtling backward, his blood surging violently. He tumbled and rolled for several meters before finally regaining his footing. A trickle of blood escaped from the corner of his mouth, his right arm dangling limply at his side, fingers twisted grotesquely. Suppressing the pain, Yi Xian spoke, "Might I suggest your methods are rather ruthless? We are merely engaging in a friendly spar. Enough with the nonsense, don't think I can't see through your intentions." "If I were weaker, it would be me in your position right now," Lu Ding replied, having sensed Yi Xian's intentions the moment their hands clashed. The only reason he was unharmed was due to Yi Xian's own inadequacy. Now, to claim cruelty in his actions was nothing short of farcical. Yang Feifan interjected, "Cruelty, if it weren't for Brother Lu's restraint, you would already be in pieces. Consider yourself fortunate to have escaped with your life." Yi Xian gritted his teeth. "I have learned a valuable lesson from your esteemed skills. The mountains are high and the roads are long. May I request your name, so that Yi Xian may repay you in the future?" Alas, this person was clearly not in touch with reality. Yang Feifan sighed inwardly. Defeat was defeat. Why must he utter such words? Did he truly wish for his life to be cut short? "Then it seems you have no future." Lu Ding's murderous intent leaked out, enveloping Yi Xian in an oppressive aura that felt impenetrable, as if he were drowning in an unfathomable abyss, with no hope of seeing the light of day again. Had Yi Xian chosen to retreat at this moment, Lu Ding would have acted as if nothing had transpired yet. He had made the grave mistake of uttering such words. In an instant, Lu Ding erupted in fury, the ground beneath him shattering as he charged forth like a ferocious, ancient beast, intent on crushing his opponent. Yi Xian sensed his impending doom, visions flashing before his eyes. "Captain Lu, please spare him," someone shouted desperately. The earth trembled as walls of solid earth erupted from the ground, attempting to impede Lu Ding's advance. However, with a forceful collision, these barriers crumbled like tofu, failing to halt Lu Ding's momentum but buying precious moments. In that fleeting interval, an elderly figure, small of stature, appeared before Yi Xian. Chapter 31. The slaying of Yi Xian in this modern age. One would think the prelude to casting spells would be a relic of the past. Lu Ding shattered the last earthen barrier in his path, resembling a ferocious bear lunging at its prey. Confronting the elder, Lu Ding's voice, laced with murderous intent, echoed ominously. A threatening the 749 law enforcement personnel and obstructing their duties warrants a multitude of punishments. Step aside, and let me through. With a swift motion, he struck. The elder, summoning his energy, formed a protective armor from the very stones and earth surrounding him. He raised his hand in defense, but Lu Ding's overwhelming force sent him careening through the air, shattering much of his armor. As Lu Ding landed and pivoted, his hand swept like a blade, and the head of his foe soared into the sky. Yi Xian could hardly fathom that a mere 749 investigator could wield such terrifying combat prowess. This was a stark contrast to the tales he had heard from the elders on the mountains. Hadn't they claimed that at his age and with his talents, he was destined for greatness? How could it be that within less than a month of descending the mountain, he had lost his life? The headless body crumpled to the ground. Lu Ding rose, observing the elder, who had barely managed to regain his footing, gaze fixed on the lifeless form of Yi Xian. The elder's eyes were bloodshot. Little Yi. At that moment, he was at a loss regarding how to confront the elder brothers atop the mountain. Years prior, the elder had escaped the Black Mountain due to a grave error, fortuitously finding himself in the Cloud Sea, where he joined the Four Seas group. He had thought he would never return to the Black Mountain until Yi Xian arrived, making him realize that all these years, the elder brothers had kept a watchful eye on him. They had long since forgiven his past transgressions. His joining the Four Seas group had been orchestrated by them, yet now, he had failed to protect their sole disciple. At this moment, the elder's rage reached its zenith. Lu Ding. You are far too ruthless. Presumptuous 749 investigator, today, I shall slay you to eliminate a threat to 749 and avenge Yi Xian. Old fool, spare me your judgments. As a 749 investigator, is Yi Xian someone I can allow to threaten me at will? If you have the ability, come and kill me. If not, prepare to meet your end. Lu Ding retorted fiercely. He was not in the business of allowing others to pass judgment on him. At least he had a clear conscience. One must ask, how many within 749 could rival his fervor in vanquishing malevolent creatures? How could he permit Yi Xian's threats to go unchallenged, risking the creation of future enemies and leaving behind an unpredictable danger? Lu Ding was not foolish enough to allow such a risk to fester. He would snuff out all threats in their infancy. The elder formed a seal and pressed his hands to the ground. Yellow marsh boundary. The solid earth instantaneously transformed into a yellow mire. Standing upon the swamp, the elder had realized that overpowering Lu Ding through sheer strength was nearly impossible. However, drawing strength from the earth, he sought to leverage the terrain to his advantage. Lu Ding was merely in the Jiaoxian realm. Logically, he should not be capable of flight. If the environment could be altered to deny him leverage, the elder could seize the upper hand, utilizing the terrain to suppress his foe. With a realm higher than Lu Ding's, he would possess the advantage of time and place, 2 out of the 3 crucial elements. Even if Lu Ding's power was formidable, he would be unable to wield even half of it, while the elder could unleash a full 120% of his might. Under such conditions, the elder found it hard to conceive of defeat, yet, despite all his calculations, he never anticipated that Lu Ding could indeed fly. He witnessed Lu Ding slowly ascend, standing in the air. The elder's expression froze. How could he fly? As a Jiaoxian realm practitioner, what gave him the right to soar? Beyond the mire, Jie Shunan of the Four Seas group wore a grave expression. She had been the one to call out earlier for Lu Ding to halt. Now, a sense of frustration enveloped her. How had events spiraled to this extent? Initially, she had intended to invite Lu Ding to dinner to gauge his stance, but he had declined. She thought little of it. It was only natural for someone with talent to possess a strong temperament. However, she never fathomed that she would witness Lu Ding again in the collapse zone, especially engaged in combat with Yi Xian. The brutal aura that radiated from him left her shaken. She was certain that Yi Xian stood no chance against Lu Ding, yet she could not have anticipated that Lu Ding would kill Yi Xian outright. Now, the elder was confronting Lu Ding, appearing resolute in a fight to the death. As for Yi Xian's demise, Jie Shunan felt little concern. She had no personal ties to him. Had it not been for her family's elder's insistence, she likely would have ignored him entirely, finding his demeanor rather unsettling. He exuded an air reminiscent of a bygone era of warlords. They were simply not of the same world. When Yi Xian secured the rights to develop this ancient tomb, Jie Shunan's opinion of him did not change significantly. Securing this place would neither bring fortune nor misfortune. The Four Seas group would not advance merely because of an additional parcel of land and resources, nor would they fall behind without it. She kept a watchful eye, not out of interest in the tomb's contents, but because if anything of note or treasure surfaced, she could swiftly report it to 749 or manage the situation. Some things were not to be taken lightly, as they could easily offend others, yet who could have predicted that such an incident would unfold? Elder Huang, please, remain calm. Jie Shunan attempted to counsel the elder against acting impulsively, regardless of whether he could defeat Lu Ding or not. It was not a prudent course of action, even if he triumphed. What then? Would he kill him, only to be hunted by 749, or would he let him go, allowing Lu Ding to return stronger and seek revenge? If he could not best Lu Ding, based on the rumors circulating outside and what she had just witnessed, the elder would face only one fate, death. Hence, regardless of his decisions, the elder's outcome would be grim, and the Four Seas group would be burdened with cooperating in an investigation. Yet the elder was resolute, unyielding to her pleas. Miss Jie, do not counsel me further. I have wronged the Black Mountain and the elder brothers who entrusted Yi Xian to my care. I failed to safeguard him. Thus, I must avenge him for his death at Lu Ding's hands. Afterward, I will surrender myself to 749. Kill me? Lu Ding scoffed, his face twisting into a mocking grin. On what grounds? Just because of your agricultural transformation technique. Yang Feifan covered his face, torn between laughter and restraint. How could Lu Ding jest at such a time? Yet, upon closer inspection, the muddy, soft ground was indeed reminiscent of farmland. Lu Ding beckoned to the elder. Come and kill me. You seek death. Two earthen dragons surged forth from the mire, one lunging at Lu Ding from the left and the other from the right, attempting to devour him. The elder did not expect these dragons to pose any real threat. He merely hoped to buy some time to gather his own strength, yet, in the blink of an eye, Lu Ding vanished from view. A gust of wind swept past. What era is this, still playing with pre-spell movements? Lu Ding had somehow appeared beside him, launching a devastating kick that swept through the air. The elder reluctantly dispersed his hand's heels, transforming his hand into a palm to slice through the void, summoning waves in the muddy ground to coalesce into a thick earthen wall to withstand Lu Ding's assault. Boom! With a single strike, stones flew in all directions. The mud and water beneath the elder's feet solidified, propelling him backward. The mire then morphed into a hand, lifting the elder and launching him high into the air, where he soared dozens of meters above the ground, his hands forming seals as his inner energy surged. The swamp churned, releasing a foul stench, as its color shifted from yellow to black. Death Marsh Burial. Chapter 32. Old Deng, your defenses are wide open. Prepare to meet your demise. The mire erupted instantaneously, countless black mud splattering into the sky, surging towards Lu Ding. The elder once again formed seals with his hands. Within the black mud sphere, Lu Ding's voice was calm and unhurried. I've said it before, in this era, stalling for time, along with the preamble of spellcasting, is no longer effective. Shatter for me. A fist, imbued with terrifying might, shattered the encircling mud sphere. He then opened his palm, and a gentle breeze swept through the heavens and the earth. Slash! Hundreds of slashes from various angles aimed at the elder, each strike sharp enough to dismember practitioners of the same realm. Elder Huang waved his palm, twisting his body, channeling his inner spiritual energy to cast spells. Beside him, the mud beneath his feet continuously shifted forms, becoming shields, rising walls, and towering mountains, ceaselessly defending against Lu Ding's relentless onslaught. With each exchange, the elder's heart sank deeper in astonishment. Speed, power, ranged attacks, close combat, aside from their realms, he found himself at a disadvantage in every regard. Previously, he had only heard rumors of Lu Ding's formidable physique, yet the tales had not conveyed the full extent of his speed and ranged techniques. Now, the elder understood why Yuan Baifeng had fallen to Lu Ding, flawlessly formidable, from within to without, from top to bottom, there was not a single chink in his armor. Defeat was inevitable. Lu Ding countered him too effectively. No, he countered most practitioners of spiritual energy, unless one were a prodigy like himself. Only those who mastered both physical prowess and arcane arts to profound depths could hope to stand against him. Ordinary practitioners, when confronted with Lu Ding, would find their own specialized techniques disrupted, unable to amass their lethal strikes, ultimately meeting their end in close quarters. Even if they narrowly evaded close combat, it would be akin to drinking poison to quench thirst, leading to a slow demise. There is always a weakness in tight defenses. Once Lu Ding seized the opportunity, his terrifying strength could decide victory with a single blow. Conversely, practitioners adept in physical might would be harried by his bizarrely sharp slashes, forced into passive defense. Furthermore, his mastery of flight added to his elusiveness. For those strong in body, approaching him for a decisive battle was exceedingly difficult. Even if they broke through to close quarters, Lu Ding's physical strength was equally daunting. In the end, it would be clear who would emerge victorious. The elder simply could not fathom how one individual could excel in all aspects. Will, spirit, talent. Were these resources inexhaustible? Signs of defeat became apparent. A flaw finally emerged in the elder's defense, and a slash found its mark. Blood sprayed forth, and his arm was severed. The elder gritted his teeth, suppressing his pain, remaining silent, until he caught sight of Yang Feifen beside him. A fierce glint flashed in his eyes as he charged towards the young man. Terrified, Yang Feifen trembled. "Don't come for me." He turned and fled, yet his feeble strength proved insufficient. Just as the elder was about to grasp him, Yang Feifen sank into the solid ground, leaving the elder grasping at nothing. "Hehe, old Deng, your back defenses are wide open. Prepare for a world of trouble." The elder's eyes reflected his unwillingness. As his vision descended, he beheld his own headless body, blood gushing from his neck. "Is this my body? How did I become so old?" Lu Ding landed and swiftly lifted the nearly drowned Yang Feifen. "Gag gag gag, brother Lu, I think I need to wash my stomach. Why bother with that nonsense?" Lu Ding shook him vigorously, causing Yang Feifen to gag even more, nearly expelling his stomach contents. After Yang Feifen had purged sufficiently, Lu Ding finally set him down. This old man is quite foolish, thinking he could catch me." Yang Feifen collapsed on the ground, panting heavily. Lu Ding observed his disheveled state and couldn't he help but remark, "You should really learn to swim. I'm genuinely worried you might drown in the ground one day. Or perhaps you could learn to control the earth like this old man." "Brother, I can pass through walls, not control elements. It's beyond my capability." All right. Lu Ding turned his gaze to the silent Jie Shunan. "Shouldn't the Sihai group provide me with an explanation?" Jie Shunan met Lu Ding's gaze directly. "Lu Jishuan, as you heard, I advised him to remain calm, but he disregarded my counsel. This is a matter of personal will and does not concern the Sihai group. Both I and the Sihai group maintain a friendly disposition towards you and 749. I am a businessman, and the Sihai group is a business entity. These matters do not pertain to us. Whether it concerns you or not, we shall discuss that later. For now, you may leave." Lu Ding spoke directly, dismissing them. He had not forgotten the purpose of his visit. It was prudent to locate the treasure first to avoid prolonged complications. "Then I shall take my leave. The Sihai group welcomes you at any time, Lu Jishuan." Jie Shunan maintained an impassive expression throughout, revealing no signs of fear, anger, or any other emotion. Such a person left Lu Ding unable to discern her true thoughts. However, it was best if she harbored no ill intentions towards him. Lu Ding nodded, and Jie Shunan swiftly retreated. Upon reaching the luxury car outside the security perimeter, Jie Shunan slammed the steering wheel, her face darkening instantly. "The young ones are ignorant, and the old ones are no wiser. This band from the Black Mountain is nothing but a bunch of bandits. Even in this modern age, they remain unchanged. A group of troublemakers. They never consider the consequences of their actions. How carefree they are, choosing death, leaving all the mess for me to clean up." Jie Shunan took out her phone and dialed. Moments later, the call was answered. "Dad, tell Grandpa that I no longer wish to be the heir of the Sihai group. There are 3 others, let them compete for it. I won't serve anymore. Whoever wants to do it can do it. Also, as for the Black Mountain people, don't introduce me to any of them in the future. I have no desire to know who is powerful, or who was once glorious. What era is this? Their ways are long outdated." After a long silence, the man on the other end finally spoke. "What happened, Nan?" Jie Shunan controlled her emotions and recounted everything to her father. After a lengthy pause, the man responded. "As for the Black Mountain situation, our family will no longer intervene. Lu Ding's talents are exceptionally monstrous, his methods and mindset ruthlessly fierce, and he acts decisively. Such a person is perilous. Harboring enmity with him is unwise, as we have no conflict of interest. Ear. In that case, I will arrange for someone to inquire about his preferences. We will extend our apologies. Both face and substance will be adequately addressed on behalf of the Jie family. Jie Shunan replied nonchalantly before hanging up, pressing the accelerator as she sped away. Dai Ti seemed she still had not calmed down. Meanwhile, within the tomb, Lu Ding searched diligently until he finally stood before the long unopened tomb chamber. Like Yi Xian and the others, he attempted various methods, even resorting to brute force to push the tomb door, yet it yielded no response. Just as Lu Ding was at a loss, Yang Feifen beside him spoke up. Brother Lu, why not let me give it a try? I can pass through walls. I should be able to get in. Chapter 33. Living transformation is inferior to dismemberment. Allow me to assist you. Yang Feifen's abilities have finally found their purpose. However, the circumstances remain unclear, and he is not particularly adept at combat. Lu Ding feels a twinge of unease at the thought of him going in alone. Perhaps sensing his concern, Yang Feifen begins to tie a rope around his waist, saying, "Don't worry, Brother Lu. I have a specially crafted rope exchanged at the bureau that complements my talents. Once I enter, if any issues arise, I will tug on the rope, and you can pull me out when you sense the commotion. Perhaps it would be better to reconsider. There's no need to take unnecessary risks. We could simply sign out some explosives from the bureau and blow it up instead." Lu Ding's apprehension stems from a genuine fear of what might happen to Yang Feifen inside. This location has witnessed the white-haired howl. Although such a creature poses little threat to Lu Ding himself, should Yang Feifen encounter it, he would be facing a living nightmare, capable of obliterating him at any moment. "Brother Lu, I must say, this may sound unpalatable, but after you killed Yi Xian and dealt with that old man from the Spirit Sea realm today, your actions were rather severe. It's possible that the higher-ups will impose punishment on you. Time is of the essence, and someone else might seize the opportunity here. Delays can lead to unforeseen changes. Besides, I can pass through walls. The worst that will happen is I might eat a bit of dirt. I won't come to harm." Lu Ding understands this principle, having contemplated it even before taking action, yet, regardless of the implications, he will not hold back nor spare those two. They have forged enmity and birthed resentment. Failing to eradicate them now would only complicate matters in the future. Even if the Bureau were to punish him for excessive enforcement, he would accept it. Yi Xian and that old man must be eliminated. Lu Ding nods. Just be careful, pay attention, and if anything happens, tug on the rope immediately. Rest assured, Brother Lu. Yang Feifen steps forward, the solid wall parting like a curtain of water as he passes through it. The colossal altar square comes into view, a mountain of bones arranged in various postures, with desiccated bloodstains marking the altar surface. Long dried and forgotten ahead, a massive suspended coffin is bound at its corners by 4 thick chains, suspended in midair. Yang Feifen does not rush forward. Instead, he surveys his surroundings, noting that aside from the corpses on the altar and the suspended coffin above, there is nothing else within the tomb. His gaze settles once more on the coffin. If there are indeed treasures here, they should be contained within. But how will Brother Lu enter? He can utilize his wall-parsing technique, but Lu Ding cannot. The stone door behind them remains shut tight. Yang Feifen turns around, attempting to find a mechanism that might open the stone door from within. Although he considers this notion absurd, who would design a mechanism to open the tomb door inside the tomb? The next moment, as he twists a nearby beast head, the stone door rumbles open. Yang Feifen realizes an important truth: never underestimate the ingenuity of the ancients. There truly is a mechanism hidden within. How foolish! The stone door swings open, and Yang Feifen's strange expression does not go unnoticed by Lu Ding. "Brother Lu, I am truly enlightened. Who would have thought someone would design a mechanism to open the door from inside? Are they afraid the dead might come to life and be unable to open the door?" Yang Feifen's sarcastic remark is abruptly silenced as terror flashes in his eyes upon glancing at the suspended coffin. Brother Lu, the things inside, could they still be alive? That remains uncertain. What if the tomb's master is unwilling to accept death, leaving behind a contingency plan for resurrection? Lu Ding steps into the tomb, echoing Yang Feifen's thoughts. Although he has not witnessed such occurrences, the archives of Bureau 749 contain numerous documented cases of revived ancient beings, undead monstrosities that sought to live again but ended up as abominations. Not everyone can calmly accept their mortality without resorting to trickery. Yang Feifan quietly retreats behind Lu Ding. Brother Lu, what should we do next? Should we approach it, or perhaps find a corner to light a candle? If it changes color or goes out, we should flee. We are not fortune seekers. Rather than approaching, I would prefer to lower it down. Who knows what mechanisms might be triggered if they ascend? Opening the coffin could result in a deadly surprise, leaving them with no means to evade it. Lu Ding raises his hand and unleashes a slicing strike at one of the chains binding the suspended coffin. Clang! The chain snaps, causing the coffin to sway, and Lu Ding follows up with several more strikes. The ancient coffin crashes heavily to the ground before them, shaking the earth and sending debris flying. The vast altar square is riddled with cracks from the impact. Lu Ding floats forward, delivering a powerful kick to the coffin lid, revealing its interior. A man lies within, clad in armor, a blood-red cape draped over him, his face obscured by a sinister mask, rendering his features unrecognizable. His hands rest on his abdomen, showing no signs of decay, resembling flesh and blood as if he were still alive. Such irregularity signifies something amiss. Before Yang Feifan can express his astonishment, Lu Ding swiftly strikes at the man's head, intending to behead him. In a flash, the mask writhes, revealing eerie eyes that twist into a macabre smile. The figure, twisting in an unnatural manner, evades the strike and rolls upright, mouth moving yet producing no sound. Bang! Lu Ding delivers a sweeping kick, sending the man crashing into the wall. Brother Lu, it seems he has something to say. Not interested. Lu Ding's voice is cold as he channels his energy, unleashing a torrent of slicing strikes that ravage the tomb, executing indiscriminate attacks. He has no time to waste listening to this being, whether it is a ghost, a demon, or some other malevolent entity. It is clearly not human and deserves no further discourse. Non-human entities must perish. Within the tomb, the man desperately evades the attacks, yet he is still left with numerous bloody wounds, his armor falling away to reveal the crimson flesh beneath. A foul stench emanates from the blooded flesh, permeating the air. Lu Ding continues his relentless assault, and the man's evasion becomes increasingly sluggish. At this moment, Yang Feifan finally discovers relevant information on his phone from Bureau 749's archives. Brother Lu. It's a living corpse. This is a living transformation corpse. He is undergoing his final transformation. Quickly, kill him before he completes it. The living transformation corpse is akin to a zombie, yet distinct from it. It is said that in ancient times, many prominent figures, unwilling to accept the end of their lifespans, sought various means to extend their lives or achieve rebirth. The living transformation corpse is one such method. This practice, derived from the Buddhist doctrine of the Vajrayana, posits that if one is despised in life, their past sins may condemn them to a wretched fate. However, the later generations misinterpreted this, employing nefarious practices to perpetuate violence. Just before their deaths, these individuals would attempt to refine themselves into living corpses, purging their inner malice and sins, shedding their former selves in pursuit of rebirth in a new existence. However, those who emerge from this process are not human but rather living corpses, monsters that bear no resemblance to their former selves. All that remains is a being endowed with formidable power, acting purely on instinct and ravenous hunger. The transformation signifies a new beginning. Even if the timing is off, should it complete the process, it will emerge in a new and formidable form. Yet, during the transformation, the living corpse is exceedingly vulnerable, much like a snake. With Yang Feifan's reminder, Lu Ding recalls this information, launching himself towards the living corpse, unleashing his spiritual energy in full force, the spectral image of a flying bear materializing behind him. At this moment, he embodies the essence of the flying bear, using sheer strength to overpower the living corpse. Living transformation is inferior to dismemberment. Allow me to assist you. Chapter 34, The Living Molting Corpse. A brutal aura lingers, with fingers curled into claws. Lu Ding pressed down firmly, tearing apart the sinews, flesh, and skin of the living corpse piece by piece, casting them aside. Amid the surging blood, no matter how violently the corpse struggled, the phantom of the flying bear behind Lu Ding restrained it, rendering it utterly immobile. The corpse could only endure the severance of flesh and the fracturing of bones. Witnessing this scene, Yang Feifen felt that, at that moment, Lu Ding was even more ferocious than the living corpse itself. If he had a choice, Lu Ding would not resort to such a method. It lacked elegance, however. The technique of the Jinche path could not instantly slay the living corpse, and he was unwilling to grant it even a fleeting opportunity for transformation. Hence, he had no choice but to unleash the flying bear slaughtering technique, brutally dispatching the ghastly creature. Rising, his half-tattered garments were stained with blood. In his mind echoed the most melodious of voices. Containment of the monster, living molting corpse, reward obtained. Living molting can recover from injuries and restore status through shedding skin. Shedding skin like a living being, this skill possessed an eerie quality, yet it was undeniably practical. Just imagine, if an enemy were to inflict severe injuries upon Lu Ding, he could merely shed his skin and return to peak condition, making a triumphant comeback. The enemy would likely be plunged into despair on the spot. Although he had acquired a full-level technique, Lu Ding still felt a sense of inadequacy. He had come in search of treasures, yet after surveying the tomb chamber, aside from the remnants of the living corpse, there was not a single artifact to be found. It was peculiar that this individual, in life, had chosen to leave his main tomb empty of any treasures for burial. It felt like a fruitless endeavor. Why was it so challenging to find a treasure or magical artifact that belonged to him? Lu Ji, do not be disheartened. Although we did not find any treasure this time, eliminating the living molting corpse will surely earn us a reward from the Bureau. Perhaps, but I doubt it will amount to much. Do not harbor excessive hopes, Lu Ding replied. The living molting corpse had not emerged to harm others, it was they who had sought it out. Thus, it would merely count as a task, yielding only a modest contribution point for precautionary measures. If they could have captured it alive, they might have received a substantial reward, yet, that would be akin to trading a full-level technique for contribution points, a foolish transaction, and he was no fool. That's fine. I am not greedy, Yang Feifen said, easily satisfied. Observing the state of the tomb chamber, a thought crossed his mind. Lu Ji, I just came up with a way for you to avoid punishment from the Bureau, and we could also secure additional contribution points. What method? We could do it this way. The scene shifted to the 749 inquiry room, where this was Lu Ding's second visit. The same two staff members were present, holding documents in their hands. So, your assertion is that you intended to check whether the collapsed area was cleared of monsters, but upon entering, you detected the scent of the living molting corpse. At that moment, Yi Xian intervened, preventing your entry and provoking you. After engaging in combat, he was unable to defeat you and resorted to threats, compelling you to eliminate him under the pretext of obstructing official duties and endangering the lives of 749 enforcement personnel. Subsequently, Huang's were emerged, seeking vengeance for Yi Xian. And you, under the pretense of intending to harm 749 enforcement personnel, killed him. Eventually, with the assistance of intern investigator Yang Feifen, you gained access to the tomb chamber, successfully slaying the living molting corpse and reducing it to mere fragments, thereby resolving an imminent threat in the Baofan district. Allow me to clarify. It was not the scent of the living molting corpse that I detected, but rather the odor of a monster. I cannot ascertain the specific type of monster, yet the flying bear slaughtering technique I practiced, derived from the flying bear visualization method, possesses the ability to track and identify monsters. Therefore, I proceeded to investigate without previously reporting any suspicious circumstances to the Bureau, as I could not be certain. Lu Ding stated earnestly. This was the solution Yang Feifen had devised, which, while similar, adjusted the sequence and timeline of events. To an uninformed observer, it presented no apparent flaws. Moreover, stumbling upon a monster while treasure hunting differed significantly from receiving rewards for preemptively preventing a threat. The staff members regarded Lu Ding with suspicion. His practice of the flying bear visualization method had been verified through investigation, thus, the derivation of the flying bear slaughtering technique was indeed accurate. However, there was a point of contention. May I ask, Lu Ding, did you inform Yi Xian of your investigation into the monster while he was obstructing you? Lu Ding shook his head. No, the regulations of the 749 Bureau stipulate that task execution must not disclose detailed intelligence to outsiders. The enforcement of the Baofan district is my responsibility. I cannot divulge that information, as it would violate regulations. Furthermore, why should I inform him? Does every outsider have the right to know the plans and movements of our 749 investigators? While this reasoning held merit, one could argue that he was excessively rigid in adhering to the rules. Did he truly not bend them at all? At that moment, Lu Ding's image transformed in the eyes of the two staff members into that of a figure who strictly followed regulations, wielding iron-fisted methods, a ruthless disposition, and a terrifying genius who would not tolerate evil entities. Although the process seemed bizarre and the outcome somewhat askew, it was impossible to pinpoint any faults. It was indeed a challenging situation. Ultimately, after a series of confirmations, Lu Ding exited the inquiry room unscathed, accompanied by a reward of 50 contribution points and 500,000 coins, truly an unexpected windfall. Yang Feifan awaited in the car for an extended period, and the two returned to the Baofan district. During this time, they rested peacefully for 2 days, with no incidents occurring. After finally finding a moment of respite, no one spoke of treating others to a meal, nor did anyone seek vengeance or stir up trouble. It was as if time had come to a standstill. This led Lu Ding to believe that it was the calm before the storm. After all, he had quite a few matters to attend to, having killed Yi Xian from Dahe Mountain and seized the Dingfeng Pearl from the Chinti sect, both of which were formidable adversaries. Yet, astonishingly, neither faction had made a peep for 2 consecutive days. Something felt amiss, until one day, when Yu Chuan sent news that someone had made an offer for the Dingfeng Pearl, and it was a substantial one. A century-old ginseng doll, a plate of sentient old reishi mushrooms, a furious Qing chicken, and finally, 30 million in cash. Were it not for Lu Ding's gaze lingering on the final 30 million, he might have thought the buyer intended for him to concoct a stew. Ginseng, reishi, and Qing chicken, this was akin to a mountain goods market. Nevertheless, although these items sounded somewhat rustic, they were undeniably excellent for enhancing cultivation. A tremendous boost. Moreover, individually, aside from the 30 million, the value of the first 3 items rivaled that of the Dingfeng Pearl. Curiosity piqued, Lu Ding wondered who possessed such wealth and audacity to make such an extravagant offer when Yu Chuan merely uttered 3 words, a treasure hoarders. That was no surprise. This group was renowned for their affluence, perpetually exploring deep mountains, where good things could be found. Years ago, before Lu Ding joined the 749 Bureau, he had heard tales of these individuals. It was said they would fish out gold chickens and golden dolls hidden within stones, leaving behind quite a reputation. Their notoriety had reached such a level that even ordinary people were aware, in terms of wealth, aside from the genuinely powerful factions, few dared to claim superiority over these treasure hoarders. Upon closer inspection, the difference between treasure hoarders and tomb raiders was negligible. The only distinction was that treasure hoarders possessed greater skill, whereas tomb raiders solely engaged in tomb raiding. Treasure hoarders were the true ruthless characters and desperate rogues. Lu Ding vaguely remembered hearing the elderly Qianjin mention that the Chinti sect raised flying centipedes to collaborate with treasure hoarders to capture the Jiren and Jimar from Dayangfeng Mountain. Now, treasure hoarders sought him out to purchase the Dingfeng Pearl. Was this somehow connected to the Chinti sect? With these doubts in mind, Lu Ding made his way to the meeting place. Chapter 35, Cultivation and Power. To what height must one cultivate to be deemed truly exceptional? At the Yunxiang Grand Hotel, which has existed for centuries, if a star-rated hotel epitomizes sophistication and elegance, then this establishment embodies understated luxury and depth. Inside a private room, 2 strikingly handsome young men, exuding a wild charisma, languidly awaited the arrival of their esteemed guest, indulging in the smoky haze of their surroundings. Brother, we haven't even finished our own business. There's no need to vie with that limping Li and the heavenly principal sect for scraps, remarked the youth beside him, tearing into a plate of roast chicken and shoving a drumstick into his mouth before offering another to his companion. With a nonchalant gesture, the younger man opened his mouth, and the elder swiftly stuffed both meat and bone into it. Observing the younger's clumsy demeanor, the elder's expression turned defiant. Everything in this world is merely seized back, isn't it? We traverse the mountains daily, skirting danger. How can you not understand that in this realm, those with strength and would claim the treasures? Remember my words, brother, a dog that doesn't steal remains lean, and a man who isn't greedy cannot grow strong. When my mother passed away early, all that belonged to my family was snatched away by that scoundrel Cao Yuan. From that moment, I realized that I, Cao Ying, would rather perish in greed than starve, which is why I abandoned the comfortable life in Cao Family Alley to venture into the mountains in search of treasures. Now that I, Cao Ying, have returned, having made a name for myself over the past few years, I must prepare a substantial gift for my father. I believe a few prized horses would suffice, as they are sure to impress. Moreover, I have yet to meet this Lu Jixuan, yet his reputation has already reached my ears. They say connections open doors. The more friends you have, the more avenues you possess. This business is surely worth pursuing. The younger man nodded, somewhat bewildered but accepting of his brother's words without question. He was, after all, the one who had been rescued from the grave by Cao Ying. Who else would he heed if not his brother? 3 sharp knocks echoed as the door to the private room swung open, revealing Wen Yuchuan, followed closely by Lu Ding. Since he had some free time today, he accompanied Lu Ding, and as a mutual intermediary among friends, it was only logical for him to show his face. Har har har, old Wen, it's been too long. The last time we met was ages ago, and look at you now, you've put on some weight, Cao Ying exclaimed, arms wide open for an embrace. Despite his dark expression, Wen Yuchuan did not shy away, allowing himself to be enveloped. At that moment, Lu Ding scrutinized Cao Ying with his short hair, broken brow, and suit sans shirt, adorned with a jade pendant around his neck. His attire, though rustic, was transformed into an aura of defiance by his rugged countenance. Unlike Yi Xian, who exuded a casual charm, Cao Ying emanated a more ruthless energy. As Lu Ding assessed Cao Ying, the latter reciprocated the scrutiny. They were, in essence, quite similar. While both exuded a formidable presence, Lu Ding's ferocity was marked by an unrestrained brutality, a quality that elevated Cao Ying's regard for him. He preferred not to associate with those who played games at such a young age. Lu Jixuan, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. I have long admired your reputation. Shall we dispense with pleasantries and converse before dining? Cao Ying proposed, his straightforwardness aligning with Lu Ding's preferences. Then let us converse first, Lu Ding replied. The three took their seats, with Wen Yuchuan remaining silent, observing quietly. Cao Ying promptly retrieved a parcel from the floor, tossing it onto the table. Lu Jixuan, everything is contained within. Take a look. If it meets your approval, 30 million can be transferred to your account immediately. Lu Ding examined the parcel. Inside lay a ginseng doll, perfectly dried and resembling a living being, alongside fragrant ganoderma. The angry chicken, bound and alert, radiated vitality, showcasing both remarkable appearance and medicinal potency. Lu Ding closed the parcel, stating, these are indeed fine items. I trust Wen Yuchuan's recommendation, but I must caution you. This was procured from the Heavenly Principle sect. They lack the means to reclaim it. Whether it brings you fortune or misfortune, I cannot predict. I offer no guarantees. There's no need for concern, Lu Jixuan. Have you heard the saying, for things to avoid in the cultivation world, the 749 officials, those who roam the mountains, ghosts that walk by day, and corpses that fly in the sky? You are first, I am second. While I cannot provoke you, those beneath you may not dare challenge me, Cao Ying replied confidently. The mention of the 749 officials referred to investigators who could summon reinforcements at a moment's notice. The mountain dwellers were treasure seekers, known for their cunning and ruthlessness. The latter two, the day-walking ghosts and sky-flying corpses, were not to be trifled with. Merely encountering them was a matter of survival. The hierarchy emphasized the formidable nature of the first two groups, with rumors suggesting they were adept at dealing with the latter, thus establishing a clear power dynamic. Since they showed no fear, the subsequent interactions became simpler. They dined, conversed, and exchanged contact information. Lu Ding would remember Cao Ying, and eventually, they parted ways, each returning to their respective lives, content with the encounter. As he strolled along the night road, a cool breeze caressing him, Lu Ding felt less exhilarated than he had anticipated. Perhaps it was the modest sum of money or a heightened threshold of expectations. Or perhaps his pursuits had shifted from wealth and fame to cultivation and strength. What are you pondering? Wen Yuchuan inquired, offering him a cigarette. Lu Ding accepted it, replying, what level of cultivation and power must one attain to be deemed truly formidable? Wen Yuchuan, having just lit a cigarette, extinguished it and, without looking back, headed towards his vehicle. You're just trying too hard to impress. I can't even converse with you. I'm off to train. He was genuinely disheartened. In terms of training time, he had undoubtedly surpassed Lu Ding by a factor of 10, yet, when it came to combat prowess, Lu Ding could easily outmatch him tenfold. Despite being labelled a genius by others, he felt like a mere pawn, akin to the heavenly soldiers behind the 4 heavenly kings during the chaos in the heavenly palace. Each of them was a once-in-a-millennium talent, having cultivated for a millennium before ascending, only to be swept aside by the Monkey King. Cao Ying was undeniably impressive, having forged his path through life and death, while Lu Ding's brilliance was an enigma he couldn't comprehend. When Yu Chuan, feeling dejected, was left to ponder his own shortcomings. As Lu Ding called out to Wen Yu Chuan, who was driving past, he said, "Next time, I'll treat you to a meal. Make sure you truly have a next time, take care on your way back, don't get robbed," Wen Yu Chuan retorted, his voice fading as he drove off. Lu Ding chuckled at the thought. Rob him, they would need to risk their lives for that. Driving back in a vehicle borrowed from the Public Security Bureau, he faced no obstacles on his journey. Yang Feifan was still engrossed in his training, likely realizing that his lack of cultivation might hinder Lu Ding. Ever since emerging from the interrogation room, he had not ceased his efforts. Lu Ding utilized a large pot from the kitchen of the Public Security Bureau to boil water, slaughter a chicken, pluck its feathers, and chop it into pieces. He then combined it with the ginseng dal and the spiritually refined ganoderma, allowing it to simmer. The aroma was simply divine. After hours of simmering, he lifted the lid, and the fragrance enveloped him. He scooped a spoonful to taste, and the flavor was nothing short of extraordinary. With each bite, a surge of pure spiritual energy filled Lu Ding's inner reservoir, revitalizing him. Chapter 36, Entering the Spirit Sea Realm, the cabinet that swaps people. He took a basin to serve some for Yang Feifan. As for the remainder, Lu Ding intended to let it cool down, taking a moment to meditate and adjust his state. Once the temperature was just right, he rolled up his sleeves, picked up a bowl, and with a flurry of chopsticks and spatula, he began to consume it heartily. At that moment, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth erupted violently, coalescing above into a vortex, accompanied by the medicinal effects within Lu Ding's body dispersing, creating a whirlwind-like storm of spiritual energy that penetrated directly into him. With the protection of the ginseng dal, the old spiritual mushroom, and the effects of the fury chicken, Lu Ding harbored no fear of further injury. With the skill of unity between man and heaven fully activated, he unleashed his full power, absorbing as much as he could, directly swallowing it into his body. The empty orifices were rapidly filled. In less than half an hour, Lu Ding's realm surged from the 6th level of Jiaxian to the 7th, then the 8th, and finally the 9th. Until the last empty orifice was filled, all the spirals began to rotate in unison. A surging warmth inexplicably arose, climbing from the Yangquan point, traversing the Taishi, passing through the Yangling, piercing the Blood Sea, converging all the way to the lower Dantian. A chill then swept in from the crown of his head, entering the Shunting, winding through the Niwen, and straight down to the lower Dantian, where yin and yang converged. Suddenly, a crisp cracking sound echoed. In the dimness of the lower Dantian, a glimmer of light broke through. The distinction between heaven and earth gradually emerged. This marked the 3rd stage of cultivation, the Spirit Sea. Initially, Lu Ding's speed of cultivation was already rapid due to his state of unity between man and heaven, and with the assistance of potent herbs like the ginseng dal, bursting into the Spirit Sea in one go was not particularly remarkable. Furthermore, at this realm, true cultivation was only just beginning. Of talent is the first watershed for chi refiners, then the Spirit Sea represents the second. The larger and sturdier the Spirit Sea, the more spiritual energy it can store, the higher its quality, and the better the foundational roots. Conversely, a smaller and weaker Spirit Sea would yield poorer results. In the Spirit Sea realm, talent, resources, and time are all indispensable. Talent determines the upper limit of the Spirit Sea size, while resources establish its lower limit, which pertains to its sturdiness and the quality of spiritual energy. A newly formed Spirit Sea resembles a parched puddle. It requires chi refiners to gather the liquid spiritual energy from the spirals within their bodies into the Spirit Sea. Subsequently, through continuous utilization of rare materials and treasures, the Spirit Sea can be expanded and reinforced. Of course, one could also rely solely on talent for cultivation without rare treasures, but this would result in a Spirit Sea inferior to others. It's akin to constructing a house. Some use bricks that cost 30 cents each, while others opt for those costing $3 each. Some choose to install underfloor heating and soundproofing, while others believe that simply finishing the construction suffices. Ultimately, practicality, comfort, and longevity are known only to oneself. Liu Ding's talent is beyond question. What he lacks are resources, various rare materials and treasures with extraordinary effects. These items, aside from relying on his own fortunes to seek out, he could primarily acquire through the 749 exchange. Liu Ding actually had another plan. Having just met Cao Ying, who is a treasure hoarder, he contemplated whether he could procure some good items from him to properly cultivate his spirit seed. After all, this person was generous, clearly someone of considerable means. Liu Ding would not miss the opportunity to obtain rare materials and treasures from the 749 exchange, but he currently had too few contribution points. Altogether, he barely had 100 points, making it impossible to exchange for anything substantial. He needed to devise a strategy, however. Those matters could wait. What he needed to focus on now was transforming energy into liquid to fill the spirit sea. But before that, he had to deliver the separated chicken soup to Yang Feifan. Whether it was battling flying centipedes in the ancient town of Baiyao or tearing apart live corpses in the collapsed area, Yang Feifan had been by his side, offering strategies, and Liu Ding would not indulge alone. When he brought the chicken soup to Yang Feifan, the latter was deeply moved, declaring that he must cultivate diligently and strive to break through the orifices in one go. After encouraging him a couple of times, Liu Ding returned to his room to commence the transformation of energy into liquid. As time ticked by, the sun rose and set. When night fell, a white SUV with a raised hood crashed into the Security Administration Bureau of Baofan District, colliding with several parked vehicles. A woman emerged from the vehicle, her expression one of terror, her face pale, as she dashed toward the building, screaming, "Help, help me." The guard on duty rushed over and restrained her, but she continued to cry out for help. Soon, a group of security officers hurried out, drawn by the commotion, including Jiao Zhengliang, who was also attracted by the noise. He quickly instructed his subordinates to take the woman to the interrogation room and called for a doctor to administer a sedative. It was only after receiving the injection that the woman's emotions stabilized. Holding a cup of warm water and draped in a blanket, she trembled as she looked at the group of security officers, saying, "I'm sorry, I didn't mean for this to happen. I'm really scared. They all say I'm crazy, but I'm not mad. I saw it, I saw everything. My child, my husband, my father-in-law, and my mother-in-law, they are not human at all." Sob, sob, sob. The security officers exchanged glances, their eyes ultimately landing on Jiao Zhengliang. Before he could speak, Liu Ding arrived, inquiring what happened. His room faced the courtyard, basking in sunlight. The noise from the crash had disturbed Liu Ding, who was in the midst of transforming energy into liquid to fill his spirit sea. Rising, he looked out the window and saw the government SUV borrowed from the 749 Bureau, now parked askew due to the collision. Although it was not a significant incident, the paint must have been scratched. Unaware of the situation, Liu Ding felt a surge of irritation and went downstairs, only to discover that a woman had crashed her vehicle while seeking help. Now, she was in the interrogation room with Director Jiao and the others. Thus, Liu Ding made his way over. Upon his arrival, the people at the door quickly cleared a path. Sitting, Jiao Zhengliang briefly recounted the woman's earlier statements. This time, it was Liu Ding's turn to take a seat. He asked, "So, what exactly happened? Could you share the details with me?" Although the terrified woman had no time to admire Liu Ding's handsome appearance, the presence of a handsome figure did ease her anxiety somewhat. "The wardrobe in our home eats people." No, it doesn't eat people, it swaps people. Everyone in my family has been replaced, and no one believes me, no one believes my words. You don't think I'm insane, do you? I'm not insane, it's true. The security office in Nehua doesn't believe me and even called my husband to take me home. They will eat me, they really will, please believe me. Liu Ding spoke gently, "Rest assured, I believe you." "So, could you tell me more about the situation?" The unease in her eyes diminished slightly. All right, I'll tell you. I've been married to my husband for 10 years. Recently, he went on a business trip out of town. After the summer vacation started, my child wanted to visit his grandmother, so I sent him there. They were all away. I was home alone that night. As I was sleeping, I vaguely saw what seemed like eyes on the wardrobe, but the room was too dark, and I doubted whether I had seen it correctly. I didn't dare to go check. I was scared, as I had seen on television, whenever someone discovers something off in a place, they run over to check, only to be startled or taken away by something that suddenly appears. I called my husband, telling him to replace the wardrobe, as I saw eyes on it. That wardrobe was bought because our previous one was too small to hold our clothes. My husband agreed, saying he would replace it when he returned from his trip. He even comforted me, saying there are no wardrobes with eyes in the world. We were on a video call, and he had me place my phone on a selfie stick to extend it so he could see, and I did as he instructed. My husband said there were no eyes, and he added that if I was truly scared, he would replace the wardrobe when he got back. A few days later, my husband returned. It was too late that day, and we forgot about changing the wardrobe. Later that night, as I was sleeping, I groggily saw the wardrobe open, and a pair of slender hands reached out from inside. Then a bald figure in a black top leaned halfway out and dragged my husband straight into the wardrobe, just like that. I was instantly jolted awake, only to find it was already morning. I thought I had just had a nightmare. I heard my husband calling for me to come eat outside, so I didn't think much of it. Later, when I brought up replacing the wardrobe again, my husband got angry and smashed a bowl, saying they had formed an attachment, so why should we change it? Chapter 37. The grandmother lamented that the meat was too tough. As she spoke, tears flowed uncontrollably down the woman's cheeks, her eyes filled with dread. She continued, "My husband has always treated me well, although it is normal for couples to quarrel. We have had our share of arguments. Yet, he has never raised his voice at me over such matters. On that day, we had a significant fight, and he left for work, leaving me alone to tidy up. I was weeping as I cleaned, and later, I called my son. Upon hearing my tears, he inquired about the cause of my distress. I refrained from mentioning the argument and simply said nothing was wrong. As we conversed, the topic turned to the wardrobe at home. My son remarked that Grandma's wardrobe is quite large, capable of holding many clothes, while ours is rather small, and he expressed his dislike for it, suggesting I replace it. I casually mentioned, "Your father would not agree to that," to which my son replied, "I ranked second in the class this semester. Surely, Dad will approve." After our call ended, I felt somewhat better. When my husband returned home that evening, he unexpectedly expressed his longing for our son and asked me to bring him back. I did not dwell on it and brought our son back home. However, I soon sensed a change in him. He became taciturn and withdrawn, exhibiting a tendency to lash out at other children. At this juncture, Luding interjected for the first time, asking, "So how did you realize your husband's son had been swapped? What about your in-laws? They aren't living with you, so how were they involved in this?" Regarding the son, Luding could piece together some of it. Presumably, after the woman hung up the phone, the child must have turned to his father and mentioned the incident. The father of the swapped child, having breached the taboo regarding changing wardrobes, likely compelled the woman to retrieve her child before the swap occurred. But what about everyone else? What was their involvement? The woman looked up, her lips drained of color, now a ghastly white. "I remember vividly that it was a Thursday. My son bit another child while playing in the neighborhood, and it was quite severe. The property management informed my husband and me. I arrived first and apologized profusely to the other child's parents. Then, I asked my son why he had bitten the other child. He said the other child smelled delightful, and he couldn't resist biting him. At this point, I sensed something was amiss, but I had not yet grasped the full extent of it. On our way home, my son exhibited a profound fear of his father. I jokingly asked if his father had scared him, to which my husband replied no, but then abruptly changed his tune, stating he missed his parents, and our son missed his grandparents too, urging me to call them over to stay for a while. Thinking it would be beneficial, especially since I was feeling mentally exhausted, I arranged for my parents to come over the next day. My husband was at work, and with my parents looking after the child, I felt I could finally rest. It was on this day that I took a nap, only to awaken and find that my child, husband, and parents were all missing from the house. No calls or messages received a reply. Anxious, I opened the parental control app on my son's smartwatch. This app allows me to track my son's movements and location, and it can silently activate the real-time call feature, something I had always feared in case of child abduction. Upon opening it, I saw my son's location was at home, yet I had searched the house thoroughly and found no one. I activated the real-time call feature on the watch, and before I could speak, I heard my son's voice. The woman gulped. He said, "Grandpa and Grandma's meat is too tough and not tasty." Then my husband remarked, "You cannot eat people indiscriminately. If you cannot control yourself, I will have to put you back." Upon hearing this, I instinctively thought of our wardrobe. I rushed to open it, only to find it completely empty. In that moment, all the chaotic thoughts in my mind connected. It seemed as though my husband and son were no longer human. I was terrified. I ran to the neighborhood security office to explain my situation. I could tell they did not believe me, but they accompanied me back to my home. Upon opening the door, I saw my parents and son watching television. I was in disbelief. I could not comprehend why my parents, who I believed had been consumed, were now alive and present. The security officer suggested it was merely my stress, and my husband echoed that sentiment, telling me to take a break from work. Yet, every time I turned, I could see my parents watching me with those ominous eyes. Those eyes seemed to yearn to devour me whole. They confined me to the house and even called a doctor to prescribe medication. One day, when they were once again absent, I knew they must have gone to consume someone again. I was certain of it. I broke free from my restraints and escaped. Look, these are the marks from the ropes. This is the evidence. I am not lying. They are not my family. Save my son, save my husband. I beg you, I implore you. No one believes me. Please, believe me. There are indeed monsters in this world, truly. The woman, in a fit of emotion, raised her hand to reveal the marks on her skin. In that moment, the room fell silent. They were all aware that monsters existed in the world, but they could not acknowledge it. Liu Ding understood the details of the situation. He produced his credentials and spoke softly. "Please do not be afraid or anxious. I am from National Security. You are familiar with National Security, are you not?" The woman snatched the credentials, carefully examining the embossed seal and the standard photo matching the young man before her. She nodded, the glimmer of hope almost bursting forth from her eyes. I know National Security. That is good to hear. Now, please wait here. I will conduct an on-site investigation at your home. Regarding the wardrobe you mentioned, whether it is a genuine monster or not, I will smash it to pieces. I hope you won't ask me for compensation. Is that all right? The woman nodded vigorously. No, I will not ask you for compensation. She did not wish to easily sway Liu Ding into affirming her belief in monsters, even though it was her personal experience. However, she had yet to witness her son and husband transform into actual monsters. Her upbringing had taught her that monsters did not exist in the world, but she also did not want Liu Ding to deny her, for aside from monsters, she could find no rational explanation for everything that had transpired, and she was resolute in her sanity. Thus, when Liu Ding vowed to smash the wardrobe, the woman could not help but lean forward, weeping silently. Unable to utter a word, she motioned for the nearby female security officer to attend to her. As Liu Ding exited the room, Zhao Zhengliang followed suit. Director Jiao, please keep a close watch on the emotional state of the complainant. I need to visit Dinghao community. If anything arises, call Yang Feifan. Chapter 38. The living do not pulse, they are either zombies or spirits. Given the precarious nature of the situation, and considering Yang Feifan's lack of formidable strength, Liu Ding resolved against bringing him along. A creature capable of seamlessly blending into human society while possessing the intellect of a normal person should not be underestimated. It is far wiser to venture alone, even if the worst were to occur, and Liu Ding found himself unable to confront the creature residing in the complainant's household. He harbored confidence in his ability to escape. However, should he bring along Yang Feifan, the equation would change drastically. Rest assured, Captain Liu, you may proceed with peace of mind. I shall keep watch here, but do take care of yourself, Yang Feifan assured him. At that moment, the sky outside had darkened, visibility was low. After uttering a brief, "All right," Liu Ding sprang from the window, soaring into the air, his wind-controlling technique executed to perfection. Is there any vehicle that can rival such swiftness? Jiao Zhenliang, taken aback by the spectacle, found himself involuntarily gaping. In that instant, all the mythological tales and folk legends became strikingly tangible. The faces of male protagonists from stories merged seamlessly with Lu Ding's visage in Jiao Zhenliang's mind. So, it turns out that a chi refiner can indeed fly. As Lu Ding soared through the skies above the Fan district, a tempest of anger simmered within his gaze. He was determined to uncover the audacity of whatever entity dared to disrupt the peace of his jurisdiction, and to brazenly enact a case of mistaken identity while going about their day. Did they truly believe that Lu Ding was an easy target? Meanwhile, on the other side, beneath the Dinghao community, Dong Xinrui had just finished moving into her new home, leading her golden retriever, which had been cooped up all day, downstairs for a bathroom break while familiarizing herself with the neighborhood. However, as soon as she descended, she encountered a group of elderly individuals engaged in playful antics with their grandchildren, children with their innate love for play, and a golden retriever, known for its affection towards humans, were a match made in heaven. They were instantly drawn to one another. Despite Dong Xinrui's attempts to rein in her exuberant dog, it was determined to frolic with the children. Fortunately, she had equipped her dog with a muzzle before leaving the house, alleviating her concerns about any potential mishaps. The elderly folks nearby encouraged the interaction, suggesting that it would be delightful for the children. Thus, without further thought, she loosened her grip on the leash, allowing her dog to engage with the children while she conversed with the elderly. As they exchanged gossip and enjoyed the moment, the conversation gradually shifted to life experiences, with the elders reminiscing about those who had recently passed. Dong Xinrui, having lost her grandfather the previous year, empathized and joined in the discussion. Alas, my grandfather was an esteemed traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. He once imparted to me that life, death, and illness are the inevitabilities we all must face. One must learn to accept them. I always thought I was quite accepting, but when it truly happened to me, I found myself struggling for 6 months to move on. Especially when my grandfather called me to his bedside before he passed, and calmly instructed me to feel his pulse, saying, "This is the end." After uttering those words, he took his last breath. The elderly listeners praised her as a dutiful granddaughter. The conversation soon veered towards traditional medicine. One elder mentioned their waning appetite and requested Dong Xinrui to check their pulse. Feeling a twinge of excitement, she admitted her lack of expertise, stating that while she could feel the pulse, she couldn't prescribe any remedies, and suggested they treat it as a light-hearted engagement. The elder waved it off, extending their hand for her to check. One led to another, and soon several elders approached her, most of whom were in relatively good health, with only minor ailments typical of old age. A few others displayed signs of more serious conditions, but nothing alarming. Then, an elderly woman arrived with her husband in tow. "Dear girl, would you mind checking my husband? He used to be quite talkative, but now he hardly utters a word and struggles with his meals." Dong Xinrui placed her hand upon his wrist. Something is amiss. Why is there no pulse? Could it be that my skills are lacking? Sir, could you extend that hand for me again? Initially, she had felt confident in her ability to discern the pulse with one hand, yet now, faced with this unresponsive individual, anxiety began to creep in. To be safe, she decided to use both hands. She pressed down, still no pulse. Goodness, this is peculiar, a living person without a pulse. Surely, this cannot be a jest. Yet, how could she articulate this? What would she say? "Dear lady, I have something amusing to share. Your husband here has no pulse, but he can jump. Isn't that curious?" Fabricating an excuse about needing to tidy up at home, Dong Xinrui hastily led her dog away. Upon returning home, the bewilderment deepened. How could a living person fail to exhibit a pulse? She resolved to message her close friend for insight. The response was blunt. "Isn't it obvious? If a living person has no pulse, they are either a zombie or a ghost. You've stumbled upon something rare. Quickly grab your phone and film a video. You'll surely gain notoriety." One who speaks thoughtlessly often does so when not personally involved. Just then, the doorbell rang. Startled, Dong Xinrui leapt from the sofa in fright. "Who is it?" No answer. The doorbell ceased, yet a moment later, there came a series of knocks. Knock, knock, knock. Dong Xinrui's voice involuntarily rose. "Who is it?" Still, silence reigned. Mustering her courage, she approached the door, tiptoeing cautiously. As she reached the entrance, the entity outside seemed to sense her presence and halted its knocking. Her heart raced, nearly leaping into her throat. She leaned closer to the peephole. A grey, indistinct view revealed nothing. Letting out a long breath, she chastised herself. "You're just scaring yourself. It must have been a mistake." She patted her chest in self-reassurance, but at that moment, the most unwelcome realization struck her. She muttered to herself, "But I distinctly heard knocking. It can't be a figment of my imagination, yet if it were real, why isn't the motion-activated light illuminating?" To confirm, she pressed her eye against the peephole once more. This time, 2 white dots appeared amidst the grey haze. In an instant, Dong Xinrui's pupils dilated. White dots. The elderly man's eyes had similarly contained white dots. Which elder was it? Suddenly, she grasped that it wasn't that the motion light had failed to activate, rather, the elder had pressed their eyes against the peephole, blocking the light. "I see you." Bang. The elder's voice resonated with a thunderous crash. The sturdy security door bulged outward, revealing the immense force behind the entity. At that moment, Dong Xinrui understood, this was no human, it absolutely could not be human. Fear overcame her, and she collapsed to the ground, covering her mouth to stifle her cries. She scrambled to her feet, intending to grab her phone to report the disturbance, but it was too late. The security door was torn open, a gaping hole emerging as the elder, expressionless, squeezed through, indifferent to the razor-sharp edges of the fractured door, which tore at his flesh. Muttering, "I see you," despair engulfed Dong Xinrui's heart. Having lived for over 20 years, she had never encountered anything like this. In the next moment, the floor-to-ceiling window behind her echoed the same chilling phrase. "I see you too." Chapter 39. Let the monster witness its own brain matter. The 21st floor. Outside the floor-to-ceiling window, Dong Wenrui stood rigid, her complexion pale, her mind frozen in thought, slowly turning her head to look. Outside the window, high in the air, a man floated towards her, arms crossed. The large floor-to-ceiling window before her silently shattered into hundreds of pieces. A gentle breeze brushed her face, and a fleeting image flashed in her eyes. Lu Ding appeared before the old man as if he had teleported, his feet not touching the ground. He raised his hand, pressing it against the old man's forehead, channeling his internal energy to probe. Though he still bore the appearance of a human, his essence had been exchanged by another. Simply put, he was a monster clad in human skin. Beneath lay a long-buried ancient spirit. Gradually tightening his grip, the old man's expression twisted in agony. Lu Ding spoke in a flat tone devoid of emotion. "Where is the original old man?" Eaten, too old, can't even bite." Lu Ding swiftly struck the old man's mouth, knocking out all his teeth. "Could it be that your poor dentition is the problem?" With force, he crushed the old man's skull as if it were watermelon, black tissue spilling out, mingled with green pus and blood, splattering onto the floor. Lu Ding flicked away the filth from his hand. The golden finger panel flashed with a prompt, yet no sound emerged. Acquired colorless crystal fragment 1. Colorless crystal fragment, formed from the purest essence of heaven and earth, encapsulating pure soul energy. It can be used to replenish consumption, enhance rounds, and combat prowess. It seemed the grade of this item was too low to warrant a reward of spells, merely yielding this colorless fragment. Lu Ding, however, was not greedy. He was content with any gain, for the substantial purpose of his visit was not these trifling creatures. He turned to see Dong Wenrui, who appeared as if turned to stone. Earlier, as Lu Ding flew in, he had noticed her panic before the floor-to-ceiling window, prompting his intervention to save her life. "Which floor is this?" As Dong Wenrui's fear dissipated considerably, she responded with a lingering trace of trepidation. "This is the 21st floor, 2109. Although she did not know who this man was, she understood one thing. Her life had been spared by the individual before her. Had it not been for Lu Ding, she might have already perished at the hands of that unknown monster. This world truly harbored ghosts. "I must go to another place now." "You should remain here and hide well, do not venture out." Dong Wenrui nodded vigorously, no reminder needed. Upon witnessing the monster disguised as an old man, she dared not step outside, especially not to take the elevator or traverse the dark emergency exit. As Lu Ding prepared to float through the shattered door, Dong Wenrui instinctively inquired, "Where are you going?" "There are still creatures within this building, I must cleanse them." Upon hearing of more monsters, Dong Wenrui trembled slightly. You be careful. Lu Ding floated away, and the door collapsed with a thunderous crash. After he departed, Dong Wenrui hurried back into her room, locking the bedroom door before curling up on the bed, shivering uncontrollably. Exiting the premises, Lu Ding proceeded directly to the emergency exit. The woman who had come to report the incident mentioned that her family resided on the 19th floor, room 1911. That was precisely Lu Ding's target. Descending to the 20th floor, just a few steps away from the 19th, he noticed a young man standing behind the door. Upon seeing the floating Lu Ding, the young man displayed no panic typical of a normal person. Instead, he spoke with dissatisfaction. How many times has the general said to be cautious, not to behave differently from ordinary people, to avoid unnecessary trouble? We should maintain a low profile, build high walls, and store grain, awaiting the arrival of the Ghost Festival. What is your excuse now? It's only been a few days, can't we wait a moment longer? Is that leg of yours just for show? Can't you climb the stairs, or at the very least, use the elevator? For heaven's sake, it's been this long and you still haven't learned to use it. You were given such a fine body for nothing. Speaking of which, your body is indeed attractive, but why do I find your face so unfamiliar? Lu Ding listened to the man without interruption. The general, the Ghost Festival, high walls, stored grain. This individual appeared to be connected to the mastermind behind it all. The general, evidently an ancient ghost with an official title and some education. As for the Ghost Festival, that was a time for spirits. Could these beings be planning something during that period? Lu Ding swiftly advanced, seizing the man's body and pinning him against the wall, causing the sturdy structure to shatter. A swift slash severed an arm, the pain rendering the man speechless, his jaw clamped by Lu Ding's grip, emitting a series of cracking sounds that prevented him from uttering a single word. Now, you will answer my questions, and should you hesitate, you shall witness your own brain matter. Who is the general you speak of? The ghost concealed within the man's body regarded him with amusement, unwilling to answer any inquiries. Lu Ding proceeded as he had promised. The ghost's crown burst open, brain matter splattering against the pristine wall. Lu Ding casually discarded the corpse. It seems you are quite loyal. Very well, I can seek room 1911 myself. Exiting the emergency exit, Lu Ding floated before room 1911. With a single kick, he shattered the door and frame, revealing a family of 3 feasting within. 2 elders and a child. If all went as expected, these should be the parents-in-law and child of the individual who reported the incident. The 3 monsters froze in shock upon seeing Lu Ding, especially when they noticed his levitating form. Confusion filled their eyes. What was this creature, a human or merely another monster like themselves? In their fixed beliefs, humans did not fly. The old man rose. Who are you, demon? This is the stronghold of the Pei family army. Depart at once, and I shall overlook this transgression. Lu Ding chuckled. What manner of demon am I? A genuine person turned into a demon. He advanced in an instant, delivering a kick that sent the old man crashing into the wall, spewing green pus and blood. The elderly woman sprang up to attack, but Lu Ding raised his hand, a glint of cold light appearing. Under the dim lighting of the room, the shadows of the old woman multiplied, scattering into countless long, serpentine forms across the floor. Grabbing the child who had been swapped with a ghost, Lu Ding had yet to act when the immobilized old ghost trapped in the wall weakly called out, Let go of the young master. Come at me instead. Both thighs were severed at the roots. Spare me the loyalty display. One might think you were the victims. If you wish for me to release him, then answer my questions truthfully, or this little wretch shall meet a similar fate, piece by piece. The old ghost referred to as the young master was brutally torn from his arm by Lu Ding. Now he was far more ruthless than the monsters who had taken over human bodies. Our father. Silence, even calling for your grandfather will not help. You dare call him father? I will tell you. Chapter 40, Confronting the Multitude of Shadows Alone. Notify 749 to prepare for cleanup. What do you wish to ask? I shall answer all your inquiries. Do hurry. Lu Ding turned his gaze, the brutality in his eyes instilling profound fear in the old ghost, a creature of monstrosity. What is the name of your general? What is his surname and given name, and why are your troops stationed here? The old ghost, sensing the gravity of the situation, swiftly replied without hesitation, "Our general's surname is Fang, his given name Du. We are stationed here awaiting the resurrection of the general. I advise you to leave at once, otherwise, when the general returns, you will surely face dire consequences. The child in your grasp is none other than the general's youngest son. Fang Du. I have not heard of him. I shall consult the historical records via 749s resources shortly. As for the general's resurrection, Lu Ding severed one of the little ghost's arms once more, declaring, I am not one to take kindly to threats, nor do I wish to hear menacing words. Now tell me, where has your general gone? And what is his name? When will he be revived? I shall speak, the old ghost gasped, blood continuing to spill from his mouth, yet he knew not to linger on such matters any longer. The general left this evening to seek his wife, who was set free by the young master. Our general's surname is Pei, his name is Pei Zi, the jade-faced general of Duanling. He shall be resurrected on the 15th day of the 7th month, when the yin energy is at its peak. As for his whereabouts, I do not know, nor does the general, but we are aware he resides within the sea of clouds. Lu Ding's expression turned peculiar upon hearing this. Although he was unfamiliar with Pei Zi, the mention of the jade-faced general stirred a memory of a living corpse he had vanquished, which bore a jade mask. Lu Ding tentatively inquired, should I presume I know who he is? Did your general perhaps employ a secret technique to be interred in a coffin, his visage adorned with a jade mask at the time of burial? The old ghost's countenance shifted to one of shock. Yes. Yes, how do you know? Have you encountered my general? It was indeed correct. This serendipitous revelation resolved a significant dilemma. Lu Ding twisted off the little ghost's head, the severed body parts tumbling apart, which he discarded carelessly. I have met your general, though to say that might be inaccurate. Rather, your general was unceremoniously exhumed by me and met his demise in a manner akin to this little beast, leaving naught but dismembered pieces. You. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible, you wretched being, how could you possibly? Before the old ghost could finish his protest, Lu Ding strode past him into the bedroom, a head rolling into his line of sight, forever frozen in a moment of resentment and rage. Before him stood a wardrobe adorned with yellow wood grain. This was the wardrobe that the informant had claimed harbored a monster, yet, no matter how Lu Ding scrutinized it, it hardly resembled a vessel capable of concealing a yin ghost. He raised his hand and pried open the cabinet doors, revealing blood seeping from its damaged edges. Boom, boom, boom. The building began to tremble. Had Lu Ding been outside at that moment, he would have witnessed the structure flickering incessantly, akin to the erratic display of an antiquated, malfunctioning VCR. Flickering, phantoms, overlapping, stuttering, inside the wardrobe, what had once been an empty space now manifested an ancient portal riddled with cracks. Yin energy wafted forth. Peering inside, he beheld a chamber identical to the one in which he stood. The domains of yin overlap. Lu Ding articulated the profound nature of the phenomenon. The overlap of yin domains could only be invoked by formidable specters. Life and death are delineated. The realm of the living is the yang world, while the realm of the deceased is the yin world. In mythic tales, this is where the 10 Yarmer kings, along with other deities of the underworld, reside. The yin realm operates under rules distinct from those of the living. The emergence of a yin domain is a reflection of the inherent power of a potent ghost, a manifestation of its rules. From the moment it is born, the redefinition of these rules is predetermined. As for the essence of those rules, they are quite simple. The living require oxygen, that is a rule. Falling from great heights results in death, that too is a rule. The human body comprises a significant proportion of water, which is yet another rule. Creatures that generate yin domains possess the authority to alter the rules of their respective domains, albeit only within the confines of that domain and only once. Once a rule is established, it cannot be rewritten. A yin domain may exist independently or be tethered to tangible reality. The overlap signifies a disruption in the equilibrium between the real world and the yin domain, leading to their convergence. The door that had appeared within the wardrobe was the nexus connecting the yin realm to reality. As he felt the surging yin energy, the cacophony of footsteps outside alerted Lu Ding that the disturbance had roused the creatures lurking within the yin domain, as well as those individuals whose forms had been usurped by these beings. Downstairs, Room 706. A woman, moments away from rest, beheld her husband, who should have been washing up in the bathroom, suddenly dash out, bare and racing toward the door. In room 514, an elderly man, having retired for the night, beheld his wife, weary from the day, as the frail old man, who typically required a wheelchair, sprung upright and dashed towards the door, leaving her in a state of bewilderment. Was she hallucinating? Such occurrences unfolded in various households within the building. Some were solitary, others involved entire families. These frantic individuals shared a singular objective. Room 1911. Concurrently, outside the Security Management Bureau in Baofan District, a car was parked. A man sat within, gripping the steering wheel, his gaze fixated on the bureau. "My lady, you ought not to have discovered these matters. My sincerity towards you is as evident as the heavens. Why must it be this way?" As he spoke, a malevolent expression twisted across his visage, armor materializing upon him, transforming his countenance from that of an ordinary middle-aged man to a visage marred with scars, resembling a ghastly spectre. This man was none other than the general referenced by the old ghost, having followed the woman sent to the Security Management Bureau. Torn between his affections for women and his resolve, he was compelled to make the heart-wrenching decision to eliminate her, due to her interference with his plans. Yet, before he could storm into the bureau, he sensed a disturbance. Someone had breached the wardrobe of room 1911, shattering the balance between the yin domain and reality, thus exposing it to the world. In a fit of rage, his towering form burst through the skin of the human guise he wore. "You shall perish, regardless of who you are, you must die." At this moment, he could no longer concern himself with the people within the Security Management Bureau. Launching himself through the car's roof, shrouded in a swirling black mist, racing toward the distant Dinghao community. Room 1911. Liu Ding retrieved his mobile phone and dialed the hotline for 749. "Hello, this is Liu Ding, an investigator from the Yunhai Baofan district, and I am here to report a situation." "Certainly, please proceed." "In Dinghao Community, Building 5, there has been an overlap of yin domains, and formidable ancient specters are amassing here." Yin domain overlap. A staff member at the 749 headquarters, donning a headset, suddenly rose, exclaiming. Instantly, the attention of all personnel was drawn to him. "Investigator Liu, I kindly ask you to hold your position for a moment, or retreat and await the arrival of additional investigators to jointly eradicate the monsters and seal the yin domain." Liu Ding turned to see a creature that had replaced a living person charging towards the door. The moment it crossed the threshold, a torrent of slashing energy erupted, obliterating the walls, door frame, and the monster in a violent explosion. "There is no retreat now, please send assistance for cleanup at once. This incident is bound to escalate tremendously." Chapter 41, Crushing the Spirits, Securing the Reward, the Resonance of War Drums. The moment the call was disconnected, every individual in the communications department sprang into action. "Quick! Check if there are any investigators passing by the Dinghao community, send them a message to provide immediate support to Dinghao community. Immediately issue an emergency notification, informing the nearby districts of Baofan, Anong, and Luding that their patrolling investigators must proceed at once. Notify the Aftermath Department to head to Dinghao community. We must ensure that not a single creature escapes, and it must be thoroughly cleansed. Activate satellites, communication barriers, network surveillance, and road closures, coordinate all emergency measures. Let the local departments initiate earthquake warnings and prepare the seismic instruments." The bustling urban area demanded a serious response, unlike other locales. When a phenomenon such as the convergence of shadow realms occurs in a place like Dinghao community, the foremost priority is the safety and security of the ordinary populace. Blocking roads is imperative. As for network surveillance, it serves to prevent the leakage of information regarding the shadow realm through digital channels. Meanwhile, the seismic instruments and warnings are essential for managing the aftermath. Should casualties arise, a plausible explanation is necessary, and natural disasters offer the most suitable cover. The state would also provide various compensations from multiple fronts. The response from Unit 749 was swift. On Lu Ding's side, there was no time to waste. Hundreds of creatures, having replaced humans, surged from the entire building. Lu Ding stood firm at the entrance of room 1911, unleashing a barrage of strikes that cleaved through the oncoming monstrosities with the efficiency of a scythe cutting through grass, decimating them with overwhelming force. The walls, floors, and ceilings of the corridor outside room 1911 bore deep gashes from his onslaught, yet, the greatest threat lay not outside, but within the Shadow Realm itself. The convergence of Shadow Realms requires time to reach full amalgamation. Until such complete overlap is achieved, the ancient spirits trapped within can only emerge through the closet of room 1911. As Lu Ding continued to slay the creatures charging from outside, he simultaneously thwarted the entities attempting to breach from within. Regardless of who emerged, he dispatched them without hesitation, embodying the spirit of a war deity, staunchly blocking the onslaught. Bang! With a powerful kick, Lu Ding sent a monster, which had just reached him and was about to launch an attack, flying into the wall of room 1910, shattering it. The original occupant had long been transformed into a monster, now lying lifeless at Lu Ding's feet amidst a scene of carnage, with scattered flesh and rivers of blood floating above the heap of corpses. Lu Ding spread his arms wide at his sides, emanating an aura of immense power, akin to a sovereign standing firm upon the battlefield. He commanded the situation with strength, composure, and audacity. The external creatures were nearly exterminated. Within the narrow corridor, Lu Ding's strikes were executed with such precision that they sliced through the remaining monsters like a heated blade through butter, without a hint of resistance. Only the shadow creatures lurking within the closet remained. Lu Ding shouted at the door, "Come on, charge again." At this moment, the Shadow Realm had yet to fully merge. His objective was to trap and annihilate these entities within the Shadow Realm, preventing their escape. The creatures were momentarily stunned, yet they were seasoned combatants, having clawed their way through countless battles. Having faced death once, they were undeterred by the prospect of dying again. Among them stood a half-decayed creature clad in heavy armor, its skeletal remains visible through the gaps. It rallied its fellow creatures, bellowing in a raspy voice, "Shield wall forward, long spears in 2 ranks, axes and blades in 3 lines." Armed with towering shields, the monsters formed a line, rusty spearheads protruding from the gaps, while others raised their blades high. A grim military formation, indeed. Boom, 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 the shield bearers advanced, each step resonating with a thunderous force. Lu Ding remained unshaken, his gaze fixed upon the heavily armored creature that had previously issued commands. "So, you are a leader. Charge!" With the heavy-armored creature's command, a volley of long spears shot forth, hurtling towards Lu Ding with remarkable speed. Casting a glance at the confines of the closet, Lu Ding shook his head slightly. It was simpler to annihilate them than to block their advance. Raising his hand, he summoned a fierce gale that swept aside the incoming spears. The wind control technique not only enabled Lu Ding to ascend but also unleashed a tempest that further augmented his speed. In that moment, Lu Ding's velocity reached its zenith. His figure surged into the Shadow Realm, a phantom bear materializing behind him, charging into the ranks of the monstrous army. With reckless abandon, the formidable spectre rampaged through the throng of fierce warriors turned monsters. Each strike Lu Ding delivered shattered the shield-bearing creatures, scattering blood and flesh alike. He turned back, his gaze piercing, delivering a sweeping slash that cleared a 10-meter path as if mowing down grass. Within the military formation, 2 monsters formed a bridge with their shields, while the heavy-armored creature leapt onto the makeshift bridge, wielding a spiked copper hammer, clad in layered armor that resembled a fearsome beast. With hands crossed, it prepared to deliver a devastating blow aimed squarely at Lu Ding's head. "Regardless of your ferocity, I shall crush your vengeful spirit." Bang! The heavy-armored creature's expression shifted to one of astonishment as Lu Ding effortlessly grasped the thrusting spear, preventing it from advancing a single inch, while simultaneously blocking the hammer with his other hand. "Your voice booms, yet you are naught but a weakling with a feeble grip. Perhaps in your next life, you should eat a few more meals before returning." With that, both hands exerted immense force, shattering the spear and fracturing the hammer. The phantom bear roared, releasing a wave of sound infused with true energy, cascading through the ranks of heavy-armored monsters, disintegrating their armor and flesh, leaving nothing but dust in its wake. The colossal bear swept through, scattering severed limbs and dismembered bodies in every direction. Containment of the monster, Hammerhead Ghost, containment reward, resonance of war drums, transmute energy into a hammer, using flesh as a drum. Can shatter internal organs and hearts with its sound, causing instant death, or refine the flesh and internal organs to enhance physical strength. The Hammerhead Ghost, as chronicled in military records, represents the transformation of fierce soldiers who, during certain annual occasions, gathered to strike a massive drum towering over them with 100-pound mallets. Those who struck the drum 10 times earned silver ingots, 20 times were inducted into the leader's personal guard, and 50 times could become drum majors, responsible for resounding the war drums on the battlefield. This was no genteel or safe occupation, only the most formidable individuals could undertake such tasks, possessing great strength, sharp wits, and the duty of guarding the drum, akin to the role of standard bearers, albeit without comparable elite status. The Hammerhead Ghost was thus born from the valorous soldiers who perished in their duty. At long last, a reward had materialized. With a newfound technique at his disposal, Liu Ding felt an eager anticipation. He immediately harnessed his energy, resonating with the drum, delivering a mighty strike. Bang! The thunderous sound reverberated, unleashing visible sound waves that obliterated the monsters that surged forth, showering the area with blood and flesh. As the forceful wave shattered the confines of the human realm and crashed through the window of room 1911, Liu Ding beheld the scene before him, a landscape littered with dismembered limbs and blooded remnants. The creatures that had replaced him lay vanquished, utterly decimated. Chapter 42, 8,000 cuts for your son, slaughtering the boss. Liu Ding reclined on the remaining clean patch of his sofa and remarked, "You, a commander, fleeing in the face of battle, leaving a slew of subordinates for me to massacre like rotten fish and shrimp, how do you feel now?" Fangdu's body trembled as his gaze swept over the narrow room, now thoroughly stained with blood and flesh. It was here that the individual before him had mercilessly slaughtered his replacement soldiers. Fangdu looked at Liu Ding, his eyes brimming with resentment. "What about inside?" Liu Ding nonchalantly crossed his legs, propping his chin on his hand. "They are all dead, not a single one left for you. The outside is horrific, but the inside is even worse, torn to shreds. Do you remember your muscular drummer guard wielding a hammer?" Fangdu stared at Liu Ding, a flicker of hope igniting within him, despite the overwhelming aura emanating from the man before him. Yet, Liu Ding's expression turned playful as he added, "He died even more tragically, not a piece left intact, reduced to powder." Har 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 har. Liu Ding's laughter was wild and unrestrained, his face brimming with arrogance as he approached the pile of corpses, rummaging through it until he retrieved a spherical object. Look quickly. This is your son. He cried out pitifully at the moment of his death. I even gave him special treatment. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed the headless corpse into Fangdu's arms. Fangdu caught it with trembling hands. Liu Ding's voice continued to echo, "With others, I strike them down in a single blow, inflicting no pain whatsoever, but for him, I first tore off his arms, then his legs, leaving the head for last. You heard me correctly, I twisted it off." As he spoke, his tone was imbued with a perverse delight, reminiscent of a mischievous child tearing apart a toy. His demeanor was casual and content, accompanied by an exaggerated expression that shattered Fangdu's composure. Fangdu's anguished cry resonated through the air, an aura of malevolence enveloping him. "You beast! Spare my wife and children, he is just a child." Liu Ding shot back coldly, "What nonsense, your child is a child, but others' children are not. If your son cannot be killed, does that mean others' families can be slaughtered at will? You speak of seizing others' nests and switching heirs. Be grateful that I was merely enraged and did not torture that little beast further. Had I been more composed, I would have flayed him 1,000 times." Perhaps due to Liu Ding's emotionally detached nature, he struggled to comprehend the anguish a mother must endure upon losing a child. Thus, he resolved to make this man experience a similar loss, fostering a moment of empathy with the victim. Murder requires a price, be it in the past or the present. "I will kill you." As shadows surged, Fangdu raised his hand, channeling the dark energy into a colossal ghostly hand that descended upon Liu Ding. The strike, vertical and fierce, split the ghostly hand in two upon impact. "Pathetic, you are utterly useless, you couldn't protect your son, nor your subordinates, now you seek vengeance but find yourself powerless against me. Does it hurt? Are you desperate?" Die, you must die. Consumed by fury, Fang Du lifted the floorboards beneath him to hurl them at Lu Ding, yet the result was the same as before. Before reaching Lu Ding, they were shattered into fragments. This man, who had replaced the living and harmed entire families, would not be so easily dispatched. Physical torment held little sway over such a formidable creature transformed into a spectre. However, Lu Ding's earlier words were a different matter. They struck at Fang Du's heart with lethal precision, piercing his vulnerabilities: his son, alive then dead; his soldiers, present then absent; his wife returning only to leave again. TSK. Even Lu Ding felt a hint of wickedness within himself, yet he relished the sensation. Such creatures deserve to be treated in this manner. I will kill you. I will avenge my soldiers and my son. As Fang Du lost his sanity, the dispersed dark energy began to coalesce around him, forming a heavy suit of armor. Beneath him, a black steed reared, flames erupting from its hooves, its eyes hollow, exuding a ghostly glow. Fang Du mounted the horse, wielding a spear infused with dark energy that transformed into a formidable weapon, poised under his arm. Behind him, spectral figures of ancient soldiers emerged, each brandishing weapons and aligning themselves behind him, their spearheads aimed at Lu Ding. As the warhorse thundered forward, Fang Du charged with the spear held high, enveloped in a torrent of dark energy. In the next instant, Lu Ding raised his hand, intercepting the blade with ease, gripping the spear's shaft as Fang Du stood in disbelief. Was he the monster, or was the man before him the true monstrosity? Even in his transformation from human to spectre, Fang Du had never encountered anyone capable of disarming him mid-charge. What manner of beast possessed such strength? Fang Du strained against Lu Ding's grip, yet the latter remained unyielding, his demeanor relaxed. See? This is your strongest blow, yet it is utterly feeble. With such tactics, do you think you can kill me? You could not protect your son, nor your soldiers, and likewise, you shall not be able to kill me. With a terrifying force, Lu Ding crushed the spear, yanking Fang Du and his steed off balance. He then pivoted, delivering a kick that sent the surrounding dark energy swirling away in a torrent. At that moment, Lu Ding's expression loomed larger in Fang Du's vision, brutal, cold, and marked by the indifference of a true victor. Boom! With a single kick, Fang Du was sent hurtling backward, crushing through the wall behind him, half of his body obliterated by Lu Ding's overwhelming strength. The sensation of death washed over him once more like a tidal wave. Fang Du flailed in midair, desperately grasping at something as scenes flashed before his eyes. The warhorse that had accompanied him in the fall was torn apart by an overwhelming force, blood and flesh scattering as Lu Ding soared through the carnage, his foot landing squarely on the remnants of Fang Du's chest. The combined weight of their descent and Lu Ding's might surged forth, propelling both man and spectre like a cannonball from the 19th floor to the ground below. Meanwhile, the 6 members of the 749 investigation team arrived at the scene, all hailing from 3 nearby districts. What a nuisance! Why must we handle the overlapping of the shadow domain? Isn't this just a death sentence for us? The Baofan district has daily incidents, while my jurisdiction remains untouched. The previous officers, Ming Jun and Bei He Guang, were useless, and now Lu Ding and Yang Feifan are even more absurd. It's only been a short while, yet they've conjured such chaos. Xiao Xiong, you shouldn't say that. We are all colleagues, and this is the duty of the 749 investigation team. A girl with twin ponytails, savoring a lollipop, bounced alongside a boy clad in a black hoodie, who bore a rifle on his shoulder, seemingly oblivious to her chatter. Brother Xuanning, don't you think I'm right? Xuanning, one of the individuals involved in the Baiyao Jiyu Town mission, nicknamed the Little Overlord, had refrained from confronting Lu Ding due to his formidable reputation, despite harboring a lingering frustration since the incident with the Dingfeng Ju. However, having recently ascended to the 9th layer of the Jiaoxian realm, he felt emboldened enough to tackle the situation, eagerly accepting patrol duties in the area adjacent to the Baofan district. Chapter 43, The General's Armor Technique. Your general was also slain by my hand, all for the chance to seek a venue for the wind-defining pearl from Lu Ding. Now, that opportunity has arisen. Beneath the curtain of long hair, the youth's eye sparkled with confidence born from his own strength, as he casually remarked, Lu Ding is merely a scavenger, a man of hollow reputation. I am here today not only to resolve the matter of the overlapping shadow realms, but also to, boom. Before Xuanning could finish his words, a sound erupted from not far ahead, akin to something plummeting from the sky. However, as all eyes were diverted elsewhere, no one scrutinized the source. Dust and debris swirled. Liu Ding had brutally crushed Fang Du's body, severing him at the abdomen, with intestines strewn across the ground. Observing the last flicker of life in Fang Du's eyes, Liu Ding first glanced over at the crowd shrouded in dust and then murmured, "I have heard from your subordinates that you are waiting for your general's resurrection, am I correct?" Fang Du had long since lost the strength to speak, merely gasping as he gazed at Liu Ding, his eyes filled with resentment and a mocking smile gracing his lips. He was resentful for his inability to vanquish this monstrous man before him, and mockingly aware that regardless of Liu Ding's prowess, once the general revived, he would merely be another lost soul, a blood sacrifice for the general. The general would surely avenge him, absolutely. Liu Ding discerned Fang Du's thoughts, leaning slightly closer. "There is no need for such musings, your general met his demise before you, also at my hands. I even had to pry open his coffin and desecrate his grave, tearing him apart piece by piece within the tomb." "No. No." Fang Du sought to protest, but in the next moment, Liu Ding crushed his head beneath his foot. "There is nothing impossible. Both you and your general are merely unfortunate souls, stumbling upon me before your plans could come to fruition. Containment of monsters, General's armor technique, containment reward, General's armor technique, General's armor technique. Request the General's armor, which fits snugly and perfectly, allowing one to devour malevolent energies and withstand the incursions of spirits and deities. The tale of the General's armor, inscribed in the Chronicles of the Five Kingdoms, tells of armor soaked in blood, infused with the spirit of the General, capable of absorbing the malevolent energies of the battlefield. When the general is buried with his armor, the essence of the general can be summoned, hence referred to as the general's malevolence. Those of later generations are forbidden from interring armor alongside their commanders. It is likely that Fang Du, from an ancient dynasty, had forgotten such rites, leading to the burial of the general with his armor, resulting in his transformation into the general's malevolence. It could also be that he perished on the battlefield, merging with the armor by chance. Notably, the general's armor technique is renowned even within the realm of 749, recognized for its simplicity of use, high potential, and striking appearance, while also enhancing one's overall combat capabilities, including but not limited to speed and strength. However, the manifestation of each individual's general's armor technique differs uniquely. Liu Ding was curious about how his own general's armor would manifest, yet, there was no time to ponder this now. He had clearly heard the words of those few earlier. Beyond the dust, footsteps approached cautiously. A group of 6, each with tense expressions. Suddenly, the dust stirred, a shadow darting forth, and Xuanning raised his spear in defense. A tremendous force collided squarely against the shaft of his spear. Xuanning's hands were shattered, the spear bent, and he was sent staggering backward, tumbling for several meters before finally regaining his footing. "I am merely a man of hollow reputation. You are no better, unable to even steady your weapon, yet you dare to bark from behind." Liu Ding floated 2 inches above the ground, casting a sidelong glance at Xuanning, whose spearhead had fallen to the ground due to his inability to maintain grip. The nonchalant tone and implied meaning sent a chill through all present. This was Liu Ding. "Brother Xuanning," cried a girl, sucking on a lollipop, her voice filled with alarm, disregarding Liu Ding's imposing entrance. She raised her hand and sent a flurry of flying daggers hurtling forth. Faced with the oncoming projectiles, Liu Ding flicked his fingers, effortlessly deflecting several, then grasped one and sent it hurtling back along its original path. If the girl's daggers held the potency of handgun bullets, then what Liu Ding returned was akin to a sniper round, single shot, high precision, and devastating power. It tore through the air, crashing into the girl's shoulder with terrifying force, lifting her off the ground and sending her tumbling into the flower bed. The dagger pierced through her collarbone, emerging from her scapular, its momentum unabated until it embedded deep into the trunk of a banyan tree within the community. Liu Ding's figure hovered without a breeze, stopping before the injured girl. "Did you not claim that Ming Jun and Bei Guang were worthless, that I and Yang Feifan were even more absurd? Come, rise, I would like to consider you a worthy opponent, and I shall give my all." The investigator known as Little Bear dared not interject, his breath uneven under the overwhelming pressure emanating from Liu Ding. Not only did he catch the girl's daggers barehanded, but he had also managed to inflict such grievous injury in return. In that moment, the question of who truly was the worthless one was made abundantly clear. Schwenning gripped his spear tightly, readying himself once more. What glory is there in bullying a girl? If you have any courage, come at me. Lu Ding's figure seemed to teleport, appearing before Schwenning in an instant. With a single, powerful kick, Schwenning had no time to react, sent crashing into the wall, his bones likely shattered beyond count. Come at you, what are you? You merely blocked my kick because I allowed it. Now, using the same method, with the same attack, you won't even catch a glimpse of my shadow. If you lack the ability, then simply endure and restrain yourself, that is the way of survival for the weak. Turning to regard the girl seated on the ground, her wound had been stanched, yet her complexion remained pale. In the future, when you see me, it would be wise to take a detour, lest I am provoked to sever your tongue. The man who had initially cautioned the girl stepped protectively in front of her, his gaze towards Lu Ding resolute. Investigator Lu, we are here to assist you. Is it not somewhat excessive to act in such a domineering manner? Excessive? Lu Ding retorted, then mused aloud, the strong are born to oppress their weak, survival of the fittest is an immutable law of nature. Snakes devour mice, mantises catch cicadas, it is all the same. The reason humanity differs is that the strong among us possess a certain decorum, disdainful of humiliating those weaker than themselves. However, this does not grant the weak the right to provoke the strong. If she dares to challenge me with her words, she must be prepared to bear the consequences. You spoke from a rational standpoint just now, so I shall address your inquiry. Currently, I am conversing with her. Should you wish to play the role of a meddler, in the next moment, you may find yourself lying in that corner. As he spoke, Lu Ding gestured towards a flowerbed 10 meters ahead. The man swallowed hard. Lu Ding's reputation for ruthlessness preceded him, his moniker, corpse-dissecting Tai Sui, was fearfully well known, and yet, such a name belonged to an investigator of 749. However, these were merely hearsay until he witnessed it firsthand today, understanding that the rumors had been greatly exaggerated. Not only was he cruel towards monsters, brutal towards enemies, but even those of his own faction who provoked him received no mercy. Yet, such a situation could hardly be deemed unjust, for it was Xiaolan who had spoken ill of him behind his back, inadvertently drawing his ire. The girl, hiding behind the man, timidly poked her head out, stammering in fear as she responded to Lu Ding, I understand now, I won't dare speak out of turn again. I'm sorry, I apologize, Lu Ding. Chapter 44, Who Dares to Challenge Lu Ding? Thus, Lu Ding felt somewhat satisfied. All right, someone go and take that one over there to the hospital. The rest of you, clean up the battlefield and cooperate with the personnel coming later to maintain order at the scene. He could not bear to stay here for even a second longer, having been stained with the blood of too many monsters and the residue of battle. The scent clung to him, making him feel quite uncomfortable. He needed to return to the Security Management Bureau for a shower as soon as possible. He turned and soared into the dark sky. The astonishment of the onlookers reached new heights. He can fly. Earlier, when they had seen Lu Ding floating, they had assumed it was merely a trick of utilizing qi to ride the wind, never imagining that he could actually fly. It is crucial to note that floating and flying are not synonymous concepts. The reason why the 749 Bureau is notorious for handling the ghost category is that, not only are their abilities bizarre, but they can also float, and, once they reach a certain level of power, fly at incredible speeds. In a situation where one cannot win, they simply vanish into thin air, making it impossible to strike or pursue them. If qi practitioners could also fly, the threat posed by ghosts wouldn't be as significant as that of various other monstrous entities. Unfortunately, the secret arts of flight are typically inaccessible to the average person, who cannot learn them, nor do they possess the vast reserves of qi necessary for prolonged aerial maneuvering. Thus, the revelation that Lu Ding could fly left several individuals profoundly shaken once again. As he turned again, the smoke behind him dissipated, revealing Fang Du's lifeless body on the ground. Though deceased, the rapidly decaying remains still exuded an aura of extreme terror. Even at a slight distance, they could sense the chilling presence wafting towards them. Is this the creature that opened the Yin domain? If all goes as expected, it should be. There can't possibly be a more powerful entity than this, right? Then, the speaker hesitated, glancing around before continuing, "Can Lu Ding handle it?" After speaking, he felt it necessary to clarify, "I'm not questioning Lu Ding's strength. What I mean is, if an even more formidable monster were to appear, this neighborhood would have been obliterated long ago, and there would be no time for Lu Ding to arrive." The group engaged in a casual conversation. Soon, the aftermath team arrived, all clad in black, their faces hidden behind gas masks, burdened with various equipment. Some were taking photographs while others were conducting cleanup operations. When they stepped out through the safety corridor and beheld the battlefield on the 19th floor, everyone felt as though they had stepped into a hellish realm. Severed limbs, putrid flesh, deep gashes from slashes marred the walls, floor, and ceiling, bearing witness to the horrific conflict that had transpired. Could this truly have been the work of a single individual? An intern investigator capable of such devastation? They were reluctant to believe it, yet the evidence compelled them to accept the truth. There had been no other investigators present to leave behind traces of battle apart from Lu Ding. Everything spoke to the fact that he alone had accomplished this. Stepping into room 1911, the putrid blood and decaying flesh clung to the soles of their shoes, leaving behind thin strands. This was precisely why Lu Ding had chosen to float rather than engage in combat on the ground. It was not merely for the sake of appearance, but also due to the overwhelming filth. A series of unembellished photographs were transmitted back to 749, causing quite a stir. The aftermath reports from 749 investigators were not concealed, rather, they were made public for all to see. The purpose of this was twofold: to inspire the weaker by showcasing the strength of the strong, and to convey a warning to any would-be troublemakers that the 749 investigators were a lineage of dragons, producing exceptional talents, and that they should refrain from causing disturbances. However, with the release of Lu Ding's aftermath report today, those investigators who had joined less than a year ago began to voice a singular question. Are we still competing in this year's inaugural martial arts tournament? Damn it, who would dare to challenge Lu Ding? Is it you, or me, or him? I can't speak for others, but if I were to encounter Lu Ding, I wouldn't hesitate to surrender. To hesitate for even a second would be a sign of disrespect towards his accomplishments and titles. With such combat prowess, how could an intern investigator possibly compete? Isn't that just bullying? Hurry up and get promoted. We were all quite happy squabbling amongst ourselves. With the likes of the floating Tuo Ba and the elegant Xianguan Wen Ruchu, along with the jade Guanyin Dantai Xianyu, forming a triangular stand, this year's top three seemed nearly predetermined. Now, with the emergence of the reanimated corpse Tai Sui, Lu Ding, although we may not rank, we can at least enjoy the spectacle. In the inaugural martial arts tournament, only the top three can pursue further training. With 4 individuals now in contention, one will inevitably be pushed aside, and I reckon the 4 of them will be at each other's throats. A sweet voice interjected, "Brother, what is the inaugural martial arts tournament?" The chatting individuals turned to see a young girl in a white dress, her smile as radiant as the moonlight in one's heart. For those who had never experienced such moonlight, congratulations, for it now existed. If Lu Ding were present, he would undoubtedly recognize her as the second young lady of the Ji family, Ji Yinshuang, whom he had once rescued. It turned out that after the incident with the spirit maiden, Ji Yinshuang had unexpectedly awakened her talent as a Qi practitioner and, upon being approached by the aftermath team, had voluntarily requested to join 749. Now, after several days had passed, she intended to return home to visit her sister and father. However, upon hearing discussions about Lu Ding, she felt compelled to inquire further. With a polite "brother," the individuals hastened to answer her question. The inaugural martial arts tournament is a competition exclusively for investigators who have been with us for less than a year. One person added, investigators who joined 1 month prior to the last tournament can also participate in the next, as a month is hardly sufficient to cultivate any significant abilities. Another chimed in, there are 10 reward slots in total. The difference in rewards between the 4th and 7th positions is minimal, but they are all valuable. However, the top 3 are different. They gain access to specialized training facilities across various 749 bureaus. The aim is to identify and cultivate exceptionally talented individuals. Ji Yinshuang pondered, is the competition particularly fierce this year? Fierce doesn't even begin to describe it. Let me put it this way, the three individuals we just mentioned are not to be trifled with. Yu Guanyin Dantai Xian Yu possesses the Bodhisattva's radiant form and is incredibly powerful. Not long ago, she single-handedly confronted a snake spirit attempting to transform into a dragon in Ninglong City, causing the dam to collapse. Only after successfully holding out for reinforcements did the snake spirit manage to escape. That creature was comparable to a 9th-tier Qi practitioner. If it succeeded in its transformation, it would be nearly on par with a practitioner of the Divine Palace realm. Do you think she is strong enough to contend with such a monster? Ji Yinshuang remarked, but didn't Lu Ding kill a renowned old Qi practitioner in Jiaxian? The man replied. Chapter 45, Capture them all and execute, lined up to be mowed down by machine guns. Another person continued, now listen to this, the warmth immortal, gentle and kind, hailing from a family of immense wealth, has awakened two extraordinary talents. He was once pursued by a wicked cultist at the Spirit Sea realm, and in the midst of peril, he broke through to the Spirit Sea and turned the tables on his assailant. Just having entered the Spirit Sea, he was already capable of slaying others at that level. Would you not find that remarkable, being a dual talent possessor? Ji Yinshuang pondered for a moment. When did this warmth immortal join? 749. He joined around the end of September last year, and the incident regarding my appeal occurred in May of this year, the man replied candidly. But Lu Ding only joined 749 in August of this year, and he was still able to kill in the Spirit Sea, the second individual interjected. Indeed, Lu Ding is formidable, no doubt, but Bai Heming surpasses him, and their records are quite comparable. Their mental fortitude and tactics are also on par. Most importantly, Bai Heming has trained for several more months than Lu Ding. Given their equally terrifying talents, time becomes the decisive factor. Ji Yinshuang remarked, I heard he has been put in confinement. The third person responded, he will be released. Ji Yinshuang added, wasn't it said that merely being in the top 3 suffices? The other two cannot match Lu Ding. The man nodded, acknowledging the logic. This response was akin to encountering a beast. It mattered little whether one could outrun the creature, the priority was whether one could outpace those nearby. Noticing that the mood among the three seemed somewhat off, Ji Yinshuang realized she might have been overly earnest. She hurriedly bowed in apology. I am deeply sorry, esteemed brothers. I was saved by Investigator Lu, hence my belief in his superiority. I sincerely apologize. The group hesitated, their mouths opening and closing, as if understanding her inclination to defend Lu Ding. Upon reflection, her statement held some truth. Lu Ding truly was impressive, strong, and decidedly extraordinary, almost monstrous. Their lack of faith in Lu Ding stemmed from an underlying fear of him. While Bai Heming's moniker and accomplishments were fearsome, he did not resort to dismemberment at the slightest provocation. By the time the group regained their senses, Ji Yinshuang had already distanced herself, waving goodbye. Such beauty, a lovely disposition, and she even apologizes for her tone. Her words are sweet, her demeanor admirable, addressing us as elder brothers. Damn it, why don't I have a sister like her? Isn't it so? You've all praised her, what am I to say? Leave me some words to express, you rascals. At the Security Administration Bureau of Baifan District, upon returning, Lu Ding recounted the details to Gao Xingliang before taking a shower and heading to the inquiry room where the reporting woman awaited him, having not rested a bit. Standing outside the door, Lu Ding felt a sense of trepidation, a sentiment he had not experienced even when confronting the ghostly armies of the Shadow Realm. He found himself at a loss for words. Should he convey that her husband, son, mother-in-law, and father-in-law were all dead, with not a remnant left, yet, remaining silent was no option either. Ultimately, with no alternative, Lu Ding steeled himself and pushed the door open. The moment he entered, the woman rose, her expression fraught with emotion, her voice trembling. Officer, where is my husband? What has happened to my son? Are there monsters? Are there? The nearby female officer quickly soothed her, assisting her into a chair. Lu Ding stepped forward, taking a deep breath. Miss Chang, your family has met with tragedy. However, I have avenged you. The monster has been slain, and its offspring has also been torn apart. He found himself unable to continue. The expression on the woman's face had frozen. Rather than the expected wails of despair, there was only silence, a profound dejection as she sat weakly in the chair. Earlier, though her gaze had been weary and terrified, it had still contained a glimmer of hope, but now, that hope was extinguished, leaving nothing but a void, akin to a stagnant pool of water. Tears cascaded down her cheeks, her voice trembling as she spoke. I know it all. I had thought of it, yet I clung to an unrealistic hope that the monsters had become them. If I were a monster, I would not have allowed them to survive. Thank you, officer, for avenging me. Rising, her frame steadied, her steps regained their firmness. When can I leave? I wish to return and see my home. Lu Ding briefly outlined the situation regarding her home. The woman smiled gently. It's all right, officer. I do not seek compensation. You are a good person. May I know your name? Lu Ding. My name is Lu Ding. That name would be etched in the depths of her heart. Bowing deeply towards Lu Ding, her actions, tone, and expression conveyed a message. She no longer wished to live, or perhaps she had lost all hope for existence. Yet, Lu Ding found himself at a loss for words of consolation. A suffocating pressure weighed heavily in his chest, refusing to dissipate. Ultimately, he could only exit the inquiry room with heavy steps. Alone in the dimly lit stairwell, he lit a cigarette, watching the flickering ember illuminate the darkness. One cigarette followed another until dawn broke, light slicing through the sky, ash falling to the ground. Footsteps approached, drawing nearer until a figure turned into the stairwell and gazed at Lu Ding. Jiao Xinliang spoke. Chief Liu, our officers at the Ginkgo security station have been detained by the people of the Five Organs sect. Misfortune seldom travels alone. While demons and monsters sought to create havoc, humans were equally intent on stirring trouble. Lu Ding flicked the cigarette but to the ground, igniting a shower of sparks. He was already brimming with frustration, and now the Five Organs sect there to provoke him. Execute them, round them up immediately and execute them. Line them up and mow them down with machine guns. Jiao Xinliang was taken aback, glancing at Lu Ding before lowering his voice and slowing his speech. Surely, it does not require such drastic measures. I merely wished to ask if you, as a 749 Qi refining master, could assist in communicating and securing their release. Just moments ago, Jiao Xinliang had received a call from the head of the street security station, reporting that several officers had inadvertently stumbled upon a transaction between the Five Organs sect and the people of the True Lana Kingdom while investigating fruit smuggling in Baofan district. A minor conflict erupted, leading to the detention of those officers by the Five Organs sect. The head of the Ginkgo security station, aware of the existence of Qi refining masters, understood that he could not retrieve the officers alone, hence he escalated the matter to Jiao Xinliang. However, despite Jiao Xinliang's efforts to reach out, they were met with silence. With no alternative, Jiao Xinliang sought out Lu Ding. Had he been able to retrieve them himself, he certainly would not have disturbed Lu Ding, who had labored throughout the night. Retrieve them. Lu Ding regarded him before slowly shaking his head. This is not merely a matter of retrieval. It is a rescue. He recalled how the Five Organs sect's Tang Hu had warned him about the perils of his new position and to tread carefully. Now, it was time to settle old scores alongside new ones. Where is the Five Organs sect? Take me there. Hearing the emotionless tone of Lu Ding, Jiao Xinliang's heart sank. This was bad, trouble was brewing. Chapter 46. So you think you're tough? If you dare, go ahead and kill me. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Wuzhang Xingqi is situated in the Baofan district, on Wenjie United Street. This place is also referred to as the Wanren Community. As previously mentioned, Baofan district was once the most prosperous area in Yunhai, and although it may not hold the top position now, it still ranks quite high. Due to its illustrious past, however, Baofan district has become a melting pot of diverse elements. The Wanren community exemplifies this phenomenon. Once, this area resembled a city within a city, with houses stacked closely together, one atop the other. Later, the authorities sought to demolish it due to safety concerns, but the effort stalled for nearly a decade. Eventually, seeing little hope for demolition, the officials decided to outsource the project to external parties. Subsequently, the founders of Sihai Group, in collaboration with several of the largest landlords in the Wanren community, managed to raise the area and reconstruct it with dense buildings. This was also a promise made to the residents of Wanren community. Sihai Group gained notoriety from this endeavor and officially entered the real estate industry. gradually expanding into various fields. Wuzhang Xingxi found its home within the Wanren community. The name suggests a community of 10,000 inhabitants, yet the actual number far exceeds that, multiplying several times over. Their high-density population hails from all corners of the world, and where there are many people, there are bound to be myriad issues. Coupled with diverse customs and cultures, bizarre and supernatural occurrences became frequent in earlier times. This marked the inception of Wuzhang Xingxi, which aimed to resolve these matters for the residents of Wanren community. These issues could have been reported to the local police station, which would then escalate them to the 749 unit. However, many residents of Wanren community had secrets to keep, and thus refrained from making such reports. To this day, Wuzhang Xingxi has become a near-mythical presence within the Wanren community, akin to a guardian deity, with a flourishing incense trade. On the 1st and 15th of each month, the incense burner, capable of accommodating several individuals, is filled multiple times a day, indicating the extent of its popularity. This also explains why Tang Hu looks down upon Lu Ding. Confidence, with such an overwhelming incense presence nurturing them, the ancient spirits within the three brothers have become exceptionally formidable. The trio, unable to fulfill all their needs alone, have enlisted the help of external alchemists to bolster Wuzhang Xingxi's efforts. More people result in greater consumption. While wealth can be replenished, the materials needed for various rituals are scarce and difficult to procure. Major powers have their own supply channels, while Wuzhang Xingxi has little to show for itself. Moreover, upon hearing the name, one understands that they do not utilize ordinary materials. Items like purple river carts, human bones, human blood, and various parts of protected flora and fauna come to mind. These materials are hard to come by domestically, while small quantities can be allocated, such as human blood, which the National Blood Bank updates annually. Blood type is not a concern for rituals. Items like purple river carts and human bones must be sourced from hospitals or other dubious venues. Though the procedures may be somewhat compliant, the quantities are insufficient, not to mention the protected species, which poses an even greater challenge. However, in Jinlao, such materials are abundant and reasonably priced, whether aged or fresh. Wuzhang Xingxi was intrigued, yet, reporting to 749 about their intention to procure these items from Jinlao felt impractical, so the members of Wuzhang Xingxi sought clandestine channels. Previous transactions had gone unnoticed, but this time, disaster struck. The officers investigating the fruit market stumbled upon their illicit dealings, discovering boxes filled with various flora and fauna, including bones and even skulls. Any ordinary person would be horrified to encounter such items, and the officers were no exception. Consequently, they caught the members of Wuzhang Xingxi red-handed. At the Wuzhang Xingxi headquarters, the ceremonial lights cast a crimson glow throughout the room. 3 golden statues adorned a high altar, receiving offerings of incense. A half-naked man, with a lifelike tiger descending behind him, stood poised, embodying divine grace, as he performed a sacred dance with fervor in his eyes. This was Tang Hu, the second-in-command of Wuzhang Xingxi. Grasping a burning incense stick, he drew it across his muscular chest, face, abdomen, and arms, before finally igniting the tip and placing it in his mouth. Tang Hu chewed with relish. His eyes rolled back, revealing a pair of amber pupils, and his demeanor transformed into that of a ferocious beast. The bound officers nearby were taken aback by the spectacle. This cult leader truly possessed some skill. Yet one individual remained defiant, spitting out the rag in her mouth and shouting, "Bar, a bunch of cultists, do you know what crime it is to detain a police officer? I suggest you think carefully and release us immediately to turn yourselves in for leniency." The woman, Yang Biashi, was a female officer from the Ginkgo Security Management Office. With a politically connected mother and a businessman father, she was well-placed but demonstrated exceptional efficiency in her work, albeit with a fiery temperament. Her words revealed a straightforward and fierce nature. One might call her foolish. Indeed, she was, for despite finding herself in such dire circumstances, she still dared to speak so boldly. Yet, it is precisely such individuals that are needed in law enforcement. If you are an ordinary person facing injustice and encounter her, consider yourself fortunate. She would undoubtedly intervene and pursue the matter to its conclusion, combining connections with a sense of justice. Calling her a righteous figure would not be an exaggeration, even if her methods occasionally overstepped boundaries. Tang Hu, emerging from his trance, wiped the sweat from his brow with a towel held by a subordinate. Lighting a cigarette, he crossed his legs and regarded Yang Bishi with a scrutinizing gaze. "Har, you fool, do you really think you're in control of the situation?" Tang Hu scoffed, raising his thumb to point at himself. "It's me, I am the one in control. Do you truly believe that speaking to me like this won't earn you a taste of suffering? Spare me the threats, come on, if you dare, kill me. Am I supposed to fear someone who engages in smuggling and organizes cult activities?" Her words momentarily stunned Tang Hu. He had encountered obstinate individuals before, but none quite like Yang Bishi. Nonetheless, her words struck a chord. No matter how brazen he was, he would not dare to kill Yang Bishi. There was a world of difference between capturing a police officer and killing one. Originally, Tang Hu had intended to coerce and bribe these officers into silence, ensuring they kept the night's events to themselves and refrained from reporting them to higher authorities. This was crucial to avoid throwing in Lu Ding, with whom he had a contentious history. Previously, when Wu Zhangxingxi procured ritual materials, the patrolling officers had turned a blind eye. However, with Lu Ding not showing up for meals and his ambiguous stance, compounded by rumors of his formidable reputation, Tang Hu found himself in a precarious situation. With the Ghost Festival approaching, when supernatural occurrences are rampant, Wu Zhangxingxi's stockpile of materials was insufficient. Thus, they had notified the Jinlao representatives to bring these items, with Tang Hu set to make contact. Unfortunately, the officers had stumbled upon their dealings, and he was at his wit's end. His dwindling patience evaporated, and he took a handful of incense ash from the burner, rubbing it in his hands, empowered by secret rituals. "So you think you're tough?" Chapter 47. In the name of the Baofan District's enforcement, I hereby sentence you to death, to be executed immediately. A handful of incense ash was hurled, landing upon Yang Bishi, as if flames were searing through her flesh, an excruciating pain enveloping her entire being. Yang Bishi clenched her teeth, her body trembling uncontrollably, sweat pouring down like rain, yet she uttered not a single cry. Tang Hu observed, "Endure, keep enduring, let us see how long you can bear it. Are you still contemplating seeking vengeance upon your release?" A cold smirk graced the man's face. "You are mistaken, you will only feel pain, without any visible wounds. And no matter how advanced the medical instruments, they cannot detect the torment you have endured. However, if you cooperate fully and pledge to remain silent regarding last night's events, signing a written agreement, I may spare you. Otherwise," before he could finish, the door to the room, along with its frame, shattered into fragments scattered across the floor. Lu Ding stepped in, interjecting, "Otherwise what?" Turning to glance at the tormented Yang Bishi, he raised his hand, summoning a gentle breeze that washed over her, the searing pain dissipating. Yet, a lingering dread still resided in Yang Bishi's heart. In those fleeting seconds, she had felt as though she were engulfed in flames, tormented, unable to faint, unable to die, suffering profoundly. Thankfully, he had come to her rescue. She looked towards Lu Ding and the man behind him, Jiao Jingliang. Although she did not know this young man, she recognized Jiao Jingliang, the director of the Baofan District Public Security Bureau. So he was summoned by the director. Lu Ding regarded Yang Bishi, whose expression betrayed exhaustion, frowning slightly. In novels, the protagonist always appears at crucial moments to rescue others from suffering, so why was it different in her case? "Lu Ding, what do you mean by this?" Tang Hu demanded. "You've smashed the front of my 5 organs. If you fail to provide an explanation today, I don't care what 749 the corpse-laying Tai Sui is, you shall not leave here." As Tang Hu spoke, the practitioners in the room swiftly encircled Lu Ding. He surveyed the surroundings, showing no sign of emotional turmoil, and spoke in a detached tone, threatening the 749 enforcement investigation, attempting to besiege a 749 investigator, unlawfully detaining an officer, and committing brutal acts against law enforcement. All these crimes warrant a death sentence. As a 749 Baofan District investigator, I hereby sentence you to death, to be executed immediately. Alongside his declaration came the terrifying slash that had obliterated countless malevolent beings the previous night. A gasp swept through the crowd, yet before they could react, the sharp sound of slicing filled the air, the sound of flesh and bone being severed, blood erupted within the room, and pieces of flesh scattered. Lu Ding stepped forward, while Jiao Jingliang, raising his arm as if to speak, was rendered mute. he had intended to stop Lu Ding, but the latter's speed was too swift, his resolve too unwavering. Thus, his words went unvoiced, and before he could act, Lu Ding had already dealt with all of them. He then ascended to his seat and raised his hand, shattering the 3 deities upon the altar and the sacred texts. He exclaimed, "What wild deities dare to occupy my position behind me?" Tang Hu lay on the ground, his upper body propped against the blood-soaked floor, his cries stifled within his throat. Lu Ding regarded him. "Is this the explanation you sought? Are you satisfied?" He then shifted, crossing his legs. "Didn't you say that now I've demonstrated it to you, allowing you to experience precisely why I hold such power. So now, please enlighten me, what pretense are you maintaining? Who gave you the audacity to apprehend a law enforcement officer? Who granted you the boldness to threaten me?" Lu Ding fixed his gaze upon him, his tone as calm as ever, his expression leisurely, as if conversing with a friend, yet the atmosphere and the individuals present were far from conducive to casual conversation. The pain caused Tang Hu to draw in sharp breaths, the smoke behind him swirling, carrying a faint sandalwood scent that dispersed the room's sanguine stench. A vividly lifelike enormous tiger head flickered within the vapor. This was the manifestation of Tang Hu's ancient spirit, a mountain lord who had descended from the mountains after attaining enlightenment, marked by a royal insignia, exuding an aura of menace. Known as the ruler of the mountains and the master of beasts, he commanded the retreat of all creatures and repelled all evils. "If you wish to trouble me, come in your true form. Killing your ethereal projection is merely a waste of my time. Begone." Roar! The bare-headed figure materialized behind Lu Ding, a roar reverberating from the depths of the wilderness, jarring the soul. The mountain lord within the smoke shattered instantly, and Tang Hu, faced with this furious roar, was hurled against the wall, rolling to the ground, unable to suppress his injuries, spewing forth blood. You're formidable. Lu Ding, I concede, the corpse-laying Tai Sui is indeed extraordinarily ruthless and ferocious. This time, Tang Hu was genuinely humbled. He dared not be defiant, for he was gravely injured, and without effective treatment, today would likely mark the end of the Five Organs Life Society. However, what Lu Ding sought to hear was not these words. "Answer my question, who gave you the audacity?" The pressure weighed upon Tang Hu, igniting his fear of death, the emotional turmoil exacerbating his injuries, causing him to cough up blood once more. "And no one, I was wrong. I should not have apprehended the law enforcement officer, nor threatened you. I beg for your mercy, Excellent." Lu Ding pressed a button on the enforcement recorder affixed to his chest, effectively recording Tang Hu's confession. He then raised his hand. The half-dead figure on the floor was cleaved in two, irrevocably deceased. Lu Ding fulfilled the sentence he had pronounced earlier: multiple crimes, death penalty, executed immediately. As for the others, who dared to conspire against him despite knowing he was a 749 investigator, their demise was of no consequence. Within the room, the surviving law enforcement officers and Gao Xinliang stood in stunned silence, their throats constricting, caught between the urge to vomit and the fear of doing so. They were dead, all dead. Moreover, it had occurred before their very eyes, as the youth before them had eradicated everyone, yet they could utter not a word. For the mere mention of 749 was sufficient to explain everything. Although they were unfamiliar with 749, they had heard rumors. This was their first encounter with a living embodiment of 749. Gao Xinliang's expression turned grim. What should be done now? Had he known, he would have devised a plan rather than consulting Lu Ding. Now, death was inevitable. Gao Xinliang instinctively surveyed the room, attempting to count the numbers. However, the floor was strewn with dismembered body parts, rendering any accurate count impossible. He had not taken note of the numbers when he entered. Gao Xinliang surrendered to despair. Let it all be obliterated, he was weary. Chapter 48. Let Tang Long and Tang Bao come to see me. If they perform poorly, we shall embark on a shared journey. Recovering some energy, Yang Bishi stifled her nausea and spoke. Lu, after a lengthy pause without any response, Lu Ding interjected. You may address me as Lu Jizun, or Lu Tiao, or simply Lu Ding. Lu Jizun, is it not somewhat irregular to act in this manner? Shouldn't they be presented for trial in court? This statement elicited a genuine laugh from Lu Ding. He had encountered foolishness before, but nothing quite as audacious as this. You oversee ordinary individuals. I'm responsible for those like them. Ordinary individuals are governed by their own laws, and those of their ilk are bound by their own regulations. My actions are both lawful and justified. But you did not mention compliance. Yang Bishi seized upon the loophole. Lu Ding shot her a disdainful glance. What business is it of yours? Do not be ungrateful. If you cannot contain your urge to speak, then sleep for a while. Your chatter is irksome. No, I mean no offense. I simply do not comprehend. I apologize, but I find it impossible to sleep. She genuinely harbored no ulterior motives. Her inability to grasp the current situation stemmed from a profound dissonance between her upbringing and the realities she now faced. Lu Ding flicked a wisp of air towards Yang Bishi, causing her to collapse instantly. Now you can sleep, Director Gao. You must have the contact information for Tang Long and Tang Bao. Notify them to return and meet me here immediately. The reason for summoning the other two was to observe their reactions. If they responded favorably, he would observe them further. Although he yearned to eliminate the threat entirely, the notion of collective punishment under Regulation 749 was nonsensical, and he could not simply execute them without course. However, if their reactions were unfavorable, it would align perfectly with his intentions, root out the problem completely, sending all three brothers down the path to the underworld together. As for the Bureau's response to the deaths of Tang Hu and the other practitioners, would there be repercussions for him? Just as Lu Ding had expressed, in conjunction with Yang Bishi's additions, reasonable, lawful, yet not compliant. He would likely undergo an inquiry similar to the last time, yet he should not face any penalties. It is worth noting that Lu Ding had just resolved the overlapping shadow domain incident at Dinghao Community, earning him merit. It was merely due to unresolved aftermaths that he had not yet received a reward. Surely, the higher-ups would not penalize a meritorious officer for a situation that was both justified and lawful. Arresting a peace officer was a grave offense, not to mention that torture had been employed. Peace officers do not interfere with practitioners, nor may practitioners harm peace officers. Such is the rule. Otherwise, if becoming a practitioner meant one could brazenly provoke the law and harm ordinary citizens while undermining the order maintained by peace officers, the world would surely descend into chaos. Listening to Lu Ding's words, Gao Jingliang too conceded, as he realized that this individual was indeed a law unto himself. As long as one brushed against the regulations concerning practitioners, should one provoke him, he would not hesitate to eliminate them without a second thought. I understand. Whatever you say goes, Gao Jingliang quipped with a hint of sarcasm. Over the course of their interactions, Lu Ding had come to discern Gao Jingliang's temperament. He raised his hands in exasperation. Isn't it you, Director Gao, who has asked me to assist in their rescue? As a 749 investigator, specifically an officer in Baofan district, encountering such matters is within my purview. What, are you dissatisfied? No matter my dissatisfaction, it is of no consequence. I cannot simply tell them to hold on. Once they reach the hospital, they must be taken to the crematorium, and it must be a closed-door incineration. Lu Ding was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Gao Jingliang possessed a taste for dark humor and macabre jokes. Soon, Tang Long and Tang Bao convened beneath the Wuzhang Xingxi building, gazing upon their home base. The two brothers looked up together. Tang Bao spoke first. Elder brother, our second brother may be gone. When you go up, do not act impulsively. I will handle everything. Follow my lead. Having lost our second brother, I cannot bear to lose you as well. In contrast to Tang Hu's fiery temperament, Tang Long was taciturn. Among the three brothers, Tang Bao was undoubtedly the most astute and clever. He oversaw all matters, large and small, within the Wuzhang Xingxi. Tang Hu's role was primarily to project strength externally, summoned only when force was necessary, while Tang Long, the strongest in combat, focused on diligent training, serving as the backbone of the organization. Originally, the task of procuring ceremonial materials in the early hours should have been Tang Bao's responsibility. However, he had been sidetracked by Cao Ying's request for assistance in establishing a foothold in Cao's family. As a result of this unfortunate turn of events, it was Tang Hu who went to make the connection and secure the goods. His carelessness led to the transaction being uncovered by Yang Bishi and the peace officers, precipitating the subsequent events. It was also from Cao Ying that Tang Bao learned of the tragic occurrences at Dinghao Community that night. the overlapping shadow domain, swarms of monsters, bodies strewn across the ground, rivers of blood. Each incident struck at the very core of Tang Bao's heart. Upon hearing this, he resolved to return home immediately, prepare their supplies, and personally accompany his second brother, Tang Hu, to seek an audience with Lu Ding to atone for their misdeeds. Although he had instructed Jiao Xunliang to feign ignorance of the events, one can never be too cautious. Should Jiao Xunliang choose to withhold assistance, or if Lu Ding became aware and later recalled the incident, the future of the Wuzang Xingxi would be in jeopardy. Having provoked such a harbinger of death, there was no certainty that the three brothers would find a place to stand in Baofan district, or even in Yunhai. Henceforth, unexpectedly, before he could seek out Lu Ding, the latter had come knocking at their door, again due to the second brother's actions. When Tang Bao received this news, his vision momentarily darkened. Simultaneously, he braced himself for the grim possibility of his brother's demise. Although he had not directly encountered Lu Ding, he had heard of him. Moreover, Lu Ding had just resolved the incident at Dinghao Community. It was uncertain if he was weary, but one could be certain he would seek rest. At this critical juncture, the notion that he could confront the Wuzang Xingxi was alarming. What chance did Tang Hu, known for his tumultuous nature, have against someone with such a volatile temperament and extraordinary combat prowess? After a prolonged silence, Tang Long finally spoke. If the second brother truly is dead, then this vendetta, Tang Bao interjected. I too feel sorrow, but this grudge is beyond our means to avenge, nor should we attempt to. The Wuzang Xingxi has been excessively arrogant over the years, so much so that we have lost sight of our own limitations. Our second brother has always had a penchant for trouble. I have granted him face, and you have offered him support, often cleaning up after his mess. It is precisely because he is my second brother. What is our purpose in coming to Yunhai? To secure a better life for ourselves, to bring honor to our parents, to make a name for ourselves. Over the years, we have exchanged dignity for money and money for dignity. Yet our second brother only remembers the freedom that comes with power and wealth. He forgets the humiliation we endured when we traded dignity for money. The Wuzang Xingxi is our life's work, yet what is our second brother doing? He is methodically steering the Wuzang Xingxi towards ruin. The world operates under rules. Lawlessness leads only to destruction. Brother, do you understand? Tang Long was finally moved. I understand, let us ascend. Wait a moment, Tang Bao called out, turning to retrieve a bundle of thorny branches from the vehicle. This was originally intended for his second brother, Tang Hu, as a means to seek forgiveness. Now, he would bear the burden himself. Stripping off his shirt, he lashed his back with the branches, the sharp thorns tearing through flesh, blood flowing freely. Tang Bao's expression remained unchanged. Let us go, it is time to ascend. Chapter 49, You owe me respect, and I owe you none. The two brothers ascended the stairs, and before they even crossed the threshold, a pungent scent of blood assaulted their senses. With a sense of trepidation, they stepped inside, only to be met with a gruesome sight of dismembered flesh strewn across the floor. In the center lay the bisected body of Tang Hu. Jiao Xunliang cast a resigned glance. Although Tang Hu was not the sharpest tool in the shed, his overall impression of the Wuzang gang was not particularly negative, especially regarding Tang Bao, who was astute, pragmatic, and had even assisted the management bureau. Aside from a minor disagreement previously, the two had no real conflict. One was the head of the Public Security Bureau of Baofan District, while the other was the local power broker, the founder of the Wuzang gang, one an ordinary citizen, the other a chi refiner. There were no substantial conflicts of interest. The world was not burdened with endless grudges and grievances. Tang Bao and Tang Long's gazes fell upon Lu Ding, who sat regally, exuding an indescribable aura of authority. This sense of oppression was not intentional on Lu Ding's part, but rather a reflection of the subconscious unease that Tang Long and Tang Bao felt towards him. They harbored a genuine fear of Lu Ding, who played by his own rules, adhering to his own code while disregarding the conventional norms. Logically, such individuals should not thrive for long, yet, Lu Ding was resilient, possessing formidable skills, growing rapidly, and often leaving others in the dust before they realized it. Such a person was not to be underestimated. Tang Bao turned to Jiao Xunliang with a questioning look, only to receive a response of helplessness. He understood that today's predicament would likely rest solely upon his shoulders. With a resounding thud, Tang Bao dropped to his knees a mere 10 paces from Lu Ding, his knees crashing onto the blooded, slick floor. I apologize, Chief Lu. My elder brother has acted thoughtlessly, causing you trouble. We accept any punishment or reprimand. I implore you to show mercy and allow us to leave. Beside him, Tang Long silently followed suit, kneeling without a word. Tang Bao, with sincerity in his tone, raised a bundle of thorny branches above his head as an offering. Liu Ding pondered. This was indeed a complicated situation, with each one of them exhibiting such cleverness. He found no opportunity to leverage the situation for his benefit. Regardless, with Tang Hu already deceased and Tang Bao and Tang Long harboring no ulterior motives, their sincerity was evident. Liu Ding spoke slowly. From the day I took office until now, I have never wished to impose difficulties upon you. As long as you abide by the law, you may go about your business, and I shall do likewise. We shall not interfere with one another. Your respect for me is expected, and my lack of deference to you is equally warranted. I have noted your attitude today, and this matter shall be put to rest. Whether it be threats or warnings, you would do well to heed my words. He continued, I do not wish for such incidents to recur. As for the matter regarding the true Lana Kingdom, you will draft the documents, and I shall sign them. Do not forget to pay your taxes. Through the course of recent events, Liu Ding speculated that this year's Ghost Festival would not be devoid of excitement. The vastness of Baifan district was beyond his singular management, and disturbances during the Ghost Festival were not limited to this year alone. Such occurrences were common during various significant days like Qingming, Chongyang, and New Year's Eve. Nationwide, similar incidents transpired. When the personnel of 749 proved insufficient, Liu Ding would find himself unable to manage alone, and these local tea refiners could indeed offer some assistance. This was precisely why 749 allowed their existence. As for ritual supplies, delving too deeply into that topic proved futile. The adage, no trade, no slaughter, rang true. The domestic demand was too great, breeding crime among both ordinary citizens and tea refiners. Thus, shifting demand abroad while ensuring tax revenue at home was a lucrative endeavor, allowing 749 to benefit without exerting effort or risk. This strategy not only fortified their position but also enhanced their income while minimizing incidents, a most advantageous arrangement. Upon hearing Liu Ding's concession, Tang Bao exhaled in relief. The Wuzang gang had secured its safety, and the issues surrounding ritual supplies appeared resolved. It seemed this so-called a corpse soul master, it was not as difficult to negotiate with as rumored, at least not as the whispers outside suggested. His current thoughts aligned with what Liu Ding desired, touching upon the realm of psychology. To illustrate simply, a good person who has always been virtuous may falter one day and commit a misdeed, leading others to judge him as having finally revealed his true nature. Conversely, a lifelong wronger who, upon witnessing injustice, performs a good deed might be deemed inherently good, albeit too impulsive, warranting a second chance, a notion many would endorse. This phenomenon of breaking character leads to deeper impressions, where contrasts in personality and actions leave a lasting impact. Liu Ding, viewed through the lens of these two brothers, embodied such complexity. His reputation, though resounding, seemed less intimidating in person. Experiencing this firsthand, even at the cost of a brother's life, left them with a sense of admiration. This person is truly formidable. Thank you, Chief Liu, Tang Bao expressed gratefully. Liu Ding rose, replying, no need for thanks, we merely understand one another. As he passed by Tang Bao, he glanced back momentarily at his departing silhouette, filled with contemplation. He had encountered many strong individuals and prodigies, yet Liu Ding was a unique presence. Sometimes, a person's charisma transcends mere attraction. It is the amalgamation of numerous positive emotions that creates allure. In Liu Ding, Tang Bao experienced the sensation of being in close proximity to someone who felt simultaneously within reach yet utterly unattainable, compounded by the violent beauty of the gruesome scene before him. In the overlapping shadows of Dinghao community, the brutal demise of Tang Hu left no trace, and two incidents capable of shaking the very foundations of Baifan district transpired within a single day. Whispers circulated throughout the district, and due to Liu Ding's infrequent public appearances, outsiders remained largely unaware of him. Following today's events, curiosity about the chief of Baifan district surged. Among those intrigued was Cao Ying, who held a particular fascination for Liu Ding. Unlike others, he had encountered Liu Ding before, albeit briefly, merely a nodding acquaintance, yet, Liu Ding left him with a sense of kindred spirits, albeit on divergent paths. Their overarching goals were similar, yet their targets diverged. With the recent developments, Cao Ying stirred his tea, the froth swirling as he sipped the exceptional Monkey King tea brewed in the mountains, pondering deeply. His life mirrored the leaves in his cup, hailing from obscurity, traversing through trials and tribulations to attain the current flavor. Yet, for him, this was insufficient, far from enough. He craved more. Suddenly, a spark ignited in Cao Ying's mind. Indeed, rather than chasing these local ruffians, why not approach Lu Ding directly? With his strength and burgeoning reputation, who would dare undermine my status in Saojiao Lane with his backing? Chapter 50. Strengthening power. Visitors from the Black Mountain. Cao Family Alley, located in the Baofan district, is one of the premier antique trading hubs not only in the district but throughout the entirety of Yunhai. Of course, this is merely the public facade. Behind the scenes, Cao Family Alley boasts a diverse array of merchandise ranging from mountain goods to ceremonial items for the deceased. This is the very reason why Cao Ying has made a name for himself in the realm of treasure hunters. Born in Cao Family Alley and bearing the surname Cao, with a distinguished lineage, he possesses an inherent prestige. Coupled with his considerable skills and quick wit, he has achieved his current stature and influence. Upon returning from the mountains, he has two primary objectives. First, to reclaim what rightfully belongs to him, and second, to expand and fortify Cao Family Alley to secure greater and safer profits. However, both endeavors sound deceptively simple but are, in practice, exceedingly challenging. Years ago, he chose to leave Cao Family Alley, and from that moment, although his name remained in the family genealogy, the Cao family had long ceased to acknowledge him as a descendant. Now, in his attempt to return, he must earn the recognition of the Cao family anew. The greatest obstacle he faces is from the second branch of the Cao family, particularly from Cao Yuan, the current head of the family. It is unlikely they would consent to his return for ancestral rites and re-entry into the ancestral hall. Such an act would only invite their disdain. Originally, Cao Ying had planned to ally with local forces in Baofan district or other qi refiners in Yunhai, combining their strengths to challenge Cao Yuan openly. However, with the emergence of Lu Ding and his understanding of the powerful forces backing Cao Yuan, Cao Ying suddenly came to a realization. Cao Yuan's current might stems from the formidable support of his influential connections. An experienced investigator from the 749 Bureau, previously thought lost, who made a strong return after Cao Ying's departure, and a relative who had spent over a decade abroad and recently returned with foreign financial backing to establish a foothold in Yunhai. Together, these two provide substantial financial and political support to Cao Yuan. In contrast, Cao Ying finds himself bereft of allies. He has no loving father, a deceased mother, and, despite being the eldest branch, was forced into obscurity in the mountains as a treasure hunter due to his inability to stand alone. Though he may not rival Cao Yuan in terms of influence, he possesses financial resources that are by no means insignificant. What does it matter if Cao Yuan has a wealthy mother? Your brother may be impressive, but I shall find someone even more formidable. With a glint of determination in his eyes, he pondered deeply. Were Lu Ding aware of his intentions, he would undoubtedly retort, "No need for further discussion, you provide the resources, and I shall handle the task, regardless of whether it is his brother or his father. As long as the treasures are ample, even the King of Heaven could be turned back." Of course, this hinges on the condition that Cao Yuan's brother is not excessively formidable. As night fell, it was once again Lu Ding's time to shine. After returning from the Five-Zong Society, he comfortably slept until 9 o'clock in the evening. Stretching lazily, he was greeted by a cacophony of cracking sounds emanating from his body. Instinctively, Lu Ding reached for his phone to check, only to find a notification from the 749 Bureau's app indicating that the cleanup operations at Dinghao community had been successfully completed. Due to his efficient handling of the overlap in the Yin domain, which averted widespread civilian casualties, he was awarded 150 contribution points and 2 million in cash rewards. This news was undoubtedly a windfall for Lu Ding. The money was of little consequence, he had plenty already, but the contribution points were invaluable. With the latest 150, combined with his previous points, he now had over 200, enabling him to redeem precious materials. With the Ghost Festival approaching, Lu Ding needed to enhance his strength swiftly to prepare for any unforeseen events. Upon opening the redemption section of the 749 app, he was dazzled by a plethora of exquisite precious materials. Incised Budo sprouts, price 80 contribution points proportion. The stone Buddha possesses spirit, transforming stone into flesh, capable of nurturing vitality, usable for awakening spiritual senses or concentrating medicinal power to expand the spiritual sea. With funds at hand, he purchased it, eager to test its efficacy. Spirit sand price. 70 contribution points proportion. A specialty of feng shui, capable of externally strengthening the body or internally expanding the spiritual sea. With funds at hand, he purchased it, eager to test its efficacy. Full moon dew price. 80 contribution points proportion. Collected through secret methods during the full moon, it can cleanse the soul, primarily serving to expand the spiritual sea. Glancing at his remaining balance, though not abundant, it was sufficient. Lu Ding gritted his teeth. Saving was less beneficial than spending, and he bought it, eager to test its efficacy. Upon confirming the payment, Lu Ding's balance plummeted to zero. It pained him to part with such hard-earned money, yet all of it was now gone. With the 10 contribution points gifted by 749, plus the 20 from the black old lady, and the 50 from the fire transformation zombie, the entirety of his 230 points had vanished. I hope the effects do not disappoint. Soon after, 749 dispatched a courier with a cardboard box. Upon opening it, he found a small box containing 2 vials. Inside the box were the incised Buddha sprouts, numbering only 10, each resembling the size of tea leaves and bearing a dark golden hue, devoid of fragrance or luster. They appeared rather unremarkable. The full moon dew was a silvery thick liquid emitting a faint jasmine scent, while the spirit sand was a light yellow powder with a roasted chestnut aroma, together amounting to approximately 200 milliliters. Is this truly all? The meager quantity made Lu Ding feel as though his contribution points had evaporated into thin air. He was uncertain how he might consume so little. Looking around, he grabbed an unused teacup and poured in the full moon dew and spirit sand. Stirring them together, they produced no reaction, resembling a mixture of concrete and water. However, upon adding the incised Buddha sprouts, the cup began to bubble and froth vigorously. Frowning, Lu Ding hurriedly called the service department, uncertainly inquiring, can the incised Buddha sprouts, spirit sand, and full moon dew be consumed together? Without hesitation, the representative replied, yes, as long as there are no special notes against it, all precious materials can be mixed for use. Although reassured, Lu Ding couldn't shake his doubts as he gazed at the frothing cup. Regardless, he hung up the phone and downed the concoction in one go. The surge of medicinal power erupted within Lu Ding, coursing through his limbs and into his spiritual sea, producing a thunderous sound as the vital energies of heaven and earth converged, intertwining with the medicinal potency, vigorously transforming his spiritual sea. As the area and quality of his spiritual sea improved, Lu Ding's cultivation level rapidly ascended. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. While Lu Ding continued his training, the people from the Black Mountain finally arrived. At the Sihai Group's branch office, Xie Xunan sat gloved in her office, toying with a simple yet exquisitely crafted jade gourd. After the recent incident involving Yi Xian and the elderly gentleman with the surname Huang, she had been searching for a suitable gift to present to Lu Ding as an apology, a token of sincerity from the Sihai Group. At last, her efforts bore fruit, and she had procured this nurturing gourd. Today, she had just received it and had yet to fully appreciate its significance. Suddenly, the office door swung open with a forceful bang, and several imposing figures stormed in. A nurturing gourd. What a splendid find, exclaimed a young man, extending his hand, a powerful force instantly yanking the gourd from Xie Shunan's grasp. Her expression grew serious as she rose, dragon claw hand. Chapter 51 Mad. You took something from Lu Ding, so you should go and talk to him yourself. The young man rubbed the gourd, feeling its texture, then turned to say, you have quite the discerning eye, Miss Xie. You actually recognize the dragon claw hand. Since you know it, you should also know me, right? Xie Shunan gazed at the slender young man with sunken cheeks yet bright eyes, and she already had an answer in her heart. However, she blurted out, I don't know you, nor do I wish to. That item is not yours to take, return it to me. The young man was momentarily taken aback, genuinely not expecting Xie Shunan to feign ignorance. Since you don't know me, let me introduce myself. My name is Yifeng, hailing from Dahe Mountain. Yi Xian is my cousin. As for this gourd, why shouldn't I take it? My cousin Yi Xian and the elders of my village all perished in the Yunhai, within the territory of your CI group. Don't think that just because it's a mere gourd, I can't take it. No one would dare challenge me. As Yifeng spoke, he toyed with the gourd, advancing forward. Xie Shunan regarded him with indifference. When did the people from Dahe Mountain become so audacious? Do you truly believe this is still the past? Har 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 har, the folks from Dahe Mountain have always been this arrogant. Don't think that just because your CI group has grown, you can trample over us. Let me put it this way, the other 3 branches of your CI group have all acquiesced to us, yet your CI family remains unresponsive. What do you think we should do about this? Unresponsive. What response do you expect from me, whether it be Yi Xian or Huang Lao? They were both killed by Liu Ding. If you have the capability, go find him. Arrogant, indeed. Xie Shunan had encountered even more arrogant individuals, such as Tang Hu, who was utterly lawless and boasted of his power as a local tyrant in Baofan district. Yet, what was the result? He met a tragic end, his body unrecognizable, all because he sought his own demise by provoking Liu Ding. Now, another arrogant one had appeared. Xie Shunan felt she could foresee his fate. Yifeng slightly reined in his smile. True, Liu Ding is formidable and possesses the backing of 749. But I do not fear him. I merely fear that 749 cannot afford to provoke him. If he were not backed by 749, I would go and eliminate him myself. Saying this, Yifeng's gaze swept over Xie Shunan. Don't think about any schemes of using me as a pawn. Let me make it clear, I will not seek trouble with him for the time being. The deaths occurred right under your watch, Miss Xie. I am here to create trouble for your Xie family. I will pick the soft persimmon to squeeze, and you are that soft persimmon. He raised 3 fingers. 3 days. I will give you 3 days, you can ponder it yourself or consult your father. After 3 days, I want to see your Xie family stance. If there is none, then your Xihai group will become the Sanhai group. Do not doubt my words, I hail from Dahe Mountain. Understood, Miss Xie. I will take this gourd as interest. If you come to a decision, find me at Saojiar Alley. Watching Yifeng's departing figure, Xie Shunan remained silent for a long while before slowly taking a seat. Although she was uncertain of the specifics, if the other 3 families of the Xihai group had aligned themselves with Yifeng, then his words were no jest. He could indeed make the Xihai group transform into the Sanhai group. Disintegration often begins from within. Xie Shunan found it somewhat ironic. The older generation might not dare to act, but the successors of the other 3 families were another story. Moreover, the willingness of the other 3 families to appease Dahe Mountain indicated that their elders tacitly approved of Dahe Mountain's actions. It was truly lamentable. Pulling open the drawer before her, she retrieved a recording pen and glanced at the hidden camera on the bookshelf. With a mocking expression, she said, "Country bumpkin, what era are we in that you still threaten others? You took something from Liu Ding and yet hinted at opposing him. You should go speak with him yourself." Xie Shunan then sent the unedited video and audio directly to Jiao Xinliang, requesting him to forward it to Liu Ding and to have Liu Ding contact her after viewing the footage. Meanwhile, observing his second level of spirit sea and the somewhat outrageous size of his spirit sea, Liu Ding found himself once again engulfed in doubt. I recall that a typical second level of spirit sea should not possess such a vast expanse. In a typical first level of spirit sea, the size resembles a small puddle, and that was indeed the size of his initial spirit sea. As one progresses to the subsequent levels, the size of the spirit sea increases based on one's innate talent, physicality, and the quality of the resources used, ranging from a minimum of 1 times to a maximum of 10 times the original size. This is a conclusion drawn from countless years of accumulated experience, yet, Liu Ding's second-level spirit sea was dozens of times larger than that of the first level. This peculiar circumstance led Liu Ding to ponder deeply. The materials I used were indeed excellent, but they shouldn't be extraordinary enough to shatter common understanding. Thus, the problem did not lie with the materials. As for the cultivation techniques, if the techniques derived from the flying bear visualization were capable of such effects, he would have no chance of accessing the flying bear visualization. Furthermore, up until now, the techniques he had comprehended from the flying bear visualization had not exhibited such miraculous properties. Therefore, it wasn't the techniques either. It must be himself. Yet, Reviewing his advantages, the only benefit he gained was the ability to activate the state of harmonious unity to assist in cultivation. Could it be because of harmonious unity? Lu Ding opened the 749 app and began searching for relevant literature and forums. After some time, he indeed found several pages of documents that piqued his interest. No one mentioned that the expansion of the Spirit Sea would be so painful. Upon seeing this title, Lu Ding was filled with confusion. Pain, it didn't hurt at all. I really need to read more. Recently, when I broke through to the second level of Spirit Sea, I thought it would be like the Jiaxian realm, where cultivation flows smoothly to break through minor bottlenecks, only to find that after using the materials, the pain was excruciating, as if my body were being torn apart. I sincerely advise all colleagues preparing to break through minor realms in the Spirit Sea to mentally prepare. This is all experience. Below were the comments. Har har har, another one taken in. This cracks me up. Initially, I wanted to raise this issue too, but since no one else mentioned it, I kept quiet, all of us suffering together. You cried out in pain at the second level of Spirit Sea. Let me tell you, it only gets worse from here. There have been those who were too afraid of the pain to break through to higher realms. Have you read novels? You know that cultivators in novels face tribulations to break through, right? Indeed, the pain endured during the expansion of the Spirit Sea is akin to the tribulations faced by those of us in reality. Cultivation is inherently an act against nature. Natural laws dictate growth, while cultivation represents an unnatural development, so pain is to be expected, especially at the Spirit Sea realm, which is considered the second watershed. There are indeed painless breakthroughs, but those are opportunities that only a few can attain. Do you know about harmonious unity? If you happen to enter that state while breaking through, you will feel no pain. The state of harmonious unity is rare and hard to come by, let alone happening precisely during a breakthrough. Chapter 52 tomorrow. Today, right now, I shall go and eliminate ye foam. These comments resonate with the literature. The texts proclaim that the so-called unity of man and nature signifies an individual's integration with the natural world, an amalgamation with all that exists in heaven and earth. If one can attain this unity, it is a sign that the Tao favors you. The pain of bottlenecks and the expansion of the spiritual sea are merely restrictions imposed by the Tao upon the practitioners of Qi refinement. Qi refinement inherently involves creation from nothing, an inequitable transformation that runs counter to the natural growth of humanity. Yet, due to the principle of the Tao, which states that from the 4 and 9, one may escape with one, this escape represents vitality and infinite possibilities. Hence, ordinary individuals can become Qi practitioners, and in turn, these practitioners can continue to ascend in their cultivation. However, this journey requires navigating numerous obstacles. These impediments can also be interpreted through the lens of the Tao's 4 and 9, where one may find an escape. This escape is the affection of the Tao, a backdoor, an opportunity that bears no adverse effects. To elucidate, this affection and opportunity represent the unity of man and nature, a concept that future Qi practitioners may interpret as divine assistance in their cultivation, an elevation granted by the heavens. The heavens have lent a hand, Lu Ding mused, a smile creeping onto his lips that he could hardly suppress. Since he became a Qi practitioner, it seemed the heavens had indeed supported him more than once, lifting him as he ascended. Could it be that the heavens were following him around, providing sustenance? The heavens surely have not misnamed you. You truly are my benefactor. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted from the clear sky, startling Lu Ding, who instinctively turned and made a swift motion with his blade, trembling slightly. He took 2 steps towards the window and gazed up at the sky. It must be a coincidence. Enough of this, he thought. Whether it was a coincidence or not, Lu Ding shook off the whimsical thoughts in his mind. He rose, donned his attire, and resolved to engage in some activities to distract himself. It was then that he noticed an unexpected message from a seldom used weak signal. Upon opening it, he saw it was from Gao Zhengliang. He had sent a video and an audio recording along with a note. Jie Shunan asked me to send this to you and said to contact her after you've watched it. After thoroughly watching the video and listening to the audio, the gentleness in Lu Ding's eyes gradually dissipated. If it weren't for relying on 749, would he immediately seek to end my life? It was the first time in nearly 20 years that he had heard someone express a desire to kill him. Dahe Mountain Yifeng, excellent, he would remember this name. As for Jie Shunan's purpose in sending him the video and audio, it was easily comprehensible. She was merely seeking assistance, or perhaps collaboration, expressing her stance. If she intended to use him as a means to eliminate a foe, she would not have sent such a complete message. This woman is indeed quite clever, Lu Ding remarked. Yifeng's existence posed a threat to Lu Ding, albeit not necessarily capable of causing dire consequences, yet, a toad on the foot can be more than just a nuisance. And one could predict whether this individual might one day act irrationally and cause trouble. After all, the future is unpredictable. Lu Ding disliked the sensation of a ticking time bomb that could activate at any moment. What he desired was total control over all circumstances. Tomorrow, oh no. Today, right now, Lu Ding resolved to go to Cow Family Alley and eliminate Yifeng, to eradicate all threats while they were still in their infancy. As for Dahe Mountain, he had no time for that at present. He lacked the formidable power needed. Perhaps, when he had ample free time and sufficient strength, he would then contemplate a visit to Dahe Mountain, not for any other reason, but with a singular aim. To eradicate the bandits of Dahe Mountain. Rising, he pushed open the door and stepped outside. Yang Feifen, residing next door, heard the commotion from Lu Ding's room and hurriedly followed him out. Lu Ji, he called out, gazing at Lu Ding's retreating figure, which exuded an unmistakable aura of the Jiaxian realm. Lu Ding turned to him. Have you broken through? Yes, I have broken through. I am now also a powerhouse of the Jiaxian realm. Indeed, a powerhouse of the Jiaxian realm. Even as Yang Feifen spoke, he felt a tinge of uncertainty. At this moment, he looked at Lu Ding as one gazes into an abyss, perceiving no bottom, an unfathomable depth. Before entering the Jiaxian realm, his perceptions had been less acute. Encountering Lu Ding felt akin to viewing a mountain through a window, beautiful yet distant. Now, having broken through to the Jiaxian realm, he felt as though he had truly stepped into the mountain itself, beginning to grasp the terror that lay within. Excellent, a powerhouse of the Jiaxian realm. From now on, we shall rely on you in Baofan district, Lu Ding teased. Yang Feifen quickly inquired, Lu Ji, where are you planning to go? I have heard of your illustrious achievements during my slumber. They are truly remarkable. Bloodshed in the shadow domain, vanquishing Tanghu, your reputation as Jieshitai resonates like thunder. What kind of thunder? Lu Ding inquired, playing along. Yang Feifen raised a thumb, a resounding thunder. Har 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 har, all right, enough of the theatrics. Since you're awake, accompany me on a mission. A mission? Yang Feifen was somewhat perplexed, having received no notifications. There are individuals intent on assassinating Investigator 749, we must eliminate these criminals in their infancy. Upon hearing this, his expression turned serious, and he solemnly asked, who do they intend to kill? Lu Ding pointed at himself, me. No, wait, what? At that moment, Yang Feifen's expression was priceless. Is this person insane? Has he grown tired of living? As they walked out, Lu Ding produced the audio and video for him to view. After Yang Feifen finished watching, he simply uttered 2 words, let us get him. Vrum, with a press of the accelerator, the black SUV roared out of the Baofan District Public Security Bureau. Inside the vehicle, Lu Ding sat in the passenger seat, scrolling through his phone. On the chat interface, Jiao Zhengliang had sent Jie Shunan's contact information. He pressed dial. After a few rings, the other end picked up. Lu Ding got straight to the point. I am Lu Ding, I have seen your video and audio. I currently have some time, state your purpose, but refrain from unnecessary chatter, my time is limited. Lu Shizun, it is like this. Do you have time? I can come to see you now. The situation is somewhat complex, and I believe it is better for us to discuss it face to face. Face to face, very well, go to Cow Family Alley and wait for me. I am on my way there now, we shall meet shortly. Upon hearing this, Jie Shunan's brows nearly knitted together. After a prolonged silence, she finally responded, all right. Once the call ended, Jie Shunan felt her head spinning. She had prepared for every possible outcome, including but not limited to Lu Ding threatening her, Lu Ding erupting in anger believing she was employing him to eliminate someone, or Lu Ding making exorbitant demands while capitalizing on the chaos. She also knew Lu Ding would undoubtedly seek trouble with Yi Feng, however, she had not anticipated it would happen so quickly. He was already set to storm Cow Family Alley. No, shouldn't you at least prepare a bit? This matter does not solely concern you and Yi Feng. I am involved as well. This complete disregard for my perspective and whether I would benefit, and charging in to kill Yi Feng outright. Insanity, this world is truly mad. He is a lunatic. Someone, prepare a vehicle for me. Chapter 53, The King of Hell's Roll Call. Brother Liu is none other than Yi Feng. It is during the night and early morning that the true nature of Cow Family Lane is revealed. Many things thrive in the shadows, unseen by the light, and thus must be conducted before dawn. The dimly lit streets of Cow Family Lane are bustling with activity, a cacophony of voices and the relentless clamour of vendors. Porcelain from Jingzhou, bowls from Yuzhou, swords from Shangyuan, and knives from Kaiming, all manner of goods are on display, a veritable cornucopia. Beyond these, there are also street vendors, herbalists, and elderly men at the corners enticing passers-by to watch performances. It is a veritable kaleidoscope of characters and curiosities, both the expected and the utterly bizarre. This is the hidden side of Cow Family Lane. Amidst the throng, Yi Feng walks with wide-eyed wonder, accompanied by a refined and amiable young man clad in a white robe, adorned at his waist with a jade pendant shaped like a fish transforming into a dragon, secured by a golden cord. He strides with a dignified gait, delicately fanning himself with a sandalwood fan. In Cow Family Lane, aside from the contemporary young master Cao Yuan, who else could possess such an air of distinction? Brother Yi, what do you think of Cow Family Lane? Yi Feng cannot help but nod in appreciation at the sights he has beheld along the way. This place is truly remarkable. No wonder the old-timers up in the mountains refer to your Cow Family Lane as a golden goose. I believe we could collaborate to distribute some of the goods for my Dahe mountain here. What do you think? Cao Yuan has been waiting for this moment. Now that Yi Feng has broached the subject, he appears less concerned. I can reserve a stall for you, but as for collaboration, you know that while I am the current young master of the Cow family, many matters still require the family's involvement and support. I do not wield such extensive authority. Yi Feng abruptly turns around. A young master, your words are rather ungracious. When weighing the value of a stall against that of a partnership, the more lucrative option is obvious. Even a fool could discern it. Yi Feng has journeyed this far not solely for matters concerning Yi Xian. Although he is older than Yi Xian, perhaps not as naturally gifted, his current capabilities surpass those of Yi Xian, and his cunning outmatches his younger counterpart, albeit only slightly. Do not rush me, let me finish my thoughts. Cao Yuan snaps his fan shut, resting it lightly on his shoulder. Your descent from Dahe Mountain is motivated by a desire to trouble the Jie family, is it not? Coincidentally, I have a vested interest in the external trade. My mother has recently returned from abroad with a substantial sum, eager to invest in Yunhai. The distant ventures are out of our reach, while the nearby Baofan district is entirely under the control of the Sihai Group. If you can bring down the Jie family and secure their market share for me, we can negotiate the terms of our collaboration as you wish. Though Yi Feng struggles to comprehend Cao Yuan's intentions, he is cautious about giving an impulsive reply. If the Jie family of the Sihai Group were to fall, the market share and equity would represent tangible wealth before him. Yet, if he were to cede that to Cao Yuan, while it might yield returns manifold in the future, it requires time and is not guaranteed. He must deliberate carefully. Around the same time, Lu Ding arrived at the entrance of Cow Family Lane. As the vehicle came to a halt, a respectful security officer approached. Good day, gentlemen. May I inquire if you have tickets? An event is currently underway inside. The formality was rather unexpected. Lu Ding produced his 749 credentials and presented them. Tickets, please. The security officer was perplexed. Clearly emblazoned on the document were the words National Security, yet the more he scrutinized it, the more it resembled a ticket. Indeed, it was a ticket. Stepping aside and extending his arm, he said, Please, you may enter. Lu Ding remained rooted in place. What are you dawdling for? Notify your associates within, inform them that Lu Ding has arrived and request that the young master come to meet me. Lu Ding was uncertain of the expanse of Cow Family Lane, nor did he wish to know. He understood that to venture in search of someone directly would be unwise. It was far more strategic to have Cao Yuan deliver the individual to him. After all, with Yi Feng having entered Cao family lane, Lu Ding adhered firmly to this principle. It was a sound decision to seek out the local authority. Meanwhile, Cao Yuan received word from his subordinates that Lu Ding had arrived. He was filled with suspicion. Having previously invited this Jie Shitai to dinner, he had been preoccupied with eliminating Yi Xian. Now, not long after Yi Feng's arrival, Lu Ding appeared. Glancing at Yi Feng, Cao Yuan pondered if this Yi fellow was merely a bait for Lu Ding. His mind raced with conflicting thoughts. He understood that Lu Ding's presence was entirely motivated by Yi Feng. Logically speaking, Yi Feng has not expressed any intention of troubling him. He should not act against Yi Feng, correct? Indeed, that seems likely. Moreover, this is Cao family lane. Even if he intended to act, he would likely exercise some restraint. Cao Yuan was reluctant to offend Lu Ding, yet he also wished to retain Yi Feng. He aspired to have both the fish and the bear's paw. He prepared himself to mediate while simultaneously taking precautions, sending a message to his superior within the 749 bureau. He was informed that there was an urgent task keeping his superior from attending, but he would summon a friend from Linghai, also a formal investigator of the 749, to oversee the situation, just in case Lu Ding lost his composure. After all, it was common knowledge throughout Yunhai that Lu Ding operated outside the norm. With his superior's assurance and a 749 investigator on standby, Cao Yuan felt a sense of security. He adjusted his attire, smoothing out any imaginary creases. "Brother Yi, I have a distinguished guest arriving. Would you prefer to explore on your own, or shall we proceed together?" "A distinguished guest? How distinguished?" The patrol officer from Baofan district, Lu Ding, the so-called Jie Shitai, known for his notorious reputation, would you not agree that is quite distinguished? Yi Feng's demeanor instantly turned frosty. Thoughts surged within him. Damn it, he did not wait for Jie Shunan, but instead encountered Lu Ding. What could this madman want? Surely, he would not act against me, for I have not troubled him nor have I wronged him in any way. Noticing Yi Feng's prolonged silence, Cao Yuan reassured him, "Fear not, we are in Cao family lane, he will not act against you. Do not be so timid, after all, you have just descended from Dahe mountain. Be of good spirit, my brother has assured me that he will summon his friend from Linghai, also a formal investigator of the 749, to oversee the situation and prevent this Jie Shitai from showcasing his skills." Adding fuel to the emotional fire and offering reassurance, even if Yi Feng had his reservations, at this juncture, he could not voice his desire to retreat without losing face. "Very well, I shall go. It is merely Lu Ding. I refuse to believe he possesses any extraordinary abilities. Meeting him should pose no issue." These words were intended for both Cao Yuan and himself, a form of self-soothing. The two proceeded together to the entrance of Cao family lane. As they made their appearance, a nearby security officer, eager to take credit, exclaimed, "Officer, that is our young master." Yang Feifan, ever the opportunist, produced his phone, holding it aloft to compare with the individual beside Cao Yuan. In the next moment, he pointed, as if the King of Hell himself had summoned them, declaring, "Indeed, it is he. Brother Lu is none other than Yi Feng." Chapter 54. I conduct my affairs within my jurisdiction, and it is not for others to interfere. Upon uttering these words, Yi Feng's expression shifted dramatically. What does this mean? A death sentence? Are you serious? A swift strike descended upon him in an instant. He hurriedly attempted to evade, but his timing was off. One of his ears fell to the ground, blood splattering everywhere, and in excruciating pain, Yi Feng retreated behind Cao Yuan. The gathered individuals were taken aback. In such an open and legitimate setting, Lu Ding audaciously dared to strike. Cao Yuan was about to speak, but Lu Ding was quicker. "Yi Feng, you intend to murder investigator 749, come with me." Yi Feng was momentarily stunned. How could he be so bold? Not only him, but even his elders still on Hafeng Mountain lacked the audacity to assassinate an investigator from 749. This was undoubtedly a provocation of great magnitude. "You are talking nonsense. Who have I murdered, Lu? Do not fabricate charges without grounds. You claim I intend to kill investigator 749. Show me the evidence." "Indeed, Lu Jizun, one must speak with evidence." Though you are the investigator of Baofan district, you cannot simply arrest anyone you wish. Ikao Yuan chimed in. Liu Ding shot him a glare. What are you two in the grand scheme of things? Area 749 operates without the need for outside scrutiny. Questioning me for evidence, first, ask yourselves if you are worthy of it. If you have doubts, go to the bureau and file a complaint. I shall await your arrival. Now, I am here to apprehend a suspect. Whoever dares to obstruct me shall be deemed an accomplice and face violent resistance. Step aside. As Liu Ding's aura erupted, the surroundings trembled, dust swirling in the air. The once peaceful darkness began to roil, as if something terrifying were about to emerge. His momentum materialized in that moment. In a blink, Liu Ding vanished and reappeared before Yifeng and Cao Yuan. He leaped forward, raising his hand, and a spectral bear behind him mirrored his every move. The fearsome bear, with paws larger than a human, was poised to strike. The encounter began with a lethal blow. He had unleashed his ultimate technique. What kind of enmity was this? A fleeting thought crossed Cao Yuan's mind, and facing such overwhelming might, he dared not stand firm. He realized that if he did not evade, Liu Ding's attack could obliterate both him and Yifeng, their bodies merging into a gruesome amalgamation of flesh. Cao Yuan bent low and rolled to the side to escape. He had some skills, but Yifeng was far less fortunate. The palm descended upon his chest point. Two cracking sounds echoed, one after the other. First, the treasured killing gourd he had seized from Jie Xunan shattered, followed by the longevity lock bestowed upon him by an elder on the mountain for protection. Yet, despite possessing these two precious artifacts, Yifeng was still crushed, half of his chest caving in. With a resounding thud, he was slammed into the wall, bricks scattering around him. He lay amidst the debris, gasping for breath, appearing as if he were on the brink of death. Why Yifeng could not comprehend it. Both the killing gourd and the longevity lock were renowned protective treasures. Otherwise, he would not have been tempted to seize them from Jie Xunan, nor would he have brought the longevity lock for safety. How could they have shattered so easily? Such terrifying power. Was he truly human? He considered himself a genius, yet before Liu Ding, he was utterly defenseless. Frustration, resentment, horror, and confusion swirled within him, until the debris covering his face was brushed aside. He once more beheld that fearsome visage. With the last of his strength, Yifeng kicked backward. It wasn't me, I had nothing to do with this, it's all a misunderstanding. Spare me, please, I'll return to Hafeng Mountain. I won't come out again, I swear. Liu Ding stepped forward, planting his foot upon his chest. There came a series of cracking sounds. A misunderstanding, not you. Come, take a look. Liu Ding raised his phone, directing it at Yifeng's face, revealing a video of him posturing in Jie Shunan's office. The people of Hafeng Mountain have always been this arrogant. Indeed, Liu Ding is formidable, but I fear only 749. If it were not for 749, I would have dealt with him myself. Each word echoed from the phone, undoubtedly Yifeng's own voice. Liu Ding put away his phone. The people of Hafeng Mountain have always been so arrogant. Come, show me another one. Intent to harm Investigator 749, and threatening to extort entrepreneurs within my jurisdiction. Yifeng, how many heads do you possess that are sufficient for me to twist off? How dare you act so recklessly? I was just speaking. I truly meant no harm. I'll go back, I promise. I'll return to Hafeng Mountain. I swear I won't come out again. As those words left his lips, the sound of high heels rapidly approaching echoed. Tap, tap, tap. Jie Xunan rushed in to deliver the final blow. Liu Jizun, he also stole a gift I had prepared for you. Regarding the incident in the collapsed zone, I felt genuinely remorseful and intended to gift you a killing gourd, but he barged into my office and snatched it. The killing gourd? Where is it? Liu Ding turned his head, spotting a shattered jade gourd lying on the ground. Liu Ding, is it truly the case that treasures and artifacts are forever beyond my reach? Jie Xunan added, it cost me 50 million, plus a debt of gratitude. Yifeng shot her a resentful glare. This woman has betrayed me. She has set me up. No, I didn't. She didn't. What do you mean you didn't? The video speaks for itself. I told you this item was not yours. I asked you to return it, yet not only did you refuse, but you also threatened me. As Jie Xunan spoke, her expression appeared somewhat aggrieved, yet the mirth in her heart was nearly uncontrollable. Old habits die hard. The people of Hafing Mountain never change, always prone to seizing others' possessions. In the next life, may you learn to restrain your hands. If it doesn't belong to you, do not take it. Very well, you also embezzled public property, compounding your crimes. In the name of Baofan District's investigator and intern investigator of 749, I hereby sentence you to death, to be executed immediately. No. Yi Feng attempted to utter his final words, but as Lu Ding's foot pressed down upon his chest with sudden force, his insides were violently expelled from his throat. A subsequent strike followed, decapitating him to prevent any chance of resurrection. Since when can an intern investigator make such life-and-death judgments? A figure stood at the treetop, arms crossed, under the moonlight, striking a pose of grandeur. The arrival was timely, yet a moment too late. Yang Feifan smirked to himself, thinking, Brother Lu cannot abide anyone outshining him, and this pretender lacks even a modicum of skill, truly believing that a couple of martial arts novels make him a hero. Brother Chiu. Cao Yuan called out, only daring to speak when the reinforcements arrived. Until then, Lu Ding's imposing aura had rendered him mute. From the moment Yi Feng was struck, he had not dared utter a single word, fearing that Lu Ding might direct his wrath toward him. Yang Feifan quietly approached Lu Ding. Brother Lu, this man is Chiu Qianrang, like us, a formal investigator of 749, possessing spiritual sea cultivation. He is colloquially known as Ghost Seeking Sorrow. Since the conclusion of the incident in Baiyao Ancient Town, Yang Feifan had taken to reading the profiles of formal investigators in the Bureau, not for any particular reason, but to perform his duties well. He understood that Lu Ding would inevitably entangle with other investigators again in the future. After all, with Lu Ding's temperament, entanglement was a euphemism. In harsher terms, it meant conflict. Knowledge of both friend and foe ensures victory in every battle. Coincidentally, this knowledge proved useful today. Lu Ding regarded Chiu Qianrang atop the treetop, then glanced at Cao Yuan. He appeared to grasp something. In his usual tone, he remarked, So, who are you here to support? Cao Yuan, or Yi Feng, I conduct my affairs within my jurisdiction. It is not for others to interfere. If you fail to comprehend, allow me to simplify it for you. Mind your own business. Do you understand? The entrance of others, with such an attitude, was clearly an attempt to mediate and assert authority. Should he really be expected to treat them with courtesy? Chapter 55. For a fleeting moment, I allowed you to lie there. Upon arrival, the inquiries commenced, underscoring one's status as a formal investigator, adhering to a hierarchy. Is a mere title, easily attained through a handful of tasks and a few monsters, truly worthy of such ostentation. Originally, Cao Yuan intended to voice his thoughts, but upon hearing Lu Ding's remark, he opted to silence himself entirely. Chiu Qianrang descended from the treetops. Dare you repeat what you just said? With his imposing demeanor unleashed, an aura swept through the space, leaving those present feeling as though their very flesh was being sliced. Lu Ding found this individual rather amusing. What could repeating his words possibly convey? Was it merely a means to provide himself an out, or a display of his formidable presence through verbal intimidation? If it were the former, then I'm afraid Lu Ding's initial statement stands unaltered, regardless of how many times it is uttered. If it were the latter, this man truly lacked insight. He was not nearly as powerful as he believed. You need not repeat yourself, whether once or 100 times. Your prowess at the spirit sea stage is simply insufficient, Lu Ding remarked, gesturing toward the corner where a large dumpster lay outside Cao's alley. 1 minute, just 1 minute. If you do not find yourself lying in a designated spot within that time frame, we will abide by your terms regarding today's events. Chiu Qianrang narrowed his eyes. It has been quite some time since I encountered such an arrogant intern. Do you genuinely believe that in Baofan District, you can reign unchecked, free from repercussions? He was aware of Lu Ding's reputation, but so what? A genius. Who isn't he considered one? Ruthless in action? Who doesn't strike with lethal intent? The fact that Chiu Qianrang had made it this far indicated he harbored no fear of Lu Ding whatsoever. After all, he was merely an intern investigator. How ruthless could he truly be? Moreover, considering his developmental stage and the fact that he was a latecomer, had Lu Ding hailed from a family of Qi refiners or possessed a prestigious lineage, Chiu Qianrang would not have approached him with such disdain. Lu Ding chose to disregard him. This individual was clearly lacking in intellect, and he had no desire to engage in futile dialogue. Raising his hand over his shoulder, he beckoned to Yang Feifen with 2 fingers. A mechanical sound echoed, clear and resonant. Smiley 1 minute countdown begins. 59 seconds, 58 seconds. The sound of a sword being drawn resonated. Chiu Qianrang moved with impressive speed, yet Lu Ding was swifter still. A well-placed kick thwarted Chiu Qianrang's attempt to unsheath his sword, sending it back into its scabbard before Lu Ding unleashed a powerful lateral strike. Bang! An individual was sent reeling, crashing heavily into the refuse pile, paper towels fluttering about, grain dumpsters rolling haphazardly. Speed, reflexes, strength, and physique, all derived from one's physicality. What chance did an adequately gifted chi refiner stand against Lu Ding, whose physical prowess bordered on the extraordinary? Was he seeking punishment? If he had merely created some distance, he could have prolonged the encounter. Perhaps, with a buffer of space, he might have even managed to withstand a few more exchanges. Lu Ding laughed. Such lessons had been imparted by his ancestor, Ying Zheng, for millennia. First, do not sheath overly long weapons, particularly swords. Second, when drawing a sword, ensure ample time and sufficient space are afforded. Otherwise, one faces 2 possible outcomes. Either they flee like their ancestors or, like Chiu Qianrang, are struck down before even fully unsheathing their blade, hand still on the hilt, sword still in its scabbard. Har har har, Lu Ding's laughter was laced with mockery. He strolled away. Feifen has left for hot pot. The last time I visited Dinghao community, I caught wind of a particularly enticing hot pot restaurant. Let's go indulge. Having dined daily at the Public Security Bureau canteen, Lu Ding had grown weary of the fare. While the food was quite delectable and nutritionally balanced, consuming it daily was simply intolerable. In the sweltering heat of summer, nothing could rival the satisfaction of a hot pot. A fiery red broth accompanied by a chilled beer, followed by a refreshing cola or Sprite, was pure bliss. The atmosphere in the arena was eerily silent as onlookers watched Lu Ding depart. Jie Shunan contemplated for a moment before trailing behind. It was only after they had all left that Cao Yuan dared approach the refuse heap to assist Chiu Qianrang, channeling energy to rectify the misalignment of his internal qi and blood. Upon awakening, Chiu Qianrang abruptly drew his sword, scanning the area for Lu Ding's figure. Where is Lu Ding? Where has he gone? Cao Yuan, taken aback, had never anticipated such a vast disparity. While Lu Ding had a fearsome reputation, he assumed Chiu Qianrang, as a spirit sea-level chi refiner and a fellow 749 investigator, would prevail, one an intern, the other a formal investigator. Under any circumstance, it should have been Chiu Qianrang's victory, yet the outcome was instantaneous defeat. Although Lu Ding had demonstrated the ability to contend with spirit sea fighters, the disparity between those emerging from the outside world and those from 749 was insurmountable. Both may be human, but the gap between individuals can be greater than that between man and beast. Yet now, the fact spoke otherwise. Perhaps it was different for others, but for Lu Ding, there appeared to be no distinction. Regardless, the result was consistently the same, defeat. Cao Yuan felt a pang of regret for his greed. He should not have attempted to seize both fish and bear's paw, for now, he had lost both. Not only had Yifeng perished, but he had also incurred Lu Ding's ire. His plans to retaliate against the Jie family had come to naught. Had he known, he would have respectfully escorted Yifeng away, refraining from involving his elder brother. Alas, the world offers no remedy for regret. Observing Cao Yuan's silence and the predicament he found himself in, memories surged forth. The echo of Lu Ding's voice seemed to resonate in his ears. 1 minute, just 1 minute. If you do not find yourself lying in a designated spot within that time frame, Chiu Qianrang gazed down at the sword in his hand, unable to fathom that he had failed to even draw it before being bested by Lu Ding, and so decisively at that. Wasn't it said he was merely at the Zhaoxian level? Is this truly Zhaoxian? The mastery of one's cultivation is akin to meticulous grooming. It is often difficult to ascertain a person's based solely on appearance. Lu Ding had not revealed his spirit sea capabilities, making it all the more difficult for Chiu Qianrang to accept. Brother Chiu, are you all right? Cao Yuan finally ventured to inquire. All right. Do I look all right? After today, where am I to place my face? Even ghosts would feel troubled upon seeing me, but the real issue is that now, just the thought of Lu Ding gives me a headache, more troubling than a ghost encountering me. Lu Ding's kick had cast a long shadow. Had the two exchanged even a few blows, Qiu Qianrang might have merely faced a setback, learning from the humiliation, however, being defeated in an instant, and having had his designated position to lie down conveyed to him in advance. This was not merely a setback. It was a psychological scar. Chapter 56. The Lu Ding technique proved ineffective as the kite. As for my elder brother, Qiu Qianrang rose and brushed off the debris clinging to him. He exhaled deeply. I will speak to your brother about it. However, do not harbor excessive hopes. I can assure you that your brother cannot contend with him, and that is a fact I am certain of. Is that really the case? My brother is quite formidable, didn't you say? Talk is cheap. What is there to discuss? No matter how strong your brother is, he cannot eliminate me in a single strike. Cao Yuan's words were abruptly interrupted. What should be done now? Could it be that Lu Ding has already set his sights on him? Moreover, Lu Ding is the enforcer in the Baofan district, and the date for the personnel change is still far off. The thought of having to operate under Lu Ding's watchful gaze in the future caused an inexplicable tightness in Cao Yuan's chest. No, this cannot be allowed. He raised his gaze towards Qiu Qianrang, intending to say something, but at that moment, Qiu Qianrang was occupied on a phone call. Wanjiang City, Feilu Lake National Wetland Park. Dozens of official investigators from the 749th Unit were besieging the remnants of the Wine God sect. The Wine God sect, a minor faction, was aptly named, a group of drunken revelers engaging in lawless acts under the guise of carefree indulgence, blurring the lines between good and evil. They proudly proclaimed their lifestyle as carefree, doing whatever they pleased when intoxicated, and would go to any lengths for a fine drink, even resorting to distilling wine from living beings. It was unclear where this Wine God sect procured their formula for creating wine from human flesh, employing secret techniques combined with various herbs to brew a concoction that induced a state of fermentation, awaiting the opportune moment to draw blood and collect the wine. They claimed it was smooth and lingering on the palate, but for such a cult, their fate was destined for annihilation. Thus, the 749th Unit dispatched dozens of official investigators and over 100 interns. A direct order was issued from above, with a formidable commander leading the operation to eradicate the Wine God sect before the Ghost Festival, lest these vermin take advantage of the chaos and endanger the lives of ordinary people. Wen Yuchuan and Yin Feng were also among them, including Cao Yuan's elder brother, Cao Xiang. With a lethal strike, he severed the life of a member of the Wine God sect and then retrieved his phone from his bag. Didn't I tell you I was on a mission? Why are you calling me? On the other end, Qiu Qianrang immediately exclaimed, You've put me in quite the predicament. Cao Xiang, somewhat puzzled, responded, Weren't you supposed to find Xiao Yuan? How have I wronged you? I ask you, what realm did you say Lu Ding was in? Faced with Qiu Qianrang's inquiry, Cao Xiang blurted out, Yes, at the Radiance realm, but he should possess combat prowess comparable to the Spirit Sea realm. Is there something wrong with that? You're asking me, I would like to ask you the same. Can a Radiance realm practitioner kill me in one blow? Can someone with Spirit Sea realm combat prowess eliminate me with a single strike? Qiu Qianrang's agitation was palpable, leaving Cao Xiang in silence. A single strike, the Radiance realm, it all felt quite disconcerting. He tentatively asked, Are you suggesting that Lu Ding killed you in one blow? I almost feel ashamed to say it myself. To be precise, he informed me in advance of his intentions, even designated where I should lie down, and then dispatched me with a single strike, despite me initiating the attack first. Cao Xiang felt as though he were listening to a fable. When did the Radiance realm acquire such terrifying combat prowess? He pondered Lu Ding's intelligence, rehearsing it in his mind countless times before finally stating, He could only have eliminated you under one condition. You faced him directly, and he did not grant you the time to draw your sword, defeating you with sheer physical prowess. How did you know? Qiu Qianrang asked, surprised. After all, Cao Xiang was not present. How could he be so well informed? Cao Xiang shook his head in resignation. I've mentioned it to you countless times, we are modern individuals, think first, act later. Lu Ding's accomplishments and feats do not require extensive research. They can easily be found on our bureau's website. He practices the flying bear visualization technique, which likely grants him profound mastery of physical techniques, rendering his physical form exceptionally formidable. He can even defeat Yuan Baifeng of the Celestial Principle sect, known for his physical prowess, while at the Radiance realm. In a contest of physical strength, you hold no advantage. His ability to eliminate you, while somewhat unexpected, is nonetheless within the realm of reason. Against such an opponent, you ought to maintain your distance, feigning with techniques and employing swordplay as support, while evading his strikes with a mindset of absolute caution. Cao Xiang articulated his thoughts with clarity, and though Qiu Qianrang found them reasonable, he could not shake the discomfort in his heart. Wasn't this hindsight? Why hadn't he said this before? What good is it to say now? Moreover, he was somewhat aware of Lu Ding's situation. Previously, wasn't that old man Huang from the collapsed district also at the Spirit Sea realm, specializing in techniques? According to your logic, how was he defeated by Lu Ding? Upon hearing this, Cao Xiang instantly perceived Qiu Qianrang as somewhat foolish. You yourself said he specialized in techniques, which means his physical form was inherently a weakness. Once Lu Ding closed the distance, he would certainly not prevail. Furthermore, Lu Ding is not without his long-range capabilities. His only drawback lies in his limited training time, not having the opportunity to hone other techniques. One must apply the right remedy. Even a lion uses all its strength to catch a rabbit. You, my friend, have underestimated him. Both were individuals of strong spirit, friends of friends, but emotions are emotions. Assisting you while enduring strikes without any benefit, only to be reprimanded afterwards, who could tolerate that? Go to hell, Cao Xiang, go to hell. Yes, I underestimated you. You are impressive, you are formidable. Go settle your scores with Lu Ding. I shall no longer be at your service. Farewell. The phone line disconnected, and Cao Xiang glanced at his device, addressing those nearby. Look, he's in such a hurry again. Qianrang is still as impulsive as ever. When we return, I'll treat him to a drink to smooth things over. The person responding spoke with a smile that felt like a gentle spring breeze. After the initial impression faded, one would find this individual remarkably amiable and refined, yet the more one observed, the more one would find him captivating. His ever-present smile and gentle brows were a delight to behold, while squinty eyes might be seen as a flaw. In his case, paired with dimples, they became an irreplaceable trait. This individual was none other than Wen Ruchu, who, like Lu Ding, had gained fame as an intern investigator. Speaking of Lu Ding, Brother Xiang, what are you planning to do? As colleagues, please do not make things too unpleasant. Cao Xiang returned his phone to his pocket. You have a point, but as a senior, I must teach him a lesson in respect. Relying solely on physical strength is nothing more than a petty path. Physical prowess, who doesn't he cultivate their body? Cao Xiang's physical form was equally formidable, yet he completely failed to realize that his physical prowess and Lu Ding's were on entirely different levels. By the way, with Lu Ding's meteoric rise, do you feel confident about this year's inaugural martial arts competition? Or do you believe you can surpass Bai Hemu and Dantai Xinyu? When Ruchu appeared unconcerned, it would be ideal to place in the top 3, if not, that's fine too, just don't let it affect colleague relationships. Fortunately, Yang Feifan was not present. Had he heard this remark, he would have surely cursed inwardly, calling it a frog pretending to be a prince, thinking he could play the part regardless of the outcome. What an infuriating squinty-eyed fellow. Chapter 57. You have made such a significant commotion in his territory, you are doomed. The conversation diverged. Lu Ding, following the cues of his memory, directed Yang Feifan to drive to the hot pot restaurant where he had chanced upon a delightful aroma. He had indeed been eager to savor it since that day, yet, dining alone at a hot pot can seem rather peculiar. Coincidentally, the events of today warranted a celebration, as they had successfully eradicated a looming threat. Moreover, Yang Feifan had also experienced a breakthrough. Now, with 3 individuals present, enjoying hot pot together would certainly amplify the merriment. In the car, observing the somewhat reserved Jie Shunan, Lu Ding casually inquired, "What are you afraid of? Did you not mention wanting to discuss something with me face to face? Go ahead, I have the time now." Initially, Jie Shunan intended to converse about Yifeng, but given the circumstances, there was no longer a need for discussion. He was deceased, after all. Furthermore, Lu Ding had not broached any other topics, leaving Jie Shunan feeling somewhat uneasy. As she mulled over many thoughts during the drive, when Lu Ding finally spoke, she expressed, "Lu Jishuan, I am truly grateful for your assistance in resolving the crisis facing the Jie family. I find myself at a loss for how to repay you. Please let me know what you require, and as long as it is within the Jie family's means, I shall fulfill your request." Although Lu Ding's motives were primarily self-serving, the resolution of the Jie family's crisis could not be dismissed. He had no intention of being courteous and replied candidly, "I do not require anything extravagant, merely help in locating some rare materials of good quality." While magical artifacts are indeed enticing, Lu Ding understood that his own strength was paramount. One must forge oneself before forging weapons, although high-quality rare materials are challenging to procure. If the Jie family were diligent, it was not impossible. This request was not too demanding. Jie Shunan inquired again, "Is there anything else?" "That is all. I only seek rare materials." "Very well, Lu Jishuan, I shall inform you in due course." With that, she turned to Yang Feifan, who was driving, and said, "Yang Jishuan, please drop me off at the upcoming intersection. I can return on my own." "So soon? Since you are here, it would be a pity not to share a meal together." The cultural customs from his previous life still influenced Lu Ding, as he thought, after all, it was just a matter of sharing a few pairs of chopsticks. A single meal would neither impoverish him nor enrich others. "No, Lu Jishuan, my father is unaware of today's events. I must return to inform him." Given her insistence, Lu Ding did not press further and found a corner to let her off. Watching the taillights fade into the distance, Jie Shunan mused that Lu Ding did not seem so fearsome after all, provided one did not provoke him. If one kept to their own affairs, he was quite gentle. And where was this gentleness manifest? He had invited her to partake in hot pot. Could that not be considered gentle? Perhaps in another context, Jie Shunan might have chastised someone for summoning her, a high-ranking CEO, to join them for hot pot at such an hour. But Lu Ding was different. He was an exception. The car meandered along winding roads, requiring her to disembark and navigate hills and inclines, ultimately leading Lu Ding, with his keen sense of smell, to the hidden gem of a hot pot restaurant tucked away in an alley. Upon entering, they ordered dishes, set the pot ablaze, and as the broth bubbled, they eagerly dipped the fresh tripe, savoring its crispness and spiciness, washing it down with a cold beer. Pure bliss. At the Yunhai Broken Bridge dock, at 4 a.m, Tangbao gazed at the drifting talismans, unable to sleep, pondering, what on earth were these foreigners up to? As the Ghost Festival approached, the balance of earthly and heavenly energies waned, giving rise to a plethora of spirits and demons. The business at the Wuzang Xingxi had surged as a result. Due to Tang Hu's recklessness, the Wuzang Xingxi was now short a formidable warrior. Tang Bao, who had primarily managed affairs, found himself compelled to take matters into his own hands. That evening, a Jinlar person he conducted business with sent a message inquiring if he was interested in a lucrative opportunity. When pressed for details, Jinlar hesitated before revealing that it involved exorcising vengeful spirits and dispelling malice. Tang Bao, recognizing his expertise in this field, readily agreed, asking for the payment. Jinlar quoted an astonishing 50 million. The teacup he had just lifted to his lips dropped back onto the table. 50 million for exorcising vengeful spirits. Something felt amiss, however. The allure of such wealth was hard to resist. Thus, Tang Bao resolved to personally oversee the operation, agreeing to meet at the Yunhai Broken Bridge dock that night. Yet, after much contemplation, Tang Bao sensed that 50 million for such a task was suspicious. He cunningly prepared a substitute, crafting a doll from incense ashes and using his blood to imbue it with power. He intended to be present but would maintain a safe distance, substituting this doll for himself during the ritual. If all went well, that would be ideal. If minor issues arose, he could reveal himself and simply collect a lesser fee. But if serious complications ensued, he would make a swift exit. Upon arrival, Jinlar stood alongside his subordinates. The leader was a burly woman accompanied by several white-skinned individuals. The woman appeared increasingly familiar to Tang Bao. Upon reflection, he realized she was Cao Yuan's mother, freshly returned from abroad. After some communication, Tang Bao learned that Cao Yuan's mother and the white-skinned individuals were indeed the employers. However, he had no qualms as long as they paid. Following their instructions, Tang Bao set up a platform at the dock, waiting an hour before he heard the distant sound of a foghorn. A cruise ship approached, belching black smoke, its presence unmistakable even in the dark, a manifestation of resentment rather than flames. Upon the ship's arrival, Cao Yuan's mother, the white-skinned individuals, and Jinlar all knelt. On the deck stood a pale-skinned gentleman in a tailcoat. A gentleman's hat perched atop his head, leaning on a cane, his chin slightly elevated in a condescending manner. As the cruise ship docked, the man transformed into a swarm of bats before coalescing back into human form. It was at this moment that Tang Bao recognized him as a vampire. However, this was not his concern. His only objective was to fulfill the employer's request. The vampire paid him no mind, striding with an air of nobility, eyes fixed ahead without deviation. Cao Yuan's mother approached Tang Bao, signaling that it was time to commence. As he rang a bell and burned talismans. 1, 2, 3, 10, 100, and finally hundreds of manifestations of intense world, drawing upon the vengeful energy surrounding the cruise ship. The talismans ignited, emitting an eerie green glow. Tang Bao stood frozen in place until the flames reached his fingertips, jolting him back to reality. Those manifestations were the faces of the Han people. The ancient sage residing in his mind sighed. They have been harmed by beasts. An overwhelming rage surged through Tang Bao's mind. Jinlar sensed the shift in Tang Bao's demeanor and hurriedly said, "Tang Bao, I hope you understand that I introduced you to this opportunity because of your intelligence. Ms. Jiao and Count Fedel trust you greatly through my recommendation. We are friends, and I implore you not to jeopardize our friendship. Neither Ms. Jiao nor Count Fedel is someone you can afford to provoke. There is an old saying among the Han. Those who recognize the times are the true heroes. I hope you grasp this." Glaring at the individuals before him, Tang Bao retorted, "So, all aboard this ship were killed by them? Let me explain, answer me. Were they killed by them or not?" Jinlar had not anticipated such an intense reaction from Tang Bao. Their argument attracted the attention of the nearby white-skinned individuals and Jiao Yuanfang. The vampire remained still, as if Tang Bao did not exist in his world. "What are you doing, Tang Bao?" Jiao Yuanfang approached, flanked by two white-skinned individuals, their imposing presence radiating authority. Realizing the precariousness of his situation, Tang Bao understood that had he come in person today, this confrontation would have been his end. Fortunately, he had come in disguise. "Fine, I cannot contend with you, but surely there are those who can. You may be powerful, but you cannot remain invincible forever. Jiao Yuanfang, you are finished. You have created such a ruckus in his territory. You are undoubtedly doomed, you wretched creature. I curse you." Chapter 58. Vampires, Rare Delicacies. Before they could make a move, Tang Bao turned and leaped into the sea. He was silently controlling the mud golems, guiding them as far as they could swim. Meanwhile, he discreetly sent a message to Lu Ding, inching away in a cautious retreat. On the dock, two white-skinned individuals followed suit and plunged into the water. On the shore, Jiao Yuanfang wore a grim expression. The arrival of the vampire count should not have been so troublesome, but on his way here, the count had mercilessly slaughtered everyone aboard the cruise ship. The blood feast was meager, primarily a diversion to alleviate the tedium of the voyage. In his eyes, ordinary humans were even more contemptible than cattle or sheep. Killing them was a trivial matter. Yet, the consequences fell squarely on Jiao Yuanfang's shoulders. This situation was far from simple. First, one must locate an individual capable of dispelling the resentment of several hundred unjustly deceased souls. All of these individuals perished at sea, their ship heading toward the homeland, each harboring thoughts of returning home before their demise. Their vengeful spirits were thus far more terrifying than those of ordinary people. Therefore, only someone with genuine skill could handle this. Second, the person conducting the ritual must be nearby, must possess discretion, and must adhere to professional ethics to ensure confidentiality. Otherwise, a single misstep would alert the 749 group, akin to sharks catching wind of blood. They needed someone with true ability, someone circumspect, and someone close enough to avoid detection or delays, lest the vengeful spirits erupt, all while maintaining professional integrity. With such a myriad of conditions intertwined, the prospects appeared bleak. Yet, it was at this juncture that their collaborator from the Junlar people recommended Wuzhang Xingxi. Firstly, Wuzhang Xingxi specialized in this field and was conveniently located in the Baofan district. Secondly, Tang Bao was astute, his professional ethics exemplary within the industry, otherwise, he could not have elevated Wuzhang Xingxi to such prominence. Zhou Yuanfang instantly recalled this young man, with whom she had previously crossed paths. After gathering a bit more information, she decisively made her choice. It had to be him, however, unbeknownst to them, despite Tang Bao's seemingly boundless disposition, he would become a beast if he hesitated for even a second on such matters. Indeed, he was not a good person to begin with, but this issue transcended personal character. Anyone in his position would be unable to tolerate even a moment's delay. Zhou Yuanfang's mind echoed with Tang Bao's words, sending waves of pain through her nerves. Lu Ding, the corpse-resolving master. What a headache. Fortunately, most of the 749 Group S idle forces had already departed. As long as they cleaned up the scene without leaving any evidence, they should avoid any unforeseen complications. Nevertheless, for safety's sake, she turned to the vampire Count and said, "Count Fidele, might I request you to step aside? We shall handle matters here, ensuring that no unwelcome disturbances disrupt your enjoyment." The vampire Count nodded slightly. The mysterious land of the East. "I adore it here. Please, find me a few delectable ladies tonight, for I wish to engage in profound conversations with them." "As you wish, my lord." Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Ding and Yang Feifan were consuming at least 5 beers each, having emptied the hot pot restaurant's kitchen. They were just short of gnawing on the potatoes piled in the corner of the warehouse. The restaurant was rather small, and the usual ingredients sufficed for the average day. However, today's circumstances had completely taken the proprietors by surprise. Who would have expected the arrival of 2 such voracious eaters? Both were practitioners of qi refinement, and Lu Ding's physique was particularly robust. The food was delectable, and he was voraciously devouring it, something few establishments could withstand. Ding dong. Just as Lu Ding picked up a slice of lotus root to eat, his phone rang. He glanced at it. Wuzhang Xingxi Tang Bao Lu Ji Zun. A grave situation has arisen. That wretched Zhou Yuanfang has colluded with vampires from abroad at the Yuhai Duanxie dock, slaughtering several hundred innocent civilians. The entire cruise ship is engulfed in resentment, and now they wish to eliminate me to cover their tracks. You must come quickly. Zhou Yuanfang, vampires, hundreds murdered. Lu Ding sprang to his feet, noticing his serious expression. Yang Feifan hastily set down his beer bottle. Brother Lu, what's wrong? There's a traitor among us, trying to sabotage us. Lu Ding grabbed his clothing, tossing his phone in front of Yang Feifan, who read through the entire message. Zhou Yuanfang, isn't she the mother of Cao Yuan from Cao family Ali who just returned from abroad? She's bringing foreign capital back to Yuhai for business. Cao family Ali's Cao Yuan? Very well, it's you again. One would think you had exhausted your luck with Yifeng involved. I assumed you would remain silent and not interfere, thinking matters would conclude peacefully. Yet, just as that situation resolved, your mother stirs up trouble again. Will it be your father, grandfather, or ancestors next? And now a vampire has emerged, a true rarity. Indeed, I wonder what rewards await after their demise. Anticipation surged within Lu Ding as he spoke without delay. Feifan, contact the intelligence department for information on Zhou Yuanfang and her foreign backers. I'm heading to Yuhai Duanxie dock. He understood that by the time he arrived, there was a high likelihood that everyone would have already fled. After all, with Tang Bao's exposure, it was unlikely they would remain there waiting for a potential risk. Yet, even so, Lu Ding felt compelled to go. Since Tang Bao had sent him this warning, he would ensure his safety. Not even the King of Hell could take him away. If he failed to protect Tang Bao today, who would dare to inform him in the future if similar incidents arose? In the game of deception, everyone feared encountering an unreliable superior. Brother Lu, I'll take care of it right away. I'm heading to get the car. Yang Feifan rose. Be cautious on the way. I'll arrive there first to wait for you. Driving would take too long. By the time they arrived, Tang Bao might already be in dire straits. Lu Ding stepped out of the hot pot restaurant, soaring into the sky, leaving the sanitation worker sweeping the street in the early morning in stunned disbelief. Is it the end of days? The sky is falling. At that moment, on Tang Bao's side, while he had created a decor to divert attention, others were not foolish. Upon diving into the water and discovering that the person they had been watching had suddenly dissolved into a cloud of ash and scattered, they quickly understood the ruse. Turning back to the shore, they began their search. In his retreat, Tang Bao had deliberately moved slowly to avoid attracting the vampire's attention, but the white-skinned pursuers were quick to regain their senses. Within minutes, they traced his remnants and found him. The chase ensued. Ultimately, they cornered Tang Bao within a park. "Fuck Cunningham man, keep running." One of the white-skinned individuals flexed his neck. "Now, return with us and handle the dock matters properly. We can pretend none of this ever happened." The lingering resentment from the dock remained, and though Tang Bao could not survive, he needed to resolve the situation before meeting his end. This was also the task assigned to them by Jiao Yuanfang. Chapter 59, Lu Jixuan, I bring you tidings, they are assaulting me. Tang Bao surveyed his surroundings, ensnared in the midst of 4 imposing figures clad in white, each exuding an aura of dominance that even the deceased Tang Hu would pale in comparison to. Moreover, there were 4 of them. Tang Bao scoffed. It had always been their trio that ganged up on others, and the establishment of the Wuzang society was predicated on the principle of overpowering the few with the. Little did he anticipate that today he would find himself the target of such a brutal onslaught. "Finish the job, and I shall take care of your mother, you foolish white-skinned swine. Though my expertise lies in observation and strategy, I am no slouch when it comes to hand-to-hand combat. Come at me." The 4 white-skinned individuals exchanged glances. If words proved ineffective, they would resort to physical force. They lunged at him in unison, their fists descending upon Tang Bao like a torrential downpour, yet he persisted in his bravado, shouting, "Haven't you eaten? It doesn't hurt. Damn it, stubborn yellow-skinned monkey, let's see if this hurts." One of the white-skinned men yanked a trash can from its fixture and aimed to smash it onto Tang Bao's head. Suddenly, a dark figure descended from the sky, rapidly enlarging as it plummeted onto the man wielding the trash can, crushing both man and object into a pulp. Boom. The unexpected turn of events and such brutal tactics drew the attention of the other 3. "Who are you?" inquired one of the white-skinned men. "I am God," Lu Ding declared as he swiftly raised his hand, thrusting his fingers into the man's face, penetrating through to the back of his skull. This display of prowess instantly instilled fear in the remaining 2. Their bravado evaporated, replaced by an urgent desire to flee. The arrival of death and the instant dispatch of their comrade rendered them too intimidated to approach. "Run. Now you wish to flee. What were you doing while you were beating me? Lu Jixuan, I bring you tidings, they are assaulting me." Tang Bao shouted, sensing a hint of grievance in Lu Ding's demeanor, whether real or imagined. He paid no mind to the possibility of illusion today. This matter was under Lu Ding's jurisdiction. In a flash, he seized one of the fleeing individuals by the nape of the neck, employing his strength to wrench both head and spine free, using them as a weapon to smash into another assailant. With a single blow, he crushed the man's right shoulder, fracturing his ribs and sending him crashing to the ground in 2 pieces. The blunt force felt to Lu Ding as though he wielded a sharp instrument. He casually tossed the object aside, retrieved a wet wipe from his bag to clean his hands, and then offered one to Tang Bao, saying, How are you? Are you all right?" In that moment, Tang Bao finally comprehended Yang Feifan's sentiments. "What of my weakness, what of my inadequacies? A powerful ally stands beside me, and he is utterly unreasonable in his strength. Indeed, you are strong, and they are all strong, but can you surpass Lu Ding? I apologize, but as long as I am aligned with Lu Ding, your superiority is rendered moot. You must be stronger than him. Do not mistake me for Zhao Xian. I am merely an ordinary person. How dare you lay a finger on me?" A sense of security enveloped him, a profound sense of safety. A demonic allure. This was undoubtedly a demonic allure. As thoughts intertwined in his mind, Tang Bao regained focus, accepting the wet wipe to cleanse the blood from his face. It's nothing, Lu Jixuan. My bones are tough, and their punches are soft, just a minor issue. Now, tell me about the situation at the Broken Bridge Wharf." Tang Bao recounted in detail. "Yesterday, I received word from the Jinlao people. They mentioned they had work for me, with a reward of 50 million. He did not withhold any details. Lu Ding absorbed every word. "They should not be at the wharf now. They have returned to their company. Lu Jixuan, do you think we should report this to the higher-ups?" Tang Bao ventured, presuming that, given Lu Ding's temperament, he would wish to confront the situation head-on, much like his elder brother Tang who had done previously. To his surprise, Lu Ding replied, "Of course we must report it." If he were to confront them now, the casualties would undoubtedly be significant. Failing to file a report beforehand, especially with foreigners involved, would complicate matters. Lu Ding was acutely aware of his own limitations in this regard, and he could not afford to exercise restraint. Furthermore, it was not merely a matter of reporting. He intended to amplify the severity of the situation. However, the prerequisite for reporting was concrete evidence and eyewitnesses. Only by establishing the veracity of the events could they escalate the matter. It was akin to the previous incident involving the overlap of the Yin domain. Conveniently, Tang Bao had just mentioned that these white-skinned individuals had instructed him to return and complete the remaining rituals, indicating that the vengeful spirits at the Broken Bridge Wharf were likely still lingering. With eyewitnesses at hand, they only needed to procure material evidence. Once they had that, Lu Ding could launch a preemptive strike before the 749 personnel arrived, taking advantage of the opportunity. He would deal with the vampires, dragging Cao Yuan's mother into the fray to gauge Cao Yuan's reaction. Should there be any issues, both mother and son would be apprehended and executed on the spot. Lu Ding had already concocted a litany of charges: the murder of numerous innocents, endangering public safety, collusion with foreign demons, and treason. With such accusations leveled, no one would dare question Lu Ding's actions, not even 800 times over. To conspire with demons against ordinary people, there was no turning back. Rising to his feet, he declared, "I am going to inspect the Broken Bridge Wharf now. You should return." No, Lu Jixuan, it would be better for me to accompany you." Tang Bao hastily rose, fearing that Jiao Yuanfang might have already dispatched individuals to the Wuzang Society, awaiting his return to ensnare him. He had already alerted his elder brother during his earlier communication with Lu Ding, advising him to lay low. To part ways with Lu Ding now would be tantamount to courting death, giving their adversaries the chance to strike one by one. Tang Bao was not foolish. He knew he could not handle this situation alone. Lu Ding perceived his thoughts. To assist someone to the end, to escort a Buddha to the west, Tang Bao should not bear this burden alone. It would be inappropriate to utilize someone and then cast them aside, after all. "Very well, then you shall accompany me to the Broken Bridge Wharf." With that, he grasped Tang Bao by the collar and soared into the sky. As they ascended through the clouds, Tang Bao felt a surge of envy. When would he ever be able to fly? Though he could traverse the skies through magical means, it was merely gliding, not true flight. If he could fly, even if he were outmatched, he could at least escape. Initially, he had pondered whether Lu Ding would be difficult to contend with, given the vampire's prowess. However, upon reflection, the vampire was inconsequential. Even if it could not be defeated, one could still flee. Although the vampire could also take to the skies, its speed paled in comparison to Lu Ding's, resembling a wild duck against a fighter jet, and it would still need to transform into a swarm of bats. Wasn't that akin to being an animal, flapping its wings? How fast could it really go? Merely a clumsy moth. Lu Ding was remarkably swift, and before long, they arrived above the Broken Bridge Wharf. Gazing down at the moored cruise ship, a palpable aura of resentment and malice filled the air, the lingering thoughts of the departed clinging to the notion of returning home, yet the land of their origin lay tantalizingly close, just out of reach. Such was the fate of those who perished at sea. A fire of indignation ignited within Lu Ding. His frustration grew as he pondered why these souls lingered upon the vessel. He knew not their stories, yet their yearning to return home sufficed to fuel his ire. Perhaps they were crew members, tourists exploring the world, or entangled in some other circumstance. Regardless, their fate should not have culminated in such a demise. Sensing the overwhelming aura radiating from Lu Ding, Tang Bao inquired as he observed the white-skinned individuals patrolling the wharf, "Lu Jixuan, what shall we do now?" Lu Ding pressed the button on the recorder affixed to his chest. The cruise ship's material evidence had been captured on film. The recording device should have run out of power by now. He pointed at the cruise ship. "They are dead." He then lowered his finger to indicate the white-skinned patrolmen preventing outsiders from entering. They ought not to be alive. A singular thought surged within Tang Bao, pushing aside all other considerations. It is time to unleash the fury. Chapter 60. Surely, Lu Ding would not come looking for trouble, and Tang Bao would not divulge anything to him. The sound of rushing wind filled his ears as Lu Ding seized him and swept him towards the ground. With a sudden lightness, Tang Bao fell to the earth. To his side, Lu Ding had already vanished without a trace. As he cast his gaze forward, he witnessed Lu Ding grasp a patrolling guard, forcibly dismembering him and casting the severed limbs far towards the cruise ship. The impact resonated with a thud, unleashing a wave of vengeful energy that surged towards the wretched victim, a manifestation of the tragic fate that befell the unfortunate souls aboard the vessel. Truly, every grievance has its source. Although the true culprits were not these individuals, they had nonetheless committed acts of complicity. Lu Ding's method of handling the situation was indeed an eye-opener for Tang Bao. It seemed that the 749 unit did not engage in such practices. While offering living sacrifices to vengeful spirits may provoke their ferocity, Tang Bao pondered that if they could rally the members of the Wuzang Society together, they would undoubtedly manage to rectify the situation. Indeed, he resolved to contribute his efforts. The notion of merely clinging to someone's coattails felt too crude. He was clearly cooperating with the 749 unit in their enforcement of law and order, safeguarding the safety of the other residents in the Baofan district. How busy the aftermath personnel of the 749 unit must be. If he could lend a hand, he would ease their burdens. He retrieved his phone and sent a message in the Wuzang Society group chat. Tang Bao group leader, brothers and sisters who are awake, rouse those who are slumbering, gather your tools and prepare for action. Location, Yunhai Broken Bridge Dock. Details, exorcise vengeful spirits, dispel harmful energies. Little did Tang Bao realize, this very maneuver would solidify his future standing in the Baofan district, and even within Yunhai, further granting him the status of an auxiliary member in the aftermath team of Baofan district. Of course, these matters would be addressed later. Soon enough, Lu Ding had dealt with all adversaries. Before the cruise ship, he held the last suspected leader, a pale man, in his grasp. The man's gaze fixated upon the stars adorning Lu Ding's shoulder. 749. A perceptive individual, I see you recognize me as the investigator of 7 for 9. As a reward, you are granted an additional opportunity to leave a final message. Lu Ding spoke in a calm tone. I am not a Han person. I demand to be repatriated. I should be punished according to the laws of the white-headed eagle. The man struggled to articulate his words. Lu Ding's gaze was filled with derision, his tone laced with skepticism. Are you merely a body without a mind? You dwell beneath the heavens of the Han and tread upon its soil, assisting those who slay the Han, yet you still harbor thoughts of clemency. Now you claim you should be subjected to the legal consequences of the white-headed eagle. The management laws stipulate as such. Har 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 har, very well, very well. Lu Ding's laughter echoed, the sea roiling beneath him. Since you wish to discuss management laws, let me rephrase. I simply find you distasteful, and it is abundantly clear that I intend to end your life. What will you do? You may resist. I can offer you that chance. Go ahead, resist, I implore you. His grip around the man's neck tightened, the sound of cracking bones resonating through the air as blood gushed from his mouth and nose, rendering him speechless. Should you harbor any grievances, feel free to report me. As long as you manage to survive, I shall await your arrival. With a swift motion, Lu Ding severed the air, casting the man towards the deck of the cruise ship. Death loomed ominously close. The man flailed his hands in desperate grasp of the void, his final words drifting through the air. How can a person like you serve as a 749 investigator of the Han? Lu Ding crossed his arms, declaring, it is precisely individuals like you that require my intervention. A sense of justice. Indeed, Lu Ding possessed it, a sense of responsibility. He had that too. So why should he not be a 749 investigator? Patriotism, his love for his country was unwavering, having benefited from its provision since childhood. Thus, one must ponder, is there any fault in his role as a 749 investigator? One after another, lives extinguished, and yet they dare to seek the so-called legal retribution. Such individuals fall under the clear stipulations of the 749 management law, which states that in the event of unforeseen circumstances, investigators may act with discretion. For Lu Ding, every encounter was an unforeseen event. Should you dare to instigate chaos, he would not hesitate to eliminate you once his task was complete. Yang Feifan and the main contingent of the 5 Organ Society arrived just in time. Observing these individuals, Lu Ding was filled with confusion. What is the purpose of this gathering? Director Lu, are you not intending to report the situation here? I anticipated that your 749 aftermath personnel might require some time, and you undoubtedly have more pressing matters to attend to. If you leave, the situation here may spiral beyond control, and any mishap would reflect as a failure in your duties. The Five Organs Society is a formidable force within the Baofan district. They ought to assist you. You may rest assured, I will handle all follow-up matters. Yang Director can remain here to supervise us, and once the 749 aftermath personnel arrive, he can brief them on the situation. They had meticulously planned for every conceivable aspect, ensuring not a moment of Lu Ding's time or efficiency would be wasted. Yang Feifen, listening nearby, wore a grave expression. In this day and age, how could anyone still cover menial tasks? You are not even part of the 749, why the fervor? Are you out of your mind? If there are issues, seek a doctor. It's late, go home and rest. With such cleverness and thoughtfulness, you stand out like a sore thumb, truly highlighting yourself. Yet for Lu Ding, this meticulous planning was indeed commendable. Feifen, remain here and await the aftermath personnel. Brief them on the situation. I will report in person shortly. Understood, Brother Lu. I have sent you the information regarding Jiao Yuanfang. Very well. Lu Ding retrieved his phone, dialed, and took flight. Meanwhile, on the other side, at Xingting capital, the very place where Jiao Yuanfang resumed her career after returning to the country, a renowned foreign enterprise in Yunhai. By the floor-to-ceiling window, Jiao Yuanfang swirled her wine glass while calling her son, Cao Yuan. Rest assured, Xiao Yuan, your mother knows her boundaries. You have enough money to spend. All right, mother understands. Recently returned, Jiao Yuanfang felt a lingering unease. She had heard much about Lu Ding, yet knew little. However, the whispers alone were enough to unnerve her, especially with the absence of news regarding the dispatched personnel. After some contemplation, she decided to call her younger son, Cao Yuan, to inquire about Lu Ding. As for why she didn't contact her elder son, Cao Ziyang, it was because he was affiliated with the 749, and all her dealings were unbeknownst to him. If she were to call her elder son, and he happened to catch on, or if her actions were to be exposed, the consequences would be dire. After careful consideration, it seemed prudent to contact her younger son, especially since the Cao family's alley lay within the Baofan district, a territory rife with local power, ensuring he would have ample information. The outcome of her inquiry was a mixed bag. The good news was that Lu Ding had just slain Yi Feng in the Cao family alley that night, and had also dealt with Zhou Chenrang, in addition to claiming the life of the Five Organ Society's Tang Hu. There was a blood feud with Tang Long and Tang Bao. Lu Ding had gone to enjoy hot pot afterward, having explicitly stated so upon his departure. The bad news was that despite being a formal investigator of 749, Zhou Chenrang, possessing the cultivation of the spiritual sea realm, was no match for Lu Ding. After hanging up the phone, Jiao Yuanfang pondered, even if Tang Bao were to divulge the events at the Broken Bridge Wharf to Lu Ding, it would likely involve a considerable psychological struggle. After all, Lu Ding had slain his elder brother, Tang Hu. The personnel I dispatched also reported having located Tang Bao and cornered him. Surely everything will be fine. The multiple surely she uttered were mere self-deceptions, for she understood that this was merely conjecture, ultimately precarious, and too far-fetched, serving only as a means of self-comfort. It seems imperative to expedite the clean-up of the wharf. A case of dead men tell no tales is essential. Nearby, a figure clad in pajamas leaned against the floor-to-ceiling window and called out to the pensive Jiao Yuanfang, "Baby. One moment, I need to make another call." Jiao Yuanfang said as she dialed the numbers of those at the wharf, only to be met with a long series of unanswered rings. Her heart plummeted to the depths of despair. The next moment, with a thunderous roar, the exterior wall of the 60-story building shattered. A figure, seemingly nonchalant, strode in from the high altitude of the 60th floor. "All right, fine, I have already sent you the video footage. Arrange it as you see fit. I will not recklessly venture alone. The explosion you just heard was merely my rising frustration, leading me to casually kick down a wall." Chapter 61. What is the point of remaining unperturbed in the face of impending disaster? On the way here, Lu Ding had already informed the 749 Communication Department about the general situation at the Yunhai Broken Bridge dock, urging them to file a report. By now, the basic details had been clearly conveyed. On the phone, the personnel from the 749 Communication Department were cautioning him not to venture alone. After all, it was Lu Ding who had recklessly plunged into the last incident involving the overlap of shadow realms. This time, however, the stakes were different. If the one arriving truly was the vampire count, Lu Ding might inadvertently alert the beast. The vampire count not only possessed strength comparable to that of a 7th or 8th tier spiritual sea realm practitioner, but it could also fly. Should it escape, tracking it down later would prove difficult. It would be prudent to await reinforcements and the break of dawn, at which point they could collectively ambush it. Many were aware of Lu Ding's ability to fly, yet an equal number remained oblivious. Regardless, he had never reported this ability himself. The personnel at the 749 Communication Department were certainly aware of his capacity to soar, yet they likely had not considered the implications of such swiftness. The notion of a spiritual sea realm practitioner capable of flight was inherently astonishing. It was akin to a child under a year-old running. Adults would raise their thumbs in praise, exclaiming how remarkable it was for such a young child to be capable of running, indeed, a rarity, perhaps a sign of future athletic prowess. Would anyone truly believe that a child of less than 1 year could outrun Bolt? All right, I have matters to attend to, he said. Lu Jizun, please do not act impulsively. I understand, he replied, disconnecting the call. Lu Ding turned to the bewildered Bai Pai and the furtive Zhao Yuanfang, saying, I apologize for interrupting your leisure. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Lu Ding, an intern investigator at the 749 Bureau, as well as the appointed patrol officer of the Baofan district. So Lu Ding observed the two who remained motionless. Are you prepared to flee? Bai Pai promptly turned and bolted. In mere strides, his head was severed and flew from his body, which remained in place. As Lu Ding advanced step by step, his footsteps echoed in the quiet room, seemingly pressing down on Zhao Yuanfang's heart, constraining her pulse. Why do you not run? Zhao Yuanfang's expression was despondent. Run? What good would it do? If one could escape face to face from your grasp, Yuan Baifeng would not have perished, Yi Xian would not have met his end, and neither would Huang's nor Tang Hu. Lu Ding cast her a sidelong glance. Had she already conducted a background investigation on him? You seem quite knowledgeable about me. Given your awareness of these matters, how dare you create such chaos within my jurisdiction? It was merely a stroke of luck, Zhao Yuanfang retorted, attempting to approach a nearby chair, only to be met with a sudden palm strike from Lu Ding, sending her flying. The sound of the impact reverberated as Zhao Yuanfang spun through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. I did not permit you to sit. Your doom is imminent, calamity approaches, and yet you wish to display your poise and elegance as a strong woman. What pretense is this? Unmoved by the collapse of mountains before me. Zhao Yuanfang wiped the blood from her mouth, gazing at Lu Ding with an unwavering countenance. Lu Jizun, do you not afford me even a semblance of dignity in my final moments? What are you? Lu Ding shot back, dignity. Do you even deserve such a concept? Those hundreds who perished aboard that cruise ship had no dignity to speak of. I will ask, and you will answer. If you comprehend, we shall converse here. Once you share what I wish to know, you may await the arrival of personnel from the Bureau, who will escort you back to properly explain why you brought a vampire to Yunhai. If you do not grasp my meaning, I possess methods of execution and torture that I would not mind employing on you. Zhao Yuanfang chuckled bitterly, resignedly sitting on the ground without rising. Lu Jizun, I shall say whatever you wish to hear, but I have but one request. Do not trouble my two sons. I implore you, even if the 749 Bureau seeks them out, do not go personally. Zhao Yuanfang, the ex-wife of Cao Jiashu, the second householder of Cao family Ali, had abandoned her two sons to escape domestic abuse years ago. Later, she befriended influential figures abroad and, through diplomatic channels, ultimately reached a divorce agreement with Cao Jiashu. Though she had long severed emotional ties with him, her two sons were of her own blood. When she departed, Cao Yuan was but a few years old. Over the years, a sense of indebtedness towards them lingered in her heart. she had also investigated Lu Ding, whose modus operandi was to eradicate problems at their roots, striking decisively and ruthlessly. If he were to intervene, Cao Yuan would face certain death, and for Cao Xiang, the outcome remained uncertain, given that they were both investigators of the 749 Bureau. Should Cao Yuan's situation be exposed, another investigator might merely apprehend him and hand him over to the 749 for trial, allowing for a glimmer of hope. But with Lu Ding, wherever he captured, that would become the courtroom, and there lay the execution ground. In contemplating her words, Lu Ding recalled the information relayed by the communication department on his way here, as well as that forwarded by Yang Feifan. The two pieces combined. It appeared that there were indeed intricate layers within the Cao family alley. For the 749 Bureau, this might not seem a significant matter, but for an ordinary individual, it constituted a grave offense. Upon verification, Cao Yuan, the young head of Cao family alley, was found to be smuggling ancient artifacts and funerary objects overseas. Previously, the lack of knowledge stemmed from the issue being trivial for the 749 Bureau, lacking any direction or leads. No one had anticipated his involvement in smuggling funerary items. This was a matter for the Public Security Bureau. The 749 Bureau was preoccupied daily with containing monsters and exterminating supernatural beings, scarcely having the time to investigate such trivialities. Now that Zhou Yuanfang was the mother of Cao Yuan, the initial intention had been to investigate her, but upon further inquiry, the sordid affairs of Cao family alley surfaced without requiring any considerable effort. Since a multitude of matters had now come to light, Lu Ding was determined to treat this as a serious issue. Casually, he remarked, "You hold a rather stereotypical view of me. As for whether I seek out Cao Yuan, that depends on whether you divulge information I wish to hear." This statement, vague as it was, indicated Lu Ding's intention to deceive her. She had only herself to blame. In dealing with such individuals, was there a need to discuss credibility and morality? She herself was not a person of integrity. Zhou Yuanfang laughed. "I have faith in you, Lu Jizun." Lu Ding also smiled, thinking it unnecessary to engage in this morally manipulative charade. He was quite double-standard in his principles, and she was not within his circle of trust. "Ask away, Lu Jizun. Where is the vampire?" Lu Ding inquired, voicing his lingering curiosity. The flying bear slaughtering method was effective, yet not infallible. If one deliberately masked their scent, it would remain undetectable. Coincidentally, vampires, self-proclaimed nobles, conducted themselves with such elegance that they left no trace wherever they roamed. Lu Ding found this particularly vexing. Otherwise, he would have already taken action against Zhou Yuanfang. "The basement, right here in our building, Lu Gxun.dou possess the capability to subdue Count Fidel." Smack, another palm strike sent her flying. "Speaking to me in such a tone, one might think we are well acquainted." This time, Lu Ding's strike was more forceful, rendering Zhou Yuanfang unconscious and cutting off her consciousness with a surge of spiritual energy. Unless one was stronger than Lu Ding, any attempt to forcefully break through would only result in chaos, shattering the person's mind. Chapter 62, chopped into fine bits. Do I still need to test the waters? 749 Isolation Chamber. The iron door creaked open, revealing a long-haired youth sitting cross-legged on the bed. Someone approached from outside. "Mian, you mustn't be so impulsive next time. I've managed to secure a task for you to redeem yourself. The details have been sent to your phone. Review them carefully and ensure that the job is executed flawlessly. Understood." Director Deng Guofu stepped out from the shadows. Mian rolled off the bed, emerging from the darkness in full view, his cascading long hair reminiscent of a waterfall, exuding a chilling aura, clad in black attire that seemed more suited for the deceased than the living. A flicker of emerald light danced in his eyes. He embodied both the essence of the living and the undead, their energies intertwining in a perplexing manner. Mian accepted the phone. "Lu Ding." "Indeed, it's Lu Ding. He is a remarkable young man, much like yourself. I trust you two will get along well and avoid any conflicts." Director Deng's expression softened at the mention of Lu Ding. Mian placed the phone down. "Rest assured, I shall take my leave now. Do take care of your health." Understood. Remember, when you encounter situations, do not act rashly, avoid unnecessary violence, and certainly do not harm your teammates." The gravity of his words nearly illuminated the reason behind Bai Himion's confinement. Harming teammates, his previous mission had been a collective endeavor to apprehend a fugitive alchemist. This alchemist had committed heinous acts elsewhere, claiming numerous lives, only to vanish into a village where he assumed the role of village chief after years of hiding. When Bai Himion and his team arrived, the entire village was beseeching them to spare this alchemist. This alone indicated that over the years, he must have contributed significantly to the village's welfare. After much deliberation, some team members suggested letting it go, reasoning that after so many years, it could be claimed that he had passed away, and the higher-ups would likely not pursue the matter. However, Bai Himion held an opposing view. If those he killed deserved their fate, then very well, I could choose to spare him based on my personal judgment. If he were my dear friend, then yes, I could overlook the rules and let him go, accepting the consequences upon my return, claiming that loyalty and righteousness cannot coexist. But he is not my friend. Among those he has slain a countless innocents. No matter how commendable his actions may be now, murder is murder. If we let him go, how can he absolve himself of his past transgressions? Once assigned a task, one must fulfill it, otherwise, what is the purpose of accepting it? Upon uttering these words, the atmosphere shifted, becoming palpably tense. Soon enough, an argument ensued. Growing weary, Bai Himion swiftly eliminated two who insisted on releasing the alchemist. Suddenly, the world regained its harmony. Upon returning, he dutifully submitted his report and awaited his time in isolation. Until now, he had only just begun to inhale the fresh air once more. The outer corridor of the Xingtan capital basement. A dozen security guards patrolled, each towering and well-equipped, presenting quite a formidable presence. Yet, in truth, it was rather lackluster. Liu Ding pondered, why would a capital conglomerate, capable of moving tens of millions in mere minutes, rely on mere alchemists for patrol? Were they merely parading a FA-aid with a contingent of ordinary individuals? This was their stronghold. Surely, they could handle a few commoners. Moreover, a vampire resided deep within this place, a rather dim-witted creature. How could they expect a pack of ordinary guards to safeguard the premises? "Captain, I believe I spotted a shadow flitting by," one man reported uncertainly into his radio amidst the quiet corridor. Look at that. Liu Ding was nearly upon him, yet the man remained oblivious. What was the point of their presence? Liu Ding ignored him and glided past, the man only hearing a buzzing sound, akin to an electronic device suffering a pulse attack, before he succumbed to darkness, rendered unconscious. This was merely a fraction of the power Liu Ding wielded through his technique. As he traversed the corridor, he heard sounds emanating from the walls. Liu Ding mused, it appears that wealth does not equate to omnipotence. The soundproofing in such a place is shockingly inadequate, akin to shoddy craftsmanship. On the other side of the wall lay a lavish, spacious, fully enclosed room bathed in dim red light. Several pale bodies reclined upon a bed of extravagant proportions. A vampire, its skin unnaturally white, soared gracefully, ensconcing itself in the corner above the sole entrance. Liu Ding caught sight of it, and in turn, it recognized him. After all, Liu Ding made no effort to conceal his presence, boldly striding forth. A robust human, an Eastern alchemist, delectable blood, the esteemed Count Fedel contemplated with his astute intellect, devising a seamless, preemptive strike. An ambush. As soon as someone entered through that grand door, he would pounce, draining their lifeblood. With this thought, Count Fedel licked his crimson lips, his fangs elongating as his eyes glimmered with a sinister red light, mirroring the ambience of the room. The notion was enticing, but reality was unforgiving. Only those lacking in reason would approach through the front door. Liu Ding, having ascended 60 floors, would not deign to use the door to access the basement. Crash! The wall crumbled violently, debris scattering. Liu Ding glided through the ensuing smoke. Count Fedel twisted his head towards the breach, exclaiming, "Eastern alchemist, you truly possess an unorthodox approach to your endeavors." "Oh my, Western vampire, your stilted translation is utterly atrocious," Liu Ding retorted, maintaining his composure. Count Fedel adjusted his stance in the corner, chuckling, har to be dismissed thus, but fret not, alchemist, I shall savor the blood coursing through your veins as one would relish a fine wine. In his gaze, Liu Ding's heartbeat resonated powerfully, waves of golden-tinged blood coursing from his heart to the rest of his body. This was the first time he encountered blood of such exquisite quality. As the vampire lunged at him, Lu Ding prepared to test his own capabilities. However, to his surprise, Lu Ding floated effortlessly, raising his hand. In an instant, razor-sharp strikes filled the entire room, cleaving through walls, floors, ceilings, expensive crystal chandeliers, and the opulent bed, reducing everything to mere fragments in the blink of an eye. This fate also befell Count Fedel's corporeal form. Before his body was shattered into morsels no larger than chopstick tips, his eyes widened in disbelief. This was not how he envisioned the encounter. Surely, they ought to have exchanged tentative strikes, assessing each other's combat styles and weaknesses before launching a calculated offense. Were they not meeting for the first time? Did Lu Ding not fear that he possessed some arcane method to counter his primary attack? In response, the calm expression on Lu Ding's face seemed to convey a singular message: do I still need to test the waters? Chapter 63. Hurry, plead for mercy, scream, embody your nobility and grace. Magic, body, speed, each represents sorcery, flesh, and swiftness. Choose as you will, engage directly in combat. There is no need for convoluted tactics. If it comes to magical artifacts, this Lu Ding possesses none, yet he believes his physical form can serve as a treasure in its own right. He gazes at the shattered remnants of Count Fidel scattered across the ground. Lu Ding simply observes. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, damn it, why hasn't he that cursed Eastern Chi refiner left yet? Didn't you just kill me? Count Fidel is not dead. It is not so easily dispatched. After all, being a vampire, it possesses formidable vitality. Once, during his travels to countries such as Junlar, Anarn, and Jubo, he relied on such abilities to deceive his foes, narrowly escaping numerous life and death crises. Initially, Count Fidel harbored little fear of Lu Ding, the Eastern Chi refiner. However, this individual exuded excessive confidence and acted with alarming decisiveness. Moreover, this is not his homeland. Should the situation escalate, he would ultimately bear the consequences. Thus, he concocts a plan to feign death and trick Lu Ding. Logic dictates that after being reduced to such a state, how could he possibly still be alive? Yet, today, the infallible strategy he had relied upon has failed. Lu Ding never judges the life or death of a monster based on sight or sensation. He has yet to receive his reward. Who does he think he is, pretending to be mere flesh? Realizing he cannot evade, Fidel silently curses his fate, and then the scattered pieces of flesh coalesce into a human form once more. Can you tell me how you discerned that I am still alive? As a reward, you may choose a gentler method of death. At first, Lu Ding could comprehend, but as the conversation progressed, he became increasingly perplexed. Is this man even speaking coherent Chinese? He gestures with 2 fingers, beckoning like one would a dog. Come here, and I shall tell you. Har 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 har, Eastern Chi refiner, you are truly, buzz. A wave of sound, visible to the eye, radiates from Lu Ding, piercing directly into the vampire's heart. Thunderous heartbeat technique. When the frequency of the sound wave aligns with the rhythm of the vampire's heartbeat, boom, Count Fidel's chest erupts with a gaping hole. He spews forth a torrent of blood, staggering backward. You have ambushed me once again. His sharp fangs extend, and this time he is genuinely enraged. Fool, did you think I came here to play with you? If you enjoy talking, feel free to speak more. I am curious to know just how many times I must kill you before you truly perish. With a swift motion, he unleashes another slashing strike, akin to a tempest sweeping through. The vampire flickers and dodges the onslaught. I understand now, I understand. The great Count Fidel has realized that while your physical form is formidable, it pales in comparison to your mastery of sorcery, which is why you continuously bombard the esteemed Count Fidel with your spells. In contrast, your physical prowess is your Achilles heel. Count Fidel believes he has uncovered a blind spot. Indeed, it must be so. The physical strength of this individual is undeniable, yet compared to his sorcery, it must be inferior. Otherwise, why would he not rely on his flesh to attack, but instead resort to magic? In the vernacular, is this not akin to forsaking the root for the branch? Though difficult to accept, Count Fidel cannot deny that the sorcery of this Eastern Chi refiner is terrifying beyond measure, both in potency and casting speed. It is beyond his reach, yet in a contest of physical might, he is a vampire, a refined noble of the night, and could never be weaker than a lowly human. Suddenly, the dimly lit room is flooded with crimson light. The vampire darts through the shadows, ultimately charging towards Lu Ding, wings unfurled behind him, his expression twisted with malice. In the name of the esteemed Count Fidel, I grant you death. His palm strikes like a knife, glowing with a sanguine hue, aimed directly at Lu Ding's neck. This move he has employed countless times, severing the heads of many, and like his earlier feigned death, for words suffice to describe it, invincible, crack, with a sharp sound, his wrist is effortlessly seized. Lu Ding looks up, his disdain etched deeply into Fidel's mind through his very gaze. I am indeed proficient in sorcery, but I never claimed my physical form to be weaker than my spells. And on what basis do you assume that when I cast spells against you, I exerted my full strength? Is it because I dispatched you with sorcery twice in quick succession? Lu Ding shakes his head slightly. It is merely because I found it intriguing to encounter a vampire for the first time, and moreover, I wish to torment you, you worthless wretch. Rending. Count Fidel's arm is torn from his body by Lu Ding's sheer force. Agonizing pain surges once more, until his body is seized by Lu Ding and violently slammed against the ground, feeling the solid earth crack beneath him. The words of Lu Ding's deeply insulting taunts reverberate in Count Fidel's mind. Moreover, I wish to torment you, you worthless wretch. Torment, being sliced and diced into mincemeat, is indeed a physical torment. The heart within him writhes and explodes with pain, a torment in itself, yet none of this compares to the injury inflicted upon his dignity. The noble Count Fidel feels like a mere jest. All his astute analyses and self-assuredness are utterly shattered in this moment, until Lu Ding's voice resounds again. Now, in the name of the 749th intern investigator Lu Ding of the Baofan district, I bestow upon you death. The same words, uttered by Lu Ding, strike Count Fidel with even greater humiliation, for he had just arrogantly proclaimed them himself, only for the tide of fate to shift in an instant. The roles of judge and judged have been reversed. How profoundly ironic. I will not die, you cannot kill me, I am the esteemed Count Fidel. Bang. Bang 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 bang, Count Fidel's body is grasped by Lu Ding's foot and swung around, repeatedly crashing into the ground, his overwhelming strength rendering him utterly powerless to escape. Finally, he is hurled against the ceiling. Lu Ding follows suit, his fists raining down like a barrage of cannon fire upon Count Fidel's body. Bones shatter, organs shift, and the tumultuous energy of the spirit essence is driven deep within him, tearing apart the very fabric of his existence. His soul, under the unbearable strain, Count Fidel's soul emits anguished wails, excruciating pain elicits screams, inciting fury, prompting relentless struggles, and awakening clarity. He senses that the ceiling behind him has already collapsed, dirt cascading down incessantly. Suddenly, Count Fidel recalls that they are on the first underground level, and outside, it is now daytime, sunlight flooding the world. No, no, you cannot do this. I have committed murder, I have done evil, I deserve my due punishment, I deserve the judgment of 749. Har 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 har, esteemed Count Fidel, hurry, scream, beg for mercy, emit your anguished cries, and compose the final chapter of your life. Lu Ding revels in the madness, deaf to all pleas. Noble, pretend to be a noble, will you? Thousands of years of civilization have trickled down. Now, looking around the streets, ask anyone their surname and trace it back through history. How many are not descendants of kings and lords? Nobility, just days ago, he dispatched that living corpse, a true noble, a general. Count Fidel screams in pain, and out of fear of the impending sunlight, he curses, madman, madman. Yes. Yes, exactly so. Perform the symphony of your life as it counts down to its end. Embody your self-proclaimed nobility and grace to the fullest. Har 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 har. Chapter 64. Capturing the Vampire, the Art of Blood and Carnage. In the heart of the building complex, the rising sun, gliding down from the corner of the edifice, cast its warm rays upon the ground, embracing the land that had just emerged from the shroud of darkness. A mound of earth heaved upward. Was it the birth of new life? No, it heralded the arrival of death. Bang, two figures erupted from the ground, sending bricks and soil flying. Bathed in sunlight, Lu Ding felt an invigorating warmth. In stark contrast, Count Fidele's condition was quite dire. He was smoking. The gentle sunlight caressed him, akin to the warmth felt upon the first snow, melting him gradually. Dark smoke billowed behind him, as chunks of flesh and skin disintegrated into the abyss. A massive hand clutched his neck. Lu Ding floated in the air. Count Fidele writhed and screamed in agony within his grasp. Don't let the sunlight strike me directly. You lowly Eastern alchemist. Observing Fidele's frantic struggles, Lu Ding tightened his grip, hoisting him aloft without a hint of tremor, allowing the Count to luxuriate in the sun's rays, occasionally flipping him to ensure an even roasting. Har, what a warm sunlight, Count Fidele. Surely, you've never felt this before. Today, relish it fully. Let me hear your melodious screams of despair. Holding the vampire aloft in the sunlight was akin to throttling a man while roasting him in searing flames. Why say akin? Because the sun's torment was far deadlier to a vampire than fire to human flesh, more agonizing still. Indeed, Lu Ding could employ myriad methods to dispatch him swiftly. But why should he allow such a swift and unceremonious demise? That would be dreadfully dull. In this monotonous existence, one must seek intriguing ways to engage with various matters. Investigator was Lu Ding's vocation, and he took great pleasure in it. Whenever these ferocious monsters screamed in agony under his hand, he felt a profound sense of fulfillment. This job was simply marvelous. Continued to hide, for 19 long years. Possessing a golden finger yet unable to utilize it felt akin to receiving an offer from a prestigious company, only to be left waiting indefinitely for the onboarding instructions, each day filled with anticipation, only to be met with the same refrain. No hurry, we will call you. Each day, amidst the grind for survival, one must cling to hope for the future, for he possessed a golden finger, was a traveler from another world, and was inherently extraordinary. He was undeniably formidable, yet reality repeatedly dealt him blows, whispering, "Your golden finger is useless, where are the monsters?" To offer someone hope, only to have reality extinguish that hope, reveals the futility of aspirations. To quote a profound philosophical sentiment, I could have endured the darkness, had I never glimpsed the light. Had Lu Ding initially been a simple, memory-laden traveler, he could have thrived on the recollections and experiences of his past life. Instead, he was burdened from the outset with the knowledge of his golden finger, starting life as an orphan in swaddling clothes, in a world where his worldview and understanding were already predetermined, languishing in solitude. Yet, all that was in the past. No time to mourn a mundane past, for now emerged the traveler, the bearer of the golden finger and the monster containment prison, a rapid climber to the pinnacle, the 749th intern investigator, known far and wide as the slayer of corpses, Lu Ding. Bang! With a forceful grip, the now sun-scorched Count Fidele reached the end of his existence in Lu Ding's hand. The dark smoke dissipated. My sincerest apologies, esteemed Count Fidele, for the lack of elegance in your demise. Here, there exists neither the underworld nor paradise, only tales of hell. In death, you must traverse the road to the Yellow Springs, cross the bridge of helplessness, ascend the platform of longing, and partake of a bowl of Mengpo's soup. Remember, as you stand upon the platform of longing, do not dwell too long on your wretched hometown. Cast a glance at my enduring splendor. I am Lu Ding, and in this lifetime, you have perished by my hand. Noble, Lu Ding found the term increasingly ludicrous, a noble whose bones lay in ruins. Containment of the monster. Vampire, containment reward, blood rain technique. The descent of blood rain is ominous, a taboo. To summon blood rain is to dominate a realm. In the midst of blood rain, you are the king. Logically, the prompts from the golden finger should cease here. However, this time, the notification panel did not vanish but instead revealed new text. Wind control technique, ready. Blood rain technique, ready. The words representing the two techniques began to dissolve and merge, culminating in the debut of a brand new technique. Bloody wind and rain. Your arrival is always accompanied by bloody winds and rains. The wind stirs the 3 souls and 7 spirits, while the rain dissolves flesh and bones. Gazing upon the new technique, Lu Ding realized he had seemingly grown stronger. Sunlight poured down like golden rays. Lu Ding soared upwards, ascending to the 60th floor, seizing Jiao Yuanfang before darting away into the distance. With the vampire affair resolved, his next order of business was to deal with Cao Yuan from Cao Family Lane. The crime of trafficking in underworld artifacts was neither trivial nor insignificant. Earth dwellers and grave robbers were groups harshly punished by the laws of the Great Han, yet, for alchemists, this was often an inescapable predicament. Excavating the earth for treasures was how many alchemists made their living. Thus, in the legal framework governing alchemists and ordinary folk, the sentencing guidelines varied somewhat. If the deceased was an alchemist and you, as an alchemist, plundered their grave, it was deemed the survival of the fittest. The alchemist community would self-regulate, posing no threat to ordinary people. However, if the deceased was an ordinary person and you, an alchemist, raided their grave, you could expect to find yourself imprisoned. The first tenet of alchemy: under no circumstances should one jeopardize the rights of ordinary individuals. Two circles, two worlds, must be thoroughly delineated to prevent alchemists from parasitizing ordinary people, draining them for sustenance. Without stringent regulations, consider this scenario. You are a billionaire peacefully slumbering at home when one day you sense a presence in your room. Upon opening your eyes, you find a young intruder at your bedside, demanding, "I need money, give me money, give me money." You might curse him for being insane, while he accuses you of being ungrateful. You ponder how a person of your stature could be so brazenly robbed. Then, it turns out he is an alchemist, casting a spell that voluntarily transfers your vast wealth to him. After toiling for a lifetime, and just as you approach old age, all is rendered to naught. What worth is there for ordinary people to continue living? They become mere chives, ready for the harvest. Ultimately, the foundation of alchemy lies within ordinary people, and safeguarding their rights ensures a continuous emergence of alchemists. This, too, is one of the purposes of the 749th position. The trafficking of underworld artifacts in Cow Family Lane disrupts the harmony and boundaries between ordinary people and alchemists. Moreover, it involves smuggling abroad. To label it as treason would not be an exaggeration. What are underworld artifacts, cultural relics? It is one thing to leave them undisturbed in the earth. We do not engage in the indiscriminate excavation of others' ancestral graves. After all, if you were to dig, you could not guarantee that your own ancestral grave would remain untouched. However, if they emerge, they should be seized. If it is impossible to apprehend them, at the very least, the worst-case scenario should see them circulating domestically. Essentially, they still belong to the homeland. Sending them abroad raises grave concerns about your intentions. Chapter 65. The sky won't fall, but the door might. Craving for some seaweed and egg drop soup, aren't we? Alas, there are neither vegetables nor flowers, nor even the soup itself. Only purple eggs. Lu Ding fished out his mobile phone and dialed Gao Xinliang. Hello, old Gao, early in the morning, what guidance does Chief Lu have for me? I am off to apprehend some people. Gao Xinliang sipped his thin porridge, setting down his spoon at this revelation. Apprehend? Who? What crime? Where? A flurry of questions drew the attention of other officers in the cafeteria, their gazes converging upon Gao Xinliang. The singular thought echoed in their minds: this must be a significant case. Ordinary matters would not be relayed through Gao Xinliang. He was the chief, and only major cases warranted such communication. As Lu Ding sent intelligence reports from 749 to Gao Xinliang, he continued, the location is Zhaojiao Alley. The targets include, but are not limited to, the names of the Cow family members I've sent you. Upon glancing at his phone, Gao Xinliang noted the names, Cao Jianshu, Cao Yuan, and Cao Yutang. His head spun at the implications. Cao Jianshu was the head of the second branch of the Cow family, Cao Yuan, the current young leader of Zhaojiao Alley, and Cao Yutang, the head of the first branch, also known as Cao Ying's father. In Zhaojiao Alley, merit triumphed over kinship. Elections for any position were determined through contributions and assessments of skill, which explained the current hierarchy. The first branch held the position of patriarch while the second branch managed under him. As Lu Ding contemplated the situation, he mused about the apparent democratic nature of their progress. Chief Lu, this is no jest. This lengthy list of names comprises the direct descendants of the second branch of the Cow family, most of whom are cultivators. My involvement here would breach protocol. His jurisdiction encompassed ordinary citizens. Apprehending cultivators was outside his purview. Isn't he that the duty of 749? Go, just go, capture those dealing in dark artifacts. Ultimately, this falls under your department's responsibilities. Old Gao, you must cooperate with the law enforcement. If you fear a violent backlash from these individuals, then here's what you should do. Deploy your arsenal, rocket launchers, anti-material snipers, explosives, grenades, surround Zhaojiao Alley thoroughly. I don't require you to personally apprehend anyone. Instead, ensure the civilians are evacuated. I will handle the clearing. and you will manage the pressure. Lastly, I'll need to borrow your territory for a moment, and we shall await 749's transport. Arresting one means capturing a relic trafficker, but apprehending a whole group, that's a significant achievement. Old Gao, would you refuse such a gift? Gao Xingliang, swayed by Liu Ding's arguments, recognized the validity of the information presented. This indicated that the Cao family's clandestine dealings were likely on point, thus, apprehending them seemed justified. Since it appeared to be a feasible endeavor, he contemplated the necessary procedures. Wasn't it merely a matter of writing a report afterward? With a sigh, he resolved to handle it, even if it meant a long night of paperwork. Chief Liu, I only agreed because I trust you. Please don't let me down. Rest assured, old Gao, how could I betray you? With that, Gao Xingliang ended the call. Emergency assembly. Meanwhile, at the stronghold of Xingtan capital, darkness encroached, and Bai Heming emerged from the shadows, surveying the chaos around him. He stepped forward, delicately picking up the black ash strewn across the ground. It resolved so swiftly. Who was Liu Ding? Bai Heming had not heard of him, nor could he, being confined. Yet the report from the bureau detailed Liu Ding's illustrious achievements, enough to garner Bai Heming's attention, though merely a glance. However, the death of the vampire count prompted him to realize that Liu Ding might be more formidable than he had initially presumed. So, where did this lead? In Saujir Ali, Cao Yuan tossed and turned in bed, unable to find sleep. They say a mother and child share a bond, and since the early morning phone call from his mother, his insomnia deepened. Thoughts raced through his mind like wild weeds. Surely, Liu Ding wouldn't he seek retribution for offending him, given their shared location in Baifan district? Would he conspire against me? What if this incident caught his attention and exposed the dealings with dark artifacts? Why did my mother call at such an hour? Moreover, why inquire about Liu Ding? Could there be a connection between them? That shouldn't be the case. They should have had no prior contact. This unrest kept him from achieving any semblance of peace. Cao Yuan rose and retrieved his phone from beneath his pillow, dialing Jiao Yuanfang for clarity. However, despite several attempts, she did not answer, leaving him increasingly agitated. He then messaged his elder brother, Cao Ziyang, sharing his concerns and the nature of their mother's late-night inquiry about Liu Ding. Before long, a response arrived. Little Yuan, remember to act cautiously. Wait for my return. If today's matters conclude, I shall arrive in Yunhai by nightfall. With me present, Liu Ding wouldn't dare lay a finger on you. Ultimately, if it comes to a confrontation, I have already discerned his weaknesses. In a conflict, the odds will favor me 8-2. Upon reading this message, Cao Yuan felt an immediate sense of relief. As long as his elder brother was around, the sky would not fall. Despite the cautionary tale of Qiu Chenrang, the two were entirely different entities. Cao Ziyang was not to be compared with him. He firmly believed in his brother's inevitable victory. Within the Cao family courtyard, numerous descendants commenced their morning exercises. The foundation of a day's success lies in the morning, and for cultivators, dawn is undoubtedly the prime hour for cultivation. As the sun rose in the east, ushering in a flow of purple aura, inhaling the morning's spiritual essence invigorated the senses. The tranquil and harmonious atmosphere enveloped the surroundings. Cao Yuan was correct, the sky would not fall, but the door could very well collapse. With a resounding crash, a guard from the Cao family, along with 2 grand crimson doors, was sent flying into the courtyard. The Cao family descendants turned their gazes towards the commotion. Liu Ding strode forward with purpose, exuding an imposing aura that left many breathless. 749 is here to make arrests, summoned Cao Yuan. As dark clouds gathered above, with each step he took, the oppressive atmosphere intensified, obscuring the light and heralding an impending storm. An unmistakable sense of foreboding filled the air. This was the newfound technique Liu Ding had acquired. A harbinger of bloodshed. Should the Cao family comply, matters would proceed smoothly. Those who should be apprehended would be, and those who should be released would be spared. However, should they resist, darkness would descend, winds would rise, and rain would fall, sweeping away the very essence of life. Chapter 66. The elders do not show themselves, let the young ones step forward. This proclamation reverberated within the confines of the high-walled courtyard. The mere utterance of 749's name rendered the atmosphere so tense that one could hear a pin drop. It is often said that a person's reputation is akin to their shadow. 749's formidable fame and Lu Ding's notorious reputation instilled a palpable fear, compelling those who beheld it to retreat in trepidation. Once again, the truth resounded: the alley of the Cow family was not insignificant, nor was the mansion itself. To search every nook and cranny would require an immense investment of time. Yet, Lu Ding was resolute in his belief that Cao Yuan was one of them. He knew that while a monk may flee, the temple remains. With the main entrance blocked today, he intended to demand the whereabouts of the person he sought. What nonsense about debts having their owners and grievances having their heads! Lu Ding disregarded such notions. Since they had chosen to elevate him as the young master, the consequences were to be borne collectively. He took a step forward. Despite the palpable fear among the Cao clan's youths, they too stepped forward, attempting to hinder his advance. Lu Ding raised an eyebrow, declaring, "You know not what you speak." A dull resonance echoed within him, as sound waves erupted forth. Dozens of Cao family youths immediately collapsed, rendered unconscious. The corpse resolving Taisui truly is overbearing, daring to come to my Cao family and flaunt power while injuring my kin. They think my Cao family is without defenders. A figure leapt from the depths of the courtyard, exuding an aura of authority, a flash of cold light preceding the sharp sound of a sword's whistle. Lu Ding raised his hand to grasp the white gleaming sword with his bare flesh. The tremendous force shattered the sword inch by inch. The young man followed suit, condensing energy in the air before delivering a downward kick. Lu Ding, rooted to the ground, kicked upwards toward the heavens. Despite being at a disadvantage, that kick propelled him forth. The manner in which he ascended was akin to his descent, yet the elegance of his return was overshadowed by the destruction he wrought, collapsing a significant portion of the brick wall. I presumed a formidable adversary was upon me, yet today it seems that the Cao family is bereft of worthy defenders. What can you do to me? If your family truly had worthy individuals, would you present a useless Cao Yuan to occupy the position of young master? If your family had capable members, would you engage in the underhanded trade of selling funeral items abroad? If your family had esteemed individuals, would you be reduced to seeking collaboration with Da Heishan to seize the shares and business of the Jie family? Now that the elders do not show themselves, are you sending the youth to take their place? Bring forth Cao Yuan and the heads of the Cao family at once. As Lu Ding's momentum escalated to an unsettling degree, it sent shivers down spines. Deep within the mansion, those who could not evade the situation were left with no choice but to step forward with trepidation. Among them were Cao Yutang and Cao Jianshu, the very individuals implicated in the sale of funeral items alongside Cao Yuan. Both were seasoned practitioners of the Linghai realm. Cao Yutang, the patriarch of the Cao family, stepped forth, saying, "Lu Jishuan, is there perhaps a misunderstanding in this matter?" He was confident that he had managed the dealings of funeral items impeccably, leaving no trace behind. Thus, how could Lu Ding have discovered this? Resisting the enforcement of the law was futile. Whether one could fight or not was irrelevant unless absolutely necessary. Therefore, his immediate course of action was to deny any wrongdoing, insisting that the Cao family had never engaged in such activities. However, as the saying goes, in ancient times, the Jinni Wei, in modern times, 749. If one wishes to keep their actions hidden, they must refrain from wrongdoing. In this era of advanced technology and the pervasive reach of 749, how could any actions undertaken leave no trace? Lu Ding was disinclined to engage in further banter regarding this. Evidence, what if you present evidence, and in the meantime, Cao Yuan escapes? How many novels depict scenarios where inquiries are made first, followed by the presentation of evidence, ultimately leading to the escape of key figures? These were lessons learned from experience. Lu Ding would not fall into such traps. His gaze swept over them. I extend you the courtesy of addressing you as Patriarch Cao. Without such courtesy, you are of no consequence. I am here to apprehend individuals. Do you not comprehend human language? I shall grant you 3 minutes. Within this time frame, if I do not see Cao Yuan, the Cao family will be charged with harboring fugitives. Do you understand? Lu Ding offered no concessions. By all rights, Cao Yutang should have been enraged. After all, a mere younger generation member was verbally belittling him in front of so many. Even a clay figurine would still possess some indignation, yet, Cao Yutang remained composed, his expression lightened as he exhaled a breath of relief. They had only tracked down Cao Yuan. This was fortuitous, as long as the Cao family was not implicated. Insults were merely words, and it was common knowledge that Lu Ding was known for his extreme arrogance and formidable prowess. This was merely a facet of Lu Ding's persona. Had he behaved otherwise, Cao Yutang would have found it peculiar. As long as the Cao family and Cao Yutang remained unscathed, everything could be negotiated. Moreover, Cao Yuan was not his son. His life and death were of no concern to him. If Cao Yuan were apprehended, all it would take was a claim of suicide due to guilt, and the matter of selling funeral items would be buried alongside him, eliminating future troubles. They had already profited enough. After all, this business was never meant for the Cao family to engage in. Relinquishing it now would be of little consequence, merely considered an unexpected gain. Furthermore, it would free up the position of young master. Any of his sons could easily fill that role. In this generation of the second branch of the Cao family, aside from Cao Yuan and Cao Xiang, none were worthy. Cao Xiang was also an investigator for 749, making him unsuitable for the position. It was essentially a win-win situation. As these thoughts coursed through his mind, Cao Yutang's demeanor shifted to one of eager compliance. Lu Jixuan, my Cao family will fully cooperate with your enforcement. Please wait a moment, I shall fetch Cao Yuan immediately. This was an open secret, known to all. Both Cao Jianshu and Lu Ding were aware of his intentions, yet, Lu Ding cared little. He sought merely a resolution, whether it be the living or the deceased, for the outcome would ultimately be the same. Regardless, they would all meet their end. Presenting a corpse would merely save him effort. Once he laid eyes upon Cao Yuan's lifeless body, Lu Ding would strike swiftly, apprehending these two elders. He would play along for a while, merely for amusement. However, Cao Jianshu could not abide by this. That was his son, his own flesh and blood. His expression shifted dramatically as he reached out to intervene. Cao Yutang, you scoundrel, what do you intend to do? His hand was halted mid-motion by Lu Ding, who gripped it firmly. His tone was as cold as ice. Cao Jianshu, are you attempting to obstruct the enforcement of the law? Feeling the immense strength in Lu Ding's grip, Cao Jianshu could no longer restrain himself, shouting, Lu Jixuan. Lu Ding, that scoundrel Cao Yutang intends to kill my son. The implication was unmistakable. Cao Yutang glanced nervously at Lu Ding, only to find Lu Ding's expression unwavering. Impossible, Patriarch Cao is the head of the Cao family, while Cao Yuan is the young master. You assert that the Patriarch is plotting against the young master. What say you now? Indeed, how could I possibly conspire against Xiao Yuan? He is my nephew. In the presence of Lu Jixuan, as the enforcer of Baifan district, he would never wrongfully accuse Xiao Yuan. If Xiao Yuan has erred, our Cao family believes in accountability. As his father, you must refrain from involvement. As the young master of the Cao family, others of insufficient standing cannot intervene. As the patriarch of the Cao family and Xiao Yuan's uncle, it is my duty to take action. Lu Jixuan, please keep my second son in check. He may speak rashly. I shall return shortly. The two engaged in a well-rehearsed duet, leaving onlookers unaware that they were not allies. Observing Cao Yutang hastily depart, Cao Jianshu felt an overwhelming sense of dread. It was over. Yet a flicker of hope remained within him. Blood is thicker than water. After all, this was his elder brother, Cao Yuan's true uncle. Surely, it could not come to that. Chapter 67, Please me, you may retain your corpse. In this room, Cao Yuan had just lain down, not yet deep in slumber, when the wooden door was suddenly flung open with a resounding bang. He rolled out of bed, instinctively bracing himself, and upon seeing his uncle, Cao Yutang, he let out a sigh of relief, his subconscious mind having feared it was Lu Ding come to confront him. Such dread was only natural. How many could survive opposing Lu Ding? It was perfectly reasonable to be afraid. To feel no fear would be truly abnormal. Rubbing his eyes, Cao Yuan inquired, Uncle, you. In his speech, he remained oblivious to the murderous glint in Cao Yutang's eyes. A hand raised, striking through the air, a spiritual energy surged into Cao Yuan's body, annihilating the life force within him. To the casual observer, he appeared no different from an ordinary person, yet upon closer inspection, it would become evident that all of Cao Yuan's meridians had been severed and his energy vortex destroyed. Oh dear, my little Yuan. Har. You have truly met your end in the right place, dying at the right time. Cao Yutang's expression shifted from sorrow to mirth. Though he had never been particularly fond of this nephew, the bond cultivated over the years, from childhood when he had called him uncle, made the act of ending his life today a source of inner sorrow. Yet, allowing him to live was not merely a matter of sadness, it would mean a complete inability to continue. With Cao Yuan's death, the dealings in underworld artifacts would cease right here, serving as a cautionary tale for the future of the Cao family. Cao Yutang shook his head in resignation as he cradled Cao Yuan's lifeless body. Sigh, little Yuan, do not blame your uncle. Once this ordeal passes, I shall return home and work diligently with your aunt, hoping you may be reborn into our family. By then, the position of the minor family head will still be yours, won't it? Your death, dear Cao Yuan, brings happiness to our family. Such a transaction can indeed be made, my child. This thought served as a form of self-comfort. He hastily wrapped the body in the quilt and departed. As he exited several rooms, even before he arrived, his voice echoed first. My little Yuan. Oh, my little Yuan. Uncle is so sorry for you. Why did you have to leave us? Even if we truly erred, Lu Jixuan would handle matters fairly. Why must you take your own life, leaving your father, your uncle, and our elders to mourn? A white-haired person sending off a black-haired one. Cao Jianshu trembled at these words, turning in disbelief. His eyes instantly filled with blood, locking onto the lifeless form in Cao Yutang's embrace. The youth's eyes were tightly closed, his complexion unchanging, appearing as if he were merely asleep. However, upon closer inspection, there was not a trace of breath. Staggering forward, he reached out, intending to take Cao Yuan from Cao Yutang's grasp. Just then, Lu Ding's voice resounded behind him. TSK, 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 a white-haired person sending off a black-haired one is indeed heart-wrenching. But do not worry, lie down for a moment, it won't be long before you join your son. An arm ensnared Cao Jianshu's neck, and Lu Ding exerted force, lifting him effortlessly into the air, where he arced through the space before crashing heavily to the ground. The blue stone tiles shattered beneath him. Lying face down, he was gravely injured, the impact rendering him incapable of movement. His bones shattered beyond count. As for why Lu Ding did not kill him, it was because they had previously agreed with old Gao to deliver results. He had shown no regard for Zhou Yuanfang, as she was a person devoid of integrity, complicit with foreign monsters in harming her own people. Such a person did not deserve respect. Jiao Jinliang was different. During his time at the Public Security Bureau, the head of the bureau had scurried about for Lu Ding, relaying messages and providing information. One must understand the importance of reciprocity. The scene unfolding before Cao Yutang left him somewhat bewildered. He gazed at Lu Ding, who was stretching his limbs, and asked in confusion, Lu Jixuan, what are you doing? Lu Ding spread his arms, a look of nonchalance on his face as he replied, isn't it quite evident? First, we deal with one, leaving just you to simplify matters. Cao Yutang wished to say more, but Lu Ding raised his hand to interrupt him. Enough, I do not wish to hear your words. Your doubts are beyond my authority to address. Now, listen to me. The reason I have not ambushed you to resolve this swiftly is simply that I have heard you are an 8th level Spirit Sea practitioner, possessing some skill. Lu Ding strolled casually, appearing disorganized, yet the more Cao Yutang watched, the more alarmed he felt. All potential escape routes were effectively blocked from every direction. Unless he could fly away like a bolt from the blue, he had no means of escape. But you cannot. Lu Ding continued, I have recently learned a unique technique, unlike any I have mastered before. I am quite curious about its practical efficacy, but I have yet to find a suitable opponent. I cannot simply attack anyone at random. Therefore, dear Cao, I shall grant you a modicum of dignity by addressing you as Cao, head of the family. Do unleash your full might against me, employing all your accumulated skills to please me. Should I find your efforts satisfactory, I may grant you a complete corpse as a reward. However, should you fail, let us agree upon a division of 8 parts. Previously, techniques had been singular, each a monster of its own. However, the blood rain technique, a product of slaying a vampire, was a fusion of the blood rain and wind control techniques. Other techniques could be patiently tested in due time, such as the general's armor technique and the living transformation technique. Lu Ding thought to try them when the opportunity arose. If not, so be it. After all, one enhanced overall combat effectiveness and looked impressive, while the other provided healing. Given his current combat prowess, he had yet to encounter an opponent, making the general's armor technique somewhat redundant. Fortunately, today presented Cao Yutang, a formidable 8th-level Spirit Sea practitioner, the strongest opponent Lu Ding had faced thus far. Yet, he was not greedy. One test of the Blood Rain technique would suffice, while he would save the general's armor and living transformation techniques for the upcoming Ghost Festival. Lu Ding's tone was light, his demeanor relaxed, but for Cao Yutang, anxiety weighed heavily upon his heart. He carelessly discarded the body wrapped in the quilt. Cao Yutang took a defensive stance. Regarding Lu Ding, Lu Jixuan, is there truly no room for negotiation? Lu Ding's form blurred, leaving a phantom in his wake, and he materialized before Cao Yutang with astonishing speed, leaving him no time to react. Raising his hand, he struck. Smack! The slap rang out, causing Cao Yutang's face to tremble, swelling immediately. Still not willing to talk. I have already made myself clear. Can you not comprehend? Are you deaf? This slap ignited Cao Yutang's fury. The current patriarch of the Cao family, a seasoned 8th-level Spirit Sea practitioner, now struck in the face by a mere fledgling. Time and again you humiliate me. Lu Ding, we shall be irreconcilable enemies. The aura belonging to an 8th-level Spirit Sea practitioner surged forth, stirring dust into the air, his sleeves billowing. Cao Yutang's waist sank, an eerie force drawing upon the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth. With one hand open, he unleashed his might. This was the Cao family's ultimate technique, the spirit hunting stance, the spirit-breaking palm. Chapter 68, The Unity of Man and Nature. With the overlap of the yin domain, you are certainly not human, you are a monster. Lu Ding stood resolutely, adopting a theatrical tone as he declared, now, let the warm-up begin. Spiritual energy coursed through Cao Yutang's palm as he unleashed a technique characterized by swift and agile strikes, yet retaining an undeniable ferocity. Lu Ding effortlessly tilted his head to evade the attack, his movements graceful as he continuously shifted his posture. He could feel the spiritual energy within him, as well as that in the surroundings, being rapidly disturbed. He offered a compliment, the severing spirit palm. Truly, the term sever embodies a certain spirit. Seeing that Lu Ding remained unaffected by the severing spirit palm, Cao Yutang found it difficult to accept, exclaiming, why are you unharmed? The Cao family's ultimate technique, the severing spirit palm, was designed to disrupt the flow of spiritual energy within the victim, leading to blocked meridians, and ultimately resulting in a fatal accumulation of energy. Even if one were not struck, engaging with the practitioner of the severing spirit palm would still result in the unique manipulation of energy disrupting the surroundings and one's own flow, ultimately leading to being struck. The flow of spiritual energy resembled a one-way street. Normally, the energy within one's body would traverse smoothly, orderly. However, when disturbed by the severing spirit palm, the energy would go against the flow, even veering across the road or suddenly changing lanes, colliding with barriers. An accident was inevitable. As for why Lu Ding was unaffected, he stated, your severing spirit palm is merely a rudimentary understanding of spiritual energy, seeking to disrupt it to hinder your target's flow, allowing you to strike. Though my cultivation may not match yours, my understanding of spiritual energy far surpasses yours by a factor of 10,000. Arrogant. Utterly arrogant, a mere youth, not yet 20, dares to speak of an understanding of spiritual energy. He even claims that a practitioner at the 8th layer of the Spirit Sea is inferior to your 2nd layer comprehension. Just as Cao Yutang was about to voice his indignation, he sensed something amiss. Having trained in the severing spirit palm and the spirit hunting post, he was particularly attuned to the flow of spiritual energy in the world. Upon a keen observation, Cao Yutang was horrified to discover that the swirling spiritual energy around Lu Ding bore an uncanny resemblance to that of the state of unity of man and nature. The energy traversing through the 8 extraordinary meridians into a refining energy master's body requires absorption from between heaven and earth. However, in the state of unity of man and nature, the practitioner merely needs to open the meridian valves, allowing the spiritual energy to self-regulate into the body. The amount absorbed depends solely on the capacity of the meridians. Unity of man and nature, how is this possible? Unity of man and nature is not, how can you? Observing Lu Ding's leisurely demeanor, conversing with ease, Cao Yutang felt as if he were trapped in a surreal dream, the entire scenario shattering his worldview. To this, Lu Ding remarked, "Apologies, I forgot to close it once it was opened." Cao Yutang inquired, "Ho?" Confusion clouded his understanding. "Well then, Cao, I must say I am quite pleased with your performance. Now, we shall proceed to the main event." Lu Ding raised his hand above his head and snapped his fingers. In an instant, the skies darkened, and an indescribable sensation enveloped him, revealing a world shrouded in dimness and desolation. The overlap of the yin domain. Cao Yutang shouted, his inner psyche crumbling. Was this truly a technique wielded by a human? How could a human invoke the overlap of the yin domain, the unity of man and nature combined with the overlap of the yin domain? Indeed, this was beyond the capability of any human. "Lu Ding, you are a monster, are you not? You are not human." In that moment, he desperately wished for Lu Ding to affirm his suspicion with a sly grin and a sinister laugh. Such a response would be acceptable, yet, all that met him was the sound of rain. Lu Ding, dismissive of Cao Yutang's turmoil, thought him merely deranged. How could a living being be a monster? Nonetheless, it must be said that even Lu Ding found the bloodstorm technique remarkably reminiscent of the overlap of the yin domain, especially since he had personally encountered the latter days prior. The only distinction was that Lu Ding was certain of his humanity, while he knew Fang Du was a ghost. Therefore, this could not possibly be the overlap of the yin domain. A drop of crimson rain fell from the sky, striking Cao Yutang's forehead. Before he could react, an excruciating pain surged through him, flesh melting away, bones collapsing. Countless droplets of blood-colored rain followed suit, descending in a relentless torrent, leaving no room for evasion. Cao Yutang was drenched, utterly soaked. Come out, Lu Ding, show yourself, you monster, hiding away and attacking from the shadows. What kind of skill is that? Show yourself." Flesh and blood were washed away by the incessant rain. Cao Yutang found himself with no means to escape, no avenue for avoidance. Amidst the agony, he summoned every ounce of spiritual energy within him, unleashing a chaotic barrage at everything around him. The blood rain blurred his vision, and in a daze, Cao Yutang seemed to glimpse shadows flickering within the downpour, drawing closer with an eerie presence that sent chills down his spine. Few refining energy masters fear ghosts, yet under such circumstances, very few would remain unafraid. This was more terrifying than any ghost, more suffocating than any nightmare. Perhaps it was the emotional rebound from despair. Ignoring his injuries, Cao Yutang wiped the rain from his face, inadvertently peeling away half his flesh, and charged toward the shadow within the rain. "Ha ha ha ha, Lu Ding, you claim not to be a monster, yet you are a monster, a ghost. I will kill you, I will kill you." His once swift charge slowed to a staggering pace, each step becoming more laborious. He lifted his leg, placed his foot down, and his stature diminished with each movement. Turning to glance back, he looked down to find his legs merging into the blood-colored rain pooling beneath him, until his lower half completely vanished. Cao Yutang stood before Lu Ding. He raised his head, now a visage of bone, teeth scattered, muttering his last words, "I've got you." Lu Ding paused the timer on his phone. The wind ceased, the rain stopped, and all strange phenomena vanished. He shook his head. 5 seconds and 33 milliseconds. In the bloodstorm, you endured only 5 seconds and 33 milliseconds. I had such high hopes for you, yet you lasted but a fleeting moment. I didn't even unleash the full force of the storm. This was the first time Lu Ding felt speechless after a battle. I truly must question whether your 8th layer of the spirit sea is genuine. Gazing at the remnants of Cao Yutang, he found himself breaking his own word. These 8 segments seemed unnecessary for severing. Overall, he was relatively satisfied with the effects of the bloodstorm technique. However, the consumption was somewhat substantial. Each droplet of rain was a manifestation of his spiritual energy. Prolonged use would wear him down, and with his own energy, he could sustain the bloodstorm technique for no more than a day. Lu Ding turned to look deeper into the Cao family estate. Isn't it often depicted in novels that families have ancient guardians? Whenever a family faces a crisis, the old monsters emerge, yet there has been no sign of them. Chapter 69, The Glorious Jiren and Jimmer, just a cover for me. The Cao family possesses an elder who has long been sequestered in an attempt to transcend to the divine palace realm, a fact widely acknowledged by the outside world. He only makes an appearance once a year, either on his birthday or during significant events pertaining to the Cao family. As for the location of his seclusion, none can say for certain. Some assert it is within the confines of the Cow family estate, while others speculate it lies deep within the mountains and forests. The unsatisfied Liu Ding ventured inside for quite some time, yet not a soul emerged, not even a bird took flight. "Forget it, perhaps I shall seek a formidable monster next time," he muttered as he turned to leave. Within the depths of the Cow family residence, the elder reclined in a wicker chair, exhaling a heavy sigh, a lively dove clutched in his hand. The youth of today truly a formidable, each more terrifying than the last. This old frame of his cannot withstand such tribulations. As for the demise of 2 sons and a grandson, is this truly a matter of great concern? It is as if he has no other sons or grandsons. A flawed lineage ought to be discarded, were he not the venerable patriarch of Cow family Ali, merely an ordinary Chi-refinement elder with only these 2 sons. He would undoubtedly rush out to confront Liu Ding with fervor. After all, he is but an old man. Living alone holds little significance. However, he is not just that. With so many people in Cow family Ali, and a plethora of descendants, should he perish, the Cow family would currently lack a true pillar to uphold its legacy, likely leading to its utter demise at the hands of outsiders. Thus, the death of 2 sons is of little consequence. The passing of a grandson, too, is hardly a significant issue. After all, Cao Ying has returned. Compared to Cao Yuan, he holds a greater preference for Cao Ying. Now that Cao Yuan has met his end, the position of the young master is vacated. Contemplating this, the elder of the Cow family suddenly paused. Old age, what young master? With Yu Tang gone, why not simply elevate Cao Ying to the position of the elder master? Har. Outside the Cow family estate, Liu Ding emerged, gesturing for the waiting personnel to enter. A throng of armed officers swiftly surged in. Jiao Xingliang twisted open a bottle of mineral water and handed it over. "Thank you for your hard work, Officer Liu. How goes the situation inside?" Liu Ding took a sip. "As I assured you, everything is under control. They would not dare resist, just apprehend them. However, there is one caveat. I have only left one of the 3 main perpetrators alive." "Which one?" Jiao Xingliang inquired, curiosity piqued. "Only Cao Jianshu remains. Cao Yuan was slain by his uncle, and Cao Yutang is now left in a half-done state." "Half done? Did you cut him?" At this remark, Liu Ding nearly choked on his mineral water. "Not quite, but it is related to me. I merely wished to experiment with a newly learned technique, and he could not withstand it. I intended to leave him whole, yet who knew he was so inept?" Jiao Xingliang opened his mouth, at a loss for words. Liu Ding, indeed, is a commendable individual, his efficiency exceedingly remarkable. During his time in Baofan district, he managed both the living and the dead, teaching a lesson to the 3 local Qi refinement factions without a hitch. This has laid a solid foundation for Jiao Xingliang's future endeavors. Should the Public Security Bureau require assistance in case management, they would likely gain the cooperation of these 3 factions, given Liu Ding's reputation, rather than the previous stance of, the officers cannot interfere with Qi refiners. This is your own affair, depending on my mood. Yet, there exists a slight imperfection. His methods have been excessively ruthless, as he has scarcely encountered any intact individuals. Frequently, Jiao Xingliang reflects on this and feels relieved to be an ordinary person, unentangled in the affairs of Qi refiners. Otherwise, encountering someone like Liu Ding would truly spell disaster. One by one, the list of accomplices was brought out. Jiao Xingliang's smile nearly reached his ears. This is a genuine major case, involving sums in the billions, with Qi refiners implicated, marking a collaborative enforcement with the 749 Bureau. Furthermore, Liu Ding has allowed him a significant share of the credit, though at his age he may not ascend much higher, having spent a lifetime as a public security officer, who would not wish to leave a legacy of several concluded major cases on their professional record. Liu Ding approached a roadside trash bin, lighting a cigarette as he pulled out his phone to check for messages. To his surprise, there was indeed a notification. Yang Feifan, brother Liu, investigator by Heme, has arrived at the dock. He mentioned the bureau sent him here for support. He couldn't locate you at Xingtan capital, so I gave him a few excuses. Should I inform him of your current whereabouts? By Heme. The one who traversed through the floating pagoda. By Heme, Liu Ding replied. No need, let us meet at the bureau. My matters here are nearly concluded. After extinguishing the cigarette and discarding it into the trash bin, Lu Ding opted not to fly directly this time. After all, it was broad daylight, and being seen could lead to undesirable consequences. He borrowed a car from Gao Jinliang and, accompanied by Jiao Yuanfang, headed toward the bureau. In the morning hours. On the national road entering Yunhai City, a three-wheeled motorcycle sped along at 80 miles per hour. Cao Ying sat in the carriage, forcefully pushing aside a corpse that lay atop him, spitting out half an ear. Blood stained his entire mouth, dripping down his chest. Har 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 har, you dare to compete with me, do you think you are worthy? Har 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 har. Amidst his reckless laughter, Cao Ying retrieved an object from his bosom, resembling a miniature figure riding a chariot, shimmering with a dark luster, topped with a splendid canopy. This was the Jiren Jimmer, the legendary spiritual mushroom, said to grant enlightenment and ascension to immortality upon consumption. Yet, this was mere legend. In reality, the Jiren Jimmer possessed the capacity to enhance cultivation and deepen one's understanding of the world, allowing those with profound fortunes to attain a state of unity with heaven and earth. The elder of the Cao family had long been trapped at the 9th level of the spiritual sea realm, unable to progress to the divine palace. Now that Cao Ying had returned, he sought to vie for the position of young master of Cao family ally against Cao Yuan, necessitating the elder's consent. Ordinarily, this would be nearly impossible, as positions once assigned are seldom contested. However, with the Jiren Jimmer in his possession, this could change. The subordinate driving the motorcycle echoed Cao Ying's exuberant laughter, the two of them releasing wild cries as they made their way back to Cao family alley. However, upon arrival, Cao Ying was taken aback. A series of public security vehicles were parked outside the Cao family mansion, and through the iron gates, he could see the second branch's members inside, all with drooping spirits, resembling wilted eggplants. What is the meaning of this? Cao Ying glanced at his companion, finding him equally bewildered. Just as he was about to approach someone for answers, the voice of the elder of the Cao family rang in his ears, instructing him to go to the back courtyard. With a heart full of questions, Cao Ying made his way to the rear court. The elder sat leisurely in a reclining chair, calmly recounting the series of events. Thus, one must earn money within their own capabilities, must recognize their own limits, and must not be greedy. Wouldn't you agree, Nyo? Calling out Cao Ying's nickname, he found no response. The elder turned to see Cao Ying lost in thought, his hands fidgeting in his bosom. Indeed, that's right. I always said Cao Yuan should never have been young master. See, I was proven correct. Then tell me, if Cao Yuan does not take the position, who should? The elder inquired with a smile. Of course, it should be me. As Cao Ying spoke, he produced the canopy he had just plucked from the Jiren Jimmer and respectfully offered it. Grandfather, in these years, Cao Ying has not been by your side to pay homage during festivals. This is the Jiren Jimmer I just acquired today. I hear you are attempting to break through to the divine palace. This should prove immensely beneficial to you. The elder extended his hand to receive it, his gaze fixated on the object with an enigmatic expression. Just a cover for me. Chapter 70. Although Lu Ding appeared arrogant, he was, in fact, quite understated. Cao Ying gestured to his disheveled appearance and remarked, for this cover, I have paid a considerable price. Countless brothers under my command have suffered injuries and fatalities, and I risked my life to retrieve it. That's no small feat. Initially, he intended to present it all to the old master. However, a crucial revelation emerged. He had expended a significant sum to purchase the wind-stabilizing pearl from Lu Ding and had invested immense manpower and mental effort to contend with Li the Lame and the heavenly principal sect atop Wind Mountain for this rare item. His intent was to honor the old master, win his favor, and reclaim a position as the family's young master, establishing a platform for competition. Yet now, with the recent developments, it seemed there was no longer a need to vie for anything. Not only was there no competition, but Cao Yuan was also dead, along with his father. This incident conveniently eliminated two potential threats. Thus, the rare item started to seem quite advantageous. Previously, he had pondered how to sway Lu Ding to his side once matters with the old master were settled. Now, such thoughts were unnecessary. He could simply offer the majority to Lu Ding as a gesture of goodwill. One item serving dual purposes, was that not a significant profit? As for the old master, at his advanced age, a little less consumption wouldn't matter. After all, plans often fail to keep pace with change. However, he had to admit, Lu Ding is indeed ruthless. Cao Ying mused inwardly. The fact that he could orchestrate the demise of his father, Cao Yutang, did not evoke any sorrow. Rather, he felt a sense of amusement, even contemplating celebrating with firecrackers. Death was death, it made no difference, and now that it had happened, it brought a sense of relief. Is it truly just one cover? The old master of the Cao family inquired skeptically. Cao Ying nodded earnestly. Indeed, indeed. At that moment, his hands were enveloping the rare item, exuding spiritual energy to conceal its fragrance and essence, preventing the old master from detecting it. This item was intended for Lu Ding, as he anticipated leading the Cao family alley in the future, and cooperation with Lu Ding, who held authority in the Baofan district, was inevitable. Cao Ying was not foolish enough to repeat Cao Yuan's mistakes. He was far more astute. The old master of the Cao family nodded in satisfaction. Then prepare yourself, choose an auspicious day, and assume the role of the Cao family's chief. Strive to lead the Cao family alley to new heights. Me? The chief? Are you referring to me? Cao Ying pointed at himself, momentarily taken aback by this unexpected delight. His original goal had been to become the young master, but now he was being told that he could bypass all the formalities and directly assume the position of chief. Isn't it you or me? At my age, I can no longer bear the burden of this family. However, I must advise you, do not provoke Lu Ding. That boy possesses a strange aura. Your father, in just 5 seconds, poof, he vanished, and when he returned, only half of him remained on the ground. Cao Ying's lips twitched at the thought. Yet, the mere mention of Lu Ding brought a smile to his heart. Cao Yuan's animosity towards Lu Ding was sheer folly. Although his own relationship with Lu Ding was not particularly close, they certainly had no enmity and could exchange a few words. Observing the rare item in the old master's hands, Cao Ying suddenly felt a pang of regret. Had he known, he would not have presented it to the old master. At his age, what could he possibly understand? It would have been better to gift it to Lu Ding to deepen their impression of one another. Alas, what a pity. After all, no one could have anticipated how swiftly circumstances could change. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Bureau 749, Lu Ding successfully encountered Yang Feifan, accompanied by Bai Heming, whom he was meeting for the first time. The two scrutinized each other. Bai Heming gazed at Lu Ding, memories of the information he had just checked on the 749 app flooding his mind. With a contemplative expression, Bai Heming initiated the conversation. Lu Ding, do you believe that monsters deserve to die? He had anticipated that Lu Ding would take a moment to ponder, but to his surprise, Lu Ding answered without hesitation, of course, if monsters do not die, then who will? Without slaying monsters, where would the rewards come from? Without rewards, how could one achieve personal growth and take control of one's destiny? As for whether there might be good within the monsters, that was not something Lu Ding was inclined to consider. Bai Heming, upon hearing this, reflected on Lu Ding's past exploits, finding them quite consistent with his current statement. Have you never felt lost? Lu Ding seemed puzzled by the question. Lost? I have indeed felt quite lost when I couldn't find any monsters to slay. This was the truth. He had nearly succumbed to despair over the past 19 years. Fortunately, perseverance bore fruit. Bai Heming managed a smile, albeit a forced one, for there was genuine amusement beneath it. Extending his hand, he introduced himself. I am Bai Heming, Bai, as in the white crane, and Ming, as in sleep. Flowers warm, green cattle rest. Tall pines, white crane sleep. Your name is quite nice. I am Lu Ding. Lu Ding's comment elicited a glimmer of surprise in Bai Heming's eyes. This was somewhat at odds with the persona he had gleaned from his research. How could someone so articulate possess such a reputation? This left Bai Heming feeling somewhat awkward, unable to conjure a poetic compliment for Lu Ding's name. You are quite cultured. Did you improvise that? Lu Ding had little interest in borrowing verses from ancient poets. That was penned by the poet Li Bai, I merely utilized it momentarily. Bai Heming nodded, mentally noting the line. I must go submit a task now. Let us continue this conversation another time. As he watched Lu Ding depart with Zhou Yuanfang, Bai Heming pondered deeply until Lu Ding's figure completely vanished from view. He then pulled out his phone and entered the phrase, flowers warm, green cattle rest. Tall pines, white cranes sleep, into the search software. Ultimately clicking search, nothing. He felt a twinge of confusion and promptly searched for the poet Li Bai, only to find no results. Observing the irrelevant search results, Bai Hemming began to suspect that the Bureau's information might be somewhat inaccurate. According to the records, Lu Ding should have been a person of fierce retribution, arrogant to a fault, yet, during their initial meeting, Bai Hemming found Lu Ding remarkably cultured and refined, capable of eloquence. Now, with the search yielding no results for the phrase or for the poet Li Bai, Bai Hemming felt increasingly convinced that Lu Ding was, in fact, very low-key. So his arrogance is merely a facade. Beneath it lies a modest, cultured individual who is also quite formidable. A low profile filled with depth had always been Bai Hemming's aspiration, and Lu Ding's perspective on monsters resonated with him in certain respects. His eyes suddenly lit up, friends, with shared ideals and admirable traits, and without the inclination to hinder one another, were these not the essential qualities of a true companion? Chapter 71, Kaoxiang on the brink of collapse, his home lost. Bai Hemming felt an epiphany wash over him. His grandmother often said before her passing, "People gather with those of similar ilk, and things group together by their nature." A good friend can influence your entire life and reshape your thoughts, so one must be discerning when making friends, never allow oneself to be led astray by the wicked, and always learn from the virtuous. Bai Hemming had contemplated friendship over the years. However, those he encountered were either remarkably foolish or devoid of substance, or they would boast excessively. This led to a mundane existence, devoid of excitement. Later, upon joining 749, he believed he might discover true companionship within the realm of Qi refiners, yet it was only after his induction that he realized the folly of harboring unwarranted biases towards others. Qi refiners were not significantly different from ordinary individuals, they remained as foolish as ever. Moreover, those he encountered were disappointingly weak and inept, unable to produce any tangible results even after days of practice. How could such individuals possibly be regarded as friends? Their very essence in the world was fundamentally different, making mutual growth impossible. Ultimately, Bai Hemming found himself advancing at an ever-increasing pace, leaving those behind further and further away. As for the issue at hand, he had inquired of others who possessed a modicum of talent, albeit slightly inferior to his own, a clear indication of Bai Hemming lowering his standards in search of compatibility. Take Wen Ruchu, for instance. To his astonishment, Wen Ruchu replied, "How could that be? We cannot judge all monsters by a single measure, every situation must be experienced personally." At that moment, Bai Hemming deemed Wen Ruchu's reasoning to be flawed. What a burden it would be to experience everything personally, different times, different places, disparate individuals, and varying emotions. Too many factors diverged, even down to differing races. How could one possibly empathize with it all? It was blatant nonsense, yet today, Lu Ding's response opened the door to a new world for Bai Hemming. As evening descended, Lu Ding remained ensconced in the reporting room, still engrossed in his work. Given the gravity of the situation, a few hundred civilians had perished, alongside foreigners. Yuan Feifan alone could not submit a report that would be recognized by the higher-ups. Thus, Lu Ding was compelled to accompany him, meticulously questioning every detail from start to finish. On the other side, Kaoxiang had just landed at the Dong station of Yunhai. Amidst the throng, he furrowed his brow, his expression grave. The screen of his mobile phone displayed a chat interface with Cao Yuan, filled with dozens of outgoing messages from him, yet not a single reply from Cao Yuan. It wasn't just Cao Yuan. His father, Cao Jianshu, his mother, Jiao Yuanfang, and his uncle, Cao Yutang, had all ignored his messages. Even the other members of the second house remained unresponsive. This was utterly absurd. If just one person had not replied, it could be excused, but an entire multitude remained silent. Could something have happened? That shouldn't be the case. If something had occurred, it wouldn't have affected everyone. With quickening steps, Kaoxiang hurried home to ascertain the situation, desperate to alleviate the heavy stone pressing upon his heart. Behind him, Wen Ruchu hastened to catch up, her tone still exuding the calmness he had come to expect as she said, "It seems something has indeed transpired. Open the 749 app and search for Xingting capital." At this, Kaoxiang could no longer maintain his composure. As he opened the 749 app, he speculated, could a monster have attacked his mother's Xingting capital? When the page loaded, bold letters leapt into view. Sad smiley. Xingting capital colludes with vampires to harm hundreds. Mastermind Zhou Yuanfang has been apprehended by intern investigator Lu Ding, while the principal conspirator, Count Fidel, has been eliminated. Cao Xiang felt as though he had encountered an incomprehensible text. How could this be possible? Clicking to view more details, he was met with an extensive description of the events leading up to this moment. At the conclusion of the page, it stated that Smiley Cao Yuan, the young master of Cao Jiaxiang, along with Cao Jianshu, head of the second house, and Cao Yutang, the clan elder, colluded with Xingting capital to traffic in cursed artifacts. They were discovered and apprehended by intern investigator Lu Ding. During the arrest, Cao Yutang brutally murdered Cao Yuan in an attempt to thwart Lu Ding's investigation. Lu Ding, discerning Cao Yutang's plot, engaged in a confrontation, resulting in Cao Jianshu sustaining severe injuries and being detained by the Public Security Bureau before being taken back by 749 for questioning. Cao Yutang was killed on the spot, and several Qi refiners from Cao Jiaxiang involved in this case were captured. My mother colluding with vampires to harm innocents. My brother and father, along with my uncle, trafficking in cursed artifacts. My uncle chose to kill my brother to prevent Lu Ding from continuing his investigation. Faced with this, Cao Xiang felt darkness envelop him. He could not believe it. Even if the heavens themselves were torn asunder today, he would remain unconvinced. In his eyes, his younger brother, Cao Yuan, was so obedient. How could he possibly be involved in trafficking cursed artifacts? His father, Cao Jianshu, though possessing a slight inclination towards violence, would never dare to engage in such actions. He simply lacked the audacity. As for his uncle, who cherished his younger brother so dearly, how could he ever commit fratricide? At last, the image of a gentle, kind-hearted woman appeared before Cao Xiang. How could such a benevolent person ever conspire with foreign vampires to harm innocents? Preposterous. It must be Lu Ding. It has to be Lu Ding. As his eyes gradually reddened, he recalled the earlier messages from his brother, intermingled with the outside rumors surrounding Lu Ding. Ruthless, vengeful, and intolerant of any slight, all of these elements converged in his mind, leading Cao Xiang to a singular conclusion. This entire affair was a trap orchestrated by Lu Ding to exact revenge on Cao Yuan, a scheme designed to eradicate the living forces of Cao Jiaxiang, fearing that his mother would hold him accountable through her international connections. Thus, she too was ensnared in this web. Yes, it must be so. It was absolutely the case. His brother, father, mother, and uncle could never engage in such deeds. In the throes of confusion, Cao Xiang found himself ensnared in a state of cognitive dissonance. He could see only the good in Cao Yuan and the others, unable to fathom their potential for wrongdoing. Now confronted with such a dire outcome, he refused to accept that his brother, father, mother, uncle, and kin could have committed these acts. Thus, the source of all this turmoil could only be attributed to an outsider. Coincidentally, the clashes with Lu Ding had intensified in recent days. Adding to this was Lu Ding's notorious threat, a striking tale of him driving far and wide to eliminate the demons of the Qinli sect. Hence, Cao Xiang swiftly cast the blame upon Lu Ding, witnessing Cao Xiang's emotional unraveling, when Ru Chu interjected unexpectedly, "Perhaps there are hidden circumstances we are unaware of." But it is too late to say anything now. Her words struck him like the final straw that broke the camel's back. Yes, it was too late. Everything was irrevocably lost. His younger brother was already dead. Wait, Cao Xiang abruptly lifted his head. Although his brother had perished, his father and mother were still alive. One had been captured, and the other gravely injured. If he could find Lu Ding and compel him to reveal the truth, he might save his parents and restore their family's honor. With clarity of thought, Cao Xiang glanced at his phone. The timestamp read 1835. Such a significant incident would undoubtedly necessitate numerous procedures. Lu Ding must still be at the bureau. Chapter 72. I have no time to confront you. Let's sign the death warrant and head to the fighting stage. 749 Bureau, 19:21. Lu Ding stepped out of the inquiry room, followed closely by the two staff members who had previously questioned him. One of them called out to Lu Ding, "Lu investigator, could you perhaps be a tad gentler next time you take action? It would be prudent to leave some alive, like this recent vampire, which holds significant research value and could provide you with a considerable number of contribution points. If you could manage to leave some behind, wouldn't it save you from having to undertake so many tasks?" This also applies to the last incident with the overlapping shadow domain. You are now merely 2 missions away from being promoted to a full investigator. If you had managed to spare those monsters back then, you would likely have been promoted by now. I wish I could, but every time I encounter a monster, I am unable to restrain myself from delivering a fatal blow. Spare them. It was utterly impossible. Not a single monster could survive under Lu Ding's hand, unless it were some trivial creature that yielded only a colorless crystal shard upon death. Suddenly, he recalled the last incident with the overlapping shadow domain. Did I not leave some that were still breathing last time? Do those not count? Indeed, you did leave some, and they were capable of breathing, but merely clinging to life by a thread. Moreover, they were all rather insignificant beings. If we were to consider them in the context of promotion, that would truly put us in a difficult position. It seemed that this was indeed the case. The ones that were still breathing were beneath his notice and had not been meticulously dealt with. Such minor creatures were understandably disregarded by the Bureau. I hope you can pay a little heed to this. Although the Bureau does not impose strict requirements, it would benefit your promotion and allow you to accumulate more contribution points. I must take my leave now. I wish you a pleasant task. The man walked ahead, while the girl trailing behind quietly raised her fist, gesturing encouragement towards Lu Ding. Go for it, Lu Investigator. All right, you too, good luck. Lu Ding reciprocated the gesture towards the girl. Just as he turned to leave, from a distance, he noticed a figure descending the steps towards the plaza, brandishing a pair of fishtail twin hooks, exuding an imposing aura, with a resolute gaze fixed intently upon Lu Ding. Recognizing the face he had seen in the files before, Lu Ding exhaled heavily. Oh, they truly do not allow one a moment's respite. I have been working non-stop for over 20 hours, engaged in numerous skirmishes, and at just 19, you are employing tactics akin to those of an old man. Although he was not particularly fatigued, he was indeed unaccustomed to being awake for over 20 hours. For Lu Ding at this moment, sleep was not a necessity but rather a luxury, a physiological habit cultivated over decades. Without sleep, he felt as though something vital was missing. Lu Ding, regarding the matter of Cow Family Alley and Xingtan Capital, I expect you to provide me with an explanation. Listening to Cao Xiang's words, Lu Ding could hardly contain himself. He found it difficult to comprehend what this person was thinking. You expect, just because you wish for something does not mean others are obliged to fulfill it. Are you some sort of leader? Am I to report to you, or do you think wielding a broken hook will intimidate me? Lu Ding's words instantly rendered Cao Xiang speechless, both in public and private matters. It was certainly not his place to interrogate Lu Ding. However, if he did nothing, he would feel he had betrayed his kin, dishonored his deceased brother's spirit, and failed to repay his parents' nurturing. With the hook raised directly at Lu Ding, before he could utter a word, Lu Ding preemptively concluded this unproductive dialogue. Enough? I have no time to engage in this cliché standoff. We have a death warrant for the fighting stage at the Bureau. Sign it immediately and step up to the platform. If you win, your word is law. You can ask whatever you wish, and I will answer. If you lose, UDIE.IT is that simple. I need not worry about being confined or punished. I have no desire to discuss anything further. It is now or never. Do you wish to fight or not? There was no need for excessive chatter. This was not a childish dispute over right and wrong. Initially, Lu Ding had been contemplating how to handle Cao Xiang's issue, but now it was clear. The opportunity had presented itself. So, let us sign the death warrant. Life and death are fated, and wealth is determined by the heavens. We are all practitioners of qi. Our skills are meant for application, not mere display. The matters of right and wrong can be settled on the stage. Cao Xiang, who had initially intended to voice a plethora of grievances, found himself once again at a loss for words. He had never anticipated that he would have to engage Lu Ding in a fight on the death warrant stage. That place was designated for resolving the deadly grudges between investigators. All he sought was an explanation, an answer, yet he had never considered that Lu Ding was not his father. Why should he indulge him? Why should he provide an explanation? The current situation had exceeded Cao Xiang's expectations. Simultaneously, he puzzled over whether Lu Ding truly could not perceive the gap between them. Did he really believe that, as a mere novice investigator who had only recently embarked on his cultivation journey, he could act recklessly simply because he had slain a few spirit sea realm beings? How audacious could he be? The announcement stated that Cao Yutang had perished, but did not elaborate on how he had met his end. Thus, Cao Ziang was unaware that Lu Ding was the one who had killed him. Under the circumstances, he had not possessed the mental capacity or inclination to ponder the details. At that moment, when Ru Chu, who had been pursuing him all the way, interjected, "Lu Ding, right. I believe there may be a misunderstanding between you and Ziang. We could simply talk it out. It is better to resolve enmity than to foster it. Please be understanding. After all, this case involves his family, and he is currently heir enough. You should also be silent. What do you know? You step in as a peacemaker without understanding the situation. You are no better. I will allow both of you to sign together and face me as a pair, 1 against 2. Will you fight or not?" Lu Ding felt utterly disgusted by someone like Wen Ruchu. He had no grasp of the circumstances and merely declared, "You are in the wrong. You should not act this way." "No, do you even know the truth to act as judge?" With such individuals, there is but one course of action, to tear their mouths apart. Should he agree to sign the death warrant and ascend the fighting stage, all the better. Lu Ding would gladly finish him off there. If he refused to sign, that was of no consequence either. Lu Ding would follow through with his thoughts and, once the fight was over, would surely remedy his Panshang for meddling. As for who this person was, or what name he bore, Lu Ding could not care less. If he dared to step forward to meddle, he must be prepared to face the consequences. When Ruchu had not anticipated that this fire would indeed burn him as well, he took a step back, smiling but silent, though his exterior revealed no signs of distress. Internally, Wen Ruchu was cursing Lu Ding profusely. Cao Ziang growled under his breath, sign now, and let's get to fighting." He could no longer afford to consider anything else. Since Lu Ding was so oblivious to the dangers, he might as well use the death warrant stage to exact revenge for his brother. "So, you possess great physical prowess, do you? You will soon realize that the disparity between us cannot be bridged by mere brute strength." As the news spread among the onlookers, it quickly reached the ears of everyone in the 749 Bureau. Lu Ding was set to sign the death warrant and engage in a fight with Cao Ziang. One was a newly minted investigator, having passed the rigorous assessment with the fearsome moniker of a corpse unraveling demon, boasting a glorious record of slaying a spirit sea realm being and breaking through the shadow domain. The other was a seasoned formal investigator, their soul-reaping envoy, Cao Ziang, known for his blood-soaked legacy, having single-handedly infiltrated Ghost Cry Mountain for 5 years. Just when everyone believed he had met his demise, he made a formidable return, wielding his bizarrely lethal twin fishtail hooks. Chapter 73, The General's Armor Technique. I shall look even more dashing. In an instant, 749 was abuzz with speculation. The fierce clash between the new generation of ruthless individuals and the seasoned veterans had yet to commence in this inaugural year of martial arts, and already it was proving to be exhilarating. Numerous investigators, either idling without tasks or hastily returning to the bureau, flocked towards the deathmatch stage. The curiosity was palpable. They were eager to witness the spectacle and discern the unfolding events. It was widely said that Lu Ding was formidable, and they were keen to ascertain the truth, whether Lu Ding was merely a name or a worthy contender beneath his illustrious reputation. How did Lu Ding end up facing off against Cao Ziang? Logically, these two should not even be remotely connected, one an intern, the other a full-fledged investigator. Who knows? Just enjoy the show. I am aware the latest announcement on our Bureau's app names Cao Ziang's family as the main offenders, and it was Lu Ding who apprehended them. That's likely the source of the conflict. Is that so? What is the issue with apprehending them? If they've committed crimes, they should be arrested. It's utterly absurd to think otherwise. How can one be compelled to fight a death match just because they were apprehended? This Cao Ziang is truly overstepping, isn't he? 749 is a family name too. Don't say that. Your words only inflame my anger further. Why shouldn't they be arrested? What is the consequence? Are we to be coerced into death matches? No, I must secure a good vantage point quickly. My temper is flaring. I can hardly contain myself. This is an affront to the very essence of 749. We are on the front lines battling monsters, and yet, as a 749 investigator, you harbor a family that brings disgrace upon you. The rumors spread like wildfire. Ultimately, the narrative morphed into one where Lu Ding apprehended Cao Ziang's family, leading to Cao Ziang's furious retaliation in the form of a deathmatch challenge. This ignited a wave of discontent among many. What does it imply? Can outsiders be apprehended while investigators' relatives are immune from scrutiny? It's simply unjust. The promise of fairness and impartiality was now tainted by the spectre of favoritism. This would inevitably create a hierarchy where the influential could perpetrate wrongs without consequence. What, then, is to be done for those of lesser standing? A formal investigator may bully others, and that might go unchecked, but now, due to apprehending a group that deserved it, the stakes had escalated to a deathmatch challenge. Others could hardly bear to witness such a farce. Listening to these voices, one might find their arguments somewhat reasonable, yet, for Yang Feifan, who had endured the reality of the situation, a nagging sense of unease lingered. How had Liu Ji become the underdog? Wasn't it precisely Liu Ji's aversion to idle chatter that had led him to issue the deathmatch challenge? How could he be seen as being coerced by Cao Ziyang? Did he even have the right to do so? On the stage, the officiating staff presented the deathmatch contract and the ink pad. Just sign your name and place your handprint, Liu Ding stated, swiftly inscribing his name before stamping his handprint. Observing Liu Ding's decisiveness, Cao Ziyang scowled. The odds are stacked 2-8 in my favor. If you can reveal the truth on stage, I may only inflict injuries and spare your life. Har 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 har. Liu Ding was at a loss for words. Why was it that everyone seemed to be so self-assured? Was his appearance truly devoid of intimidation? 2-8. What a bold assertion. Agreed, he replied, leading Cao Ziyang to believe he had acquiesced. However, Liu Ding continued, I shall fulfill your request. Little did Cao Ziyang know, Liu Ding was referring to his own death contract. Isn't it a 2-8 split? Liu Ding ascended the stage, while Cao Ziyang placed his handprint, his expression easing. You are rather sensible. I shall grant you a modicum of dignity and allow you to witness my full prowess. Cao Ziyang performed a hand gesture, pressing it against his chest as scales materialized, enveloping his form inch by inch, a splendid display of armor akin to fish scales. Cao Ziyang leapt onto the stage. Below, the investigators wore peculiar expressions. This was utterly shameless of Cao Ziyang. While Liu Ding was renowned, how could a seasoned investigator stoop to combat an intern using such a lofty technique? Where was the honor in that? The other investigators shouted in unison from the sidelines. Liu Ding, don't be intimidated. Cao Ziyang's general's armor technique is not yet perfected. Target his lower body. Liu Ding, don't die. Fight him as you did me. Go for it. The unruly Xuanning shouted from below. Despite their previous discord, he had come to respect Liu Ding, recognizing strength as the rightful claim to pride. One must not cower when capable. What purpose does training serve if one simply shrinks away? The age-old turtle will never shed its timid shell. Furthermore, having heard the sentiments of his fellow investigators, Xuanning, though brash and dismissive, would also act against wrongdoings if he encountered them. Presently, Liu Ding sought to apprehend the guilty, yet found himself cornered into signing a death contract by Cao Ziyang. Should he find himself in such a predicament in the future, what recourse would he have? If he stood idly by today, tomorrow he could be the one seeking aid. Should Cao Ziyang lose today, it would be deserved. Should he win, his days would still be far from favorable. As for the question of victory, Cao Ziyang proclaimed, I will win. I am destined to win. Even as the hostile murmurs from below intensified. Yes, my general's armor technique remains undeveloped, yet you rely solely on your physical prowess. Once I create distance, you stand no chance. Liu Ding observed Cao Ziyang's feet, noting their inadequacy to conceal even the lower limbs. However, the look in Liu Ding's eyes held deeper meaning for Cao Ziyang, who retorted, don't harbor foolish dreams. Prepare yourself. My silence does not imply foolishness, rather, I ponder why some wield the general's armor technique so poorly, so inelegantly, that even their legs remain exposed. Coincidentally, he too had mastery over the general's armor technique. Raising his hand, he formed a seal, a flame emanating with dark energy ignited within Liu Ding's palm. With a swift flick, he unleashed a serpent of fire, the dark smoke billowing as a figure emerged from within, clad in an imposing armor of 4 fierce beasts, exuding an aura of authority. Adorned in boots that seemed to tread upon the bones of the fallen, and a waist adorned with radiant orbs, it was impervious to blades and arrows alike. The ferocity of the 4 beasts was palpable, leaving the audience in awe. How can you possibly wield the general's armor technique? Liu Ding raised his hand. Not only the general's armor technique, but I possess far greater skills. Go inquire with your uncle. As spiritual energy surged, he unleashed a devastating strike, akin to a tempest, obliterating all that lay before him. Chapter 74, The Divide of 2/8, in 2 seconds, 888 strikes. In that fleeting moment, Cao Xiang finally realized that something was amiss, yet Lu Ding's assault was executed with such unwavering decisiveness that he believed it to be a lethal maneuver. Alas, it was far too late. From every conceivable direction, slashing strikes enveloped him, shredding apart his half-baked general's armor technique, along with his flesh and blood, severing and cleaving. 2 seconds elapsed. Lu Ding lowered his arm, and what once stood resolute in the arena as Cao Xiang lay scattered upon the ground, leaving behind a conspicuous and glaring crimson trail. 2/8, indeed, it was the divide of 2/8, 888 strikes delivered in merely 2 seconds. However, Cao Xiang's demise was not in vain. At the very least, his death served to assist Lu Ding engaging the enhancement provided by the general's armor. Overall, it was rather satisfactory. Yet, it was merely satisfactory, and therein lay a crucial point. Dashing below, the crowd had remained in a state of eerie silence since the moment he had unleashed the general's armor technique. Suddenly, these onlookers began to ponder whether they had overthought the situation. Was it conceivable that Cao Xiang, feeling that his entire family had been captured, deemed his own survival meaningless, thus seeking out Lu Ding for a duel in the arena? How could one dare to assume such a thing? A perfected general's armor technique could stand there and allow countless others to strike helplessly against it. This was no jest. The general's armor was indeed effective, yet arduous to master. Those who could attain perfection were undoubtedly formidable individuals, not to mention, Lu Ding had previously gained renown for his physical prowess, and with the perfected general's armor, he had been endowed with an extraordinary advantage. Bai Heming observed the entire spectacle, his gaze filled with approval. Indeed, it is individuals like these who deserve to be my friends. Only by forging friendships with those who possess depth, strength, talent, and cultural enrichment can one elevate and learn from one another, progressing together. The sole flaw Bai Heming perceived was Lu Ding's excessive modesty. With such power and talent, how could he allow himself to be provoked by petty clowns? He is still too forgiving. Grandmother was indeed correct. Those who are truly powerful disdain pointless displays. This is the mark of a genuine strong man. Lu Jixuan, over here. As a female voice rang out, click. Ji Yinshuang pressed the shutter of her camera, capturing Lu Ding in that moment, framed from below in a triangular composition. Clad in a gleaming black armor that resembled ferocious beasts, the tumultuous clouds billowed on the left, obscuring the sun, while the right side of the sky remained clear, a seamless expanse of blue. Sunlight cascaded across his profile, illuminating one side while casting the other in shadow, wisps of hair lifted by the gentle breeze, frozen in this perfect moment by the camera. Ji Yinshuang gazed at the photograph, unable to restrain her delight. To her own surprise, having come out of concern only to feel joy at Lu Ding's victory, she wished to preserve the glory of this moment, inadvertently capturing an image imbued with atmosphere. Though Lu Ding harbored some confusion about Ji Yinshuang's presence, he did not approach her. Their encounter was merely a fleeting one, and he had more pressing matters to attend to. The decisions he had made, aside from the previous incident where Cao Yutang had been left in pieces, he had diligently executed. This time, he had vowed to tear apart Wen Ruchu's facade. He surged toward Wen Ruchu amidst the crowd. Upon seeing Lu Ding, adorned in armor, rushing toward him, Wen Ruchu froze momentarily. What was the reason for this approach? He had not provoked Lu Ding. In his understanding, a few exchanged words hardly constituted provocation. However, had it not been for Lu Ding's formidable strength and assertive demeanor, he might have found himself ensnared alongside Cao Xiang. When Ruchu turned to flee, although he remained uncertain of how he had offended Lu Ding, fleeing seemed the prudent course of action. He certainly did not believe he could contend with this individual. If he could not even best Cao Xiang, he had no hope of standing against Lu Ding, or else he would not have always lingered in the shadows of others. As he turned, Bai Heming stood with arms crossed. Where do you think you're going? Behind him, Lu Ding's voice echoed, it seems you have a penchant for muddling things up. When Ruchu pivoted back and forth, ultimately facing Lu Ding with an expression of innocence, his gentle smile betraying no trace of panic. Lu Ding, is there some misunderstanding between us? You just mentioned the same. You said I had a misunderstanding with Cao Xiang. Now that my misunderstanding with him has been resolved, it is time to address ours. With Kaoxiang reduced to fragments, did Wenruchu too have to meet the same fate? He took a step back. Lu Ding, we did not sign a death warrant. Should you kill me, there will be consequences, far beyond mere confinement. Slap. A pair of hands reached from behind, pinning him down. A chilling and eerie energy surged into his body, controlling his actions. Bai Hemming's voice pierced through, just remain still. Lu Ding advanced, gripping Wenruchu's mouth. Yang Feifen squeezed through the crowd, producing the short blade he had used to incapacitate Ma Qi, offering it to Lu Ding. Brother Lu, this fellow has a filthy mouth. Use the knife. Indeed. Lu Ding reversed his grip on the short blade, twirling it in his hand before swiftly sheathing it. Blood dripped. Bai Hemming released his grip, and Wenruchu clutched his mouth, blood seeping through his fingers, his gaze toward Lu Ding filled with fear and confusion, yet devoid of resentment. He recognized his own considerable talent, thus comprehending the terrifying implications of Lu Ding's combat prowess achieved in such a brief span since joining 7 for 9. To contend with someone of that caliber was beyond his worth. He would only invite his own demise. Very well, I am quite satisfied with that look in your eyes. You are an astute individual, hence, I hope never to see you meddling in matters you do not comprehend again, especially when it comes to others' affairs. Otherwise, the consequences will not merely affect your tongue. Do you understand? At last, when Wenruchu grasped the lesson, the proverb about calamity stemming from careless words was indeed applicable. He nodded, too fearful to speak, and promptly departed as if in flight. Lu Ding, shedding the general's armor, made his way outside. He yearned for rest. After more than 20 hours, this chapter had finally reached its conclusion. With the Ghost Festival just 3 days away, he needed to recuperate his state. Only after his departure did the murmurs of the crowd erupt in earnest. Some lamented, this year, for monstrous newcomers, Jingji floating Budo Bai Hemming, Yuguanyin Dan Tai Xianyu, the gentle immortal Wenruchu, and the corpse unraveling Tai Sui Lu Ding. Initially, it was thought that Lu Ding was the weakest, yet he managed to eliminate Kaoxiang with a single strike. Wenruchu was clearly intimidated by him, seeking to flee without a fight. Bai Hemming, a longtime friend, and the seasoned investigator, the Soul Reaper Kaoxiang, now a casualty at his hands, are we to believe that this year's martial discussions will not see him in the top 3? Faced with Lu Ding, one would hesitate to engage, uncertain of whether they might be struck down in an instant. Battling Bai Hemming is futile, the only chance lies in confronting Dan Tai Xianyu for a shot at 3rd place. Engaging Dan Tai Xianyu. That seems somewhat unrealistic, doesn't it? Better than trying to vie for 1st or 2nd with those two. Your point has merit, then let us focus on studying Dan Tai Xianyu to seize that 3rd position. Given that Lu Ding and Bai Hemming are beyond reach, I still possess the courage to test myself against Dan Tai Xianyu. At this moment, Dan Tai Xianyu remained blissfully unaware that a throng of individuals intent on analyzing her combat style and the flaws within her techniques was poised to descend upon her. Chapter 75. Do not fire. It is I, Lu Zhixuan, here to deliver treasures to you. Ere as Lu Ding departed, Ji Yanxuang searched for his presence but found none, a flicker of regret stirring within her. It was not that she harbored any intentions towards Lu Ding, rather, she felt an obligation to express her gratitude. While it may have been a mere act of kindness for Lu Ding, to Ji Yanxuang, it was akin to a life-saving grace. To the untrained eye, she might appear as a pampered heiress, a privileged 2nd-generation rich, yet upon entering the realm of Qi refiners, she came to realize that she was merely an ordinary individual, lacking in combat prowess and possessing only modest talent. A person like Lu Ding was beyond her reach, comparable to the stars in the sky or the moon reflected on water, distant and unattainable, leaving her feeling woefully inadequate. It is often said that one should not encounter overly remarkable individuals in youth, lest they become a lifelong burden. In that moment, Ji Yanxuang seemed to comprehend this sentiment. You must always stand in the light, she mused, gazing into the distance, as a gentle breeze swayed her white dress, caressing her face and dancing around her dimples. On the way to Baifan district, Lu Ding glanced at Bai Hemming, who was accompanying him. Do you have business in the city? Before the last mission, I had some clothes made at a shop. After being confined for so long, I need to retrieve them. Where is it? We can give you a ride, we have no pressing matters today, and idleness is still idleness. Lu Ding found Bai Hemming to be quite agreeable, especially since he had just assisted in thwarting a troublesome individual. Upon learning the location, Bai Hemming hesitated momentarily before inquiring, "Lu Ding, do you have the complete version of that poem from last time?" He felt as though he was being somewhat presumptuous, yet the poem bore his name, and he could find no complete version online. It left him with a lingering sense of incompleteness. "Indeed," Lu Ding replied readily, "in the lofty peaks, azure touch the skies, carefree and ageless, parting the clouds to seek the ancient path, leaning against stones to listen to the flowing springs. Flowers warm where the green ox lies, pines high where the white crane rests, words come as the river's hue dims, descending alone into the cold mist." Wow, Lu Ji, when did you start writing poetry? This is truly exquisite. If I close my eyes, I feel as though I am in a serene and beautiful paradise, where white cranes soar and green oxen lounge, akin to a reclusive existence. Lu Ding turned his head with a hint of exasperation. "Feifan, can we please keep our eyes open while driving? This is the highway." "Oh, my apologies, Lu Ji, I was too immersed in the moment, it's simply splendid. I am truly amazed by you, perhaps you should reduce your consumption of short videos." Their light-hearted banter did not disrupt Bai Hemming's contemplations. Listening to Lu Ding's poem, he felt transported back to the small mountain village where he was born and raised, where the gentle breeze carried the fragrance of flowers, and he led his family's water buffalo across the quaint bridge by the flowing stream, returning to the home he shared with his grandmother on the hillside, where the morning was filled with the melodious chirping of birds and the sounds of pots and pans clattering in the kitchen, his grandmother preparing breakfast for him. "Siar Bai, you'll be late. Hurry up and eat." His eyes grew moist. Bai Hemming understood that he could never return, everything was irretrievably lost. He rolled down the window, letting the wind dry the tears at the corners of his eyes. "That was beautifully written. May I transcribe it?" "Feel free, I did the same." Bai Hemming merely managed to smile he believed to be sufficiently warm in response to Lu Ding's words. Upon entering the city and arriving at the designated location, Bai Hemming stepped out of the car but turned back to say, "Lu Ding, I'll gift you a piece of clothing in return for the poem." Glancing at his own black short-sleeved shirt, which subtly highlighted his muscular frame, Lu Ding realized his wardrobe was indeed lacking, having suffered significant losses recently. With Bai Hemming offering, Lu Ding saw no reason to decline, as clothing held little monetary value, merely a gesture of goodwill. A future return gift could be arranged. "That sounds great, but could you possibly send a few more pieces? I don't have much to change into." Bai Hemming nodded. "Sure." He then turned and walked away without looking back. Yang Feifan, deep in thought, found himself delayed at the traffic light, having missed the signal. Lu Ding did not rush him, curious to see what was occupying his mind and whether he would feel awkward upon realizing his distraction. Eventually, Yang Feifan snapped back to reality and blurted, "Lu Ji, how about I also give you a gift?" "Lu Ding. You didn't secretly check my ID, did you?" "Of course not, why would you think that?" Yang Feifan was puzzled by Lu Ding's remark. "No wonder you didn't know my birthday. You've already started preparing gifts for me this early. No rush, just save something good for my actual birthday." This time, Yang Feifan discerned Lu Ding's humor. He said nothing further and pressed the accelerator. It wasn't that they were being formal, rather, Yang Feifan felt he had benefited significantly from being with Lu Ding, especially this time. Lu Ding was the primary contributor to the vampire case, earning him a staggering 180 contribution points, while Yang Feifan, merely tagging along and doing minor tasks, garnered 100, an astronomical figure he had never dared to dream of before. Lu Ding would definitely not accept any transfer of points. Now that Bai Hemming had mentioned gifts, it awakened the notion in Yang Feifan's mind that he too could prepare something for Lu Ji. As for what to give, he would need to ponder that carefully. Upon returning to the Public Security Administration, Lu Ding alighted and walked ahead, contemplating a delightful nap upon his return. "Lu Ji, how can you be so handsome?" Yang Feifan's exclamation nearly startled Lu Ding into believing something was amiss. "What happened?" Yang Feifan hurried over, handing him his phone, which displayed a photo taken by Ji Yinshuang that day, accompanied by a caption. "Victory Settlement," followed by a cascade of comments. Strong and handsome, my favorite. No need to say more, I must reward immediately. This photo is so captivating. If I ever become famous, I want to be photographed like this. The photographer is professional. Lu Ding is impressive. A powerful collaboration. I deem this the most handsome promotional image of the year. Jian Shuang, when did the information department get a photographer named Jian Shuang? This shot is incredible. Could she take a few for me as wallpapers? I admit, this angle of Lu Ding makes even me feel inferior. This time, I'll let you win. Har har har, amazing. Since you're this handsome, dare you reveal your name? The information department, essentially one of the logistical branches of 749, manages the forum and various events, primarily populated by chi refiners not particularly skilled in combat. After all, 749 is an organization, it cannot be composed entirely of fighters. Am I really that handsome? Absolutely, unquestionably handsome, without embellishment, from personal charm to physical attributes. If we were to select a top candidate in our bureau, it would undoubtedly be you, Lu Ji. Seeing Yang Feifan's earnestness, with his thumbs up, Lu Ding's already good mood improved even further. Since they've captured me so splendidly, I must reward them generously. Lu Ding retrieved his phone, feeling unusually generous, and rewarded 10 contribution points in a rare display of magnanimity. Outside the Public Security Administration, Lu Ding stood in the courtyard. After a long wait, Cao Ying hurriedly exited her vehicle, calling out from a distance, "Lu Jixuan, I'm here to deliver treasures to you." The sentry at the entrance immediately raised his weapon. Ever since the last incident involving the Shadow Domain and an individual crashing their vehicle into the premises, the guards had been on high alert. It was not that the reporting individual had acted incorrectly. Rather, her reckless behavior posed significant risks. While Lu Ding and his peers were chi refiners, the rest of the bureau comprised ordinary people. Any collision could lead to serious repercussions. Moreover, Cao Ying's attire certainly did not convey the image of a good Samaritan. He would dress in a suit with no shirt, adorned with jewelry, if they were a well-meaning person. Do not fire, it is I, Cao Ying, Lu Jixuan, I am here to deliver treasures to you. Cao Ying. Lu Ding waved to signal the guard to let her through. In a few strides, he reached her, and Cao Ying produced a package enveloped in spiritual energy, revealing various herbs. These are excellent for enhancing cultivation and extending lifespan. Lu Jixuan, shall I place them in your hands? Lu Ding, troubled by a lack of contribution points to exchange for rare materials to expand his spiritual sea, felt a wave of relief wash over him. How fortunate it was to have someone deliver such treasures. Chapter 76, Ascending 3 levels in the Spirit Sea's 5th layer, and I must consider, and in turn, Lu Ding received the Jiren Jimai from Cao Ying's hands. Its texture was as smooth and warm as jade, reminiscent of the feel of mushrooms, without the enveloping aura of Cao Ying. A faint, refreshing fragrance emanated from the damaged tip of the Jiren Jimai, captivating to the senses. Noticing Lu Ding's gaze lingering on the imperfection, Cao Ying spoke somewhat bashfully. I gave the cap to my old man. He has long desired to break through to the Divine Palace realm, but has seen no progress. A cap should aid him in achieving that sooner. He felt somewhat embarrassed by his own words. After all, who gifts only half of a present? Yet, it was indeed a valuable item. Even without the cap, its medicinal properties were unparalleled by ordinary heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Did you expend quite a bit of effort on this? Although Lu Ding was unaware of the intricacies involved, he knew that the Jiren Jimai was something the heavenly principal sect coveted dearly. Little did they know that to obtain a wind-defining pearl capable of ascending to the top wind mountain, they dared to intercept Investigator 749. It was evident how much they valued the Jiren Jimai. And now, Cao Ying had so easily acquired it. Fortunately, they couldn't outmatch me, though I did lose quite a few brothers. Hearing Cao Ying's words, Lu Ding observed the Jiren Jimai. It was indeed a fine item, one he desired and currently lacked. 3 days would be just enough to utilize the Jiren Jimai along with the remaining contribution points to exchange for some heavenly materials and earthly treasures to elevate his cultivation. Thus, he accepted the item, but not without conditions. I will take this item, thank you, but I shall not take it for free. In the future, should you require assistance, come to me directly. As long as it does not conflict with my principles, I will not concern myself with right or wrong, I shall only stand by your side. The smile at the corner of Cao Ying's mouth was impossible to suppress. Such words were reassuring and precisely what he needed, exceeding his expectations. Thank you, Chief Lu. I shall take my leave now. I still have arrangements to make for my brothers' families and must also pick up their parents. The Forlan brothers were not lonely souls. Many had families relying on them. As their leader, Cao Ying could not turn a blind eye. Those who died for him deserved care, and now that he had taken on the mantle of the head of Cao family Ali, their families would be under his protection. The two exchanged farewells. As Lu Ding prepared to leave with the Jiren Jimai, he instructed Yang Feifan, I will be focusing on my cultivation for the next few days, so I will leave the trivial matters to you. If anything arises that you cannot handle, do not hesitate to call for me. Our brother Lu, no need to worry about any troubles, you can focus on your training, I will take care of everything. Upon returning to his room, Lu Ding exchanged the remaining contribution points for heavenly materials and earthly treasures. His bag was now completely empty, nothing left at all. As for saving some for emergencies, nonsense, how much could he possibly save? A meager amount wouldn't suffice for anything, it was better to enhance his strength immediately. Before long, the familiar scent wafted through the air. Lu Ding opened the cardboard box to reveal the heavenly materials and earthly treasures he had exchanged for. Among them was the black uling ginseng, grown in a geomantic hotspot and nourished by the Earth's energy, roughly the size of a fragrant pear, priced at 90 contribution points. Alongside it lay the coffin fungus, cultivated from the long-dead remains within a coffin, costing 80 contribution points. Typically, heavenly materials and earthly treasures are meant to be refined into elixirs or used in secret techniques to create medicinal powders and broths for effective results. However, all these procedures merely serve to better absorb the medicinal properties contained within. Lu Ding possessed a skill known as forgetfulness, enabling him to achieve a harmonious union with the heavens and earth. These heavenly materials and earthly treasures were born of nature, while others might consume them raw and absorb only 20% of their medicinal properties, and those who refined them into elixirs might absorb 50%, Lu Ding could absorb a full 100%. He picked up the uling ginseng, coffin fungus, and Jiren Jimai and began to indulge. The flavors were average, but the effects were immediate. Within the spirit sea, the liquid aura surged like towering waves, crushing against the shores with resounding roars, expanding the coastline, shaking the heavens and the earth. Outside, countless streams of spiritual energy rushed towards him, eager to arrive before the others, fearing they might lag behind. Witnessing this terrifying scene, Yang Feifan could only gape in awe. Brother Lu truly is remarkable, comparatively. While others extracted the spiritual energy from the heavens and earth, Lu Ding did so with the efficiency of drawing water with a bucket. He simply tossed it into the vast ocean of spiritual energy that filled the world and drew it up with ease. Unlike others who struggled with long straws, feeling dizzy and drained, he was utterly incomparable. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Ding had perfectly absorbed the medicinal potency, elevating his realm from the 2nd layer of the spirit sea to the 5th layer. For others, this would likely push the limits of what they could achieve with such materials. The breakthrough was merely a secondary effect of the Jiren Jimai. Its primary purpose lay in prolonging life and restoring the body to its peak condition. Yet, for Lu Ding, this primary benefit was moot. He was still young at 19, with many years ahead of him, and he was currently at his strongest. Nevertheless, it mattered little. He welcomed the enhancement. Who would ever complain about living longer? His internal spirit sea had expanded into a true inland sea, a legitimate sea of spiritual energy. Compared to the records on the 749 APP regarding the 5th layer of the spirit sea, Lu Ding's spirit sea was vastly larger. The literature suggested that opening the spirit sea was painful and fraught with challenges, yet for Lu Ding, difficulty was non-existent. With sufficient medicinal efficacy, he could expand and cultivate simultaneously. As the saying goes, one can grasp both quality and quantity, flourishing in both cultivation and prowess. Obstacles, they were non-existent. As for the pain, eating the heavenly materials and earthly treasures felt warm and invigorating, filling him with boundless energy, urging him to seek out some monsters or demons to confront. At this moment, he was solidifying his realm. In the Baofan district, a dilapidated dock, a group from the Heavenly Principle sect was hiding within the haphazardly parked wreck of a ship. Before them lay a map of the Baufan district, with the Public Security Bureau and Cow Family Alley distinctly circled in red. I will reiterate our plan. Today is the Ghost Festival. Once it strikes midnight and the realms of yin and yang shift, Lu Ding will likely not pay attention to Cow Family Alley. Seizing this opportunity, we will launch a direct assault on Cow Family Alley, capture Cao Ying, and reclaim the Jiren Jimai. To preempt any unforeseen circumstances, Julai and Guangfei, you will monitor Lu Ding's every move at the Public Security Bureau. Should he show any intention of heading towards Cow Family Alley for support, send us a message. Peng Zishe and Jin Chenghua, you two will set up a diversion in the east to lure Lu Ding away. The rest of you, follow me to assault Cow Family Alley and capture Cao Ying alive. The one-eyed man declared with conviction. It had been 3 days since Cao Ying had seized his Jiren Jimai. Simultaneously, he harbored intense resentment towards Lu Ding. How could a mere intern investigator from the 749 Division command so much consideration from a major branch leader of the Heavenly Principle sect? And in turn, the very thought of this left the one-eyed man feeling thoroughly vexed, yet, despite his frustration, this intern investigator was formidable. Previously, when Lu Ding was in Yunhai, he had refrained from confronting Lu Ding openly, instead waiting for an opportunity to strike during the Ghost Festival amidst the chaos. However, Lu Ding's unpredictable actions, slaughtering this one day and that one the next, had made it difficult to anticipate his movements. He had been remarkably subdued over the past 3 days, leaving the one-eyed man uncertain of what he was up to. Chapter 77, The Python patterned martial arts sleeves. As Lu Ding relentlessly pursued the one-eyed man, his anxiety escalated with each strike. Ultimately, he found himself confronting Cao Yutang, the vampire, and the soul collector, Cao Xiang. With each death, the realm and strength of the fallen grew alarmingly closer to his own. The one-eyed man had an epiphany, and so did Lu Ding. All right, impressive. Lu Ding, I acknowledge your prowess and applaud your skills. I shall no longer provoke you, especially since the Defeng Pearl is no longer in your possession. Let us consider our previous grievances settled. I will no longer hold a grudge over the theft of my pearl. We shall each take our separate parts. After all, the pearl is now with Cao Ying, and the Jiren and Jima are also in his hands. I can approach Cao Ying, and that should not concern you, right? You just had a conflict with the Cow family, so I should be welcomed, Sholden Ti. Thus, Liu Xingchuan, the branch leader of the Heavenly Principle sect, oscillated between indignation and frustration, ultimately choosing to remain frustrated. Is Lu Ding unwell? He must be. With such strength, why not ascend to a formal investigator instead of remaining an intern? What is he doing? Could he not spare a few lives and focus on slaying monsters instead? The Cow family is a bunch of fools. Why disturb his work? The more monsters he eliminates, the quicker he'll be promoted. The mere thought of being a branch leader of the prestigious Heavenly Principle sect while having to consider the presence of a mere intern investigator left Liu Xingchuan feeling utterly disheartened. Even if he were a formal investigator, it would be acceptable, but an intern, the embarrassment of such news spreading was unbearable. Our leader, it has been 3 days now. What if Cao Ying has consumed Jiren and Jima? One of his subordinates posed the question. Liu Xingchuan, with one eye open, replied, that will not happen. According to my information, Cao Ying has been busy taking care of the families of his deceased subordinates, and the refining of Jiren and Jima cannot be completed so swiftly. To consume them raw would be wasteful. Cao Ying is a treasure hoarder and would not engage in such frivolous behavior. Thus, Jiren and Jima must still be intact. Once we acquire the items, we will retreat immediately, and no unforeseen circumstances will arise. In summary, it was a stable situation, very stable indeed. Liu Xingchuan exuded confidence, believing his cunning plan was foolproof. Even if Lu Ding discovered it, what could he do? On one hand, there were monsters, and on the other, the Cow family's alley. Surely, he could not ignore the monsters to attend to the Cow family. Moreover, the monsters would erupt first, and their attempt to capture individuals from the Cow family would occur later. By the time Lu Ding arrived at the scene of the monster battle, how could he return? Did he possess an abundance of time? Did he truly believe the monsters would merely stand idly, waiting to be struck? You may be strong, gifted, and immensely powerful, But one cannot be invincible forever. Strength too has its limits and requires time to develop. In this encounter, Liu Xingchuan felt assured of victory. The members of the Heavenly Principle sect also discerned this logic and found it quite reasonable. However, a slight concern lingered regarding the safety of Zhu Lai and Guang FBI. Liu Ding was notorious for his ruthlessness, capable of dismembering without a hint of hesitation. As they prepared to monitor Liu Ding's movements, Zhu Lai reassured, "No worries. If we are discovered, we will fight. I am aware of my limitations." Guang Fei added, crossing his arms, "But when it comes to fleeing, we are no amateurs." The group nodded in agreement, acknowledging their renowned agility. Otherwise, Liu Xingchuan would not have assigned them to surveil Liu Ding. "Very well, prepare yourselves. At 11 o'clock, we shall officially depart and act separately." As seconds slipped by, today marked the Ghost Festival, the 15th day of the 7th month. According to popular belief, it was best to remain indoors after dark. Consequently, many returned home early, especially as midnight approached. However, numerous young people dismissed these notions. For them, the night marked the beginning of life. At 10:50, Liu Ding opened the door to find Yang Feifan standing at the entrance, laden with bags. "What is this?" "Brother Liu, these are the garments sent by Bohemian this afternoon. Since you were in training, he left early. Today, being the Ghost Festival, he must be prepared for any adjustments." Liu Ding accepted a bag and casually opened it. Upon revealing the attire, his eyes sparkled with delight. Indeed, he was struck by the black and white python-patterned martial arts sleeves, elegantly outlined in gold thread. It was unmistakably expensive, and even without wearing it, he knew it would look striking on him. However, it might attract too much attention in modern times. Next came the second bag, containing a complete set of dark custom-tailored suit, exuding sophistication and elegance. While the suit was undeniably stylish, Liu Ding found himself favoring the martial arts sleeves. The suit was dapper, but the sleeves were both ostentatious and chic. He picked up the bag and turned, saying, "Please wait a moment." Yang Feifan stood patiently, and soon Liu Ding emerged, transforming Yang Feifan's perception of elegance. The flowing sleeves highlighted his grace, while the fitted ones accentuated his strength, showcasing authority and power. Coupled with Liu Ding's model-like physique, it was simply breathtaking. "Goodness, Brother Liu, are you changing skins?" From classic to legendary, it's often said that a person is judged by their attire. You were already handsome, but now you've elevated to another level. How are the rest of us supposed to compete? Har har har, you flatter me. Once the Ghost Festival is over, I shall treat you to hot pot. Liu Ding felt satisfied, but a question lingered. How had Bohemian procured such exquisite clothing in a mere half-day? Meanwhile, a tailor lamented, where else could it have come from? I was pressed for time. He asked for measurements on the spot, insisting on same-day delivery. I dared not inquire further, fearing he might retaliate. I regret not being an ordinary person, otherwise, how could he have coerced me so? Upon exiting, two figures concealed themselves amidst the lush branches of a banyan tree, over 10 meters above the ground, watching the security bureau intently. As Liu Ding stepped out, adorned in his martial arts sleeves, they exchanged glances. "Showy," they muttered in unison. What was Liu Ding practicing? The flying bear pounce, dominating the two realms of the southern and northern mountains. Were they daring to mock him from behind? If they were ordinary spiritual seers, their hearing might not have been so acute, but unfortunately for them, they encountered Liu Ding, who had just ascended in level. Indeed, their luck had run out. A gentle breeze swept by. "What are you saying? My hearing is quite sharp. Do not speak ill of me behind my back." As Liu Ding's voice resonated, the two nearly fell from the tree in fright. Gazing at the man clad in martial arts sleeves, their hearts raced with alarm. How could he move so swiftly? Wasn't he known for his formidable physique, extraordinary talents, and profound techniques? Why was his speed equally astonishing? No one had mentioned witnessing him with such remarkable agility. How should they proceed? They could neither fight nor flee. In unison, they thought, "This is a disaster." We were merely passing by." Guang Fei attempted to fabricate an excuse, but the next moment, his gaze unwittingly dropped, only to behold their own headless bodies gushing blood like a fountain. Observing Liu Ding floating in midair, Guang Fei realized the truth. he wasn't merely fast, he was flying. Chapter 78, The Unsolvable Conspiracy of Swift Delivery. Brother Lou had long seen through everything. The two of them made their way from the cricket-infested Lu Ding to the relocation point in the blink of an eye. They were aware of Lu Ding's decisive nature, but they never anticipated such swiftness. Passing by, you say, in the dead of night, sneaking around with a flow of spiritual energy about you, on the 15th of July, coincidentally during the Ghost Festival, you dare to meddle with the Public Security Bureau and still engage in cricket activities. How fortuitous. Do you think I would believe that? Was there even a need to inquire? It was patently clear that they were targeting him. Given that they were indeed after him, why leave the enemy alive? Moreover, Lu Ding's adversaries were few: the Heavenly Principle sect, the Black Mountain, and the Cow family's second branch. The Cow family currently lacked formidable practitioners, especially with Cao Ying at the helm. The others dared not provoke him. On this Ghost Festival, Lu Ding had perused the information on the Black Mountain countless times. During such festivities, the atmosphere above was vibrant, with the remnants of old factions reluctant to descend, establishing their own villages and nurturing their descendants. It was improbable that individuals with such capabilities would descend to trouble him. After all, they were not significantly stronger than Yi Feng, who could be easily dispatched. Thus, these two posed no threat. Furthermore, there was the matter of numbers. Too few would not suffice, and too many would make it impossible to bring down all the villagers. If they did not come down, the formidable would be left unprotected, while the weaker ones would be preyed upon by demons. If they brought them down, they had previously refused to descend, and now an entire village had come down. 749 could not possibly allow such a scenario to unfold, especially on Ghost Festival, which was clearly instigating chaos. Thus, there was but one answer. The name Heavenly Principle sect surfaced in Lu Ding's mind. Below, Yang Fei Fan, upon observing the two severed heads that had fallen, opened the 749 app on his phone and scanned their faces. Brother Lu, these two are from the Heavenly Principle sect: Guang Fei, the Swift Drifter, and Zhu Lai, the Grand Tiger. They have committed crimes and have bounties on their heads. Together, they could yield 100 contribution points, an unexpected windfall. Brother Lu. Yang Fei Fan's words corroborated Lu Ding's suspicions. He gracefully descended, halting mere inches above the ground. Swift Drifter, indeed. They deliver quickly, and now their monikers align perfectly with their actions. Drifters, after all, refer to corpses in the river. Living beings could not be called drifters, could they? Their demise finally made sense. How could these two come to the Public Security Bureau to monitor us? Could there be some hidden scheme? Yang Fei Fan glanced at Lu Ding as he posed this question. In the past, it was always he who pondered, while Brother Lu preferred not to think. Yet now, with the men dead and no clues divulged, he found himself at a loss. What time is it? Lu Ding asked without preamble. Yang Fei Fan looked down at his watch and reported, "It's 11 o'clock, Brother Lu." "Then let us drive over, there's still time. I'll explain on the way." Flying was an option, but it was only suitable for urgent matters, and dragging Yang Fei Fan along for a flight felt amiss. Driving ensured he wouldn't be alone, avoiding any potential mishaps during such significant events. Previously, he had seen countless scenarios where two individuals could have traversed together but instead acted solo, leading to one being captured. Lu Ding aimed to prevent such a situation. In the car, Yang Fei Fan inquired, "Brother Lu, where are we driving to?" "To Cow Family Alley." "These individuals belong to the Heavenly Principle sect, and their sole grievance against me revolves around the wind-defying pearl, which is currently in Cao Ying's possession." He utilized it to acquire the Jiren and Jimar from the top Wind Mountain. On his return, he clashed with the Heavenly Principle sect. Thus, the sect is aware that he possesses the item, rendering the wind-defying pearl of little use now. They are either seeking revenge for their inability to digest the matter or targeting my jurisdiction in Baifan district, wishing to stir trouble there. They need to ascertain my whereabouts promptly, which is why they dispatched individuals to surveil me. Instigating chaos could either lure out monsters or involve attempting to reclaim the Jiren and Jimar from Cao Ying. However, we are currently unaware of the specifics, thus, we shall shift our focal point from the Public Security Bureau to Cow Family Alley. It is also possible that both scenarios are in play, and the likelihood is high. By drawing out the monsters, they aim to distract me while they ambush Cow Family Alley, leaving me unable to attend to both fronts. As Lu Ding articulated this, a smile broke upon his face. People these days have indeed learned to employ strategies. This truly marks the inception of an unsolvable conspiracy. Once a monster appears, I will undoubtedly have to deal with it, at which point Cow Family Alley will likely face an assault, leading to its demise. But isn't it still in the prelude? Yang Fei Fan interjected. Har 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 har. Lu Ding laughed boisterously. He found the situation amusing. Reality diverged from the novels he had read, which were laden with schemes, while reality unfolded conspiracies that were unbreakable, schemes that were inevitable and inescapable. Yet this presupposed that the conspiracy had already commenced. Indeed, the sole opportunity to break the deadlock has been presented so swiftly, like the infamous Swift Drifter, delivering promptly, same-day service. Yang Fei Fan, puzzled by the term swift, watched as Lu Ding couldn't contain his laughter, joining in with a smile. In his heart, he mused that Brother Lu typically refrained from deep thought. Did he think he could divert Brother Lu's attention? The so-called Heavenly Principles sect had already been seen through by Brother Lu. Did they assume Brother Lu would not show up? Yang Fei Fan could hardly wait to witness the astonished expressions of those individuals. How could Lu Ding appear here? Excitement was imminent. Just then, Lu Ding's voice interrupted his reverie. Send a message to the Five Organs Shrine and the Four Seas group, instructing them to discreetly dispatch people to monitor every inch of Baifan district. Should anything arise, they must report to me immediately. Understood, Brother Lu. This was precisely Lu Ding's Baifan district. In other areas, one could not simply command the local power brokers without inciting discontent. Maintaining order in one's jurisdiction was the responsibility of 749. He neither drew a salary from them nor received benefits. Why should he be compelled to work for free? However, in Baifan district, these local powers, oh no, these three local powers, were not a matter of willingness but rather an absolute commitment to cooperate. As soon as the message was dispatched, the Five Organs Shrine and the Four Seas group sprang into action. In the members group of the Five Organs Shrine sat Smiley Tangbao group leader. Those brothers and sisters still awake, rouse those who are sleeping, gather your gear, and wake the old immortal. Send the unruly soldiers out to restrain them and prepare for action. Lu Ji issued an order for us to keep a close watch on Baifan district. Should anything arise, we must report to him immediately. Last time, we handled the situation at the Broken Bridge dock excellently. The logistics leader of 749 mentioned that they could consider granting us an external status to assist 749 with the aftermath within Yunhai City. If we handle this well, we could become part of 749. Messages flooded in Satsmiley Jiang Celine, Leopard Brother, can we also join 749? Surely you jest. Mao Chenghua, would our political review even pass? Fan Yang. I have made mistakes in the past, although they were minor, they still weigh on my conscience. Seeing the members' confusion. Tangbao, therefore, they are considering the matter rather than giving an immediate response. It depends on our performance. The opportunity granted to us is largely due to the favor of Brother Lu Jishuan. Looking across the vast expanse of Yunhai, which faction has been exempted from 749? None whatsoever, not a single one, and yet we have this chance. Yang Honglang, without further ado, I shall be departing shortly. I have long desired to join 749. Although I may not be officially enrolled, being an extramural member suffices. GAOG. If we could gain extramural status, we would be able to exchange for 749's resources and techniques, and with the title of extramural members, who would dare to challenge my authority? Liao Yao. I believe it is not entirely flawless, Brother Bao. Let us refrain from troubling Lu Jishuan with minor issues today. He is quite occupied. As extramural personnel, we should alleviate the burden on the formal members. If we encounter any issues, we shall manage them ourselves, and only if we cannot resolve them should we report to Lu Jishuan. Tangbao, upon reading this message, immediately rose to his feet, realizing in his excitement that he had overlooked this point. Tangbao. You are indeed a genius. Let us proceed with this plan. Everyone, spring into action. Those who are to collect items, go forth. Those who are to set up the platform, do so. Open the warehouse doors, and take whatever you desire. Chapter 79. The emergence of Lu Ding, I command you to act. The atmosphere within the Wuzang Xinshi was fervent and actions were swift, and the Sihai Group was not lagging behind. Although the Sihai Group was a legitimate company, it could not compare to the reckless nature of the Wuzhang Xingxi members. Nevertheless, their enthusiasm was equally commendable. Upon receiving a message from Yang Feifan, they immediately began to mobilize their personnel. The full moon loomed high in the sky, casting a silvery glow. As the grand clock of the Zhongtang in the Baofan district told the arrival of midnight, two furtive figures crept deep into an alley, setting something in motion. Unbeknownst to them, a pair of beady green eyes was closely observing their every move. This stuff is really potent. How much should we use? You do the math. 10 grams can attract everything within a 5-kilometer radius, and we have 50 grams here, which means 25 kilometers. Today is the Ghost Festival, and the density of demons and spirits is high. No matter how much we release, the effect will be terrifying and will undoubtedly leave Lu Ding in a state of utter chaos, leaving him no time to deal with the affairs of Caojiar Alley. The other person interjected, perhaps we should restrain ourselves a bit. We wouldn't want too many casualties and an unfortunate outcome. If that happens, the people from 749 will likely pursue us relentlessly. A little chaos is all we need. We are not out for revenge against society. While the two were conversing, the little grey spirit transmitted the message back and immediately darted forward, transforming into a blur, snatching the transparent glass vials from the hands of the two. Hey! Damn it! Where did this little rat spirit come from? Catch it! Don't let it escape! Damn! The rat can burrow. It's gone into the wall. Ear. Smash the wall. Within the Wuzhang Xingxi group, Tang Bao received the news and promptly rallied everyone in the group to head towards Feixiang Road. This was one of the primary motives behind the establishment of the Wuzhang Xingxi, to outnumber the opponent. One-on-one may be challenging, but what about 10 against 1, or even 100? Did they think they were Lu Ding, capable of such outrageous strength? Tang Bao group leader, dare to cause trouble in Baofan district. If caught, we'll deal with you mercilessly. The group members echoed in agreement. Damn, this is too dismissive of us. After all, we are also external members of 749. Playing cat and mouse is just asking for death. They want to summon monsters, harm innocent people, and plot against Brother Lu. They have overstepped their bounds. If I don't eliminate them, I'm on my way right now. Where are you? I can't wait any longer. I want to achieve merit. I want to achieve great merit. If we capture those two, we will have prevented a disaster from occurring. As external personnel of 749, I'm coming in hot. On this end, the news and progress were slow to return. Liu Xingchuan furrowed his brow. There must be a problem. What is the status with Guangfei and Zhu Lai? Caution is paramount. Only through caution can great things be accomplished. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear the lack of firewood. After all, this is not the stronghold of the Qindi sect. The person beside him replied, I'll ask right away. Guangfei, how is it going on your end? Is Lu Ding still there? Yes, he is still here, perfectly safe. We are keeping a close watch on him. The man glanced at the message on his phone. Rest assured, Captain. Lu Ding hasn't he moved. He remains at the Public Security Bureau. Upon hearing that Lu Ding was still at the Public Security Bureau, Liu Xingchuan felt reassured. As long as Lu Ding did not run amok, everything could be negotiated. Caution, what need for caution? Damn it, wealth is found in danger. He would reclaim what belonged to him, without a hint of restraint. Charge in and capture Caoyin alive, kill anyone on sight. Tonight, I want to leave Caojiar Alley devoid of life. Those who dare to seize my belongings must pay the price. Cao family residence. Lu Ding reclined in a lounge chair, while the elder of the Cao family sat beside him, brewing tea. Of course, this was not Lu Ding's request, it was insisted upon by the elder. Come now, Lu Jixuan, please give your opinion on my tea. It's the preaching Ming harvest. Lu Ding took a sip, savoring the flavor, then set the cup down with a raised brow. The taste is indeed delightful. Then, will you take £2 back home to enjoy? £2. Yang Feifan's facial muscles twitched at the thought. This old man was indeed generous. Brother Lu, as you predicted, they have sent a message. I told them you were still at the Public Security Bureau. Yang Feifan raised his phone. Modern communication, of course, relies on mobile phones. Cao Ying, watching Yang Feifan respond to the message, felt a sense of relief. Thank goodness he had made the wise choice to hand over the Jiranjimai to Liu Jixuan. Otherwise, this audacious Chindi sect would have surely turned Zhaojiar Ali upside down. Previously, he had been indifferent, as Zhaojiar Ali was not under his control. Now, however, it belonged to him. It was his property. His gaze inadvertently drifted towards his elder. Cao Ying yearned to ask, "Elder, have you eaten, or can you return it to me?" At that moment, Lu Ding rose. "Let us go. It is about time. We should wait for them in the front courtyard." In the front courtyard of the Cao family residence, dozens of individuals surged into the estate, most of whom leaped in from the rooftops, save for Liu Xingchuan, the branch leader, who strode confidently through the open vermilion gate. Even before he entered, his voice rang out. "Cao Ying, head of the Cao family, where are you? I, Liu Xingchuan, have come to find you. You've been on my mind these past few days. Truly, you are a great benefactor. Using your own money to handle my affairs, helping me retrieve the Dingfeng pearl from Lu Ding's grasp, and even making the arduous journey to Dingfeng Mountain to retrieve the Jiranjimai, you are indeed a great benefactor." As he spoke, Liu Xingchuan rubbed his chin, suppressing a chuckle, and continued, "In gratitude for your immense kindness, I have decided to leave Zhaojiar Ali devoid of life. Give me." Liu Xingchuan stepped over the threshold, but before he could utter the word kill, the vermilion gate behind him shattered, and Lu Ding erupted forth. "I command you to act." With a hand paving the way, infused with spiritual energy and the raw power of his formidable physique, he shattered the red door as if it were mere tofu, ultimately crashing into Liu Xingchuan's back. A resounding thud echoed as Liu Xingchuan, the branch leader of the Chendi sect and a master of the Xingu realm, was sent sprawling forward, crashing into the koi pond in a state of disarray. Having suffered the blow to his back, his chest protruded prominently, blood spewed forth, mingled with internal fragments, staining the pond's waters crimson. As he rose, gravely injured, a tumult of emotions, unwillingness, confusion, doubt, and rage swirled within him as he beheld Lu Ding emerging from behind the door, his hand slicing through the air, severing the limbs of his subordinates with ruthless precision. How could he be here? Wasn't he supposed to be at the Public Security Bureau? He bellowed, "Lu Ding, have you no shame, resorting to such a cowardly ambush?" In that moment, the realization dawned upon him. He had underestimated Lu Ding. Such a meticulously crafted plan had been uncovered by Lu Ding, who had even managed to launch a surprise attack. How shameless could one be, having established a notorious reputation for dismembering corpses, yet resorting to such underhanded tactics? Chapter 80, Insulting 749 Public Officials, You Are Guilty of Greater Crimes. Lu Ding gazed at Liu Xingchuan, drenched in the water, appearing utterly defeated. "A sneak attack. I strike at your divine palace from the spiritual sea. What's wrong with that?" "I did sneak attack you, so what?" To strike at the divine palace from the spiritual sea without a sneak attack would be foolish. Although Lu Ding believed he could best Liu Xingchuan in a fair fight, a sneak attack was far more convenient. Did he really need to set up a ring and adhere to rules, such as not striking below the belt, not using his legs, or not hitting the back of the head? Did he think this was boxing? "Do you expect me to be condemned from the standpoint of righteousness?" The sarcasm was palpable. A cult of aberrant beings condemning him, Lu Ding found it utterly ludicrous. At that moment, Cao Ying emerged from a nearby room, accompanied by the elder of the Cao family, each dragging 2 members of the Celestial Principal sect. "Only you can put on airs. You've really outdone yourself this time, Liu. Dare to brazenly attempt to steal from me in front of Lu Jizun. You're simply lawless. You think you're some sort of big shot. Why don't you wear a trench coat then? While others are over rooftops, you choose to use the front entrance. If not you, then who else should I sneak attack? Your eyes are useless, and your brain too." Yang Feifen chimed in, their banter only aggravating Liu Xingchuan's wounds further. These two had mouths sharp enough to pass security checks on a high-speed train, akin to controlled weapons, capable of inflicting harm merely through their words, yet their arguments were undeniably valid. Liu Xingchuan's face flushed with rage. "Lu Ding, you disgrace the position of a 749 investigator. I once thought you were a man of integrity, but I never imagined you would resort to such despicable acts." Yet, Lu Ding's retort sent him spitting up a mouthful of blood. "I'm an intern." "Pfft." A mouthful of old blood spewed forth, the tone, the expression, everything was infuriatingly accurate. I damn well know you're an intern, there's no need to emphasize it. Upon hearing this, Yang Feifan instinctively moved to a safer distance. Cao Ying, puzzled, asked, "Where are you going?" "Just stay put." As Yang Feifan's words fell, a tremendous aura surged forth, causing those nearby to stagger and falter, unable to maintain their footing. A fearsome beast's head materialized behind Lu Ding. Insulting 749 public officials, you are guilty of greater crimes. Channeling his energy, Lu Ding accelerated to his utmost speed, closing the distance of several dozen meters in an instant, as if he had suddenly appeared before Liu Xingchuan. With both palms thrust forward, a menacing beast's head emerged from the roiling darkness, letting out a soul-shattering roar. The wind sliced through the gaps between Lu Ding's palms, leaving behind white streaks. This was the ultimate display of physical prowess. Liu Xingchuan, slightly delayed in his response, attempted to channel his energy to block. However, a dull ache radiated from his back, impeding his efforts just enough to cost him precious time. A slight miscalculation led to catastrophic consequences. Boom! Liu Xingchuan was sent flying, spiraling through the air before crashing violently into a wall. Unpredictable bastard. With his injuries worsening, all Liu Xingchuan could think of was cursing Lu Ding's entire ancestry. To strike without warning, without so much as a hint, was he even human? Ignoring all martial conventions, it was either a sneak attack or an outright assault, all while being absurdly powerful. Was it truly necessary? Liu Xingchuan felt utterly broken. As he pushed against the wall, cursing, Lu Ding had already closed in on him again, offering no respite. You can insult me, but I'm not allowed to be angry. Lie down. With another kick that echoed like an explosion, this time Liu Xingchuan was forewarned and managed to conjure an energy shield in front of him, yet it proved futile. The seemingly sturdy shield crumbled under the combined speed and force of Lu Ding's strike, as fragile as ice in the southern winter. This kick was heavier than a steel whip. Blood mixed with vomit erupted from Liu Xingchuan's mouth. Enough? Regaining his composure, he bellowed, as a divine shadow rose behind him, wielding a morning staff, towering over 10 meters, radiating ominous energy. Today is my stage. Shut your mouth. Lu Ding raised his hand, transforming it into a claw that pressed downward, as blood-red clouds gathered in the sky. The moment these individuals arrived, the atmosphere had shifted. They simply hadn't noticed. Within the seemingly normal dark clouds, droplets of blood rain coalesced, responding to Lu Ding's summons, transforming into a colossal blood-red hand that ascended. The divine shadow, towering over 10 meters, was instantly shattered. The scattering blood rain began to corrode Liu Xingchuan's body, large chunks of flesh sliding off like mud in the downpour. Hearing his anguished scream, the other members of the Celestial Principal sect recognized Liu Xingchuan's imminent defeat and attempted to flee. Yet, as they stepped forward, long spears formed from the blood-soaked ground, skewering them mid-flight, akin to canted hawthorns on a stick. Come as you please, now you wish to run. Too late. Lu Ding raised his hand, forming a seal. The blood rain that had fallen to the ground erupted, transforming into a forest of sharp spikes that decimated a majority of the Celestial Principal members. However, some managed to evade into the air. Split and run. At the sound of this urgent command, the surviving members of the Celestial Principal sect scattered in all directions. As for engaging Lu Ding in combat, apologies, but they were not foolish enough to take that risk. One strike had felled so many of their comrades. Fighting him would be sheer folly. If they were seeking death, they had indeed found the right person. Unbeknownst to them, their leap into the air played directly into Lu Ding's hands. The onslaught commenced. The art of disassembling the living unfolded in midair. Behind, the severely injured Liu Xingchuan had unknowingly removed the eye mask that had always covered his face. Where eyes should have been, a more filled with sharp, jagged teeth now resided. Speaking in human tongue, he declared, "It's my turn. Life soul coffin, 100 coffins locking fate." Liu Xingchuan swiftly executed a hand seal, summoning a series of coffins adorned with purple talismans that plummeted from the air, their open mouths aimed directly at Lu Ding. He continuously flickered to evade them. Finally, with a powerful kick, he sent one of the descending coffins crashing down. Now this is the kind of technique one expects from the Divine Palace realm. Finally, something worth seeing. As Liu Xingchuan altered his spell, the bizarre mouth above his eyes continued to speak. Worth seeing, kid, you're truly arrogant. I'll add a little more for you. Life-weary coffin, footless woman. A crimson coffin rose from the ground, creaking ominously as a greyish-white hand with emerald nails reached out from the lid. Yet, before it could fully emerge, Lu Ding had already blinked to the coffin's front and delivered a kick that interrupted the incantation, creating an animated scene before him. Was that not courting death? The coffin, now only partially opened, was sent crashing shut with a resounding bang before shattering into fragments, a testament to the immense power behind that kick. Manifested techniques and not true monsters. There's no need to showcase them to me. Cursed Lu Ding, relying on his formidable physique, showing not an ounce of consideration, granting no opportunity for his opponent to counter. Liu Xingchuan cursed silently as the pooled blood rain on the ground suddenly sprouted hundreds of red threads, shooting toward him. He had anticipated this move, having witnessed how the previous members of the Celestial Principal sect were decimated by this unknown technique.